In the world of Dragon Ball, Ye Fei obtained a divine level selection system. Choice 1. Candidate for God of Destruction. Choice 2. Candidate for Supreme Kai. Choice 3. Saiyan including the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Choice 4. The strongest human, Jiren. Upon reviewing these 4 options, Ye Fei did not hesitate. Thus, the 7th universe welcomed a new Saiyan, a being of immense power, that would instill tremors of fear in all the gods of destruction and angels. Chapter 1. The Divine Level Selection System. In the Dragon Ball world, West City, approximately 100 miles from West City, lies a mountain range, a place seldom visited by others. Within one of the mountains, a youth of around 18 or 19 years sat in contemplation. 3 years, it has been 3 years since I traversed into this world. Ye Fei gazed at the sky, momentarily grappling with his reality. 3 years prior, he arrived in this realm, only to find himself trapped upon arrival. According to the system, he was required to cultivate here for 3 years. And only after this period would the system activate, allowing him to leave. For 3 years, he had been confined to a range of several hundred meters, becoming acutely aware of every blade of grass and anthill in the vicinity. As for cultivation, Ye Fei had no interest and no knowledge of how to pursue it. Today marked the final day of those 3 years. As dusk fell and night descended, a synthesized electronic voice resonated within Ye Fei's mind, breaking the silence of the deep night. Ding system loading successful. Would the host like to activate? Activate. Without any hesitation, Ye Fei, having awaited this day for 3 years, was resolute in his decision. Once the system activated, he would be free from this place. Ding, congratulations, host. The system has successfully activated, granting you the Divine Level Selection System. Please choose your identity. Choice 1. Candidate for God of Destruction. Choice 2. Candidate for Supreme Kai. Choice 3. Saiyan with the potential for Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Initial combat power of 1 billion. Choice 4. The strongest human, Jiren. Upon hearing the 4 options presented by the system, Ye Fei was momentarily taken aback. God of Destruction, Supreme Kai, Saiyan, the strongest human, Jiren. Is this truly the world of Dragon Ball? Have I traversed into the realm of Dragon Ball? For a fleeting moment, Ye Fei struggled to comprehend the situation, leading to a brief moment of astonishment. Please make your selection, host. The synthesized electronic voice echoed once more, clear in Ye Fei's mind. While both the candidates for God of Destruction and Supreme Kai are commendable, I find myself more inclined toward becoming a Saiyan. As for the strongest human, Jiren, though initially formidable, the potential for growth as a Saiyan is far greater. Moreover, setting strength aside, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is undeniably stylish. Strength is one matter, but style is paramount that I choose 3. With little contemplation, Ye Fei made his choice without delay. Congratulations, host. Your selection has been successful. The electronic synthesized sound reverberated. An extraordinary force surged into Ye Fei's body. This power was immensely potent, transforming him almost instantaneously from an ordinary earthling into a Saiyan. Even his hair morphed into the distinctive style characteristic of Saiyans. Moreover, a tail manifested behind him, an essential requirement for achieving the form of Super Saiyan 4. This what it means to be a Saiyan? Ye Fei pondered, clenching his fists. Although he could sense a notable enhancement after his transformation into a Super Saiyan, the increase in strength seemed somewhat subtle. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a formidable force erupted explosively from within him. This power was so overwhelming that, despite his current Saiyan physique, it caused his body to tremble and a sharp pain coursed through him. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting, lasting only a moment, so while it was difficult to endure, it did not overly trouble him. Moments later, the tumultuous energy within him settled at this juncture. His gaze was sharp, and the 1 billion units of battle power surged through him, instilling a profound sense of confidence. In the world of Dragon Ball, I wonder what era I have entered. If it is during the Frieza saga, my current strength would allow me to walk with pride, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Ye Fei mused. The scale of battle power in the Dragon Ball universe had become nearly irrelevant after the Frieza saga. However, if it were indeed the time of Frieza, his present strength was undeniably invincible, even without the Super Saiyan transformation. In fact, as long as the God of Destruction Beerus had not yet appeared, he would be more than capable of handling any adversary. Casting a glance around, Ye Fei realized he could leave at any moment. Yet before departing, he was eager to ascertain the extent of his power in full force, particularly what heights he could achieve in his Super Saiyan 4 form. This curiosity burned within him, and he was keen to uncover the truth. Beep. God tier selection system activated. When the host encounters formidable foes, the system will randomly dispense rewards based on the opponent's situation, echoed the electronic voice. This seems a bit concerning. Ye Fei rubbed his nose, yet he remained unfazed. Understanding that he was in the Dragon Ball world and that he possessed the capability to grow stronger, he felt the system's significance had diminished in light of his current abilities. Now, let me test just how powerful I truly am, he declared, a gleam of determination illuminating his eyes. 1 billion units of battle power was merely an approximate figure. Only through unleashing his full potential could he truly grasp the magnitude of this power. Clenching his fists, an overwhelming force erupted from him. The 1 billion units of battle power roared to life in that instant, transforming into a tempest that radiated wildly from Ye Fei's being. Boomed, a formidable column of energy radiated outward, enveloping an expansive radius of dozens of meters surrounding Ye Fei. Cracks snaked across the ground, and the surrounding debris crumbled dramatically in that instant, reduced to dust and scattered by the wind. Is this the power of 1 billion combat strength? Ye Fei surveyed his surroundings, his expression serene, yet tinged with anticipation. This is merely the totality of my current strength at 1 billion combat power. The might of a Saiyan lies in our ability to transform, especially upon achieving the Super Saiyan form, that I wonder how formidable my power could become if I were to transform into a Super Saiyan, or even further, to Super Saiyan 4. A glimmer of expectation sparkled in Ye Fei's eyes. Boom. After unleashing the full extent of his power in its normal state, Ye Fei clenched his fists and fervently intensified his energy. Out of a low growl escaped him. The roar reverberated. An unimaginable surge of energy erupted from Ye Fei, amplifying his presence exponentially. Boom. The overwhelming force radiated from him, instilling an aura of unassailable dominance. What is this power? Vegeta, engrossed in his training, suddenly halted, his gaze snapping to the distance, eyes wide with astonishment. It is the essence of a Saiyan, and yet it is a remarkably unfamiliar presence. Who could it be? Vegeta's expression hardened, and without a moment's hesitation, he vanished, propelling himself at an extraordinary speed toward the source of the energy. Chapter 2. Sun Wukong and Vegeta Whoosh. Vegeta darted forth at an astonishing speed, racing towards the source of the unfamiliar energy emanating from Ye Fei. Meanwhile, at Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong, deep in slumber, abruptly opened his eyes. What is the matter? Chi inquired with a puzzled expression. Chi, I have sensed an extraordinarily powerful presence. One that is entirely unfamiliar, Sun Wukong replied. Vegeta has already set off. I must follow suit. Sun Wukong gazed at Chi. Those Saiyans, honestly. Chi shook her head. Dad. Just as he stepped out of his room, Son Gohan had awakened as well, having sensed the same formidable energy. This presence is immense and unfamiliar, Son Gohan remarked, his expression grave as he looked at Sun Wukong. Although I cannot ascertain the identity of this energy, I do not sense any malevolence within it. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as we imagine, Sun Wukong replied, raising his right hand and placing 2 fingers on his forehead. Gohan, Sun Wukong called out. I am eager to discover who possesses such formidable energy. From the essence of it, this individual appears to be a Saiyan as well. It is quite curious. Vegeta, filled with intrigue, felt compelled to investigate. As his memories suggested that pure-blooded Saiyans were scarce, could there be others of whom he was unaware? Whoosh! Vegeta sped forward, covering the distance of 100 miles in an instant. Is someone approaching? Ye Fei, preparing to transform into a Super Saiyan, suddenly furrowed his brow and gazed into the distance. He could distinctly sense a powerful energy rapidly approaching, its speed astonishingly swift. Could it be Vegeta? Ye Fei murmured to himself. Who are you? At that moment, 2 figures materialized before Ye Fei. They were none other than Sun Wukong and his son, Sun Gohan. Sun Wukong. Upon seeing Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan form, Ye Fei realized they were in the era of Cell. Furthermore, this stage seemed to be during the early part of the Cell games. You know me? Ye Fei's use of his name caught Sun Wukong off guard for a moment. Yet, as he looked at Ye Fei, he could not recall where they had met. I am Ye Fei, Ye Fei stated calmly. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed as a streak of light rushed from the distance, swiftly appearing before them. Vegeta. The newcomer was indeed Vegeta. Kakarot, you arrived quite swiftly, Vegeta remarked, directing his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Who is he? Vegeta inquired, not turning to look at Ye Fei but addressing Sun Wukong, believing that since Sun Wukong had arrived before him, he must possess some information regarding Ye Fei. I have just arrived as well. All I know is that he is named Ye Fei and, like us, is a Saiyan. Sun Wukong replied, glancing at Vegeta. A Saiyan. While I am uncertain how you came to be here or your intentions, I am intrigued by your presence. I wish to remain indifferent to all of this. My sole desire is to uncover the truth behind your identity as a Saiyan. Vegeta gazed at Ye Fei, intrigued by the enigma surrounding him. After all, he had never encountered a Saiyan by the name of Ye Fei. There are many things you remain unaware of, Vegeta, and I am under no obligation to enlighten you. Furthermore, I would advise you to comprehend that this is Earth, not the realm of the Saiyans. Ye Fei's gaze was icy, Being reprimanded unexpectedly would leave anyone displeased. While your prowess is commendable, do not presume that you can act with impunity here. Vegeta snorted dismissively, crossing his arms, entirely disregarding Ye Fei. Despite Ye Fei's formidable strength, Vegeta remained unperturbed. He held steadfast confidence in his own abilities. Though he may not rival Goku or Cell, he certainly did not regard Ye Fei as a threat. After all, Ye Fei had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Consequently, even if Ye Fei's base power surpassed his own, he believed that he could still best him. Vegeta, your words are rather excessive. Goku furrowed his brow, sensing that Ye Fei was quite extraordinary and emanated an aura of danger. Moreover, he felt that Vegeta's remarks were indeed rather harsh. Kakarot, do you mean to chastise me? Though Vegeta could not best Goku in combat, his words were assertive, hinting at a readiness to engage in conflict. You know that is not my intention. I merely believe that as fellow Saiyans, there is no need for such enmity. Is it not possible for us to coexist amicably? Goku interjected. If you wish to teach me a lesson, should you not first defeat me? Otherwise, remain silent. Vegeta showed no regard for Goku's feelings. Goku felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but ultimately refrained from escalating the situation, opting instead to shake his head in silence. Vegeta, what is your stance then? Ye Fei inquired, casting a glance at Vegeta. Given his current strength, he held Vegeta in low esteem. However, it seemed that his desire for humility was not garnering the respect he anticipated. Rather, it was becoming a measure by which others looked down upon him. While Ye Fei was not particularly concerned with such matters, the occurrence, coupled with Vegeta's condescending tone, was somewhat intolerable. My point is quite simple. The Saiyan race is nearly extinct, with very few remaining. Kakarot is not entirely incorrect. If that is the case, residing on Earth is not out of the question. However, a prerequisite exists. You must demonstrate sufficient strength to do so. Otherwise, even if Kakarot intervenes, you will be compelled to leave. Vegeta's words were resolute. How fascinating. A cold smile crept across Ye Fei's lips as he regarded Vegeta with derision. It is amusing that one who struggles against a mere cell would dare to speak such words to me. Is it truly the identity of a Saiyan? Or is it the confidence bestowed upon you by your Super Saiyan form? Ye Fei shook his head, his voice calm, yet an unmistakable chill emanated from him, laid bare for all to see. Without further ado, should you manage to defeat me, I shall not impede your path. Vegeta clenched his fists, an overwhelming aura erupting forth. Boom. The powerful force reverberated, and with a fierce roar, Vegeta's might surged once more. A golden radiance enveloped him, and in an instant, his power soared to an astonishing 1.8 billion. This force far surpassed Ye Fei's current strength, which stood at a mere 1 billion, making it clear that he could not contend with Vegeta's 1.8 billion Super Saiyan prowess. The disparity was stark, impossible to overlook. Ye Fei, allow me to witness your strength. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta gazed at Ye Fei and spoke. Chapter 3. Ye Fei transforms, astonishing all. Vegeta, do you presume my power is limited to this? Do you truly believe I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan? Ye Fei's two inquiries momentarily stunned Vegeta, who indeed held such a belief. Could it be that you? Vegeta looked at Ye Fei, realizing his previous assumptions were erroneous. However, having already boasted, retracting those words was out of the question. Not only were Goku and Gohan present, but as the proud prince of the Saiyans, his pride and dignity would not permit him to backtrack. If that is your belief, you are mistaken. To confront you, I need not unleash my full power. For Ye Fei paused, a faint smile gracing his lips before he continued. Because you are not worthy. Ye Fei's words caused Vegeta's expression to shift. Enough of your idle talk. Show me your true capabilities if you have the prowess to back it up. Vegeta replied coolly, though he found himself in a precarious position. Retreat was not an option. Allow me to grant you a glimpse of my strength. You are the first to witness it. Ye Fei began, clenching his fists. Boom. An astonishing energy erupted from within him, transforming into a tempest that swept through the surroundings. Such power. This is merely his baseline strength. Upon witnessing Ye Fei's full might, Goku's expression changed dramatically. What level of terror would his power reach upon transforming into a Super Saiyan? Gohan looked at Ye Fei, his heart filled with anticipation. As Ye Fei unleashed his energy, a great distance away, Cell suddenly felt a jolt within himself. This power? A look of apprehension crossed Cell's face. Although he did not approach, he could sense an incredibly formidable aura emanating from Ye Fei. This presence was so potent that it surpassed his wildest imagination. When did such a powerful being emerge on Earth? Cell couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Despite his curiosity, he dared not approach. Boom. As the momentum surged dramatically, Ye Fei's aura became truly astonishing. With a fierce roar, a golden radiance emanated from him. Boom. Golden, Super Saiyan. Beneath the explosive golden light, Ye Fei's power surged wildly, increasing 50-fold in an instant. His normal combat strength was 1 billion. But the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power skyrocketed to 50 billion. Such formidable combat prowess immediately radiated outward upon its eruption. Vegeta and the others were the first to feel its impact, their expressions shifting dramatically. How is this possible? Goku was astonished. He had anticipated that Ye Fei would be immensely powerful upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, but he never imagined it would be to this extent. The magnitude of such power surpassed his imagination, or perhaps it was beyond his comprehension. Incredible. Gohan glanced over, his expression revealing sheer astonishment. Vegeta's pupils constricted, filled with endless dread. He had not expected Ye Fei's strength to reach such staggering heights. Faced with Ye Fei in this moment, Vegeta found himself devoid of any fighting spirit. What's wrong? Weren't you eager for a battle? Now that I am here, unleash your full strength. I eagerly await your attempt to overcome me. Ye Fei smiled slightly, his words dripping with sarcasm in Vegeta's ears. He beckoned with a finger, taunting Vegeta. Damn it. Although Ye Fei's power was overwhelmingly superior, and victory in their confrontation was beyond his reach, he could not retract his earlier bravado. Moreover, with Ye Fei now a Super Saiyan, even retreating would not guarantee Ye Fei's consent. In this predicament, there remained but one path for him to choose. Vegeta, it would be wise not to act impulsively. Goku addressed Vegeta, believing that conceding would not be disgraceful, especially given the evident disparity in strength. Enough chatter, Vegeta coldly retorted. With that, he clenched his fists tightly. Boom. A tremendous force erupted as Vegeta charged forward with blinding speed, closing the distance to Ye Fei in an instant. Whoosh. As he approached, Vegeta's right hand clenched into a fist, immense power coalescing within as he launched a ferocious strike at Ye Fei. Is that all the power you possess? Facing Vegeta's assault, Ye Fei remained calm, unfazed by the attack. Even though this was Vegeta's strongest blow, it posed no threat to Ye Fei whatsoever. Such arrogance. While this may be true, it also underscored Vegeta's considerable weakness. Bang! Ye Fei's body flickered slightly, effortlessly evading Vegeta's incoming punch. What? With his attack missing, Vegeta's expression shifted as he executed a swift somersault, landing a powerful kick. Your speed is too slow. Ye Fei yawned and took a step to the left. A mere step, yet it once again caused Vegeta's assault to miss its mark. How is this possible? My attack was so easily avoided. This is utterly inconceivable. Vegeta's pupils constricted. Ye Fei's strength had surpassed his imagination, reaching realms he could scarcely fathom. Vegeta's strikes were ineffective, failing to even graze Ye Fei. This, Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Though I hate to admit it, it's akin to fighting an ant. No matter how swift the creature, a human can effortlessly evade. While this analogy was unflattering to Vegeta, it accurately reflected the chasm between them, perhaps even greater than that. Son Gohan spoke slowly. Goku fell silent. Acknowledging the truth in Gohan's words, Vegeta's speed and power were trivial when juxtaposed with Ye Fei. I can't fathom how he trained to become this formidable. A glint of excitement sparkled in Goku's eyes. For him, power was paramount, and witnessing such strength exhilarated him immensely. Boom, boom, boom. The air reverberated with fierce detonations, shaking the very heavens and earth. Despite Vegeta's frenzied onslaught, his efforts bore no fruit against Ye Fei. He couldn't even touch Ye Fei's form. Chapter 4, Vegeta's Despair. Damn it. Vegeta felt a profound humiliation. In this battle against Ye Fei, he possessed no initiative, merely a puppet in a cruel game. Such a scenario was intolerable for someone of Vegeta's temperament. Although Ye Fei outclassed him in power, the mockery accompanying it was something he could not accept. You may defeat me, but you cannot humiliate me. This was the essence of Vegeta's character. Weren't you quite arrogant earlier, Vegeta? What's happened now? Is this truly your limit? Ye Fei's voice remained calm. Though your might is considerable, your insults are more unbearable than death. Vegeta glared at Ye Fei. As the prince of the Saiyans, he had never tolerated such indignities. Even during his time under Frieza, he held on to his pride as a Saiyan. Thus, this affront was insufferable. Do you think I wouldn't kill you? Ye Fei's gaze flickered. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. And in that instant, he surged forward, a formidable aura enveloping him, enhancing his speed significantly. Whoosh. Vegeta appeared before Ye Fei, sweeping his right leg in a powerful kick that sliced through the air with a thunderous sound. Yet, his opponent was Ye Fei. Such an assault may hold significance for others, yet for Ye Fei, as the strike approached, he raised his right hand, elevating his index finger. Bang! The formidable kick from Vegeta collided directly with Ye Fei's fingertip. Though Ye Fei's finger appeared delicate, upon contact with Vegeta's leg, it unleashed an unimaginable, terrifying force. What? Vegeta's expression soured. Pain etched across his features as he staggered back several steps. After retreating, Vegeta surged forward once more. Golden energy erupted. And in that moment, his aura was awe-inspiring. However, no matter how fervently Vegeta exerted himself before Ye Fei, the outcome remained unchanged. The disparity in their power was overwhelmingly evident. Vegeta unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks, executing hundreds in the blink of an eye. Yet, against such relentless onslaught, Ye Fei merely used his index finger to block every single strike. The gap in their abilities was starkly apparent. Final flash. Vegeta roared, channeling all his strength into his hands. A wave of pure energy manifested instantaneously, possessing the potential to annihilate worlds, and hurtled toward Ye Fei with tremendous force. Vegeta, you. Upon witnessing Vegeta's actions, Son Goku could not restrain himself from speaking. He believed this was merely a sparring session between two individuals, not one that warranted such seriousness. While winning and losing held significance, in light of the vast chasm between their strengths, defeat could also be a form of growth. At least, this was Goku's perspective. It was universally acknowledged that one who cannot accept their failures is destined to remain a mere shadow of a true warrior. Boom. As the final flash erupted, it immediately unleashed an unfathomable terror. The colossal energy sphere surged forth, barreling towards Ye Fei with apocalyptic might. Interesting. Ye Fei shook his head. Although his current power far surpassed Vegeta's, rendering him with little anticipation for this battle. Witnessing the might of Vegeta's ultimate attack, the final flash, did evoke a flicker of intrigue within him. To manifest such a formidable final flash with your strength is indeed a remarkable feat, Ye Fei remarked slowly. He acknowledged the potency of Vegeta's attack. Yet this did not imply that victory would be granted to Vegeta. As the final flash surged toward him, Ye Fei raised his right hand and decisively extended his finger. Boom. A forceful finger thrust shot forth, colliding directly with the massive energy wave. The earth trembled. Though it was merely a finger's power, its strength was indisputable, exceeding all expectations. Break for me. Vegeta bellowed, pouring all his might into the final flash, propelling its power to its zenith. The attack swelled rapidly, radiating destructive energy. Nevertheless, even so, Vegeta could not withstand Ye Fei's finger pressure. No matter how hard he tried, he was no match for Ye Fei's single finger. A blow that was undeniably devastating. A roar erupted from Vegeta's mouth as a tremendous force surged forth, entirely merging into the galactic cannon. The disparity in power was insurmountable. No matter Vegeta's efforts, they bore no fruit. Goku, as an observer, spoke slowly, his clarity evident. Although the outcome seemed predetermined, he inquired, Vegeta, do you possess no greater strength? If that were the case, then this battle between us would conclude here. Ye Fei shook his head. Nanny? Vegeta's expression shifted, gazing at Ye Fei in bewilderment. Boom. At that moment, Ye Fei extended his right hand forward, and the finger pressure surged dramatically, instantly shattering Vegeta's galactic cannon with overwhelming force. Bang! The galactic cannon roared and collapsed. Before Ye Fei, its existence was utterly unnecessary. If he desired, he could effortlessly obliterate it at any moment. Enormous energy radiated outward, scattering debris, and the mountains split with massive fissures. Vegeta staggered, retreating several steps. While this turn of events was startling, considering Ye Fei's prowess, it seemed almost inevitable. Yet, the feelings of melancholy and disappointment that welled within him were beyond articulation. Ye Fei, perhaps it's best to stop. This is merely a spar. There is no need for such severity. Let us keep it at a friendly level. After the galactic cannon's collapse, Goku and Gohan appeared before Vegeta in an instant. Are you two trying to thwart me? Ye Fei regarded Goku and Gohan, unconcerned by their superior strength compared to Vegeta. If possible, we would rather not proceed this way, Goku stated, clarifying his stance. Kakarot, this is between him and me. It does not concern you. Vegeta rose, though somewhat disheveled. He had not been harmed by Ye Fei's attack. Thus, he still retained strength. Moreover, as he asserted, this was his battle, and it was not for Goku to intervene. You are not his equal. The gap is too vast, Goku remarked, glancing at Vegeta. Precisely for that reason, I am even more eager to gauge his strength, Vegeta replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Chapter 5. Ye Fei, this is how to wield your energy. It seems you have not relinquished your Saiyan pride. Ye Fei observed Vegeta, recognizing that if Vegeta lacked this resolve, he would refrain from intervening. However, without this determination, Vegeta's potential would remain fixed, forever unable to reach his zenith. Yet now, it appeared that despite living on Earth, having a wife and children, Vegeta's character had undergone a significant transformation. However, there are certain intrinsic elements that remain unforgettable. This embodies the glory and pride of the Saiyans. It is something that Vegeta cannot relinquish, and it holds immense value to him. Without further ado, I acknowledge that I am not your match and that a significant disparity exists between us. If that is the case, then allow me to witness your strength. Vegeta spoke with unwavering determination. You shall indeed witness it. Ye Fei replied with a faint smile, his expression remarkably calm. Yet, prior to that, I hope you can comprehend that ki is not to be wielded in the manner you do. Ye Fei glanced at Vegeta. What? What do you mean? Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan were all momentarily taken aback. Their collective strength was formidable, having defeated numerous powerful foes. However, Ye Fei's assertion that they were misusing ki struck them as peculiar. Had it been anyone else, they might have dismissed it, perhaps deeming the speaker as misguided. Yet, considering it was Ye Fei, their brows furrowed in contemplation of his might. Are you saying we are wrong in our use of ki? How can that be? Goku gazed at Ye Fei, his face a canvas of confusion. Allow me to enlighten you. Ki is not utilized as you have done, but rather in this manner. Ye Fei clenched his fists, and forthwith a tremendous aura erupted from him, cascading down upon Vegeta and the others in an instant. Boom! The ferocious energy surged forth. What? Under the onslaught of Ye Fei's emanating ki, which formed a storm of destruction, Vegeta bore the brunt of it, staggering back several steps, his complexion pale. Such overwhelming energy. To have repelled me with such simplicity is utterly astonishing. Vegeta regarded Ye Fei with profound astonishment. The display of power exceeded his wildest imagination. He had encountered many formidable warriors, yet he had never witnessed anyone manipulate ki to such an extraordinary extent. Truly, it is unparalleled. I never anticipated it could be achieved this way. Goku also expressed his shock. Ye Fei's display surpassed his expectations. The most remarkable aspect was that achieving such a feat was not inherently difficult. The true challenge lay in possessing sufficient strength to do so. That was the crux of the matter. Having been swept aside by Ye Fei's ki, Vegeta's expression darkened, his internal energy roiling in agony. To think that mere ki emanation could wield such power, nearly overwhelming me. Vegeta was filled with trepidation, his fear of Ye Fei intensifying. Now, let me demonstrate my strength. A glint of cold light flashed in Ye Fei's eyes as he took a step forward. In that singular step, Ye Fei appeared directly before Vegeta, his speed transcending the bounds of imagination. In an instant, Vegeta's expression shifted, prompting him to retreat. However, just as he took a step back, Ye Fei had already positioned himself behind him. Your speed is far too slow. Ye Fei's icy voice resonated as his right hand pressed against Vegeta's back. Boom. Though Ye Fei's hand appeared light, seemingly devoid of any force, the moment it made contact, Vegeta's body trembled violently, overwhelmed by an unimaginable force that surged through him. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled backward, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan transformation, reverting to his normal state. Crash! Vegeta's body collided with a mountainside, the resounding impact echoing as he sank deeply into the rock. Vegeta! Goku bellowed, immediately unleashing a tremendous surge of power. Whoosh! In a flash, Goku stood before Ye Fei. Right behind him, Gohan followed suit, equally determined. What is this? It seems like you two are eager for a battle with me? Ye Fei inquired, observing Goku and Gohan. Naturally, a warrior of your caliber ignites the desire for combat. Even though I am fully aware that I am not your match, Goku declared, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Despite understanding the vast disparity in their strengths, he felt no inclination to retreat. Like Vegeta, the opportunity to engage with someone far superior was exhilarating. Your current strengths are insufficient to contend with me, Ye Fei replied, lowering his hand. He had never intended to kill Vegeta. A minor lesson would suffice. Dad, it's clear that we are not in a position to fight him right now. Tomorrow marks the decisive battle against Cell. I believe that is of greater importance than our skirmish with Ye Fei, Gohan interjected thoughtfully. At the mention of Cell, Goku's expression shifted. You are correct. Our primary focus must remain on Cell, he agreed, nodding in acknowledgement of Gohan's wisdom. Ye Fei, tomorrow there will be a martial arts tournament on Earth that will determine its fate. I wonder if you would be interested in participating? Goku asked, gazing at Ye Fei. Although he had resolved to let Gohan face Cell, he believed that with Ye Fei's involvement, no matter how formidable Cell might be, he could not possibly overcome Ye Fei. Goku was confident in this regard, yet he held no certainty about Ye Fei's willingness to join. Are you suggesting that I join you for the Cell Games? Ye Fei replied, taken aback. Indeed, the full-powered Cell is exceptionally strong, which is why I hope you will accompany us, Goku said. His expression filled with anticipation as he looked at Ye Fei. For a moment, Ye Fei hesitated. Though the idea of inviting him was commendable, there was the matter of Kakarot. Vegeta, too, was momentarily stunned. He had not expected Goku to voice such a proposition, prompting a wry smile to cross his lips. How could someone like him possibly agree? Vegeta murmured. No problem. You all go ahead tomorrow. I may arrive a bit later, but I will definitely be there. Ye Fei replied after a moment of contemplation. Chapter 6. Bulma, how wonderful it would have been to meet you earlier. Ye Fei's response took Goku and the others by surprise. They had initially expected him to decline, yet they were astonished to find him so readily agreeable. That's fantastic. I believe that as long as you are there, Cell will pose no threat at all, Goku exclaimed excitedly. Do not get too carried away. While I have agreed to come, it does not necessarily mean I will take action. To defeat Cell, you must rely on your own strength, Ye Fei remarked. Casting a glance at Gohan, we will strive to do our best. In fact, I already have an idea for dealing with Cell. Although my confidence is not absolute, I believe the chance of success is quite substantial, Gohan replied. Goku playfully tapped Gohan on the head. No one understood Goku's thoughts, save for Ye Fei. That's for the best, Ye Fei nodded, then turned his gaze toward the direction of West City. See you tomorrow. As Ye Fei's words faded, he raised his right hand, and with a swift motion, vanished instantly. Instant transmission. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated Ye Fei would possess such a technique. Ye Fei's strength is formidable. Although we are not his match at present, who can predict what the future holds? Furthermore, as Saiyans, does that not imply that if we diligently train, we too may one day attain strength akin to Ye Fei's? In that moment, Goku's mind remained remarkably agile, leading him to this conclusion. What you say holds some truth, yet it is evident that this is no simple task, Vegeta interjected after a brief silence. While he acknowledged the validity of Goku's statement, he recognized that it ultimately amounted to mere daydreaming. It appears plausible, yet the reality is fraught with challenges. At the very least, achieving the level of power Ye Fei has demonstrated is no easy feat. I wonder if you have noticed. Previously, Ye Fei did not unleash his full power, but rather utilized only a fraction of it, Goku observed, looking at Vegeta and Gohan. Of course, Vegeta frowned, contemplating Ye Fei's strength, which filled him with a sense of helplessness. You did not grasp my meaning. I imply that the Super Saiyan transformation is not Ye Fei's limit. If I am not mistaken, he should possess transformations that transcend Super Saiyan. Goku's eyes sparkled with realization, recognizing that the transformation he had long sought may have already been attained by Ye Fei. Transformations that surpassed Super Saiyan? Vegeta was taken aback. He had not been transformed into a Super Saiyan for long and had not considered subsequent transformations. However, Goku's words left him momentarily stunned. Indeed, I have always believed that the Super Saiyan transformation is not the endpoint. There must be stronger transformations beyond it. Though I have yet to gain any clarity, I remain steadfast in my pursuit. Sun Wukong nodded in understanding. West City, as Ye Fei materialized, having been trapped for so long, he was eager to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Transforming into a Saiyan not only granted him the ability to change forms, but also bestowed upon him the Saiyan's insatiable appetite. He discovered a delightful restaurant, ordered an extravagant spread, and immediately began to consume it with fervor. In just half an hour, he had devoured an entire table of food meant for dozens, leaving no trace behind. It had been ages since he had dined so well. After finishing, Ye Fei contentedly patted his belly, feeling utterly satisfied. However, I lack the funds to pay the bill. It would be wise to depart. Casting a glance around, he raised his right hand and vanished without a trace. This time, his instantaneous movement lacked a specific direction, and upon reappearing, he found himself at Bulma's residence. Who are you? Bulma exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a stranger in her home at such a late hour, which felt decidedly unusual. Bulma? Ye Fei was momentarily stunned. Observing her perplexed expression, he too was bewildered, unable to fathom why he had materialized in her presence. Do I know you? Bulma regarded Ye Fei, struggling to recall any prior encounter. Have we met? Although puzzled, Bulma felt no fear, especially as Ye Fei appeared to be no threat. While they had not crossed paths, I am aware of you, Ye Fei replied, glancing at Bulma. Knowing me? It seems I am quite well known. Bulma smiled subtly, her beauty captivating. Yet, as she gazed at Ye Fei, she could not help but marvel at his striking appearance. It was undeniable that Ye Fei was a handsome man, a fact beyond contestation. As an aficionado of aesthetics, Bulma was instantly awestruck upon her first glimpse of him. If only I had encountered you sooner, Bulma suddenly declared, and her words left Ye Fei feeling somewhat awkward. Wait, do not misunderstand. I know Vegeta. I mean no harm by being here, so please do not overthink it. He stammered, despite his formidable prowess, struggling to respond to Bulma's unexpected remark. Another Saiyan? Bulma then noticed Ye Fei's distinctive golden hair, which confirmed his Saiyan identity to her. Indeed, I merely took a wrong turn, so I apologize, Ye Fei said before vanishing in an instant. Am I not beautiful? Bulma mused aloud after Ye Fei had disappeared. Fortunately, I am not Chow Chow, she added with a light-hearted chuckle. Atop a mountain peak, Ye Fei reappeared, facing the mountain breeze, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Tomorrow marks the Cell Games, which hold little significance for me. However, my transformation is merely that of a Super Saiyan. I have yet to unleash my ultimate power. Since the tournament is scheduled for tomorrow, there is no need to rush to unleash all my powers. Furthermore, after the conclusion of the Cell Games, I plan to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Although my current strength is formidable, sufficient to easily conquer even Majin Buu, I am acutely aware that my powers fall short when faced with a god of destruction. Time is of the essence. I must elevate my strength as swiftly as possible to ensure I can contend with Beerus when he arrives on Earth. This understanding compels me to prioritize my training, leaving little room for distractions. Thus, while I do not intend to intervene in the Cell Games tomorrow, attending to observe poses no issue. It is precisely for this reason that I accepted Goku's invitation to the Cell Games. Chapter 7. The Apprehensive Cell. Cell, even in his perfect form, stands no chance against my Super Saiyan prowess, not even the lightning-fast variant. I am imbued with unwavering confidence in my abilities, rendering Cell inconsequential. Glancing at the sky, I commenced my training atop the mountain. For me, short bursts of training have become ineffective, yielding negligible improvements. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke, I opened my eyes. Given my current strength, a night of training proved unhelpful. However, it did solidify a significant portion of the power granted to me by the system, marking a notable gain. Although not entirely stabilized, I felt a sense of satisfaction with the progress made overnight. I surveyed the horizon, hesitating before departing, and resumed my training. This day is destined to be extraordinary. The Cell Games will determine the fate of Earth. The entire planet is rife with tension. Whether it will face annihilation or continue to thrive will be revealed today. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and Android 16 are all making their way to the Cell Arena from their respective locations. Regardless of fear or confidence, evasion is not an option. Goku, composed, chose not to utilize instant transmission, instead racing through the sky alongside Gohan, soaring like a comet toward the arena. While the warrior's emotions remain unspoken, Cell is engulfed in deep frustration, ensnared in a dilemma. The martial arts tournament was orchestrated by him, initially within his control. Yet, the overwhelming aura since the previous night filled Cell with dread. It was an opponent far beyond his capability to confront, and if that entity were to arrive, he had no hope of victory. Moreover, if such a being exists on Earth, what would it matter if he triumphed in the tournament? Would he truly annihilate the planet? If I truly proceeded with such actions, I would undoubtedly meet my demise at the hands of my adversary before the Earth itself could be obliterated. Whoosh! Cell darted forth, making a beeline for the arena. Regardless of the circumstances, having arrived at this juncture, retreat was simply not an option. Although hesitant, Cell hastened his pace towards the arena. The venue was quite remote, scarcely accessible to many. Thus, upon Cell's arrival, it remained devoid of any spectators. They are approaching. Cell glanced into the distance, distinctly sensing several energy signatures racing towards him at an astonishing speed. However, none of these signatures matched the formidable presence he encountered the previous night. It seemed that terrifying individual had chosen not to attend. Cell exhaled a sigh of relief. This was indeed a matter of great satisfaction to him. After all, if it were only Goku and his companions, he felt an absolute assurance in his ability to vanquish them. As long as he refrained from destroying the Earth, he presumed no peril would ensue. With this thought, Cell's demeanor lightened considerably. Whoosh, whoosh. Shadows streaked through the sky, hurtling towards the arena with remarkable swiftness. Have they finally arrived? Cell observed the horizon, where he discerned several figures, among them Goku, Gohan, and Krillin, racing towards him at great speed. In another direction, Vegeta, Future Trunks, and Android 16 approached with equal urgency, slicing through the air towards the arena. Cell, you arrived rather early, Goku exclaimed as he materialized on the arena. Regarding Cell with an easy tone, Goku, it seems you have undergone some changes since our last encounter, Cell remarked, scrutinizing Goku. Indeed, considering your formidable power. If I had not improved, I would have no chance of defeating you today, Goku replied confidently. Are you implying that you believe you can defeat me now? Cell retorted, perturbed by Goku's bravado, though he acknowledged that Goku's strength had indeed grown significantly since their last meeting. I can't guarantee it, but I must give it a try. Goku responded, fixing his gaze on Cell. As their conversation unfolded, Vegeta and the others arrived, including Piccolo. They understood that this battle was pivotal for the survival of Earth, and there could be no room for complacency. They had to give their utmost effort. Hey, are you Cell? At that moment, a car approached from the distance, occupied by Mr. Satan and a cadre of reporters. What are they doing here? Goku furrowed his brow, raising his hand to gesture. Boom. A tremendous tempest erupted at that instant, effectively halting Mr. Satan and his entourage in their tracks. Since you are all here, let us commence. Would you prefer to face me one by one, or all at once? I am indifferent either way. Cell's words were bold and brimming with arrogance, a sentiment justified by his overwhelming power. Arrogant indeed. Vegeta furrowed his brow, yet he refrained from making a move. After all, he was acutely aware of Cell's formidable prowess, and he certainly did not consider himself a match for such power. This self-awareness was something he possessed. Allow me to take the first step, Goku declared, his gaze flickering as he positioned himself before Cell. I did not anticipate your immediate appearance. This indeed surprises me, Cell responded, taken aback by Goku's promptness. Your strength is so great that even if others were to engage, they would stand no chance against you. Therefore, it seems most prudent for me to confront you directly. You possess a commendable sense of self-awareness, and you understand the rules. As soon as one falls to the ground, victory or defeat is determined. Cell stated before vanishing in a flash, charging toward Goku. Gohan, keep your eyes wide open, Goku instructed without sparing Cell another glance, turning back to his son. I understand. Gohan nodded in response. Whoosh. Goku surged forward, matching Cell's speed. With the arena's limited space, the two warriors clashed almost instantly upon their departure. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation. As they neared each other, both Goku and Cell raised their fists and struck with tremendous force. Their power was indeed formidable. While they did not unleash their full strength from the outset, it was evident that their might was not to be underestimated. Boom! Their fists collided, generating a thunderous roar that echoed violently around them. Chapter 8. Perfect control, the arrival of Ye Fei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Goku and Cell, now fully unleashing their power, moved with incredible speed. So swift, Piccolo and Krillin found themselves unable to discern the rapid movements of Goku and Cell. Even Vegeta and Future Trunks could only barely follow their actions while transformed into Super Saiyans. As for Gohan, he had maintained his Super Saiyan form recently, making him quite powerful, not inferior to Goku. In this context, despite the ferocity and rapid pace of the battle between Goku and Cell, Gohan was able to perceive the unfolding events clearly. Bang! In an instant, Goku and Cell's fists met. Boom! Upon contact, the earth shook, and the aftermath swept outward in waves. Haha, exhilarating. Excellent. Both Goku and Cell exclaimed simultaneously after their initial clash. Although their strengths differed, they were well matched for combat. Tat tat tat. Tat tat tat. Following their first exchange, Goku and Cell's figures flickered as they engaged in a frenetic battle. Whoosh bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. Amidst the cacophony of explosive sounds, Goku and Cell fought fiercely. Cell growled lowly, charging at Goku with clenched fists. Whoosh. Shara moved with astonishing speed, instantly appearing before Son Goku. How Navi! A cold smile crept upon Son Goku's lips as, the moment Shara materialized in front of him, he raised his right hand, placing 2 fingers upon his forehead. In an instant, he reappeared behind Sharu. Nanny? Sharu was taken aback, abruptly turning to look, but just as he did, Son Goku's fist struck with tremendous force, landing squarely on Sharu's body. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed as Sharu's entire form jolted, his body uncontrollably retreating several steps. Bang! This punch, imbued with immense power, was something even the formidable Sharu found difficult to withstand, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and nearly teeter off the edge of the arena. Whoosh! In a flash, Son Goku closed the distance without hesitation. Arriving at the edge, his right hand raised to deliver another powerful blow aimed directly at Sharu. Excellent! Krillin's expression lit up with excitement upon witnessing this scene. It worked. Piccolo also appeared astonished. It seems it wasn't so straightforward. Son Gohan glanced over and remarked, "You are quite Navi. While I must admit your technique appears impressive, it is a commendable approach. Yet if you believe this alone can defeat me, isn't that rather Navi?" Sharu regarded Son Goku and slowly spoke. Bang! Sharu raised his right hand and unleashed a fierce punch towards Son Goku. Boom! The tremendous force collided at that moment. Although caught off guard by Son Goku's sudden maneuver, it was evident that this would not lead to his downfall. The battle before them was truly spectacular, while it lacked world-shattering attacks. It epitomized the spirit of martial arts tournaments. Ye Fei sat cross-legged atop the mountain, and after such a lengthy period of training, he had thoroughly integrated all the power within his body, while his strength had not visibly increased, having completely mastered his internal energy. Ye Fei's power had reached a more formidable level. With a standard force of 1 billion, he could now execute it flawlessly. The sensation of mastering his power was exhilarating. As he clenched his fist, a fierce excitement shone in Ye Fei's eyes. He wondered how their battle was faring, what stage it had reached. Raising his right hand and waving it, Ye Fei vanished in an instant, leaving the mountaintop to appear at the edge of the arena alongside Son Gohan. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! Both Son Goku and Sharu unleashed the Kamehameha simultaneously. 2 colossal waves of energy manifested instantly, radiating with enough destructive power to obliterate everything in sight, colliding with one another in an instant. Boom! At the moment the 2 Kamehameha waves collided, a deafening roar reverberated, shattering the earth and creating massive fissures. Even the entire arena was reduced to mere fragments under the tumultuous aftermath of the 2 Kamehameha waves, utterly annihilated. Break it! Son Wukong bellowed, unleashing all his power in a fervent surge, consolidating it in his hands to counter the formidable Kamehameha wave unleashed by Cell. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept through, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed in all directions, as both Kamehameha waves collapsed simultaneously. Cell staggered back a step, his hands slightly numb. Son Wukong, on the other hand, took several steps back. Although he had shattered Cell's Kamehameha wave, he too was feeling the strain. Truly impressive, Son Wukong. To be able to battle me to such an extent, you have not disappointed me. No wonder the Red Ribbon Army fell to your might, Cell observed, gazing at Son Wukong, somewhat astonished by the latter's formidable strength. Yet, the very prowess that astonished him also exhilarated Cell, for Son Wukong was his only worthy adversary. At the very least, Cell found great joy in their previous skirmishes. Let us continue. Cell's eyes gleamed as he prepared to charge once more. Wait. Son Wukong raised his right hand, calling out, "What is it?" Cell paused, looking at Son Wukong with curiosity. "Our battle is not yet finished," Son Wukong declared, his gaze steady. Cell, having just discovered the thrill of combat, felt compelled to press on. "Cell, your power is undeniably formidable. From our earlier encounters, I recognize that I am not your match. Though I am reluctant to concede this truth, it remains an undeniable fact." Son Wukong spoke slowly. "Knowing that is the first step. However, our battle is far from over, and based on my understanding of you, you have not been one to admit such defeat in your many prior battles, Cell remarked, somewhat puzzled by Sun Wukong's admission. I concede. Sun Wukong's voice rang calm amidst Cell's confusion. What? Cell was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Wukong, Kakarot, Father, Krillin, Vegeta, Gohan, and the others stared at Sun Wukong, utterly bewildered by his declaration. Sun Wukong, what did you just say? Cell questioned, unable to believe his ears, though he was certain he had not misheard. I concede. Sun Wukong reiterated. Do you not realize I will destroy the earth? Cell asked, perplexed by Sun Wukong's intentions. While I may concede, I do not relinquish the victory of this battle. I am not your equal, but there are others who will stand against you. Sun Wukong asserted confidently. What do you mean? Cell's gaze shifted to the onlookers, landing suddenly on Ye Fei. Who is this person? Sheru felt a tremor within him. Although he did not know Ye Fei, the aura emanating from him was strangely familiar. This familiarity caused Sheru's expression to shift dramatically, revealing profound fear. Chapter 9. Rage. Gohan transforms into Super Saiyan 2. Do not worry. With your strength, it is not worth Ye Fei's effort to intervene. Goku observed Sheru's changing demeanor with clarity before speaking with a smile. Ye Fei? I have never heard of him before, Sheru admitted, hearing the name for the first time. What on earth is Kakarot up to? Vegeta wondered, casting a glance at Goku, perplexed by his thoughts. Given Sheru's formidable power, it seemed prudent to resolve the battle swiftly. At least, this was Vegeta's perspective. Goku, do you truly believe that among you, there exists anyone capable of defeating me aside from Ye Fei? Despite his overwhelming fear, Sheru discerned that Ye Fei's presence here was more observational than combative. Thus, aside from Ye Fei, Goku and his companions did not inspire any trepidation in him. Vegeta? Or perhaps future Trunks? Clearly, they were not his match. As for the others, they did not warrant even a glance from Sheru. Gohan, did you observe my battle with Sheru closely? To everyone's astonishment, Goku addressed Gohan, a move no one had anticipated. Kakarot, are you suggesting? Vegeta questioned incredulously. Goku, do you wish for your son to fight me? Sheru shook his head, feeling deeply insulted. Can I? Gohan hesitated. Gohan, unleash your power. Remember, you must be enraged. Only then can you truly manifest your strength and defeat Sheru, Goku encouraged. Rage. Gohan understood Goku's reasoning for wanting him to step forward. But anger was not something one could summon at will. Unlike Goku and Vegeta, who thrived on battle, Gohan's nature was far gentler, making it challenging for him to conjure the needed fury. Believe in yourself. Unleash your true power. You possess boundless potential. In a fit of rage, Sheru would be no match for you, Ye Fei said, gently tapping Gohan on the head. But I? Gohan stammered, aware yet unable to summon anger. Do not worry. I will assist you, Ye Fei replied with a slight smile. Can Gohan truly do this? Piccolo regarded Goku with disapproval over his decision to pit Gohan against Sheru. Gohan. Sheru observed Gohan, concluding that, regardless of the circumstances, Gohan's strength paled in comparison to Goku's. Sun Wukong remarked, you may believe you can defeat me. However, it appears that your current strength renders such an endeavor impossible. Cell gazed at Gohan, stating, I have no desire to kill you. Gohan's shocking declaration momentarily stunned Cell, who then erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. Kill me? Do you truly think you can accomplish that? Cell scoffed, taken aback by Gohan's unexpected audacity. In moments of fury, my power surges tremendously. Thus, after I become enraged, you shall never be my equal, Gohan asserted earnestly. Is that so? If that is the case, I am indeed eager to witness just how formidable your power becomes in anger, capable of uttering such arrogant words, Cell replied. At that moment, Ye Fei silently approached Gohan's side. I understand your disposition, so provoking your wrath will require a certain method. With a raised finger, Ye Fei unleashed a surge of energy into Gohan's body. Boom. Gohan's form quaked as a tremendous aura erupted from him, escalating dramatically in intensity. What is happening? Cell's expression shifted. The power radiating from Gohan was overwhelmingly potent, causing even him to retreat a few steps in trepidation. Ye Fei had not merely summoned strength, but rather invoked Cell's malevolence and past deeds, embedding them into Gohan's memory, thereby igniting his fury. Gohan let out a low growl, and simultaneously, a ferocious energy surged from within him, golden and soaring skyward. This transformation compelled Cell to step back, for even in his current state, the power emanating from Gohan instilled a sense of dread within him, dissuading him from continuing the confrontation. Boom. The golden energy radiated wildly. Gohan's hair stood on end, with a few strands falling over his forehead, and the aura enveloping him took on a mist-like quality. Yet, the most significant alteration was the sparks of electricity dancing around him, crackling with sound. What is happening? Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, and Piccolo gasped in astonishment. For Gohan now exuded a formidable power that left them utterly defenseless. At last, it has succeeded. Sun Wukong observed Gohan with an expression of unrestrained joy. The transformation he had tirelessly sought but never attained had finally been realized by Gohan. Kakarot, what is the meaning of this? Vegeta questioned, directing his gaze at Sun Wukong, who, however, paid him no mind and instead approached Ye Fei. This transformation transcends that of a Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan 2. Am I correct? Sun Wukong inquired of Ye Fei. Indeed, it is Super Saiyan 2, with power doubled from before. Gohan's strength now far surpasses that of Cell, rendering this battle devoid of any suspense. Ye Fei nodded. My guess was indeed correct. You have also attained the transformation of Super Saiyan 2. Goku gazed at Ye Fei. Is it significant? Ye Fei did not meet Goku's gaze. It is crucial. I wish to discern the extent of your ultimate transformation. Since Super Saiyan 2 exists and is attainable, there must certainly be advancements beyond it, indicating that Super Saiyan 2 is not the pinnacle. Am I mistaken? Goku looked intently at Ye Fei. They say you are exceedingly foolish and naive. It appears those are mere rumors. To me, you seem rather astute and analytical. Ye Fei cast a glance at Goku. Am I correct in my assertion? Goku fixed his gaze on Ye Fei. This matter will be addressed once we resolve the issues at hand. If the opportunity arises, I might elucidate it for you, and even allow you to witness it. However, at present, I am disinterested. Ye Fei averted his gaze, focusing on Gohan and Cell. Chapter 10. Gohan's Power, 3 Strikes Wound Cell. Cell stared at Gohan, his pupils constricting, his body trembling involuntarily. He has become remarkably powerful. Had his strength merely increased a little, he might have dared to engage, but Gohan's power now nearly doubles his own. Faced with such a vast disparity, Cell understood that no method would suffice. He was unequivocally no match for Gohan. Gohan turned to Cell, his icy gaze locking onto him. Hiss! Under Gohan's piercing stare, Cell involuntarily inhaled sharply, retreating several steps, his expression betraying an uncontainable fear. Cell attempted to speak, but the pressure from Gohan was overwhelming. He realized that anything he uttered would be futile. The outcome has already been determined. Regardless of your words, I shall not spare you. Gohan's voice was laced with frost. Flee. Without hesitation, Cell had no desire to engage in battle. He unleashed his full power, a formidable aura enveloping him as he retreated, intent on escaping with utmost speed. Naive. Observing Cell's attempt to flee, a mocking smile graced Gohan's lips. Do you believe you can escape without my consent? Cell's speed was remarkable. He had already distanced himself significantly, just as his form was nearly out of sight. Gohan propelled himself forward. Whoosh! Gohan's speed was astonishing, far exceeding that of Cell, rendering any comparison moot. Whoosh! As Cell surged forward, the sound of air being sliced filled his ears. Looking back, he found Gohan standing before him. Did I permit you to leave? A chilling voice emanated from Gohan, who, with his right hand outstretched, seized Cell's body with a firm grip. What? Caught in Gohan's grasp, Cell attempted to struggle and resist, yet found himself utterly powerless. Down you go. Gohan forcefully hurled Cell towards the ground. With a resounding crash, Cell's body plummeted uncontrollably to the earth, stirring a cloud of dust. Damn it! Cell's fury reached its peak. He understood that if he did not defeat Gohan, he would have no chance of escaping this predicament. Realizing this, he knew what must be done. He had to fight with every ounce of his strength, for this was his only opportunity to survive. With a swift movement, Cell charged at Gohan, seeking to take the initiative. However, as he approached, Gohan's expression remained frigid. He raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch. A sickening crack echoed as Cell's right arm twisted, shattered by Gohan's forceful strike. Yet, with the cells of Piccolo within him, Cell quickly recovered. Is this all the power you possess? I expected more from you. Apparently, you are not as formidable as I had thought, Gohan remarked disdainfully. You are courting death. Cell's expression darkened. In an instant, Gohan appeared before Cell with lightning speed, showing no hesitation as he swung his fist into Cell's body. A violent tremor surged through Cell as he staggered backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his features contorted in disbelief. The sheer strength of Gohan's punch left Cell gravely injured, unable to unleash his full potential. How can you be so powerful? Cell struggled to comprehend the magnitude of Gohan's transformation, which surpassed his wildest expectations and left him in utter shock. This is merely a fraction of my power. Soon, I shall unleash my full strength, and I hope you can withstand it. Otherwise, it would be far too dull for this battle to end so easily, Gohan declared. Advancing towards Cell, his steps were deliberate and slow, yet they bore an immense weight of pressure upon Cell. How is this possible? Such power exists on an entirely different level. Goku and Vegeta, along with their companions, were left completely astounded. They had never anticipated that Gohan would exhibit such overwhelming strength after his transformation. Before Gohan, Cell had no means of resistance, forced to endure the onslaught of Gohan's might. This punch will conclude the battle. A glint of lethal intent flashed in Gohan's eyes as he surged forward, closing the distance to Cell in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Cell desperately retreated, attempting to create space between himself and Gohan. However, while hopes of escape danced in his mind, The harshness of reality proved to be merciless. As Cell retreated 3 steps, Gohan swiftly closed the distance between them. What astonishing speed! Cell was once again taken aback. Gohan's velocity surpassed his imagination, leaving him with no means of escape. Boom. With no other option, Cell resolved to fight back. A tremendous force surged forth from his body. Die! He bellowed, concentrating all his strength into a single point, launching his most formidable punch towards Gohan. Overestimating yourself. Gohan's expression remained icy and disdainful, utterly dismissing Cell's mightiest blow, choosing to ignore it completely. As Cell's fist approached, Gohan seized it effortlessly. In that instant, he clenched his right hand into a fist and struck down hard onto Cell's body. Bang! The impact unleashed a colossal force, striking Cell without pause. A pain scream erupted from Cell as he spat forth a copious amount of blood, his visage twisted in agony. How can this be? I am losing. The torment was evident in Cell's expression. It is over. Gohan's gaze was cold. He had only delivered 3 punches, yet Cell could no longer endure. Although Gohan had not yet fully exerted himself, he recognized that the time to conclude this battle had arrived. Uffed. Cell coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body contorting as Gohan's 3 punches had thoroughly undermined his foundation. Though he still appeared in his perfect form, his current strength was insufficient to maintain it any longer. What is happening? Goku and the others immediately turned their attention. Gohan also looked over, choosing not to intervene, but displaying a look of confusion. Chapter 11. The dust settles. Cell's demise. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Cell expelled Android 18, followed by Android 17. Without 17 and 18, Cell could no longer sustain his perfect form and reverted to his initial state. It seems you can no longer maintain your perfect form. I hadn't had my fill of play yet, but you now fail to pique my interest in the slightest. Begone. Killing you would soil my hands. Gohan spoke coldly. Gohan. Goku and the others were astonished by Gohan's words. They never expected him to utter such phrases, for this was a stark contrast to the Gohan they knew. You shall pay for your actions. Cell, in a fit of rage, realized he was no longer in his perfect form and understood his inevitable demise. In such circumstances, he no longer cared to contemplate. If he was to perish, they would all perish together. This seemed the most equitable outcome. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from within Cell, and simultaneously, his body began to swell rapidly, a terrifying power coalescing within him. What? As Sun Wukong's expression shifted, he turned sharply to gaze at Cell, and upon seeing the fiend's countenance, his demeanor darkened immediately. You. Sun Wukong fixed his stare upon Cell, astonished by the depths of madness to which Cell had descended, far exceeding his expectations. Sun Wukong, did you not wish to slay me? You need not lift a finger. I will do it myself. However, if you seek my demise, you must also bear the weighty consequences. I demand your lives, the lives of all humanity on this planet, and the very earth itself as a grave companion. Their deaths are of no concern to me. It is you, Sun Wukong, who bears the blame. Cell's visage twisted with madness, having lost all reason, caring for nothing but the prospect of annihilating Sun Wukong. As Cell's power surged within him, Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. He realized that whether he attacked or refrained, Cell's body would inevitably explode. The force was formidable, and should it erupt, the entire Earth would be obliterated in an instant. Should that occur, he would indeed be the world's pariah, for he had once possessed the strength and opportunity to vanquish Cell. Wukong, you have performed admirably. The future of Earth rests upon your shoulders. Return home and convey my regards to Chi-Chi, spoke Sun Wukong, appearing beside his son and affectionately patting his head. Father, it is all my fault, Sun Wukong replied, tears brimming in his eyes. Sighing softly, Ye Fei raised his hand and summoned an extraordinary force that descended upon Cell. What? In an instant, the chaotic energy within Cell began to wane, its terrifying power dissipating within mere breaths, the self-detonation forcibly averted by Ye Fei. What is happening? Cell's face contorted with horror as he stared at Ye Fei. I will not allow you to destroy the Earth, so relinquish that thought, Ye Fei declared calmly. Wukong, I can assist you no further. Thank you, Uncle Ye Fei, Sun Wukong replied, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. With Cell's power forcibly quelled, Sun Wukong stepped forward, raising his fist to strike. No. Cell's voice trembled with despair as he beheld the approaching blow. With a thunderous impact, Sun Wukong's fist collided with Cell's head, the sound reverberating through the air. Cell's body shattered, disintegrating into countless fragments. Cell was no more. At last, the ordeal was resolved. Having defeated Cell, Sun Wukong exhaled in relief, reverting from Super Saiyan 2 to his normal form. His body weakened. He nearly collapsed, but was steadied by Sun Wukong. Wukong, well done. Sun Wukong beamed with pride. Indeed, the matter has come to a close, Ye Fei remarked, preparing to depart. Ye Fei, Wukong's victory over Cell is largely due to your aid. Please return with us to the Capsule Corporation. I shall ask Chi-Chi to prepare a feast. Sun Wukong extended the invitation. This, Ye Fei wished to refuse, yet upon contemplating the absence of any alternative, A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Perhaps this is for the best. He nodded, eschewing any pretense, and acquiesced. I shall not linger here. I will return to the future. With my current prowess. As long as Cell has not transformed into his perfect form, he poses no threat to me. Future Trunks cast a glance at the assembly, then retrieved his time machine, activating it before departing. Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, you shall accompany me back, Goku addressed the group. The Dragon Balls remain in the sacred world. We should head there first. Cell has claimed many lives, and we need the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Piccolo pondered briefly before speaking. As androids 17 and 18 gradually regained consciousness, 16 promptly approached their side. Originally, our destinies were meant to diverge through life and death, but after all that we have endured, I have resolved to abandon such notions. 17 opened his eyes, gazing at Goku. I have yet to battle you, but I look forward to the opportunity. Goku replied to 17. Where shall we go next? 18 inquired slowly, momentarily at a loss for direction. We must journey to the sacred world. I am aware that you were once Earthlings, transformed into androids by Dr. Gero. I cannot ascertain whether the Eternal Dragon can restore your identities, but if you wish, you are welcome to join us. Success may not be entirely out of reach. Goku glanced at 17 and 18. 17 scoffed softly. I shall take a look. After all, it was Cell who gravely injured me, and it was they who aided in my recovery. Though 16 is a machine, he possesses the heart of a peace-loving being. Since you have voiced your opinion, I shall heed it. 17 nodded. While he may disregard others, he respects the words of his fellow android, 16. With a swift motion, the group surged towards the sacred world at remarkable speed, covering vast distances in mere moments. Mr. Satan, what just transpired? And what of Cell? Has he truly been vanquished? Nearby, a reporter stood bewildered, gazing at Satan in confusion. Satan's eyes darted as he rummaged through his mind for an explanation. What they performed was merely a form of magic. Are you familiar with sleight of hand? That was it, he declared earnestly, growing convinced of his own words. It must be an illusion, otherwise it would be impossible to deceive my own eyes. But how did Cell disappear? The reporter pressed, finally addressing his primary concern. Chapter 12. Krillin's obsession, I wish to marry. Of course, it was I, the great Mr. Satan, who defeated him, Satan declared with utmost sincerity. After all, with such a thick cloud of smoke, asserting this was of no consequence. Weren't you with us the entire time? Unbeknownst to many, the illusion they create holds little significance in my eyes. As for Satan, the explanation remains a mystery. Nonetheless, rumors eventually emerged. The world-renowned hero Satan triumphed over Cell and once again saved the Earth. This news was universally accepted by humanity, and even those harboring doubts found themselves powerless to argue against it. The saying many voices cannot be reconciled truly applies here. In the Divine Temple Square, Ye Fei and the others gathered as Dandy produced the Dragon Balls. Arise, Shenron, Goku proclaimed, and the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light. 7 beams shot skyward, coalescing into a magnificent azure dragon. Its tail connected to the Dragon Balls, while its immense body and head materialized in midair, exuding a formidable pressure that enveloped Goku and the others. Although it was not their first encounter, the sensation during each summoning of Shenron remained uniquely exhilarating. Krillin glanced at the dragon and spoke. Indeed. Piccolo chimed in. Is this truly Shenron? For androids 17, 18, and 16, this was their inaugural sighting, leaving them in awe, their expressions reflecting profound astonishment. Speak your desires. I shall fulfill them all, resonated Shenron's authoritative voice. Goku addressed the dragon. Shenron, I wish to resurrect all the innocent lives lost during the android era. No problem. Shenron's crimson eyes flickered momentarily, signaling the completion of the wish. Now, state your second wish. Goku turned to Ye Fei. What is your desire? This second wish shall be granted to you. I have no particular wish, please. You all proceed with your desires. Besides, aren't you planning to assist the androids? Ye Fei calmly replied. For him, there was no pressing wish at the moment. It seemed more prudent to bestow the opportunity upon the androids. I knew you would say that. Goku smiled, clearly pleased with Ye Fei's response. Ye Fei paused, surprised by Goku's insight, but he dismissed it with a shake of his head. Shenron, I wish for the androids to be restored to their human forms, Goku declared. That is beyond my power. Shenron's unexpected response left the androids taken aback. While I cannot achieve that, I can deactivate the bombs within their bodies. Thus, although they remain androids, they will bear little difference from humans. Then please deactivate the bombs, Goku conceded, unable to offer an alternative. With a flicker of its scarlet eyes, Shenron caused the androids' bodies to tremble, and in that moment, they felt the bombs vanish entirely. Freed from their explosive constraints, they experienced an immediate sense of relief. The wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. The body of the Shenlong rose into the air, carrying the 7 Dragon Balls higher and higher, ultimately transforming into 7 beams of light that raced off in different directions. The dim sky brightened as the Dragon Balls vanished. Number 18. Krillin mustered his courage and approached number 18, feeling a slight tremor of anxiety. What's wrong? Number 18 gazed at Krillin, harboring a faint fondness for this. The first man she encountered upon awakening. Though perhaps her feelings were not deeply rooted, a sense of affinity was undoubtedly present. Will we meet again in the future? Krillin hesitated, yet he voiced the question without reservation, aware that should he let this moment pass without seizing the opportunity, it might be lost to him forever. Perhaps. Who knows? After speaking, number 18 gently flicked Krillin on the forehead, and then departed with number 17 and number 16, the trio vanishing like a fleeting rainbow, leaving no trace behind. Let us return as well. Goku glanced at the group. Piccolo, I wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Ye Fei suddenly spoke to Piccolo. The hyperbolic time chamber? Piccolo was taken aback, scrutinizing Ye Fei intently. He recognized Ye Fei's formidable strength and knew that refusing him would be futile. Yet, the idea of allowing him entry left Piccolo feeling somewhat reluctant. Ye Fei, do you wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber? Goku asked, looking at Ye Fei. Indeed. Ye Fei nodded, offering no pretense. In his view, such matters required no disguise. Entering the chamber was nothing extraordinary, and thus it was best to acknowledge it openly. Piccolo, since Ye Fei wishes to enter, let him do so. I, too, wish to enter. Ye Fei, would it be agreeable for us to enter together? Goku regarded Ye Fei, feeling a strong desire for this arrangement, as it might allow him to witness Ye Fei's true power. Follow me. Piccolo glanced at Goku, realizing that any opposition would be in vain. Thus, it was better to acquiesce. This way, he might avoid unnecessary suffering. For none could predict the consequences of denying Ye Fei entry into the chamber. Under Piccolo's guidance, Ye Fei and Goku swiftly entered the chamber. Vegeta also wished to join, but after a moment of hesitation, chose to forego the opportunity. True to his memories, the interior of the hyperbolic time chamber, aside from the entrance, was a vast expanse of white, stretching endlessly. This is the hyperbolic time chamber. One day outside equates to a year inside. It is an excellent place for training, but beyond that, it possesses no additional capabilities. A brief stay may yield benefits, yet prolonged periods bear little effect. Goku remarked to Ye Fei, as he was quite familiar with the chamber, having entered it numerous times. Very well, I shall engage in my cultivation. Should there be no pressing matters, do not disturb me. With that, Ye Fei's figure flickered, and he promptly arrived at a secluded clearing. Let me observe for now. After all, there is still ample time, and there is no need to rush. After casting a glance at Ye Fei, Sun Wukong commenced his own training. Son Gohan has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, which fills Sun Wukong with great anticipation. His own strength has reached full power as a Super Saiyan, and with just a bit more effort, he too can ascend to Super Saiyan 2. The two entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train, while outside, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Krillin exchanged glances before departing from the sacred world of the Kai and returning home. However, at this moment, each harbored different sentiments, particularly Krillin, who had firmly set his sights on a goal. Chapter 13. The Power of Ye Fei. Time passed. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, Ye Fei and Sun Wukong engaged in their training. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, a considerable duration had elapsed. The two were so engrossed that they seemed impervious to the passage of time. After this period of cultivation, Sun Wukong was able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Albeit with instability, he could only maintain the form for a mere 2 minutes. To fully adapt, he would require additional time. Ye Fei was quite astonished by Sun Wukong's ability to achieve this transformation in such a short span. Ye Fei, I can now transform into Super Saiyan 2, though only for 2 minutes. Nonetheless, I am quite satisfied, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Indeed, I must admit your training speed is remarkably swift, Ye Fei acknowledged with a nod. However, your duration in Super Saiyan 2 is far too brief. Merely 2 minutes is insufficient to defeat an adversary during that time. Yet, since you have achieved the transformation, it is merely a matter of time. With consistent training, I am confident that you will soon extend the duration of your form. I understand, Sun Wukong replied, nodding in comprehension of such a straightforward principle. Do I sense an inclination in you to challenge me? Do you believe that your transformation into Super Saiyan 2 equips you to contend with me? Ye Fei regarded Sun Wukong intently. I know that even in this form, I am still not your match. However, I believe I can manage a struggle, even if I am not your equal. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with determination. Then let us engage. I shall demonstrate the true meaning of insurmountable power, Ye Fei responded, nodding. Though he was not eager for battle, retreat was not an option at this juncture. Thus, it would be best to engage in a decisive confrontation. Boom. Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2, an overwhelming force erupting from him at that moment. This is the full extent of my power as a Super Saiyan 2, while it may not surpass yours. It is certainly quite close. Transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Son Goku gazed at Ye Fei and inquired, is that truly your belief? Ye Fei offered a subtle smile, seemingly unfazed, and gently shook his head, a hint of derision flickering across his features. Goku, There are moments when your intellect shines. Yet at times you exhibit a remarkable naivety. Do you truly think that merely transforming into Super Saiyan 2 grants you the prowess to contend with me? Such an assumption is gravely mistaken. My strength surpasses yours not solely in transformations, but is inherently greater in my base form. With a faint smile, Ye Fei clenched his fists, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted from his being. My current battle power is approximately 1.5 billion. Now, allow me to demonstrate the magnitude of my base form's strength post-transformation into Super Saiyan. It will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Ye Fei's demeanor remained serene, and as his words concluded, a golden radiance erupted with a thunderous roar from his form. Boom. In that instant, Ye Fei's power surged exponentially, escalating from the previous 1.5 billion to an astonishing 75 billion. Although he had yet to make a move, this formidable energy was sufficient to shatter the very fabric of the mental time-space chamber. Goku watched Ye Fei in awe, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Do you see? This is merely the essence of Super Saiyan. Soon, I shall reveal to you the might of Super Saiyan 2. While it is the same transformation, the disparity in power is monumental. And I trust you will grasp this distinction shortly. Ye Fei maintained his composed expression, having no intention of engaging in battle with Goku. For the chasm between their abilities was far too vast. To strike would serve no purpose for Ye Fei, nor allow him to showcase his true strength. The transformation was merely an exhibition of his capabilities, particularly as he remained uncertain of the extent of his power following his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Thus, seizing this opportunity for demonstration was not without merit. I am filled with anticipation. Goku's eyes sparkled with intensity. Even as Ye Fei transformed into Super Saiyan, Goku realized that the gap between them had not diminished. In fact, it had widened. Yet, he discerned that Ye Fei had no desire to battle, but rather wished to unveil his full power before him. Although this was not a confrontation, the chance to witness Ye Fei's complete strength was a rare opportunity for Goku. Through this training, my power has escalated from 1 billion to 1.5 billion in my base form. While the increase may appear modest, the enhancement post-transformation into Super Saiyan is markedly profound. Indeed, transformation is an extraordinary ability. Ye Fei continually amplified his aura, swiftly reaching full power as a Super Saiyan. At that moment, his strength had surged from 75 billion to 80 billion. Boom. Upon reaching full power, Ye Fei's combat prowess surged dramatically to an astonishing 80 billion, transforming him into a Super Saiyan 2. His battle strength doubled, instantly escalating from 80 billion to an incredible 160 billion. This was truly terrifying. Sun Wukong staggered back several steps, his heart gripped by fear as Ye Fei's power transcended mere strength, embodying a force beyond his imagination. The disparity between them was staggering. Sun Wukong gazed at Ye Fei, his fighting spirit extinguished, staring in disbelief. Boom. Ye Fei did not relent. He yearned to discover the full extent of his power. What he had displayed thus far was merely a trivial fragment, far from his true capabilities. A low growl emanated from Ye Fei, reverberating through the air, as a violent tempest erupted from his being, rapidly expanding in all directions. What is happening? Sun Wukong's expression shifted, involuntarily retreating several steps, his eyes reflecting unimaginable astonishment. Was this an even more potent transformation? A fervor ignited within him. Though Ye Fei had hinted at further transformations beyond Super Saiyan 2, this one far surpassed his expectations. Boom. A ferocious storm swept through, imbued with a terrifying power. At that moment, Ye Fei radiated the essence of destruction, warping the very fabric of space. Teetering on the brink of collapse, it was utterly inconceivable. Sun Wukong found it hard to believe, as this surpassed anything he had ever envisioned. While excitement coursed through him, it also transcended his comprehension. Now behold my true power. Ye Fei roared, unleashing a torrent of golden energy that soared into the heavens. His hair elongated at an astonishing rate, his gaze sharpening, and his eyebrows vanished. Witnessing Ye Fei's new transformation, Sun Wukong's mind reverberated, leaving him utterly stunned. Unable to regain his composure. Was this the transformation that surpassed Super Saiyan 2? Clenching his fists tightly, he sensed the vast strength of this new form. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Ye Fei's demeanor turned cold and ruthless. Is this what Super Saiyan 3 truly embodies? He mused, exuding immense power. He clenched his fist, as his strength surged fourfold from 160 billion to a staggering 640 billion. Such power was capable of altering the very course of existence. However, for Ye Fei, this transformation still did not represent his ultimate strength. He possessed an even more formidable transformation. The Saiyan ancestral transformation, Super Saiyan 4, would be Ye Fei's true pinnacle. And only upon achieving this could he genuinely unleash the full extent of his might. Chapter 14, Super Saiyan 4, Ye Fei's full power. This marks Ye Fei's inaugural attempt at transformation. Although he has completely mastered his own power, there remains a degree of unfamiliarity with this initial metamorphosis. Particularly, Transforming into a Super Saiyan 3 results in an overwhelming surge of energy, one that his body has yet to fully acclimatize to, necessitating some time for complete adaptation. Behold, this is the transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 2, known as Super Saiyan 3, Ye Fei declared, gazing at Sun Wukong. Astounding, truly formidable, Sun Wukong remarked. His eyes fixed on Ye Fei. I never imagined the power attained through Saiyan transformation could be so immense. However, achieving the Super Saiyan 3 form must be extraordinarily challenging. It is no trivial endeavor. Sun Wukong spoke slowly, aware that such a transformation and the resultant strength demand rigorous training and perseverance. That is indeed the case. Ye Fei replied with a slight smile. Allow me to demonstrate the power of Super Saiyan 3. With a flicker of his gaze, a golden radiance enveloped him. And in an instant, Ye Fei vanished, reappearing directly before Sun Wukong. It was not instantaneous movement, yet over a short distance, his speed surpassed that of teleportation. Remarkably swift. Sun Wukong's expression shifted as he only realized Ye Fei was before him when he halted. Almost instinctively, he stepped back. Yet, in the face of Ye Fei, especially with the Super Saiyan 3 transformation activated, Sun Wukong's reaction appeared sluggish, incapable of eliciting any concern from Ye Fei. Bang! Just as Sun Wukong retreated a step, Ye Fei's fist descended without warning, striking him directly. This punch did not employ the full extent of Ye Fei's power, merely a trivial fraction of Super Saiyan 3's strength. Nonetheless, even such a fraction was beyond Sun Wukong's capacity to withstand easily. As Ye Fei's fist landed, Sun Wukong immediately raised both hands in defense. A cry of anguish echoed as he was violently propelled backward, his arms breaking under the force, and he coughed up a substantial amount of blood, reverting to his normal state. A single punch, merely a fraction of my strength. Though it appears quite disheveled, I managed to endure it, Ye Fei stated calmly. This power is indeed formidable, but you can achieve it, and I firmly believe I can as well. At that point, I am confident we shall engage in a fair battle. Clenching his fists, Sun Wukong spoke with resolute determination. Do you believe this is all my strength? Ye Fei cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong. Nanny? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ye Fei in disbelief, before finally stating, could it be that you possess even greater strength? Sun Wukong found it hard to fathom, yet Ye Fei's words seemed to imply a deeper truth. Although the power of Super Saiyan 3 is immensely formidable, it is but a fraction of my true strength. Allow me to now demonstrate my ultimate power, a spectacle not easily witnessed. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Ye Fei's eyes. The ultimate power, you say? Sun Wukong appeared momentarily dazed. Ye Fei's current strength was already astonishing, yet it was still not his full potential. Just how powerful could his complete strength be? Curiosity swelled within Sun Wukong, an insatiable desire to know. With a roar emanating from his lips, Ye Fei clenched his fists, and simultaneously, his power surged once more, escalating at an unprecedented pace, reaching a truly terrifying magnitude. Boom! An overwhelming aura radiated outward. Sun Wukong's expression shifted. Ye Fei's appearance prompted him to consider an alternative possibility, although he was not entirely certain. Boom! Ye Fei's aura reached its zenith, exuding a fearsome tempest. His form became enveloped in a dense energy, rendering him invisible from the outside. Gradually, Ye Fei's imposing aura swelled. His hair turned black, and tufts of fur sprouted across his body. Upon witnessing Ye Fei's transformation into this new form, Sun Wukong was utterly astonished. If the Super Saiyan 3 had already left him in shock, this new transformation transcended all his expectations. This is my ultimate transformation, the embodiment of my complete power, which I shall call Super Saiyan 4. Ye Fei's gaze fixed upon Sun Wukong. Merely the intensity of his stare resonated within Sun Wukong, causing him to involuntarily spew forth a mouthful of blood and stagger back several steps. Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong murmured, his mind a blank slate, devoid of any capacity for thought. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Ye Fei's power surged tenfold, escalating from 64 billion to a staggering 640 billion. Such formidable strength emanated in overwhelming pressure simply by standing still. Ye Fei realized, however, that although he could transform into Super Saiyan 4, he had merely just entered this form. It seemed he had yet to attain the full potential of Super Saiyan 4, rendering his current state incomplete. Ye Fei understood this well. Ye Fei, may I train with you? Sun Wukong inquired, his gaze fixed earnestly on Ye Fei. With such a powerful Saiyan present, Sun Wukong was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He believed that by training alongside Ye Fei, his strength would undoubtedly experience a meteoric rise, making the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, if not 4, well within his reach. Train with me? Ye Fei cast a glance at Sun Wukong, and in that moment, he reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 form back to his normal state, his staggering battle power of 64 trillion dissipating instantly, leaving him with a mere 1.5 billion. Is that possible? Sun Wukong inquired, his face brimming with anticipation. Absolutely, Ye Fei replied after a moment's contemplation, finding the request rather inconsequential. Furthermore, with Sun Wukong's formidable training, he could be considered a worthy opponent, even if it seemed improbable at present. Fantastic. Upon receiving Ye Fei's consent, Sun Wukong's excitement was palpable. With half a year remaining, the Science enhancement relied primarily on combat and rage, in addition to fundamental training. During the remaining 6 months, we shall engage in battle. You may transform into a Super Saiyan, but I will remain in my normal state, Ye Fei stated slowly, his final remark seemingly superfluous, yet Sun Wukong nodded in contemplation. If you do not transform into a Super Saiyan, then I shall also refrain from transforming and will fight in my normal state, Sun Wukong declared with unwavering resolve. Chapter 15. The Transformation of Sun Wukong. The Saiyan transformation is contingent upon the strength of their normal state, the more potent their base power, the greater their might upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong was well aware of this principle and had always prioritized training in his normal form, albeit with less intensity than before. In truth, after they had transformed into Super Saiyans, they often relied on that form to vanquish their adversaries. While this approach was entirely reasonable, over time it led to an unhealthy dependency on the Super Saiyan transformation, a phenomenon to be avoided. Having witnessed the extraordinary power exhibited by Ye Fei's transformation, Sun Wukong grasped this concept, which prompted his earlier remarks. Swish, swish. Sun Wukong and Ye Fei engaged in combat in the hyperbolic time chamber, both in their normal states. Despite the considerable disparity in strength between them, they were able to spar together in this condition. Their skirmish persisted, undisturbed by any external interruptions, allowing them to fight freely without reservations. Meanwhile, outside the hyperbolic time chamber, circumstances had improved significantly. Cell had been defeated, the crisis on Earth averted, and all those who had perished due to Cell's actions were resurrected, swiftly restoring peace. Kakarot had entered the hyperbolic time chamber alongside Ye Fei, and given his nature, he would undoubtedly emerge from this experience significantly stronger. It will be even more challenging for me to surpass him, Vegeta thought, his fists clenched, his expression dark and brooding. Vegeta, hasn't Cell already been defeated? Why are you still in such a state? Bulma approached, cradling Trunks in her arms, and inquired with a hint of confusion. Though defeated, Cell's demise only intensified my ire at the audacity of Kakarot to follow Ye Fei into the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Ye Fei? Bulma paused, recalling the individual from the previous day. Why didn't you accompany them? She inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans, a being of unparalleled nobility. How could I deign to solicit the presence of another Saiyan? Do you think I would allow my dignity to be tarnished? The fact that Kakarot's strength surpassed mine was already infuriating enough. Now, with Kakarot's son also eclipsing me in power, and alongside Ye Fei, it seemed nearly all Saiyans were my superiors. The more he contemplated, the more anger swelled within him, culminating in a powerful strike to the ground that left a deep crater. Not all Saiyans surpass you in strength. At least I know of one whose power pales in comparison, Bulma remarked with a slight, sweet smile. Who? Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback and questioning her. Trunks. Bulma gestured towards the infant Trunks swaddled nearby. You. Vegeta was left speechless in his fury before vanishing in an instant. Honestly, Bulma sighed, somewhat exasperated by Vegeta's antics. A day passed swiftly, and upon Gohan and the others' return, news spread like wildfire across the globe. The hero of humanity, Mr. Satan, had vanquished Cell and once again saved the Earth. This announcement ignited a surge of excitement among the populace, with shouts of Satan echoing everywhere, propelling his name to newfound heights of fame and prestige. He did nothing, Krillin muttered, unable to contain his disbelief. As another day dawned, at the sacred land of the Kais, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, revealing Ye Fei, his demeanor tranquil. Behind him, Goku emerged, visibly fatigued after enduring an intense period of combat with Ye Fei. The latter's overwhelming prowess left Goku deeply moved. Each encounter had concluded with his defeat. Yet, despite the setbacks, Goku's strength had surged remarkably during this time. Now, he felt confident that even in his Super Saiyan form, he could effortlessly defeat Cell. This was the essence of growth. Although a year had passed within the confines of the chamber, merely a day had elapsed in the outside world, rendering the time insignificant. Your current strength is quite commendable, having reached a battle power of approximately 200 million in your base form. Such a rapid enhancement in such a short span is remarkable, Ye Fei remarked, casting a glance at Goku. Indeed, I never anticipated such a substantial increase, Goku nodded, reflecting on his journey from an approximate battle power of 50 million upon entering the time chamber to now achieving 200 million. Though he had endured considerable hardship, Goku believed he had gained far more. It could be said, without exaggeration, that during this year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong underwent a remarkable transformation in strength. Kakarot. At that moment, Vegeta's voice suddenly pierced through the air, and he approached with a grim expression. Vegeta, what brings you here? Sun Wukong inquired, somewhat puzzled by Vegeta's unexpected appearance. It seems your training in the hyperbolic time chamber has yielded significant results. Now that you're out, come with me. I wish to engage you in a decisive battle, Vegeta declared resolutely. Vegeta, I still need to return home. Let us postpone our confrontation to another time. I truly do not wish to fight right now, Sun Wukong replied, gazing at Vegeta, his mind solely focused on the desire to return home. Vegeta was taken aback by Sun Wukong's refusal, his expression shifting noticeably. Ye Fei Vegeta looked at Ye Fei, his heart yearning to train with him, having already persuaded himself before arriving. Yet, upon seeing Ye Fei, Vegeta found it difficult to relinquish his pride, and the words remained unspoken. What is it? Ye Fei naturally perceived Vegeta's intentions. However, since Vegeta remained silent, he chose to act as if he had not noticed. I wish to train with you. After a considerable pause, Vegeta finally expressed his desire. He had observed Sun Wukong's advancements, and, despite his reluctance, felt compelled to voice it. Otherwise, the gap between himself and Kakarot would only widen, and he feared he might never catch up. Train with me, you say? Ye Fei glanced at Vegeta. It was not unexpected for the proud Saiyan prince to utter such words, yet Ye Fei felt a slight emotional stir at the significance of the moment. Being a Saiyan himself, he understood the weight of such sentiments. Training with me is certainly feasible, though I have just completed my own training. I informed Sun Wukong that I would first rest at his home for a few days. How about this? Come to Baozi Mountain in 3 days, and I will guide you both in your training, Ye Fei suggested after thoughtful consideration. Chapter 16. Gohan's choice. Sun Wukong and Ye Fei departed together, returning to Baozi Mountain. Daddy, Uncle Ye Fei. Upon seeing them, Son Gohan rushed forward, leaping into Sun Wukong's embrace. Wukong, you're back. Chi-Chi emerged from the room, smiling as she greeted Sun Wukong. I am back. Sun Wukong introduced Ye Fei to Chi-Chi. Despite not wishing to impose, Sun Wukong had no intention of letting him leave. Under the insistence of both Son Gohan and Chi-Chi, Ye Fei ultimately stayed at Sun Wukong's home. Uncle Ye Fei, I wish to train and grow stronger, but my mother wants me to focus on my studies. I am quite conflicted and do not know what to do. Son Gohan expressed anxiously as he sat beside Ye Fei. What do you think? Ye Fei responded gently. If you desire to train, then choose that path. If you prefer to study, that is also a valid choice. Indeed, hearing your words is akin to listening to mere drivel, devoid of any significant meaning. I yearn to cultivate. After contemplating for a moment, Gohan spoke up, acknowledging that his deepest desire remained to train and become a formidable warrior. If you wish to train, then dedicate yourself wholly to it, Ye Fei remarked, casting a glance at Gohan. But how should I address this with my mother? Gohan hesitated, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Do not worry, let Goku handle that matter. You need not fret excessively, Ye Fei replied with a smile. 3 days swiftly passed. Although Ye Fei resided in Goku's household, he refrained from involving himself in their domestic affairs, particularly concerning Gohan's desire to train, which he entrusted to Goku. Despite his apprehension of Chi-Chi, Goku broached the subject with her. In truth, this issue was quite manageable. Chi-Chi's wish for Gohan to pursue his studies stemmed from her desire for him to secure a stable future. In the world of Dragon Ball, while money is certainly valuable, it is not particularly difficult for Goku's family to acquire it. After all, they have the world's wealthiest individual as their closest friend. Although it might feel awkward to ask, Goku, while unfamiliar with such practices, was not averse to creative means of obtaining funds. Ultimately, Goku procured 10 billion from Vegeta, and with this sum, Chi-Chi relented, permitting Gohan to train. Problems that can be resolved with money are seldom true dilemmas, especially when it is not one's own. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta followed Ye Fei deep into the depths of Baozi Mountain. The three possessed varying levels of strength, with Goku being the strongest and Vegeta the weakest. I intend to leave Earth for a while, and during this period, I hope you can elevate your powers to a comparable level, at least to a similar extent. Ye Fei addressed them. No problem, Goku nodded, finding the task trivial. Although Saiyan training typically follows the path of Super Saiyan transformation, it fundamentally relies on the strength of their base forms. The stronger one's base form, the mightier their power upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, I hope that when you transform, you can do so with even greater strength, Ye Fei added. He had previously conveyed this to Goku during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Now, I shall allow you both to witness the transformation into a Super Saiyan. With that, Ye Fei clenched his fists and commenced his transformation, ascending from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 4, unleashing his utmost power. Having conveyed all necessary instructions and the essence of training, the subsequent effort now lay in their hands. Begin your training. Do not rush into transformation. First, elevate your base strength. Ye Fei advised Vegeta. Understood, Vegeta acknowledged, his gaze fixed on Goku, a spark of competitive spirit igniting within him. Kakarot, I shall not allow you to surpass me by much, and I am determined to surpass you, Vegeta declared to Goku, his eyes resolute. Is that so? I shall not remain idle awaiting your arrival. If you wish to catch up to me, you must exert greater effort, Sun Wukong remarked with a slight smile. Commence your training, Gohan. Accompany me on a journey through the cosmos, Ye Fei suggested, casting a glance at Gohan. Very well, Gohan nodded decisively, without a trace of hesitation. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, I will be away for several days. During this time, you must not neglect your training, Ye Fei stated, his gaze fixed upon Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Rest assured, both responded in unison. Let us hope so, Ye Fei replied with a gentle smile, raising his right hand and unleashing a formidable force that enveloped Gohan in an instant. Vegeta, let us begin, Sun Wukong called out after Ye Fei and Gohan departed. Whoosh. Without further ado, Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing an immense aura from within. Rather than transforming into a Super Saiyan, he charged at Sun Wukong in his base form. Haha. Sun Wukong laughed heartily, propelling himself forward to meet Vegeta. At this moment, Sun Wukong's base combat power had reached 200 million, while Vegeta's stood at approximately 40 million, a significant disparity indeed. Bang, bang, bang. As they drew near, Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately engaged in fierce combat. Though neither had transformed into a Super Saiyan, their base forms exhibited formidable strength, especially as they poured every ounce of their power into this battle. They had embarked upon their clash. Atop a mountain peak, Gohan and Ye Fei observed Sun Wukong and Vegeta battling in their base forms. As long as they can endure. I believe that by the time we return, the gap in their strengths will have diminished considerably, Gohan remarked to Ye Fei. Ye Fei nodded, equally eager for that day to arrive. Where shall we head next? Gohan inquired, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Your temperament is gentle, and your nature is pure. Thus your training will differ from theirs. Recently, I have heard of a group in the North Galaxy engaging in dealings akin to Frisia's trafficking planets. I will take you to eradicate them. This will serve as your trial, and can also be viewed as a form of training, Ye Fei explained to Gohan. Very well, Gohan replied. Though reluctant, he recognized there was no alternative. The actions of these individuals, mirroring Frisia's nefarious deeds, indicated they were not benevolent. Therefore, it was necessary to eliminate them, for they were a scourge, and their demise would liberate many others. Having reconciled these thoughts, Gohan felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Chapter 17, The Dolan Core. In the vastness of the cosmos, the seventh universe is divided into 4 major galaxies, with Earth situated in the North Galaxy. The North Galaxy is immense, boundless. Even for a spacecraft, traversing it could take years, if not decades. Since the fateful conflict on Namek, where the cosmic tyrant Frisia met his demise, and subsequently set out for Earth with King Cold seeking vengeance, the North Galaxy has enjoyed a fleeting period of tranquility. However, this peace was not destined to endure, as new threats soon emerged. Among these was a formidable legion that rose from the ashes following the annihilation of Frisia's clan. A colossal spacecraft sped through the North Galaxy of the seventh universe. This vessel boasted 3 levels. The first housed the ordinary soldiers of the Legion, the second contained the commanders, the backbone of the force, while the third was the dwelling of the Legion's ruler, Commander Dolan. Their objective this time was a distant planet known as Kaido. Kaido lay far from Earth, and with Dolan's considerable strength and a strategic avoidance of Earth, they had thus far encountered little peril. A resounding rumble echoed as the Dolan Legion's spacecraft descended slowly, finally landing on Kaido. As the hatch opened, thousands of Dolan's soldiers poured forth. Is this Kaido? Dolan mused as he stepped onto the surface. Are you Dolan? Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air. Dolan froze and scanned his surroundings, but found no one. Yet, as he turned his gaze back, his expression shifted dramatically. 2 figures stood before him. Who are you? Dolan instinctively retreated, creating distance as he regarded the sudden arrivals. Ye Fei and Son Gohan. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Merely understand that I am here to bring you to justice, Son Gohan declared, his eyes gleaming with resolve as he raised his fist, charging towards Dolan. With a resounding impact, Son Gohan's punch surged forward. Yet, Dolan was no slouch. He too retaliated with a powerful strike. Their fists collided with a thunderous force. Although Son Gohan remained in his base form, his strength was formidable. Upon impact, Dolan's expression soured as pain radiated from his right hand, forcing him to stagger back, his face pale. How can he be so strong? Dolan thought grimly. Men, attack. Eliminate him. Seizing the moment, Dolan commanded his legion, and thousands of soldiers surged towards Son Gohan and Ye Fei. I shall refrain from intervening. Let us conclude this swiftly, Ye Fei remarked, his brow furrowing as he paid little heed to the approaching minions. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing atop a high vantage point, his gaze icy. Son Gohan's eyes gleamed with lethal intent. He dismissed the minions as insignificant. Seeking death, are we? He declared, clenching his fists as a radiant golden aura enveloped him. With a resounding blast, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Nanny? Dolan gasped, taken aback. Could he be the one who defeated Frisia? Dolan gazed at Son Gohan in disbelief. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Son Gohan moved with astonishing speed, becoming a golden flash that flickered incessantly, effortlessly dispatching all the minions of Dolan's Legion in an instant. Though the events unfolded slowly in recounting, they transpired in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, Son Gohan had annihilated the entirety of Dolan's forces. The once 1,000-strong army was reduced to Dolan alone. How could this be? Dolan was utterly stunned, his mind racing beyond comprehension. He had toiled endlessly to attain a modicum of power. Yet, in such a brief span, his entire legion had been obliterated by Son Gohan, a reality Dolan found unbearable. Whoosh! Son Gohan appeared before Dolan in an instant, his right hand raised, poised to strike at Dolan's forehead. How swift! Dolan's expression shifted, and he instinctively retreated, creating distance between them in a heartbeat. Naive. Just as Dolan believed he had evaded Son Gohan, he suddenly heard the latter's voice behind him. Simultaneously, Son Gohan's figure vanished from his view. Such speed. Dolan's face reflected sheer terror as he attempted to turn. However, Son Gohan did not grant him the opportunity. As Dolan sought to pivot, a fist pierced through his chest. Aye. Dolan's eyes widened in despair. The formidable commander of the Dolan Legion was rendered insignificant before Son Gohan. Indeed, his strikes were decisive, devoid of hesitation. Ye Fei observed Son Gohan, expressing satisfaction with his performance. Let us proceed to the next location, he stated, and after his words, he led Son Gohan away. The North Galaxy was vast, teeming with individuals like Dolan. Ye Fei was in no rush, guiding Son Gohan in the relentless eradication of these malignant forces. Throughout this bloodshed, Son Gohan's demeanor underwent a transformation. His boundless compassion had dissipated, replaced by a chilling indifference. Particularly towards evildoers, he executed his actions without a moment's hesitation, demolishing them with overwhelming force. Though the process was somewhat sanguinary, the results were undeniably effective. 3 days swiftly elapsed. In this brief span, Son Gohan had thoroughly cleansed the North Galaxy of all entities engaged in the sale of planets. As for the remaining 3 galaxies, Ye Fei did not escort Son Gohan there, as time was of the essence. Although the adversaries he had faced in these days were not particularly formidable, the experience was invaluable for Son Gohan. Such lessons could not be gained merely through an increase in strength. What do you think of your experiences over these 3 days? Ye Fei inquired, regarding Son Gohan. It was exhilarating. While battles against powerful foes are thrilling, my encounters over these 3 days were with wicked individuals. I find such engagements profoundly meaningful. Firstly, this endeavor is not for oneself, but rather for the collective. Only when malevolence diminishes can greater happiness be bestowed upon many. Son Gohan regarded Ye Fei with a thoughtful expression. It is commendable that you have grasped this notion. Ye Fei glanced back at Son Gohan, and with a swift motion of his right hand, both he and Son Gohan vanished into thin air. Chapter 18. The 3 Super Saiyans. The progression of events unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. Ye Fei was confident that, following this experience, Son Gohan's character would undergo significant transformation. Upon their return from the cosmos, at the moment they appeared on the Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong and Vegito were engaged in a fierce battle. Has Vegeta's strength truly surged so dramatically? Ye Fei was astonished, unable to fathom that merely 3 days had passed, and yet Vegeta had experienced such a remarkable change, prompting him to regard Vegeta with newfound respect. Bang! As their fists collided, they separated instantaneously, both catching sight of Ye Fei and Son Gohan. My power is now nearing that of Kakarot, Vegeta declared, his gaze fixed on Ye Fei. Though only 3 days had elapsed, Vegeta's strength had indeed seen tremendous enhancement during that time. While he had remained in his normal state, Vegeta was acutely aware that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power would reach a truly formidable level. Indeed, your growth is quite rapid, somewhat beyond my expectations, Ye Fei remarked, casting a glance at Vegeta. What shall our training entail next? Vegeta and Sun Wukong exchanged glances before their eyes settled upon Ye Fei. The upcoming training? Ye Fei responded with a slight smile, clenching his fists with vigor, unleashing an overwhelming force suffused with golden brilliance. Boom! Ye Fei transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his power erupted to an astonishing 75 billion. Yet he did not cease until his strength culminated at an astounding 80 billion combat power. The forthcoming training is rather straightforward. The 3 of you will launch an assault upon me. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Ye Fei spoke with a serene demeanor. Is it truly that simple? Sun Wukong inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Fei. Indeed, it is that simple. You have 1 day. Regardless of how much you improve within that time, I shall depart afterward. Ye Fei spoke slowly, recognizing that his presence here bore no further significance. It would be more prudent to leave, for many formidable adversaries awaited him outside. To elevate his own strength, he must engage in combat with those powerful foes. As for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, their future prowess would undoubtedly be formidable. However, at present, they were still far from being able to contend with him. as the disparity in strength remained considerable. A day is ample time. The spark of combat ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes. Although Ye Fei currently wielded the power of a Super Saiyan, an impressive 80 billion, he believed that, united, he, Vegeta, and Son Gohan could at least put up a fight against Ye Fei. If that is the case, then let the challenge commence. In the depths of Sun Wukong's eyes, a fierce battle intent ignited as he clenched his fists with vigor. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan 2. Although he was reluctant to join forces with Kakarot, he understood that without such collaboration, the ensuing confrontation would hold no significance. Vegeta's eyes glimmered with determination as he too clenched his fists, unleashing a thunderous power from within as he ascended to Super Saiyan. After his transformation, Vegeta's energy surged unabated, reaching the zenith of Super Saiyan power, radiating an immense strength. With a thunderous roar escaping his lips, Vegeta's aura intensified, spiraling into a frenzy. Amidst his low growl, Vegeta's power surged dramatically, astonishingly transforming into Super Saiyan 2 as well. Is this the essence of Super Saiyan 2? Clenching his fists, ecstasy gleamed in Vegeta's eyes, acknowledging the formidable strength he had attained. Since you have all unleashed your full power, I shall not hold back, declared Gohan, his gaze resolute. With that, he too clenched his fists, emanating a powerful aura as he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The sight of 3 Super Saiyan 2 warriors was an extraordinary rarity, particularly given the immense power they possessed. Even though Ye Fei felt no fear in their presence, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Very well, come forth. Ye Fei spoke slowly, raising his right hand and unleashing a tremendous force directed towards Sun Wukong and his companions. Let us strike together, Sun Wukong announced, propelling himself forward. Charging directly at Ye Fei. In a swift motion, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan surged forth, their speed astonishing as they raced toward Ye Fei. Breakthrough. They roared in unison, unleashing their most formidable powers. In the face of their advance, Ye Fei displayed no fear, rather, a thrill coursed through him. The prospect of battling 3 Super Saiyan 2 warriors simultaneously was a scenario he had never dared to envision before, though his strength far surpassed theirs. The exhilaration of this combat was beyond imagination. Since you are so fervent, I shall indulge in this playful duel, allowing you to witness the true extent of my power. Even united as 3 and exerting your full might, you will still fall short before me. Ye Fei's excitement radiated as he surged forward to meet them. With astonishing speed, he closed the distance, standing before the trio in an instant. Ah! Sun Wukong bellowed, raising his right hand to gather an immense force, striking down toward Ye Fei without hesitation. Haha! Vegeta appeared above, his hands converging, brimming with colossal energy, descending upon Ye Fei's head. Whoosh! Son Gohan swiftly positioned himself at Ye Fei's right side, channeling all his strength into a simultaneous strike alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The trio's attacks converged upon Ye Fei in perfect synchrony, showcasing their remarkable timing. A mere glance from Ye Fei revealed that, given his prowess, evading their onslaught would pose little challenge. He could easily accomplish such a feat, however. Ye Fei chose not to retreat. As their formidable assault approached, he remained impassive, raising his right hand with a decisive flourish. Boom! An overwhelming surge of formidable energy erupted from within Ye Fei at that moment, sweeping outward with ferocity. What? Sun Wukong and his companions were compelled to retreat in the face of Ye Fei's immense power, causing their previously potent strike to disintegrate as they withdrew. Infuriated, Vegeta glared at Ye Fei. The earlier opportunity had been squandered, thwarted by Ye Fei's formidable display, casting a shadow over Vegeta's demeanor. Chapter 19. Sun Wukong's Strategy. Your teamwork is commendable, but if you believe this will pose a threat to me, you may be rather naive, Ye Fei remarked, observing the trio. I understand. Sun Wukong nodded, aware that underestimating Ye Fei would be a grave error. Engaging him demanded utmost caution, otherwise, they would only invite humiliation. Not to mention, Ye Fei had yet to unleash his true potential, relying merely on negligible power, and even withholding the full strength of a Super Saiyan. This understanding was clear to all 3, emphasizing the necessity for perfect coordination in their upcoming battle. Roar! Vegeta released a fierce growl, his immense energy radiating as he charged forward. Allow me to test you first. In an instant, Vegeta propelled himself, conjuring numerous energy spheres that descended upon Ye Fei in a relentless barrage. Such an assault holds no significance for me. Surely, you must realize this, Ye Fei retorted. Shaking his head, unfazed by the deluge of energy, Ye Fei's expression remained unchanged, dismissing the attack entirely. Boom, boom. The ground trembled under the force of the explosions, creating countless craters and shrouding the area in thick smoke, obscuring visibility. Vegeta, your actions are futile, Sun Wukong remarked, observing his comrade's efforts. I am well aware of its futility, but I hardly require your guidance on how to proceed, Vegeta replied coldly. What? Do you believe your superiority grants you the right to command me? How Navi? Gohan, let us advance. Ignoring Vegeta, Sun Wukong exchanged a glance with Gohan, and together, the father and son duo surged forth, approaching Ye Fei from two distinct directions. Swish, swish, with remarkable speed. Sun Wukong and Son Gohan swiftly closed the distance to Ye Fei. Bang! Ye Fei exhibited no hesitation at the very moment they approached. He raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch. His speed was astonishing. Ye Fei's attack was so swift that Sun Wukong barely had time to react. As the fist closed in, Sun Wukong found himself unable to evade at such a close range. With a resounding impact, the punch struck Sun Wukong squarely. Ah! Sun Wukong let out a pained cry as the tremendous force sent him staggering back several steps. Father! Son Gohan's expression shifted dramatically, and he raised his hand, shouting, Demon Flash. The technique was executed instantly, colliding with Ye Fei's right hand. Humph! Ye Fei scoffed dismissively, and with a fierce grip, he shattered the Demon Flash effortlessly. However, seizing this opportunity, Son Gohan rushed to Sun Wukong's side, urging him to retreat swiftly, creating some distance from Ye Fei. Now this is getting interesting. A cold smile crept across Ye Fei's lips. He was somewhat surprised that his punch had not seriously injured Sun Wukong. How about it? Do you now recognize his formidable strength? Vegeta approached Sun Wukong, his expression darkened. I've known all along, Sun Wukong replied, his demeanor grim. Particularly after experiencing the overwhelming power behind Ye Fei's punch, which had nearly left him grievously wounded. Had his own strength not significantly increased recently, that blow would have surely been fatal. He was entirely certain of this, aware that no unforeseen circumstances would alter that fact. What shall we do next? Are we truly left with no choice but to concede? Son Gohan questioned, his frustration palpable, yet it seemed they had no alternative. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Vegeta spoke with resignation. Although he was loath to admit it, there appeared to be no other recourse available. Despite his reluctance to concede, Vegeta found himself powerless in the face of such overwhelming might. No. Sun Wukong stepped forward. Father, Son Gohan looked at him anxiously. We have not yet lost. There remains a viable strategy. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on Ye Fei, clenching his fist tightly. Though the approach was fraught with danger, he felt compelled to attempt it, in hopes of gaining the power necessary to confront Ye Fei. What strategy? Son Gohan and Vegeta were taken aback, their expressions filled with confusion. In the face of such a colossal gap, what kind of strategy could possibly bridge it? Ye Fei remained still, observing them with keen interest. Curious about the method Son Wukong spoke of. Vegeta, Gohan, it is evident that the three of us together cannot hope to defeat him. The gap is far too vast. However, if we can consolidate our power into one individual, we might stand a chance against him. Son Wukong spoke slowly, revealing the strategy he had conceived. While uncertain of its feasibility, he could not deny that it was indeed a potential solution. It is not feasible, under such circumstances. The body would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the strain. Son Gohan was the first to refuse, deeming this method excessively perilous, as even the slightest misstep could lead to bodily collapse. At this juncture, there were no alternative solutions, and the thought of not engaging him in battle left a profound sense of regret within me. Son Goku's gaze exuded determination. Gohan, Vegeta, I implore you both to lend me your strength. Son Goku addressed Son Gohan and Vegeta directly. Having weathered numerous crises in the past, I firmly believe that I can succeed once more. His eyes shone with resolve. Failure is not an option. I must prevail. Should I falter, my body would succumb to the pressure, an outcome Son Goku could never accept. Kakarot, I have always looked down upon you, though your strength surpasses mine. Ultimately, you remain a low-tier warrior, incomparable to me. However, I now see you in a new light. I cannot predict your success, but rest assured, this time I shall unreservedly bestow my power upon you. Vegeta regarded Son Goku with newfound respect. Could this be deemed an acknowledgement of Son Goku? Perhaps it could. Thank you. Son Goku nodded appreciatively. Let us commence. Son Gohan and Vegeta positioned themselves at Son Goku's sides, emanating formidable energy as they channeled their strength into him. This is intriguing, Ye Fei observed, his eyes glinting with anticipation. He refrained from intervening, curious to see if they would indeed be able to contend with him after this act. With the infusion of Son Gohan and Vegeta's energy, an overwhelming aura erupted from Son Goku. Initially, his Super Saiyan 2 power stood at 20 billion. However, as their strength merged with his, the sound of bones grinding echoed as his power surged exponentially. Chapter 20. Beyond Limits, the Power of Son Goku. Let me witness just how much you can enhance yourself through this method, Ye Fei thought, his eyes sparkling with expectation. Roaring. As more and more power flowed into Son Goku, his body reached its limits, a sensation of impending rupture enveloping him. Kakarot, how do you feel? Vegeta inquired, observing Son Goku intently. Continue. Though Son Goku's complexion had turned pale and he faced tremendous pressure, he hesitated not, striving desperately for even greater strength. Although his power was considerable, Son Goku was acutely aware that it was merely half of Ye Fei's, rendering him no match for his opponent. He required even greater strength to stand a chance. However, should this continue, your body may very well be unable to endure it. Son Gohan expressed his concern. Come on. Son Goku's voice was resolute. Gohan, trust Kakarot. Though Vegeta harbored concerns, his unwavering trust in Goku prevailed. Since Goku insisted on pressing forward, so be it. With a low growl, Vegeta channeled all his strength into Goku's being. Similarly, Gohan, resigned to his inability to alter the course of events, merged his entire essence into Goku as well. With a thunderous roar, as Gohan and Vegeta poured their energies into Goku, they returned to their normal states, revealing their exhaustion. The ground beneath them shattered, forming a vast chasm. Above this abyss, a golden orb hovered, emanating an unimaginable and terrifying power. Impressive, Ye Fei observed, his expression turning grave upon witnessing the golden sphere, which housed an immensely potent energy, rivaling even his own current strength. Would they succeed? As Gohan and Vegeta landed on the ground, despite their fatigue, they gazed upward. The sight of the golden orb stirred a question within them. I don't know, but I firmly believe my father will succeed, Gohan declared resolutely. Let us hope so, Vegeta murmured. Within the golden orb, streams of golden energy surged towards Goku's body. Intense pain coursed through him, almost overwhelming his consciousness as his form rapidly absorbed the golden energy. In a fleeting moment, the immense golden orb dissipated, fully consumed by Goku. As the brilliance faded, Gohan and Vegeta felt their powers completely merge into Goku's essence. They turned to observe Goku, their expressions a mixture of hope and uncertainty. Did it work? This question blossomed in Vegeta's mind, leaving him in doubt. Intriguing, Ye Fei mused as he regarded Goku, his eyes brightening with intrigue. Thank you, Vegeta. Gohan, Goku said, casting a grateful glance at them. In that moment, he felt a surge of confidence, believing he could alter everything. The formidable power astonished him. I can hardly believe you truly succeeded, Ye Fei remarked, amazed that Goku could absorb the full might of both Vegeta and Gohan. This feat required not only a powerful physique, but also an unwavering will. Moreover, it demanded an element of luck. For any misstep could have caused Goku's body to collapse under the strain. Although fraught with peril, the strength gained was undeniably formidable. Previously, you seemed like an insurmountable peak to me, yet now, I sense that the distance between us is not so vast, Goku said, gazing at Ye Fei. It may be a tad premature to speak of this now, yet I yearn to witness the extent of your strength, a fusion of Vegeta and Gohan. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Ye Fei's eyes, infused with a fervent battle spirit. You shall be satisfied. Goku is in his usual form, but even so, he exudes an aura of terror. With a fierce clenching of his fists, a thunderous roar erupted from Goku's lips. The moment his roar resonated, it shook the very earth. Debris crumbled, and the energy radiating from Goku morphed into an intense heat, rendering him utterly transformed. The roar persisted, and ultimately, Goku ascended to Super Saiyan 2, his combat power skyrocketing to an astounding 70 billion. This is the power I possess now. Upon unleashing his full strength, Goku regarded Ye Fei and spoke. I never anticipated you would be this formidable. Ye Fei's gaze sharpened. Such a level of power was beyond his expectations. However, this was fortuitous, as it meant they could engage in a thrilling battle. Your growth has astonished me, far beyond my imagination. Yet, this allows us to truly clash. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Ye Fei's eyes as he unleashed his inner strength, revealing his own battle intent. This marked the first instance since arriving in the Dragon Ball world that he exhibited such intense fighting spirit. On another note, Goku's method greatly pleased Ye Fei, for it ensured a satisfying confrontation. Whoosh! Goku surged forward, charging directly at Ye Fei. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Ye Fei reciprocated, leaping forth as Goku approached. Their distance was negligible, and with their incredible speed, they closed the gap in an instant. Bang! Both Goku and Ye Fei raised their fists, delivering powerful strikes toward one another. Boom! Their fists collided, and in that moment, a tremendous roar echoed, the shockwaves obliterating everything in their vicinity. Is this the extent of their power? Gohan's gaze sharpened, revealing his astonishment. Indeed, it is immensely powerful. Vegeta nodded in agreement, noting that even a single punch surpassed his previous full strength significantly, which left him utterly astounded. This is what battle truly is. Ye Fei laughed heartily. The exhilaration of unleashing his full potential without the need for restraint was exhilarating, filling him with joy and an appreciation for this style of combat. This is how battles ought to be, truly engaging. Goku also laughed heartily, for after absorbing the powers of Vegeta and Gohan, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, he was finally able to contend with Ye Fei. This was a thrilling prospect for Goku. Only by genuinely reaching such heights of power could one fathom the magnitude of strength. Goku understood at this moment that Ye Fei's previous encounters had been mere play. Ye Fei, The battle that lies ahead will be the true test between us. My transformation cannot be sustained for long, so a swift resolution is imperative. Sun Wukong gazed at Ye Fei. Rest assured, having finally gained the power to contend with me, I intend to relish this moment. Otherwise, it would lack any amusement. Ye Fei smiled faintly, meeting Sun Wukong's calm gaze. Then let us begin. Sun Wukong extended his hands, assuming a combat stance. Come on. Ye Fei mirrored his actions, readying himself for battle. Chapter 21. A battle beyond limits. Sun Wukong breaks through again. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. The figures of Sun Wukong and Ye Fei flickered, their speeds reaching astonishing heights. In an instant, they collided with tremendous force. Though their movements were obscured, each clash resonated with immense power. Despite employing only the most fundamental techniques, the strength behind each strike was formidable. With a rapid approach, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, overwhelming Ye Fei in a moment of relentless assault. The sound of explosive impacts echoed, and even Ye Fei found himself momentarily unable to withstand the onslaught. It seems my combat experience is lacking. I possess strength, but lack the knowledge to wield it effectively. Against opponents weaker than myself, this shortcoming remains concealed. Yet when facing someone of comparable strength, the disadvantage becomes glaringly apparent. Ye Fei sighed, acknowledging that such experience is difficult to acquire without prolonged combat. Boom. With another strike, Sun Wukong's fist connected with Ye Fei, sending him staggering back several steps. Hee, it seems my attacks are indeed effective. Sun Wukong regarded Ye Fei, relishing the fact that he had successfully pushed him back for the first time. Although he had not inflicted any injury, achieving such a feat was already a significant accomplishment. It appears I underestimated you. Ye Fei shook his slightly numb right hand, then met Sun Wukong's gaze. Underestimating me will come at a cost. Sun Wukong chuckled. From here on, I shall exert my utmost effort to defeat you with unparalleled speed. Ye Fei's expression remained calm, his eyes glinting with determination. I will not yield easily. A smile crept across Sun Wukong's lips, his confidence in his abilities soaring. His previous assaults had merely been a test. He had not yet unleashed his true strength. Aware that Ye Fei was similarly holding back, Ye Fei, let us dispense with our reservations and engage in earnest combat. What do you think of my proposal? Sun Wukong inquired. Agreed. Ye Fei nodded, accepting the suggestion without hesitation. Boom. Sun Wukong's expression ignited with excitement as he clenched his fists, emanating a powerful aura. Ye Fei, this is my full strength. Sun Wukong's eyes shone with fierce battle intent as he fixed his gaze on Ye Fei. Boom. Ye Fei remained silent. Yet an immense power radiated from him. Whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, both Sun Wukong and Ye Fei vanished from sight, casting aside any reservations and unleashing their full might in battle. Zoom. Gohan, can you perceive their forms? Vegeta inquired of Son Gohan. I can't see them clearly. Gohan shook his head. Their power had somewhat returned, and their transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was not for combat, but to witness the clash between Sun Wukong and Ye Fei. Nevertheless, even in this form, they could only make out vague silhouettes of the two warriors. Boom. At that moment, the fists of Sun Wukong and Ye Fei collided once more, the reverberation echoing through the air as they both staggered back, creating distance between them. Sun Wukong's breath grew heavy, faced with Ye Fei's full strength. He found himself at a disadvantage. However, the gap was not insurmountable, so despite being on the back foot, he was not defeated. Sun Wukong let out a low roar, his energy surging outward. He had actually grown stronger. Truly, he was the indomitable Sun Wukong. In the wake of his roar, his power once again escalated, indicating that he had now acclimatized to the formidable force within him. Yet, even so, it would not suffice. Victory in this battle would belong to me. Ye Fei took a step forward. Whoosh. In an instant, he stood before Sun Wukong, his right hand clenched into a fist, unleashing a powerful blow without hesitation. Bang. The force of this punch was tremendous, the most potent strike Ye Fei could muster at that moment, executed with no reservations. Sun Wukong's body trembled. He staggered back several paces, spewing a mouthful of blood, and plummeted to the ground. Boom. The earth quaked as Sun Wukong sank deeply into the ground, his form now lifeless, his eyes devoid of spirit. Sun Wukong, your strength is formidable. To have pushed me to this point is indeed a remarkable feat for you. If my power were any weaker, or had I not trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, I would not stand a chance against you. However, as it stands, I emerge victorious in this battle, Ye Fei stated calmly, gazing at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at Ye Fei, feeling the power within him waning, knowing it would soon dissipate. I refuse to accept this. Sun Wukong bellowed fiercely. His fists clenched as golden energy erupted forth, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 once more. Boom. He surged from the ground, instantly appearing before Ye Fei. Ye Fei was taken aback, surprised to see Sun Wukong. Logically, after enduring his punch, Wukong should have been devoid of strength. Yet, Ye Fei, I shall not concede easily. I will defeat you. With unwavering determination, Sun Wukong fixed his gaze upon Ye Fei. A roar escaped him as he clenched his fists, feeling an immense surge of power at that moment. Boom! Sun Wukong's strength soared to its zenith, and it showed no signs of abating. Upon reaching 70 billion, it continued to ascend, soon reaching an astonishing 90 billion. He had surpassed the might of Ye Fei's Super Saiyan form. How could this be? As Ye Fei beheld the overwhelming power of Sun Wukong, his eyes widened in disbelief, and a profound shock coursed through him, far exceeding his expectations. In a fit of rage, Sun Wukong fully tapped into the strength bestowed upon him by Gohan and Vegeta, his expression darkening. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he launched a fierce punch toward Ye Fei. So swift, Ye Fei's eyes narrowed as he instinctively recoiled a few paces just as Sun Wukong's fist approached. Simultaneously, he too delivered a powerful strike. Boom! The impact of their fists collided at that instant, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the vicinity of Baozi Mountain, echoing through the heavens and earth. In that moment of collision, both Sun Wukong and Ye Fei staggered, the immense force coursing through their bodies causing them to retreat uncontrollably for several steps. That single punch yielded no clear victor. This, Gohan watched in astonishment. Though he was unaware of what had transpired earlier, it seemed that the situation was rather promising. Damn Kakarot, he has actually surpassed his limits. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, feeling a pang of regret for having heeded Sun Wukong's advice. Now, it felt as though he had unwittingly aided Sun Wukong, a reality that Vegeta found hard to accept. Chapter 22. The Duel of Kamehameha Waves. Our powers are nearly on par, and I seem to possess a slight edge over your current state. Let us determine the victor with our next strike, proposed Sun Wukong to Ye Fei. No problem. A glint of excitement sparkled in Ye Fei's eyes through their recent battles. He too had experienced a rise in strength. Although he hadn't reached 90 billion in his Super Saiyan form, the gap was minimal. You can transform into Super Saiyan too, Sun Wukong remarked. Boom. As he spoke, Sun Wukong's aura erupted with explosive vigor. A formidable power surged, enveloping him in a terrifying aura. I have stated that I shall only utilize the Super Saiyan transformation. Should you manage to defeat me, then that would be a different matter. However, even with your strength at this level, it seems defeating me will not be an easy task, Ye Fei responded, observing Sun Wukong intently. After unleashing his full power, Sun Wukong formed his signature stance with both hands. As the second character fell, Sun Wukong's entire strength converged into his hands. The strongest strike, indeed. Observing Sun Wukong's movements, Ye Fei understood that this impending blow would determine their fate. Victory or defeat would be restored in this singular moment. I too possess this technique. Since you have chosen to employ it, I shall match your resolve. He was eager to witness whose prowess would prevail in this mirrored maneuver. As the third character descended, luminous points coalesced within Sun Wukong's palms. Though merely a point of light, it contained unfathomable and terrifying power. The moment the character gong was uttered, the light rapidly expanded, transforming from a mere point into a radiant sphere, unleashing an unimaginable force that harbored the capacity for annihilation. Sun Wukong's gaze was sharp and cold, as all his might coalesced into this ultimate Kamehameha wave. Is this truly your utmost strength? Ye Fei inquired, observing Sun Wukong. The power was undeniably formidable, yet this technique was not exclusive to him. Ye Fei could wield it as well. As he spoke, he raised his hands, mimicking Sun Wukong's stance. Kamehameha. Each syllable resonated with intent, and upon witnessing Ye Fei's movements and the energy in his hands, Sun Wukong's expression shifted, disbelief washing over him. You too can perform the Kamehameha wave? He exclaimed in astonishment. Wave. They both cried in unison, their voices echoing as they unleashed the final word. In that instant, both Sun Wukong and Ye Fei thrust their hands forward with immense force. Boom. A colossal surge of energy erupted from their palms, propelled by the culmination of their words, hurtling toward one another with an unimaginable momentum. Time seemed to slow at that moment. In utter disbelief, Son Gohan and Vegeta were frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of power contained within the Kamehameha waves unleashed by Sun Wukong and Ye Fei. It was beyond comprehension. Break for me, Sun Wukong bellowed, his expression wild with intensity. Ye Fei echoed, equally uncertain of the ultimate power of this strike. The two Kamehameha waves surged toward each other, colliding almost instantaneously. Boom! Upon contact, a cataclysmic force erupted, spreading wildly. However, situated atop the Baozi Mountain and under the deliberate restraint of both Ye Fei and Sun Wukong, the ensuing tempest of destruction was confined within a designated radius. Boom! The power of the two Kamehameha waves was overwhelmingly immense, reaching unimaginable proportions. Break it! Sun Wukong's expression twisted with ferocity as he unleashed all his strength without reservation, intent on obliterating Ye Fei's Kamehameha wave. Boom! Ye Fei remained impassive, though the outcome was not of paramount importance, having fought to such a degree. He was determined not to concede, but rather to triumph. Furthermore, Having made bold proclamations earlier, retreat was not an option for him. Victory was imperative. Given that both combatants wielded similar techniques and possessed comparable strength, determining a victor under such circumstances was far from a simple endeavor. Boom, boom. Amidst the relentless clashes, both Ye Fei and Sun Wukong held nothing back. Sun Wukong roared, channeling every ounce of his inner strength and indomitable resolve into the Kamehameha wave, causing its power to surge dramatically, instantly doubling in potency and shattering Ye Fei's Kamehameha wave. So powerful, Ye Fei's expression shifted slightly, even with comparable strength. Besting a member of the Sun family in a clash was no easy feat, such thoughts crossed Ye Fei's mind. However, the collapse of his Kamehameha wave did not equate to defeat. It merely indicated a loss in the clash, which, while related to the outcome of the battle, was not the sole determinant of victory. Boom. After obliterating Ye Fei's Kamehameha wave, Sun Wukong's colossal Kamehameha surged forth with destructive might directly toward him. Too slow. In the instant the Kamehameha approached, Ye Fei stepped forward, appearing directly behind Sun Wukong. What? Sun Wukong's expression changed as he had no time to react before Ye Fei's fist came crashing toward him. Bang! Ye Fei's fist was imbued with tremendous power, erupting without hesitation as it struck down upon Sun Wukong with unparalleled force. Boom! With the impact, Sun Wukong staggered back several paces, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he had committed to a desperate attack, but he never anticipated that Ye Fei would teleport behind him. I have lost. Sun Wukong's body trembled as the Kamehameha wave disintegrated, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan 2 form, reverting to his normal state. In this moment, he felt exceedingly weak, a consequence of the energy expenditure. After all, his power was not entirely his own. It was a transfer of energy from Vegeta and Son Gohan. Although Sun Wukong had absorbed some, overall, he relied more on the strength of others. Thus, such a situation was entirely understandable. Dad. Son Gohan rushed over. Kakarot. Vegeta followed closely behind. Ye Fei, I never imagined I would ultimately lose, Sun Wukong said weakly. Gazing at Ye Fei, though he faced defeat, the experience proved to be immensely enriching for him. Particularly, the amalgamation of Vegeta's and Gohan's powers significantly enhanced Goku's physical capabilities, an aspect of utmost importance. Chapter 23. Gohan's apprenticeship and departure from Earth. In truth, this battle could be deemed a draw, Ye Fei mused, rubbing his nose. Although he emerged victorious, he felt a tinge of illegitimacy in his triumph, as he had undeniably lost against Bo. His victory relied solely on instantaneous movement. Otherwise, overcoming his opponent with the strength of a Super Saiyan would have been a formidable challenge. Haha, Goku chuckled, rising to his feet. Alright, your training has reached a sufficient level. I have been here for quite some time. It is now time for me to prepare for my departure. Ye Fei glanced at the sky, understanding that to grow stronger, he must engage in battles against formidable foes. Yet, within the 7th universe, there were currently no worthy opponents for him to face. Where are you heading? Goku inquired, looking at Ye Fei with curiosity. To a distant place. During my absence. I hope you all can train diligently. Ye Fei replied calmly. Although Cell had been defeated, it was inevitable that stronger enemies would emerge in the future. In truth, with his current abilities, he could easily vanquish Majin Buu, but after some contemplation, he deemed such an action unnecessary. Though I know I cannot dissuade you. Will there be another opportunity for us to meet? Goku gazed at Ye Fei. Such an opportunity will indeed arise. Ye Fei nodded affirmatively. Uncle Ye Fei, may I accompany you? Gohan asked earnestly. The place I am leaving for is quite far, and I may not return for several years. Ye Fei looked at Gohan, uncertain of when he would return from his distant journey. Dad. Gohan turned to Goku, his eyes filled with yearning. He longed to join, but the prospect of being away from home for years was not a decision he could make lightly. Gohan, I respect your decision. Follow your heart, and do not overthink it. I will always support you, and training with Ye Fei will be immensely beneficial for you. Goku spoke slowly for him. It was merely a matter of not seeing Gohan for a while. But what about Mom? Gohan's concern was palpable. How about this? You leave with Ye Fei, and I will speak with Chi-Chi. Even if she disapproves, by the time she knows, you will already be gone. Goku proposed a plan of action that involved acting first and addressing Chi-Chi later, regardless of her agreement or discontent. Isn't that rather inappropriate? Gohan cast a wary glance at Goku, finding the suggestion quite difficult to accept. If that is the case, what will we do upon your return? He voiced his apprehensions slowly. Actually, there are still ways to navigate this, he added. Vegeta could no longer remain silent. After a brief pause, he spoke. What is the solution? Goku looked at Vegeta. The solution is for Gohan to take a master, then accompany him for training. In that case, even if Chi-Chi opposes it, it will be of no consequence. Vegeta continued. Ye Fei, would you accept Gohan as your disciple? Goku gazed at Ye Fei, recognizing that if this were to succeed, it would be the most favorable outcome. I am not particularly opposed to it, and Gohan certainly has potential. Ye Fei glanced at Gohan. I am honored to meet my master. Gohan, filled with excitement, immediately knelt down. The opportunity to become Ye Fei's disciple was immensely thrilling for him. He understood that training under Ye Fei would undoubtedly lead to significant enhancements in his strength. Such an opportunity was rare, and he knew he could not afford to miss it. Haha, Ye Fei laughed heartily, looking at Gohan. Although he was only slightly older, merely a decade or so in age, he had always held a fondness for Gohan. This sentiment had remained unchanged since before and after his transmigration. Since you are willing to be my disciple, from this day forth, you shall be my pupil. Ye Fei was genuinely pleased. Now that you are my disciple, you must follow me for training. Ye Fei observed Gohan, understanding his thoughts. He merely needed an excuse, or rather, a reason. But how should I explain this to my family? Gohan pondered. Although he longed to go, he felt a sense of responsibility towards his family, especially his mother. Gohan harbored a fear of Chi-Chi, one that even surpassed his apprehensions regarding Goku. As long as you are willing to come with me, everything else is manageable. Of course, this time away will be lengthy. Even if you choose not to go, I would understand. Ye Fei recognized Gohan's youth and the extended duration of his departure. Thus he could empathize if Gohan opted to stay. No, I will go with you, Gohan declared resolutely. Though he was uncertain how to communicate this to Chi-Chi or what might persuade her to agree, his determination to train with Ye Fei was unwavering. In that case, let us depart. Ye Fei glanced at Gohan. But how should I explain this to my mother? Gohan expressed his confusion. Leave that to Goku. After all, you trained with Piccolo for quite some time when you were 4 years old, so this should pose no issue now. Ye Fei directed his gaze towards Goku. Gohan, you need not worry. Go train with Ye Fei. I look forward to seeing the changes in you when we meet again. As for Chi-Chi, I will speak with her, so you can rest assured and follow Ye Fei. Goku encouraged Gohan, though he himself wished to join but was unable to, remaining behind instead. Farewell. Ye Fei cast a glance at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After speaking, he raised his right hand and waved it, immediately emanating a powerful force from his being. This energy swiftly enveloped Son Gohan, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. One could only wonder what level of strength he would attain upon his return. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. No one could definitively say, yet it was believed that their return would undoubtedly astonish us all. Vegeta, too, felt a pang of jealousy. Vegeta resolved to train diligently, recalling the fusion of his and Gohan's powers, which had brought about noticeable changes within him. Sun Wukong was profoundly moved by the earlier event. Although the power had dissipated, the sensation lingered vividly in his memory. Let us see whose strength is truly superior, Vegeta declared, and in a flash, he soared towards West City, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 24. Ye Fei, even gods are not so formidable. In the vast expanse of the seventh universe, two extraordinary realms existed. Though situated within the universe's starry skies, these places were not truly part of them. A peculiar phenomenon indeed. Humans could not tread here unless granted a rare opportunity. Otherwise, entry was impossible. These two locations were the sacred grounds of the seventh universe, the god of destruction's realm and the Supreme Kai's domain. However, the distance between them was immense, spanning endless voids. At this moment in the Supreme Kai's domain, Supreme Kai Shin was engrossed in his training, while Jebet stood nearby, attentively assisting him. A steady stream of energy was being absorbed into Shin's body. With a sigh, Shin opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue. How do you feel, Lord Supreme Kai? Jebet inquired with concern upon seeing Shin awaken. Alas, though my strength has significantly increased, I still remain far from matching Majin Buu, Shin replied, shaking his head. Despite his advancements, the formidable power of Majin Buu was beyond his grasp. There is no need for haste, my lord. You are the most exceptional Supreme Kai. I believe you will surely succeed, Jebet reassured him. I possess a clear understanding of my limitations. I know I am not cut out for training, Shin lamented. To defeat Majin Buu, I must draw forth the divine sword, for it is the sole means to vanquish him. A flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes at the mention of Majin Buu. The events of yesteryears haunted him like a nightmare, indelibly etched in his memory. There are numerous ways to conquer Majin Buu. However, even with another 10 or 20 years of training here, given your talents, you would still fall short in overcoming him. At that moment, a calm voice unexpectedly resonated from behind Shin and Jebet. Who goes there? The expressions of Jebet and the Kaioshin shifted dramatically as they suddenly turned to see two unfamiliar faces that had inexplicably appeared before them. Who are you? How did you arrive here? Jebet inquired, his gaze fixated on Ye Fei and Sun Wukong. What is this place? Sun Wukong asked, a hint of confusion evident in his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. This is one of the sacred realms of the seventh universe, the Kaioshin realm. Ye Fei responded with a slight smile, then turned to regard Jebet and the Kaioshin. Human, how did you come to this sacred domain? Jebet spoke again, his tone laced with a chill, clearly perturbed by Ye Fei's prior disregard for him. Jebet, the Kaioshin admonished, confident that although these two individuals were merely humans, their silent arrival here spoke volumes of their extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, their previous remarks exhibited a disdain for Majin Buu. Despite being unable to gauge the strength of Ye Fei and Sun Wukong, the Kaioshin was convinced of their formidable prowess. Additionally, he sensed an air of danger surrounding Sun Wukong, indicating that this relatively young human possessed considerable strength, at the very least, surpassing his own. Lord Kaioshin, they are but 2 humans. To dare intrude upon this sacred place, they must face the consequences. Otherwise, it would be too lenient, Jebet remarked, eyeing the Kaioshin. Are you intending to teach us a lesson? Ye Fei retorted with a faint smile, his gaze icy as it fell upon Jebet. Under the weight of Ye Fei's stare, Jebet felt a shiver run through him, causing him to involuntarily step back several paces. Wukong, it seems we have been underestimated, Ye Fei observed, addressing Sun Wukong. Human, do not presume that some modicum of strength grants you the liberty to act as you please. This is the Kaioshin realm, not a place where your kind can run amok, Jebet asserted. Though he was momentarily shaken by Ye Fei's glance, he regained his composure. Looking down at Ye Fei and Sun Wukong with an air of arrogance befitting a deity. Arrogance, Ye Fei scoffed. Jebet's haughty demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta's, yet his power was nowhere near comparable. Wukong, since Jebet underestimates the strength of humans, let him witness it firsthand. Remember, as long as you do not perish, you have the freedom to act as you wish. I grant you ample latitude. Ye Fei encouraged Sun Wukong gently. Understood, master. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Foolish humans, do you genuinely believe that a shred of power entitles you to act recklessly? Since you have chosen to court danger, allow me to impart a lesson today, to make you aware that certain places are not meant for you to tread, and some beings are not to be trifled with, Jebet declared, his face a mask of arrogance. Jebet, the Supreme Kai wished to intervene. However, Ye Fei materialized beside him. Supreme Kai, it would be prudent for you to refrain from interfering, he stated, his gaze imbued with a hint of frost. I merely intend to allow Son Gohan, this human, to engage in a spar with Jebet, who arrogantly regards humanity as mere insects. Rest assured, Son Gohan will exercise restraint and will not slay Jebet, so there is no need for your concern. Ye Fei's tone was calm, yet frigid, prompting the Supreme Kai to fall into silence upon hearing his words. Gohan, unleash your full power and demonstrate to Jebet the might of humanity, Ye Fei gradually instructed. I understand, Son Gohan nodded, accepting Ye Fei's request without hesitation. Your full power, you say? Jebet scoffed, shaking his head. You are merely a human. I am curious to see just how strong you can be. With a fierce determination, Son Gohan clenched his fists, and at that moment, a low growl of fury escaped his lips. A tremendous force erupted from his being, as golden light enveloped him. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2. With this transformation, Son Gohan's expression turned merciless as his gaze fell upon Jebet. This is my full power, he declared with calm assurance. Jebet stared in disbelief at Son Gohan, never anticipating that he could transform, let alone that the power he wielded post-transformation would be so formidable. How is this possible? Jebet exclaimed, incredulous. The sheer intensity of Son Gohan's aura exceeded his wildest imaginings. Despite his own strength, Jebet realized that he could not possibly contend with the power of Son Gohan in this state. Unleash your full might, Son Gohan urged Jebet, his eyes fixed intently on him. Aye. Jebet stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. In an instant, Son Gohan surged forward, appearing before Jebet in a flash, raising his right hand to deliver a decisive blow. The speed was overwhelming. Jebet found himself paralyzed by shock, unable to evade. With a resounding impact, Son Gohan's fist struck Jebet without hesitation. A piercing scream erupted as Jebet was sent flying back several dozen paces, blood spilling from his mouth. His complexion pale and devoid of color. What terrifying power is this? Jebet gasped in disbelief. Is this all you can muster? Ye Fei approached Jebet, his gaze icy. You. Jebet's expression soured, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. He recalled vividly that Son Gohan referred to Ye Fei as his master. If his disciple possessed such formidable strength, what level of terrifying power could his master possibly wield? The thought was too daunting for Jebet to contemplate. God is merely what it is. It is nothing to be overly concerned about, Ye Fei uttered coldly. This statement left Jebet at a loss for words, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Chapter 25, The King of World's Sword. My apologies, Jebet may not possess the most amiable temperament, yet he harbors no malicious intent. His behavior stems from a concern for his own safety, stated the King of Worlds, stepping forward. At this juncture, he realized retreat was not an option. If there were indeed threats against him, escape would be futile. Hence, there was no need for excessive caution. I understand that had the circumstances been different, I would have allowed Gohan to eliminate him rather than merely defeat him. Ye Fei cast a glance at the King of Worlds, harboring no intentions of hostility, as they were fundamentally good beings. You two possess formidable strength. May I inquire your names and origins? The King of Worlds, Xian, expressed genuine curiosity, astonished by the extent of human power, which had surpassed his expectations. I am Ye Fei, and this is my disciple, Sun Wukong. We hail from Earth. Ye Fei replied slowly, revealing no secrets, believing that even if he concealed the truth, the King of Worlds could uncover it. Thus, it was better to be forthright. Earth, the king of worlds, furrowed his brow. Despite being merely an insignificant planet in the North Galaxy of the Seventh Universe, he possessed considerable knowledge about Earth. He was aware that Babidi was concealing Majin Buu in the North Galaxy, with a significant possibility of it being hidden on Earth. However, this was merely conjecture, yet to be substantiated. You possess great power. What brings you to the realm of the King of Worlds? Should I be of assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. The King of Worlds offered, understanding that those of considerable strength often possessed eccentric personalities. Catering to their wishes was the wisest course, lest they unleash chaos akin to Majin Buu's rampage. I do not have any pressing matters, but there are indeed a few minor inquiries, Ye Fei responded, regarding the King of Worlds with intent. Pray, speak on. The King of Worlds encouraged, relieved that Ye Fei appeared to be a reasonable individual, making interactions far more manageable. I have heard whispers of a treasured sword within the realm of the King of Worlds. Is there any truth to this? Ye Fei inquired indirectly, confident that the King of Worlds would grasp the underlying meaning of his words. The King of Worlds sword, you say? The king murmured, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, it exists. Yet no one has ever managed to draw it forth. Is that so? That remains to be seen. Ye Fei replied with a subtle smile, suggesting that he might be capable of retrieving it. I understand you may be skeptical, so come with me. If you can indeed draw the King of Worlds sword, it shall be yours, the King of Worlds generously declared. Swish, swish. The Supreme Kai, Jebit, Ye Fei, and Son Gohan soared into the air, swiftly making their way towards the depths of the God of Destruction realm under the guidance of the Supreme Kai. In mere moments, they arrived at the pinnacle of a mountain within the Supreme Kai realm. This was the Supreme Kai sword, a blade that had been embedded in this spot countless years ago. Generations of Supreme Kais had attempted to draw the divine sword, yet none had succeeded. If you doubt it, why not give it a try? The Supreme Kai suggested, turning his gaze to Ye Fei. Gohan, you should attempt it first. Ye Fei glanced at the sword, but chose not to intervene, instead watching Son Gohan. All right, Gohan replied, stepping forward. At that moment, he was transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his power at its zenith. Even though I will attempt what generations of Supreme Kais could not, I cannot believe you will succeed. If that were the case, it would be quite embarrassing for us Supreme Kais, the Supreme Kai observed calmly. Despite Gohan's formidable strength, he remained unconvinced that Gohan could extract the Supreme Kai sword. Humph, no matter how powerful you are, the Supreme Kai sword is not so easily drawn. Ye Fei thought slyly, hesitant to risk embarrassment by attempting to pull the sword himself. Allowing his disciple, Son Gohan, to try first would provide him a convenient excuse should Gohan fail. Although Jebit had been left questioning his existence after a single punch from Gohan, he too doubted Gohan's ability to pull the Supreme Kai sword. Thus, both the Supreme Kai and Jebit watched with a sense of amusement, eagerly anticipating the moment when the sword would remain unyielding. The entire length of the Supreme Kai sword was embedded within the mountain, effectively merging it with the peak itself. In essence, although it was merely a sword, it was synonymous with the mountain. It was no wonder the Supreme Kai could not extract it. They were not unjustly reproached. Ye Fei acknowledged that Bills had indeed displayed some cleverness in sealing the old Supreme Kai. Gohan gripped the hilt of the sword, channeling all his strength as he attempted to lift the Supreme Kai sword. Despite his immense power, he was unable to draw it forth. See, I wasn't deceiving you, the Supreme Kai remarked with a slight smile upon witnessing Gohan's failure. Master, this sword is incredibly heavy, far beyond my expectations, Gohan confessed, turning to Ye Fei, astonished at the difficulty of the task. You cannot pull it out? Ye Fei furrowed his brow. It cannot be that dire, Gohan replied, a serious expression crossing his face. He had not initially exerted his full strength. This time, he would unleash everything he had to draw the sword. Gohan's determination was unwavering. Having already transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, he felt the weight of the situation. If he failed to extract the Supreme Kai sword, it would be an immense embarrassment. Moreover, as Ye Fei's disciple, he could not afford to lose face in front of others. Therefore, he resolved to draw the sword, leaving no room for negotiation. You shall have one more opportunity. Ye Fei gazed at Sun Wukong and spoke, rest assured, this time I shall surely draw forth the Kaishin sword. Sun Wukong replied resolutely. Let us begin. Ye Fei refrained from further words and turned his attention to Sun Wukong. Boom. Sun Wukong seized the Kaishin sword once more, unleashing an eruption of power as a formidable aura surged forth, the might of Super Saiyan 2 coalescing in his hands. Come forth, he bellowed, and an immense force exploded forth. Under this tremendous energy, fissures began to crack the very ground where the Kaishin sword was embedded in the mountain peak, rapidly spreading outward in a frenzy. The Kaishin and Kibito exchanged astonished glances, their expressions betraying an unimaginable shock as they beheld Sun Wukong's display. How can this be? Despite witnessing it with their own eyes, right before them, the spectacle stirred tumultuous waves within their hearts, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Even though the sword had yet to be fully drawn, their astonishment was palpable. with a surge of power coursing through his hands. Sun Wukong managed to extract the Kaishin sword slightly from its resting place. However, completely withdrawing it would demand further effort. It was no simple task. Rumble. The mountain trembled violently, on the verge of collapse, as numerous cracks emerged, heralding a widespread crumbling of the peak. Come forth. Sun Wukong shouted once more. As the golden energy reached its zenith, his momentum peaking alongside it. With this mighty roar, he raised his hands high, decisively pulling the Kaishin sword free from the mountain. Boom. Upon its extraction, the mountain crumbled dramatically. What? He truly drew forth the Kaishin sword. How is this possible? The very sword that had eluded countless generations of Kaishin was now wielded by a mere human, an absurdity beyond comprehension. The Kaishin and Kibito stood frozen, staring blankly at Sun Wukong, their minds a void. Chapter 26. Breaking the seal, the old Kaishin emerges. This sword is quite heavy, Sun Wukong remarked to Ye Fei, noting that while the Kaishin sword appeared unremarkable, its weight was astonishing. Although he could hold it now, it required considerable exertion. In its normal state, even if I could lift it, I would certainly struggle to wield it. You truly have drawn forth the Kaishin sword. The Kaishin gazed at Sun Wukong with excitement, his expression betraying uncontrollable joy. Lord Kaishin, what significance does drawing the sword hold? Sun Wukong inquired. While it is indeed heavy, it seems to possess no other attributes. Wukong. It is said that whoever can draw the Kaishin sword shall gain the most formidable power in the universe. Do you not feel anything at all? The Kaishin asked, looking intently at Sun Wukong. Truly, I feel nothing, Sun Wukong replied. Sun Wukong felt a sense of stagnation, perceiving no discernible change within himself. After all, legends are merely tales. It was unexpected for you, as the god of the Kais, to place any faith in such folklore. Ye Fei spoke with a hint of exasperation. God of the Kais, I recall you stating that upon drawing the sword of the Kais, it would be entrusted to me. I have now drawn the sword. Have I not? He gazed intently at the god of the Kais. Even though his intention was not to claim the sword, he still articulated his thoughts. Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. The sword of the Kais may indeed be yours. However, given its status as a treasured artifact of the Kai realm, would you permit me a glance before it is bestowed upon you? I have yet to behold the complete sword of the Kais, the god of the Kais replied. Though he had no intention of retracting his promise, the curiosity of a deity compelled him to witness the sword's unique attributes. Fear not. Although the sword of the Kais is indeed impressive, I harbor little interest in it. Moreover, neither Gohan nor I are particularly fond of wielding weapons. So we shall not claim the sword, Ye Fei responded with a subtle smile. Then I am most grateful, the god of the Kais exclaimed, his expression betraying unrestrained joy. Astonished that Ye Fei would utter such words, far exceeding his expectations. Do not rejoice too soon. The reason the sword of the Kais has earned its esteemed status is not as simple as you may presume. It is sealed with certain enchantments. And our task now is to break these seals, Ye Fei began, raising his right hand. In an instant, the sword of the Kais was wrenched from Gohan's grasp and materialized in Ye Fei's hand. It is indeed quite weighty, he remarked. What do you intend to do with the sword of the Kais? The god of the Kais regarded Ye Fei with uncertainty, a gnawing apprehension stirring within him. I wish to reveal the true power of the sword of the Kais. I have researched numerous ancient texts and explored various avenues. Coupled with the vibrations emanating from the sword, I am now certain of one thing, Ye Fei declared, his gaze fixed intently upon the sword. Ignoring the god of the Kais and Jebit, he understood that the old Kai resided within the sword. Yet he needed to concoct a plausible excuse to placate the god of the Kais, for failing to do so might lead to complications. Although Ye Fei could have remained silent, such reticence was not in his nature. Thus, he fabricated this rationale. Whether the god of the Kais believed him or not was of little consequence. He was indifferent to such matters. You speak with such mystique. Do you truly possess greater knowledge of the sword than I? The god of the Kais challenged. Boom. Ye Fei dismissed the need for further explanation and refrained from idle chatter, unleashing a formidable surge of power. Releasing the old Kai was not a daunting task. Severing the sword would suffice. However, Ye Fei had no intention of resorting to such measures. Rather than simply destroying the sword, he aspired to dismantle the seals. Hoping to engage in a contest with the destructive god, Beerus. Though the endeavor was fraught with difficulty, Ye Fei harbored no doubts. Long before arriving at the realm of the Supreme Kai, Ye Fei had already devised such a plan. He transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, unleashing an overwhelming and terrifying power that instantly erupted. Under this formidable force, both the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction found themselves unable to approach Ye Fei and were instead forcibly repelled several feet away. How could his strength be so immense? Jebit's pupils contracted. He had initially believed that Son Gohan's power was already considerable. Although Gohan referred to Ye Fei as his master, Ye Fei's level of might far surpassed their expectations. I once thought my own strength was quite formidable, but now, in their presence, it seems utterly insignificant, The Supreme Kai couldn't help but mutter self-deprecatingly. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Ye Fei's gaze became serious. He raised his right hand and delicately pointed at the Supreme Kai's sword. Although this gesture appeared incredibly light, seemingly devoid of any force. The moment Ye Fei's finger made contact with the sword, an overwhelming surge of power from within him violently surged into the Supreme Kai's blade. Boom! As Ye Fei's energy flowed into the sword, it trembled throughout, and a violet glow appeared upon it. This purple hue was not dense, yet it harbored an aura of annihilation, suggesting that all other forces were rendered ineffective before its presence. It was a power that transcended all. Ye Fei's strength collided with the violet energy, and the two forces engaged in a fierce struggle. While the violet energy was undeniably potent, it was also limited, possessing only a trace. In such circumstances, as Ye Fei's power continuously surged into the Supreme Kai's sword and clashed with the violet energy, the latter, despite its might, gradually diminished, ultimately being completely eradicated by Ye Fei's strength. As the violet energy vanished, Ye Fei immediately sensed a faint yet distinct presence within the Supreme Kai's sword. What was that purple essence? Son Gohan, the Supreme Kai, and Vegeta exchanged perplexed glances. They were uncertain of the nature of the violet energy, yet they could feel the insurmountable power it contained. Come forth. Ye Fei grasped the Supreme Kai's sword and forcefully yanked it outward. A beam of light was drawn from it. What is this? The three looked at the light, their expressions revealing skepticism. As the glow gradually dissipated, it revealed a gaunt old man clad in the garb of the Supreme Kai standing before them. Who are you? The Supreme Kai gazed at the elder, who wore the same attire as himself, his expression one of confusion. He did not recognize the individual, yet the garments he wore were unmistakably those of the Supreme Kai, leaving him deeply perplexed and eager to uncover the stranger's identity. Do you not even recognize me? The old Supreme Kai spoke in a leisurely tone. The Supreme Kai shook his head without uttering a word. I am your predecessor from 15 generations ago. Does that ring a bell? The old Supreme Kai pondered momentarily before speaking again. Nanny? No, it's impossible. The Grand Kai and the Supreme Kai gazed in astonishment at the old Kai, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief. The revelation of his true identity left both of them utterly flabbergasted. Despite their reluctance to accept it, the truth was undeniable, and any attempts to refute it would prove futile. They had no choice but to confront reality. It was astonishing to consider that, after all these years, there had been numerous Supreme Kais succeeding him, only to find that each generation seemed less capable than the last, a most disheartening realization. The old Kai cast a sidelong glance at the Supreme Kai, his tone tinged with an oddity that could not be ignored. Chapter 27. Two requests. The Supreme Kai Shin and the Grand Kai's complexion darkened, yet they dared not voice their thoughts, instead bowing their heads in submission, awaiting the old Kai's reprimand, presenting themselves as obedient disciples. Gohan's expression was one of confusion as he observed the old Kai, who had been released from the Supreme Kai's sword by Ye Fei, his countenance reflecting perplexity. Master, is this individual truly the embodiment of the Supreme Kai's power? Gohan inquired. His curiosity piqued. After all, the old Kai appeared to be little more than skin and bones. It was hard to believe that someone of such frail appearance could possess any formidable strength. Indeed, a strong gust of wind might easily carry him away. One must not judge by appearances, for the ocean cannot be measured by a mere cup, Ye Fei cautioned. Never underestimate a person based solely on their exterior. While he may lack physical power, his abilities are remarkably unique. I understand. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. I recall someone who preferred I remain confined. As for their identity, do you wish for me to reveal it? The old Kai glared at the Supreme Kai Shin, clenching his small fist and speaking with a fierce intensity. Old Kai, rescuing you is not intended for squabbling. Should you wish to argue, you may continue at any time, but not now, Ye Fei interjected, furrowing his brow as he stepped forward. It was indeed you who liberated me, and for that, I am grateful. If you have any requests, feel free to express them. As long as they are within my power, I shall not refuse. The old Kai regarded Ye Fei and Gohan, speaking once more. Old Kai, my request is quite simple. One that should be easily fulfilled by you, Ye Fei stated, locking eyes with the old Kai. Pray, share it with me, the old Kai replied, interest piqued. Although he knew little of Ye Fei, the manner in which Ye Fei spoke suggested an intimate understanding of him, which surprised the old Kai. I have but two conditions. The first is to assist Gohan in unlocking his potential, but not at this moment. Rather, I wish for this to occur upon our return. The second condition is my desire to leave the seventh universe and journey to another. I am aware that you possess the capability to do so, Ye Fei articulated, his gaze steady upon the old Kai. Upon hearing Ye Fei's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed the old Kai's features. The first request seemed manageable, yet the second posed a significant challenge. Is there a problem? Ye Fei inquired, his eyes betraying a subtle glimmer of coldness. In truth, your initial condition holds little weight for me. Unlocking potential comes easily. However, traversing to another universe is a far more formidable endeavor. The old Kaishin murmured. What did you say? Ye Fei fixed his gaze upon the old Kaioshin. The matter is such. There exists an accord among the universes that forbids unauthorized travel. Should anyone contravene this agreement, they would immediately face repercussions. Although your strength is considerable, it has yet to reach a level where such matters can be disregarded. Thus, I advise you to abandon such notions. As for me, while I am indeed a Kaioshin, I am merely a retired Kaioshin from the 15th generation. Therefore, I lack the authority to escort you from the 7th universe. The old Kaioshin spoke slowly, taken aback by Ye Fei's audacious proposal, leaving him rather disheartened. Is there truly no alternative? Ye Fei inquired, his brow furrowed. He had expended significant effort to release the old Kaioshin, only to encounter such an impasse. In truth, while departing from the universe is challenging, it is not entirely devoid of possibilities. Certain rare artifacts can facilitate such a journey. Or one might enlist the aid of a god of destruction to achieve the same. As for the Kaioshin, being a deity of creation, their authority primarily resides within their respective universes, offering little power beyond those confines. The old Kaioshin regarded Ye Fei as he spoke. From your tone, it seems my only option to leave the 7th universe is to seek out the god of destruction. However, should I approach him and inadvertently disclose your whereabouts? It may not bode well for you. Ye Fei's eyes flickered. He had long suspected the old Kaioshin was withholding information, yet lacked proof. Indeed, upon hearing Ye Fei's words, the old Kaioshin's expression shifted, revealing a rare glimpse of trepidation. He was no longer the spirited youth of yore, and the temperament of the god of destruction, Beerus, remained uncertain. Should Beerus take umbrage with him, he could find himself sealed once more, with no one left to liberate him. The old Kaioshin awkwardly continued. Yet, alternatives do exist. While I cannot transport you across universes as a god of destruction might, my abilities are not to be underestimated. Ultimately, the old Kaioshin relented, acknowledging that while complications may arise, they would not be insurmountable. Had you mentioned this sooner, we could have avoided this predicament, Ye Fei remarked, observing the old Kaioshin. Nevertheless, while I can assist you in departing the 7th universe, my status as a retired Kaioshin limits me to guiding you only to the brother universe of the 7th. Beyond that, I am powerless. The old Kaioshin admitted, constrained by his own capabilities. Only to the 6th universe, then? Ye Fei glanced at the old Kaioshin. Despite the limitations, this option was still quite favorable, and Ye Fei found himself relatively satisfied. Then let us proceed to the 6th universe. Ye Fei remained silent for a moment before nodding. Venturing to the 6th universe was acceptable. After all, the 7th universe currently ranked second to last in strength. Except for the 10th universe. Any other universe would be a viable option for him. To facilitate your departure while minimizing detection, some preparations are necessary. The time required will not be extensive. Merely a few hours, so please bear with us for a while. The old Kai sighed, yet he bore no resentment. Master, may we offer our assistance? Kaioshin Shin, though not particularly knowledgeable about many matters, stepped forward at this moment, eager to contribute his strength, even if he felt it might be of little help. You may refrain from involvement. There are many aspects you remain unaware of, and such matters are not exclusive to the Kaioshin. So it is best you observe from the sidelines, the old Kai replied, shaking his head and declining Kaioshin Shin's offer of aid. Kaioshin, might it be possible for you to prepare some food? We find ourselves somewhat hungry. Ye Fei addressed Kaioshin. That is certainly no problem, Kaioshin responded, momentarily taken aback. Before smiling gently, Ye Fei's assistance in rescuing the old Kai filled him with gratitude. Such a small request would naturally not be refused. Jebet, please prepare some food. We still have some time, Kaioshin instructed Jebet. Of course, my lord Kaioshin. Jebet replied respectfully, without any dissent, before heading off into the distance, quickly disappearing from sight. Chapter 28. The Black Hole Passage. The old Kai was engaged in a series of peculiar movements. Ye Fei, I am uncertain of your intentions in other universes, nor do I know what you seek. I only wish to know if you will return. Kaioshin Shin expressed, his concern evident. Of course. As a resident of the 7th universe, I will undoubtedly return. What do you mean by that question? Ye Fei replied with a slight smile, somewhat perplexed by Kaioshin Shin's words. Since you have mentioned it, I shall not withhold some truths from you. Kaioshin smiled, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. You are referring to Majin Buu, aren't you? Ye Fei surmised, having gleaned some understanding from the expression of Kaioshin. Indeed. Though I currently do not know where Majin Buu has been taken, his existence poses a tremendous threat to the entire universe, with the potential to annihilate it. If the opportunity arises, I hope you will return. At the very least, you could assist us in defeating Majin Buu. With your strength, I am certain you could overcome him. Kaioshin spoke earnestly, having come to terms with the realization that no matter how much he trained, he would never match Majin Buu's power. If possible, I will return. However, there is no need for excessive concern. While Majin Buu is formidable, he is not invincible. On Earth, there are currently two individuals, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, both of considerable strength. Although they currently fall short compared to Majin Buu, I believe that when Majin Buu eventually emerges, their powers will undergo a remarkable enhancement. Ye Fei smiled slightly and spoke. Rest assured, by that time, Gohan and I should return, so you need not worry about Majin Buu at all. With a calm demeanor, Ye Fei regarded Majin Buu as no threat, not worthy of his concern in the slightest. Let us hope so, the Supreme Kai chuckled, aware that he could not compel Ye Fei and could only wish that Ye Fei would return, considering he hailed from the 7th universe. Your meal is ready. Please come and dine, Jebet said shortly thereafter. Time passed swiftly, and soon 3 hours had elapsed. There appeared to be no change in the old Supreme Kai, who seemed to merely gesticulate with his hands during that time, or so it appeared to many observers. Old ancestor, perhaps you should take a break? The Supreme Kai felt a twinge of awkwardness, but dared not speak too freely in the presence of the old Supreme Kai. Just a moment longer. I am nearly finished. The old Supreme Kai replied, fatigue evident in his voice. Recently freed from his seal, he was still in a weakened state, and such exertion was taxing for him. Ye Fei and Gohan stood quietly to the side, exuding calmness and showing no signs of impatience. They were remarkably composed. Do you feel that? Ye Fei inquired, gazing at Gohan. Not significantly. I merely sense a subtle shift in the forces of the universe, Gohan responded slowly. However, the change is so slight that I cannot fully discern it. Under the transformation of Super Saiyan 2, Gohan's perception had indeed heightened, allowing him to sense things he previously could not. Indeed, that is correct, Ye Fei nodded, not surprised by Gohan's ability to perceive such nuances. This is a power that transcends our understanding. Although my knowledge of this power is limited, one can imagine its immense strength, albeit it is not suited for combat. Perhaps it is a force that humanity cannot yet master. We may possess it in the future, but it is still premature for us now. What kind of power is this? Gohan queried, his expression filled with curiosity. I do not know. It is not a power we can currently wield, Ye Fei replied. You are right. It is a power beyond human capability, the old Supreme Kai observed, glancing at Ye Fei and Gohan. The fact that these two humans could perceive his strength was beyond his imagination. However, considering that Ye Fei had shattered Beerus's seal, it was not entirely surprising that they could sense his power. In truth, this is a power so elusive that even the divine find it challenging to grasp. By mere chance, I have attained such strength. For you to master this power is, I must say, exceedingly arduous, if not utterly improbable. The old Kai slowly spoke. Not necessarily, came a calm, yet resolute reply from Ye Fei. Despite the gods' celestial advantages and immense fortunes, humanity possesses boundless potential. Do you genuinely believe that human strength cannot surpass that of the gods? While he could not speak for others, he was certain of his own capacity to transcend the divine, at the very least qualifying for such an elevation. Your fervor is palpable, should you truly possess such capability. Then I would be eager to witness it, the old Kai replied, shaking his head, disinclined to engage in further dialogue with Ye Fei. With a gesture of his right hand, the old Kai summoned forth an immense surge of black light. As this darkness materialized, it emitted an overwhelming pressure, coalescing into a vast black hole. This is the black hole that will lead you into the 6th universe. Proceed straight ahead, and upon reaching the end, you shall enter that realm. However, it is exceedingly easy to lose one's way within, so you must remain vigilant. Do not alter your course recklessly. Moving forward is the safest approach, he advised. Thank you. Ye Fei nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the immense difficulty in creating such a black hole, as connecting two universes is already beyond imagination, compounded by the necessity of avoiding detection by the god of destruction of the 6th universe, thereby amplifying the challenge significantly. Just know that I have toiled for this, the old Kai continued wearily. This black hole is not particularly stable and will not endure for long, but it will ensure your passage into the 6th universe. Thus, you must enter without delay. Go, Gohan, Ye Fei said, glancing at Gohan, realizing that this departure might lead to an uncertain return. I am fine with it. Let us proceed. Gohan replied firmly, having resolved himself, leaving no room for hesitation. Moreover, any doubt would only portray him as weak to Ye Fei. Ye Fei, Gohan, will you both be able to return? The Kai questioned once more, clearly burdened by this concern. If Goku and Vegeta cannot defeat Majin Buu, we will return. Earth is our home, and I will not allow anyone to destroy it. Not even Majin Buu, Ye Fei declared resolutely, turning away without a backward glance, pulling Gohan along as they charged forth. Chapter 29, The Collapse of Space, Whis takes action. Whoosh, whoosh. Ye Fei and Gohan propelled themselves towards the black hole's entrance. You too must hasten. The space is exceedingly unstable. This is my utmost effort. If one were to pass alone, there would be no issue. However, the two of you must advance at full speed. For there exists the grave possibility that the black hole's space will seal itself. Once that occurs, you shall be forever imprisoned within the abyss, with no hope of escape. Observing Ye Fei and Sun Wukong plunge into the black hole without a moment's hesitation, the old Supreme Kai finally revealed the inherent dangers of the black hole's realm. After all, once trapped inside, there would be no chance of emergence. No matter how formidable Ye Fei and Sun Wukong's powers may be, They would be utterly incapable of departing from the black hole's grasp. Thank you for the warning, Ye Fei responded with a faint smile. The old Supreme Kai's words alleviating his concerns. Moreover, should the black hole's space collapse, he would not harbor any resentment towards the old Supreme Kai, for the latter had already disclosed the peril. Had he remained silent, Ye Fei's wrath would likely have been directed at him following the collapse. A burden the old Supreme Kai could scarcely bear. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Fei and Sun Wukong charged into the depths of the black hole. Master, will they truly be all right? The Supreme Kai inquired, his expression marred by worry. This is their own choice. I have conveyed the dangers to them. Yet I could not dissuade them. They seem remarkably confident in their abilities. Since we have arrived at this juncture, let us place our faith in them. The old Supreme Kai replied, recognizing the futility of further words at this stage. I hope they succeed. The Supreme Kai murmured, feeling powerless to assist, and could only offer silent prayers in his heart. Inside the black hole, darkness enveloped all. One could not see their own hand before their face. Vision held no value here. Discerning direction by sight was an impossibility. Master, over here. Upon entering the black hole, Sun Wukong felt a surge of anxiety. This was not due to a lack of courage, but rather the overwhelming force of absorption that seemed to consume everything. This black hole was a manifestation of the old Supreme Kai's power, not a naturally occurring phenomenon. Despite this, its potency should not be underestimated. Stay close to me. This way, you shall not become lost, Ye Fei instructed, casting a glance at Sun Wukong. I understand. Sun Wukong nodded, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. Whoosh! Ye Fei immediately unleashed his full speed, propelling himself and Sun Wukong toward the black hole's terminus. In this realm of impenetrable darkness, Ye Fei could only fixate on a singular path, racing forward in a straight line. Though the surroundings were shrouded in black, Ye Fei's sense of direction remained unclouded, allowing him to proceed without trepidation. As they sped onward, time itself seemed to lose all meaning within the black hole's confines. Despite Ye Fei's rapid pace, it felt as though his speed was rendered immobile, as if the very fabric of reality had come to a standstill. This peculiar sensation was unnerving, driving one to the brink of madness. Time slipped away silently, leaving no trace of its passage. Suddenly, the entire black hole's space trembled violently, although it did not collapse. This unexpected jolt caused Ye Fei to fixate his gaze, his expression instantly tightening with anxiety. Could it truly be unsustainable? Ye Fei murmured inwardly. Fortunately, the tremor was fleeting, lasting but a moment. After the quake, although instability emerged within the black hole, it remained largely undamaged overall. Master, Sun Wukong felt a surge of tension. Fear not. Everything is fine. Ye Fei's eyes sparkled with determination as he surged forward with newfound speed towards the depths of the black hole. In the realm of the destroyer god of the seventh universe, Whis sat languidly. Ever since Lord Beerus fell into slumber, life had lost its allure. How dull it is. Whis lamented. Even the pleasure of indulging in sumptuous feasts had waned, dulled by Beerus's prolonged hibernation. Suddenly, Whis's gaze shifted to the distance, his eyes widening with intrigue. With a flick of his angelic staff, a surge of divine energy erupted, conjuring a luminous screen before him. To think they would resort to such means to traverse to the sixth universe. Whis found himself both bemused and captivated. It has been ages since I encountered a fascinating human. Little did I expect today would bring one. As he peered at the screen, amidst the black hole's expanse, he beheld two figures, Ye Fei and Sun Wukong. What audacity to undertake such an endeavor. Yet, it matters little. Since Lord Beerus is asleep, I shall pretend not to notice. However, this method of reaching the sixth universe is certainly flawed. The black hole will likely collapse before you even arrive, leaving you trapped within its confines. Even I would require a significant amount of time to rescue you. Moreover, should fortune smile upon you and you manage to enter the sixth universe, such a black hole would swiftly attract the attention of the angels and destroyers. Whis mused, harboring no doubts about this outcome. Since fate has brought me to you, I shall extend my assistance just this once. Though disinclined to meddle and bound to remain neutral, this trivial matter poses no issue. Thus Whis dismissed any concerns. Raising his right hand with a flourish, an extraordinary force surged forth, heading directly towards the black hole. With my aid, you shall enter the sixth universe undetected. And once inside, no one will be the wiser. Even for the angels of the sixth universe, unless they are perpetually attuned to cosmic events, they will not perceive anything amiss. Whis spoke with satisfaction. As time passed, the black hole space began to unravel. Cursed be this fate. Ye Fei's complexion darkened as he realized that, given the current rate of collapse, neither he nor Sun Wukong had any opportunity to enter the sixth universe. Must he truly surrender? With a grim expression, Ye Fei acknowledged that his current strength was insufficient to confront Beerus. Rendering any thoughts of invading the god of destruction's realm utterly futile, there was no doubt about that. Master, what should we do? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing at Ye Fei. We can only depart, Ye Fei replied helplessly. What is happening? Just as they prepared to leave the black hole space, They were taken aback to witness the seemingly collapsing black hole suddenly stabilize in an instant. What is the meaning of this? Sun Wukong questioned, his expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Who could it be? Ye Fei was equally taken aback. I offer you a helping hand. A calm voice resonated in their ears. Whis. Ye Fei's gaze sharpened. He recognized the voice. Chapter 30. Ye Fei, I am coming to the 6th universe. Master, what is going on? Who is this benefactor? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. He struggled to comprehend the terrifying power capable of stabilizing a collapsing black hole from such a distance. He believed that among all the individuals he knew, none possessed such extraordinary strength to accomplish such a feat, not even Ye Fei himself. Although his master was immensely powerful, he too could not achieve such an act. I do not know who they are, but to accomplish such a feat from afar suggests their strength must be formidable, surpassing imagination. At the very least, this is something I could not do. Perhaps they are the strongest being in our universe. Who can say? If there is a chance in the future, I hope to meet them, Ye Fei responded calmly. He was uncertain whether Whis was aware of him, but he felt it prudent to feign ignorance. Let us set forth. This time, there shall be no unforeseen incidents. With that, Ye Fei swiftly led Sun Wukong away into the distance. This time, he harbored no worries, and thus his mood was quite buoyant. Furthermore, Whis had not only refrained from obstructing him, but had even aided in repairing the collapsing black hole. This indicated, from another perspective, that Whis did not oppose his journey to the 6th universe. Rather, he seemed to support it. Having come to this realization, Ye Fei felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. Whoosh! Ye Fei propelled himself forward at breakneck speed, racing through the black hole space alongside Sun Wukong. His velocity reached its zenith as he swiftly traversed considerable distance in an instant. The 7th universe was vast, despite Ye Fei's rapid pace. Crossing the entire universe remained a formidable task. Though the black hole space reduced the distance considerably, reaching the 6th universe was still a daunting endeavor. Especially within the confines of this black hole, instantaneous movement is rendered impossible, thus significantly elongating the passage of time. Days have slipped by in a blur. Ye Fei is uncertain of how long exactly has elapsed or how far he has traveled at this velocity. Amidst the endless darkness, his gaze remains resolutely fixed ahead. Suddenly, a beam of light pierces through the void. Upon seeing this illumination, a fierce glimmer ignites in Ye Fei's eyes. Master, that must be the destination, exclaimed Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement. Indeed, Ye Fei responded, his speed surging once more as he propelled himself toward the terminus of the black hole. Whoosh! Ye Fei's velocity escalated dramatically, particularly upon sighting the end, reaching its utmost limit. Approximately half an hour later, he and Sun Wukong burst forth from the black hole, emerging on a distant planet. Is this the 6th universe? Ye Fei mused, surveying his surroundings. Everything appeared remarkably unfamiliar. Although it seemed similar to his own universe, after a brief moment of perception, Ye Fei was confident that he had indeed departed from the 7th universe and arrived in the 6th. Master, is this truly the 6th universe? Sun Wukong inquired. His eyes filled with curiosity as he gazed around. Yes, this is the 6th universe. It is quite similar to ours, yet it harbors numerous formidable beings. For a time, we shall cultivate here, Ye Fei affirmed with a nod and a smile at Sun Wukong. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a random quest. Leave your universe and enrich your combat skills. Reward: 10 increase in host's power and a 10-fold enhancement in the Limitless King's fist. Just as Ye Fei began to regain his composure, an electronic synthesized voice resonated within his mind. An unexpected boon. Ye Fei was taken aback. This sudden reward filled him with considerable delight. He had not anticipated such a bonus merely for departing his universe. It was noteworthy that this divine selection system had been conspicuously silent for quite some time since its initial appearance. Boom. A surge of immense power coursed into Ye Fei's body instantaneously. What is happening? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished by the sudden increase in Ye Fei's strength. Upon arriving in the 6th universe, Ye Fei had already reverted to his normal state, but after this surge, his power had increased by approximately 10. While such an enhancement might seem trivial to Ye Fei, it was nonetheless gratifying. With Whis' assistance, the god of destruction and the angel of the 6th universe should remain oblivious to my arrival. This indicates that I am currently devoid of any immediate danger. Given this, I must seize the opportunity to grow stronger. Otherwise, when the god of destruction arrives, I may find myself defenseless. Ye Fei fully comprehended this truth. Although his Super Saiyan form appeared formidable, it was merely a facade within the 7th universe. In the 6th universe, his strength evidently had not yet reached a level where he could disregard all opposition. At least for the time being, he recognized the necessity of maintaining a low profile. Otherwise, his endeavors in the 6th universe would prove exceedingly challenging. With this understanding, the subsequent matters became relatively straightforward. As long as he remained inconspicuous, all would be well. It was essential to acknowledge that, aside from Hit, there existed other formidable beings within the 6th universe. the Saiyans of the sixth universe might serve a purpose. He could utilize their identities as a guise, facilitating his actions. Moreover, since the Saiyans of the sixth universe lacked the ability to transform into Super Saiyans, the situation became even simpler. Ye Fei did not possess extensive knowledge of the Saiyans in the sixth universe. He was only aware of some general information and could not even recall many of their names. Son Gohan, this planet is uninhabited, devoid of any life forms. We must first locate a planet with inhabitants to ascertain precisely where we are in the sixth universe, Ye Fei stated, directing his gaze towards Son Gohan. Everything will be as you say, Master. Son Gohan nodded, not overly concerned. Having accompanied Ye Fei, he naturally intended to follow his lead. Furthermore, being merely a child, he possessed limited knowledge, and making decisions independently would not yield accurate results. Let us proceed and discover what we can accomplish together in this sixth universe, Ye Fei declared, raising his right hand in a sweeping gesture. Instantly, an immense power enveloped Son Gohan, and they vanished from sight. The sixth universe and the seventh universe were, in essence, quite similar, divided into 4 primary regions, albeit under different nomenclature. Ye Fei found himself in the northern universe of the sixth universe, a place notably more chaotic than others. Of course, in such tumultuous locales, the strong were more prevalent, while true powerhouses might disdain this realm. It was undeniably a melting pot of diverse individuals from all walks of life. At that moment, within the cosmos, a colossal spaceship raced through the stars at remarkable speed. Its destination set for the northern galaxy. After 3 long years, they had finally arrived in the northern universe. Upon the ship's arrival, an excited voice broke the silence. Chapter 31. The Frisia of the Sixth Universe? In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Ye Fei and Son Gohan had not departed during their stay. They had gathered a wealth of valuable information. Moreover, their identities here would raise no suspicion. After all, Saiyans did exist in the sixth universe. While they had not yet encountered any, the mere knowledge of their existence sufficed. As for other matters, perhaps they were necessary. Yet one could also argue that they were not. Master, we have gained considerable insight into the situation here. Additionally, there are Saiyans in the sixth universe. What shall be our next course of action? Sun Wukong looked at Ye Fei and spoke. The recent events have been largely undertaken by him, and he has been the one gathering information. Though the time has been brief, merely a few days, the diverse array of individuals here has significantly impacted Sun Wukong. Wukong, what are your impressions of this place? Ye Fei did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. The atmosphere here is exceedingly chaotic and hardly conducive to well-being. Sun Wukong spoke candidly. However, every location possesses its own merits. Despite the disorder, this place is not devoid of value. Continue. Ye Fei remarked with keen interest as he observed Sun Wukong. He noted a remarkable transformation in Wukong since they had dispatched the Dolan Legion, who were engaged in the trafficking of planets. This change, substantial in nature, left even Ye Fei somewhat taken aback by its rapidity. If one wishes to reside here and cultivate a sense of comfort, it is evident that this locale is unsuitable and lacks the necessary conditions. I believe the sixth universe is vast, with many planets more suitable for habitation than this one, thus rendering this place less than ideal in that regard. Yet, if the goal is to establish a foothold in the sixth universe, then this location is indeed quite opportune. Sun Wukong turned to Ye Fei, his response strikingly astute. Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound. Ye Fei nodded, pleased with Wukong's perceptiveness. Master, what are your intentions? Do you seek to develop power here? Sun Wukong inquired. That is a certainty. However, there are likely many others with similar ambitions. If I were to assign you this task, how would you proceed? Ye Fei, while eager to expand his influence, harbored little interest in such matters, preferring not to squander energy on them. Master, allow me to take charge of this matter. I believe my capabilities are sufficient to handle it. Sun Wukong spoke without hesitation. I have faith in your abilities, yet such endeavors are evidently not within your purview alone. Have you located where the Saiyans of the sixth universe reside? Ye Fei asked Sun Wukong. While the notion of unifying the North Universe is appealing, there is no immediate rush. It can be postponed for a while. As for potential opposition, I harbor no concerns. If there were indeed adversaries, they would have made their presence known by now. Furthermore, in Ye Fei's view, both he and Sun Wukong could not remain in the sixth universe indefinitely. Departure would ultimately be their fate. Master, do you mean to suggest that we seek the assistance of the Saiyans from this universe? Sun Wukong gazed at Ye Fei, swiftly grasping his intent. Your assertion is somewhat inaccurate. It is impossible for the two of us to remain here indefinitely, as we will inevitably depart. Thus, we assist the Saiyans of this universe rather than the other way around. Do you comprehend? Ye Fei gazed at Son Gohan as he spoke. I understand. Son Gohan smiled, realizing that Ye Fei's thoughts were more profound than his own, a notion he had not anticipated. As far as I know, the Saiyans of this universe inhabit a distant planet named Salad, located at the edge of the Eastern Universe. However, this planet is exceedingly remote, making it quite challenging to reach even with instantaneous movement. Son Gohan slowly articulated. He had already familiarized himself with this information. After all, being a Saiyan himself, it was only natural to pay attention to the Saiyans of the 6th universe. There was nothing peculiar about it. Nevertheless, the rumors regarding the Saiyans in the 6th universe, though existent, were entirely different from what he had heard in the 7th universe. My instantaneous movement range differs from that of Sun Wukong. As long as I know their location, getting there will be quite effortless, posing no issues at all. Ye Fei smiled slightly as he spoke. I am quite eager to meet the Saiyans of the 6th universe. Son Gohan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Just as Ye Fei was about to employ instantaneous movement to depart, his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on the distance, a hint of coldness gracing his lips. I never expected to see him here. A peculiar expression crossed Ye Fei's face. Gohan, let me take you to meet someone. Ye Fei led Gohan away. And in an instant, they found themselves on a planet. Boom. Ah, help. Cries of despair echoed, thick black smoke billowed, and the ground cracked open, resembling a scene from an apocalyptic world. What is happening here? Son Gohan surveyed his surroundings, his expression one of shock. Although this was a chaotic area, the extent of the turmoil surpassed his imagination. Haha, exhilarating. It has been ages since I've experienced such thrilling carnage. Boom. Ah. Low growls erupted as figures clad in battle attire soared through the sky, unleashing a rampant slaughter and devastation upon this unfamiliar planet. How infuriating. Witnessing this scene, Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly, a profound fury evident in his demeanor. Ah. Son Gohan let out a mighty roar, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. A tremendous power erupted from him at that moment, morphing into a ferocious storm that wildly spread in all directions. Nanny? Such overwhelming energy. As Son Gohan's formidable aura surged forth, all those who had previously been arrogant turned their attention towards him. Such formidable strength. Kill him. He is but one man. Eliminating him will be a trivial task. It was unclear which malevolent soul uttered that phrase. Seeking death. Coldness flashed in Son Gohan's eyes as his entire being radiated an explosive energy. Whoosh. Bang. Bang. Boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted. And in that instant, every soldier was rattled, unable to withstand even a single blow from Son Gohan. As Frost gazed upon the lifeless bodies of all his subordinates, his pupils constricted in disbelief. He never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable individual before him possessed such formidable power, which indeed surpassed Frost's imagination. Who are you? This northern universe has always been a realm of chaos, where no one intervenes in the affairs of others. What is your purpose in acting this way? Frost threatened, his voice laced with menace. Who are you? Son Gohan's gaze shifted towards Frost, and upon their first encounter, he was momentarily taken aback. Are you Frieza? He inquired, looking intently at Frost. Chapter 32, Son Gohan. This territory is now mine. Frieza? Frost hesitated, regarding Son Gohan with curiosity. That is an intriguing name, but I prefer my own. I shall not adopt the name Frieza. After a brief silence, Frost continued. This is the 6th universe, not the 7th. It is surprising to encounter someone who bears such a striking resemblance across the two universes. You remind me of someone I know. It is almost uncanny. Son Gohan paused, realizing his mistake. Is it someone named Frieza? Frost coldly replied. Although I do not know him, I assume he is also of the Frost demon lineage, much like myself. Yet, I am not Frieza, I am Frost. He declared with chilling certainty. Is that so? Son Gohan nodded, though he did not regard Frost with any semblance of respect. To him, whether it was Frieza or Frost, neither posed a threat worthy of his concern. Like Frieza, Frost was unable to sense energy. Thus, despite recognizing Son Gohan's formidable strength, he felt little fear. Moreover, Frost possessed his own trump card, further diminishing any apprehension he might have had regarding Son Gohan. I care not from whence you come, nor what your background or identity entails. Today, you have slain many of my men, and this matter must be resolved. Otherwise, I shall have no explanation to offer. Frost's eyes were icy as he spoke. Is that so? Seeking retribution for them and demanding an explanation is hardly excessive. However, to pursue such a course, one must possess sufficient strength. Do you believe your power is adequate for such endeavors? Son Gohan responded slowly. Arrogant. Frost sniffed contemptuously. I am aware of your transformation. At present, you pose no threat to me. If you wish to battle, then transform and unleash your utmost power. Perhaps that might pique my interest. Son Gohan's tone was frigid as he addressed Frost. You are courting death. Frost realized that hiding his true strength was futile. With this understanding, he resolved to abandon any pretense. Eliminating Son Gohan was his sole objective. Boom. A formidable power erupted instantaneously from Frost, surging toward the heavens and transforming his very being. It is crucial to note that the Frost moments ago was merely in his first form, without a moment's hesitation. He ascended directly to his third form, the pinnacle of his transformations. Boom. Upon achieving this ultimate state, Frost's strength reached its zenith, radiating an overwhelming force as he cast a frigid gaze upon Gohan. This is the entirety of my power. I had no intention of unleashing such force. Yet you have compelled me to do so, Frost declared, surveying Gohan with a challenging demeanor. Is this all you've got? Gohan retorted nonchalantly. Although Frost's power was not insignificant, Gohan considered it hardly noteworthy. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength is. Gohan's eyes glinted coldly as he regarded Frost. Despite Frost's transformation into his third form, it made little difference in Gohan's assessment. Whoosh! In an instant, Frost darted forward at an incredible speed, hurtling towards Gohan. Swish! As he closed the distance, Frost raised his right hand and delivered a devastating punch aimed squarely at Gohan. This blow was imbued with immense power, representing Frost's most formidable strike. Boom! The fist thundered towards Gohan, appearing before him in an instant. Overestimating yourself? Gohan scoffed. While he had no intention of killing Frost, he felt it perfectly acceptable to teach him a harsh lesson. Whoosh! Just as Frost's punch was about to land, Gohan vanished, reappearing behind Frost in a split second. Without an ounce of hesitation, he launched a powerful punch at Frost. Gohan's speed was astonishing. Almost as soon as he materialized behind Frost, his fist struck out. Bang! The punch connected directly with Frost. A copious amount of blood spewed forth as Frost's face paled, his eyes widening in profound terror and dread. How is this possible? Frost gasped incredulously, realizing that despite attaining his strongest state, he was utterly outmatched by Gohan. The disparity was not merely slight, it was vast, an insurmountable chasm. How can your strength be so formidable? Frost questioned, bewildered. This territory is now mine, Frost. Depart. Gohan commanded, his icy gaze locking onto Frost, causing him to tremble. Frost faltered, revealing hesitation. He had merely tested the waters with a single attack, yet had not unleashed his true strength. However, he believes that Son Gohan feels the same way. As he departed, Frost felt a twinge of humiliation. Yet, unlike Frieza from Universe 7, Frost's demeanor is markedly more cautious. He often presents himself as a benevolent figure, showcasing a shrewdness that far surpasses that of Frieza, despite their inherent similarities. Do I not care for my pride? After a moment of hesitation, Frost decided against leaving and instead cast a grim gaze at Son Gohan. Son Gohan, disinterested in further dialogue, clenched his fists, his expression turning icy. Since he refused to depart, then remain. Boom! In that instant, a tremendous aura erupted from Son Gohan, releasing an overwhelming force. Nanny? Although Frost could not sense the aura, he felt an intense sense of life and death crisis emanating from Son Gohan. Damn it! His caution faltered upon sensing the breath of death. And without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly raised his right hand, coalescing a massive sphere of energy. As this energy manifested, it expanded into a colossal force, radiating an aura of destruction that surged towards Son Gohan. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Today, I shall spare you, but next time, I shall ensure you pay a heavy price. After unleashing the immense energy, Frost uttered a venomous remark and immediately retreated, swiftly distancing himself. Boom! A cold glimmer flashed in Son Gohan's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch as the enormous energy approached. Boom! The force erupted, shattering the colossal energy with Son Gohan's strike. I await our next encounter, eager to see how you will exact a heavy toll upon me. Son Gohan spoke coolly, dismissing Frost's threat entirely. After all, to the current Son Gohan, Frost was merely a jester, inconsequential and unworthy of his concern. Alright, let us prepare to journey to Planet Salad, to meet the Saiyans of Universe 6 and observe their differences. Ye Fei smiled slightly, addressing Son Gohan. Raising his hand and waving it, Ye Fei's power coalesced instantly, and he vanished along with Son Gohan. Chapter 33, Planet Salad, Choices Revisited. Although the distance was great, Ye Fei possessed the ability of instant transmission. While he could not traverse the vast distance in one leap, after several attempts, he arrived at Planet Salad. Is this the planet where the Saiyans of Universe 6 reside? Upon their arrival, Son Gohan and Ye Fei surveyed their surroundings, finding everything strikingly unfamiliar. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just then, several figures flew in from the distance, all of whom were Saiyans, characterized by their distinctive hair. However, curiously, these Saiyans lack tails. It is not just one or two Saiyans who lack tails. Rather, it is peculiar that all Saiyans are devoid of them. Notably, Ye Fei possesses a tail. Who are you? The Saiyans, approaching from a distance, clad in battle attire, exhibited expressions of anxiety as they regarded the two unexpected figures. After all, to them, these unfamiliar individuals had appeared rather abruptly, naturally inciting a sense of trepidation. Ye Fei, observing them, found himself at a loss for words, since arriving on Planet Salad. He had been enveloped by an inexplicable sensation, though its nature eluded him. We, too, are Saiyans and harbor no ill intentions, Sun Wukong stated, addressing the advancing Saiyan contingent. Nanny, you are also Saiyans. How come we have never encountered you before? What are your names? Upon realizing that Sun Wukong was a Saiyan, and sensing the unmistakable aura of Saiyans emanating from both him and Ye Fei, the incoming Saiyans from the sixth universe visibly relaxed. However, some still voiced their concerns. After all, even if they were Saiyans, their unfamiliarity was indeed perplexing. I am Sun Wukong, and this is my master, Ye Fei. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Please. You too. Wait here for a moment while I report to my superiors to verify your identities. I hope you can understand that this is our duty. The leader of the group spoke apologetically to Sun Wukong and Ye Fei. There is no need for verification. Although we are Saiyans, we are not part of your ranks. Ye Fei responded slowly after glancing around. Nanny? Ye Fei's statement immediately heightened the tension within the group, as they swiftly took defensive stances, encircling Sun Wukong and Ye Fei. Their rapid response surprised Ye Fei. I wish to know precisely who you are, where you hail from, and what your intentions are on our planet Salad, the captain inquired. Fixing his gaze on Ye Fei scanned the group, noting the absence of familiar faces. Gabri, Caulifla, and Kale were conspicuously missing, suggesting that many Saiyans from the sixth universe remained unaccounted for. I am Jiren, an elite warrior of the Saiyans. The opposing Jiren addressed Ye Fei. You are no match for me. However, out of respect for our shared heritage, I prefer to avoid conflict. Ye Fei regarded Jiren calmly. This is planet Salad. Regardless of your strength, without orders, no one may enter. Jiren was a rather rigid individual, asserting his stance with unwavering resolve. There is no other choice, Ye Fei replied. Shaking his head. Ding. The system has detected the host's arrival on planet Salad. Please make a choice. Option 1. Become the king of the Saiyans on planet Salad, granting the host a doubling of their baseline combat power. Option 2. Utilize planet Salad as a foundation to dominate the sixth universe, rewarding the host with a 20-fold King's Fist without side effects and the Sun Fist. Choice 3. Transform into a Super Saiyan God, granting the host a 3-fold increase in strength, along with the Dragon Fist. Choice 4. Journey to the Saiyan ruins on planet Saladra and gain recognition, rewarding the host with divine energy that allows survival amidst the cosmos. These 4 options suddenly materialized in Ye Fei's mind. Externally composed, Ye Fei was internally astounded. The first 2 choices held no allure for him. The third option appeared promising, and the difficulty of its completion seemed quite low. However, while this choice was indeed appealing, Ye Fei found himself drawn to the fourth option, which, despite its ambiguity, felt more aligned with his true self. Since arriving on planet Saladra, a peculiar sensation had enveloped him, an inexplicable feeling that was undeniably strange. It was precisely this sensation that guided Ye Fei toward his decision. I choose 4. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Fei promptly made his selection. Although the path to fulfilling this choice was fraught with challenges, he remained resolute. Congratulations, host. Your selection has been successfully registered. Rewards will be issued upon task completion, echoed the synthesized voice. While this sequence of events may have seemed slow, it transpired in an instant. I do not wish to engage with you. Do not compel my hand. Ye Fei spoke with a chilling detachment, primarily focused on his own entry into Saladra. Should anyone attempt to impede him, their capability to do so would determine their fate. I will not permit your passage easily, unless you believe you can vanquish us all. As an elite warrior, retreat was not an option for Jilong, who regarded Ye Fei with determination. Despite his modest strength, Jilong's courage sparked Ye Fei's admiration. It was rare to encounter such audacity. Do you truly believe you can obstruct my path? Though we share the Saiyan lineage, your power pales in comparison to mine. The disparity is glaringly apparent. If you choose to obstruct me, you may very well pay with your lives. Do you not regret such a decision? Ye Fei's gaze was icy as he regarded Jilong and his companions. That is not necessarily the case. Despite recognizing Ye Fei's formidable strength, Jilong felt no fear. Perhaps in his mind, the essence of being a Saiyan suggested that even with vast differences, they would not be too far apart in strength. After all, as an elite warrior, he considered himself among the powerful within the Saiyan race. Do you think we are the only team here? Jilong raised his right hand, signaling the other elite teams through a unique method. What is happening? In a brief moment, several elite teams arrived, among them the most powerful, the ultra-elite team. Upon their arrival, the onlookers cast curious glances at Ye Fei and Sun Wukong, harboring considerable skepticism regarding these 2 unfamiliar Saiyans. Jilong, who are these individuals? Inquired the captain of the elite team. Within this elite squad, 3 Saiyans were known to Ye Fei, Gabe, Caulifla, and Kale. As the most formidable team on planet Salad, their prowess was undeniably impressive, particularly Gabe, who stood as a candidate for the next captain, showcasing extraordinary strength. Captain Lien, while these 2 claim to be Saiyans, they lack our identification credentials. Thus, we remain doubtful of their true identities and origins. However, they are unwilling to cooperate with our inquiries, leaving us with no recourse, Jilong remarked, addressing Lien. Chapter 34, Sun Wukong and Gabe. Esteemed guests, though I am unaware of the specifics, we have regulations in place. Unless summoned for special reasons, no Saiyans from outside planet Salad are permitted entry. I hope you can understand our predicament, as it is not without its challenges. Of course, should you choose to force your way in, that is not out of the realm of possibility. However, with merely the two of you, do you truly believe you can vanquish us all? Lien scrutinized Ye Fei, recognizing the latter's resolute nature. If he could subdue Ye Fei, the other would pose no challenge. Bullying the few with our numbers does not align with our principles. They are but two, and if so, we shall match them with two of our own. Should they prove victorious, we will grant them passage, Gabe interjected, casting a glance at Lien. Gabe, you must realize their strength is formidable. Do you truly believe mere confidence can overcome their might? Lien responded, assessing Gabe's conviction. Let us give it a try, without testing the waters. How shall we discern the outcome? Gabe suggested. Angel, I trust you can see their determination is unwavering. Given that, it seems we have no alternative but to proceed in this manner. What do you think of my proposal? If it meets your approval, let us commence. Gabe addressed Ye Fei and Sun Wukong. I shall take the first match. If I falter, the captain will step in, ensuring our victory at least once across 2 battles. Gabe proposed, his strategy sound. Wukong, I entrust this first battle to you. Is that agreeable? Ye Fei inquired. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod. Despite Gabe's considerable strength, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, aware that his own power was the result of countless battles. Fear had never been a companion in his confrontations. Let us transform into Super Saiyans. That shall make the clash far more exhilarating. Sun Wukong declared, addressing Gabe. Super Saiyan. Gab was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such a concept before. Can you not transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan inquired, his expression one of confusion. I am unfamiliar with the term Super Saiyan, Gab replied, shaking his head, completely unaware of what a Super Saiyan even entailed, having never even heard of it before. Son Gohan was astonished. Gab possessed immense power in his base form, and he had assumed that this individual could transform into a Super Saiyan. However, it now appeared that not only was Gab unaware of such a transformation, but he seemed entirely oblivious to its very existence. This realization left Son Gohan deeply perplexed. Suddenly, Gab clenched his fists, unleashing a torrent of power that surged wildly from within him. The sheer force swept through the vicinity. Although this energy could not compare to his own Super Saiyan form, Gab's base power surprisingly surpassed his own. I never anticipated that the base strength of a Saiyan from Universe 6 could be this formidable. It truly exceeds my expectations, Son Gohan murmured. Son Gohan let out a low growl, simultaneously releasing an overwhelming surge of energy that enveloped him like a tempest, elevating his presence to extraordinary heights. He was astounded that this individual could match Gab's strength, prompting a newfound respect. Kefla, observing Son Gohan, found it astonishing that he possessed such power. Sister, Kale, standing anxiously beside Kefla, voiced her concern. You two need to be cautious. Gab's strength is formidable, and you must not get caught in the crossfire, Kale warned immediately. Whoosh. Gab's figure flickered, and he charged towards Son Gohan at breakneck speed. Come at me, Son Gohan declared, opting not to transform into a Super Saiyan. Instead meeting Gab head-on in his base form. Although Gab's base strength was slightly superior, Son Gohan remained undeterred and engaged in battle with Gab. Swish, swish, bam, ha. Amidst the cacophony of thunderous clashes, Son Gohan and Gab collided fiercely. Their speeds reached a pinnacle, with each strike manifesting an explosive release of power. The resounding booms lingered in the air, reverberating with terrifying force. The shockwaves swept through the surroundings, forcing the other Saiyans to retreat helplessly. How powerful! This individual's strength is astonishingly comparable to Gab's. It is truly remarkable. The onlooking Saiyans expressed their astonishment as they witnessed the fierce exchange between Son Gohan and Gab. Haha. Son Gohan laughed heartily, acknowledging that while Gab's power was formidable, he could only hold his ground in his base form, perhaps even slightly at a disadvantage. It has been a long time since I've experienced such exhilarating combat. Gab, though composed and a lover of peace, was still a Saiyan. While his fighting spirit might not rival that of the Saiyans from Universe 7, it certainly could not be dismissed. Aya, ha ha ha. The fierce battle between Gohan and Gabe raged on, shaking the very heavens and earth beneath the thunderous roars of their clash. In this contest, Gohan and Gabe, both possessing nearly equal strength, found it utterly impossible to determine a victor in such a brief span of time. With a resounding impact, their fists collided once more. A tremendous force erupted, causing both warriors to tremble as the power of the blow resonated within their bodies. They staggered back several paces, expressions grave and focused. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable, Gabe remarked, eyeing Gohan with a newfound respect. I, too, am astonished by your might, especially in your base form. Defeating you seems an insurmountable challenge, Gohan responded, his gaze steady upon Gabe. Defeat me? How Navi you are? Gabe shot back, evidently displeased by Gohan's arrogance. However, I am curious about this Super Saiyan you mentioned. With a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, Gohan tightened his fists. Since your curiosity beckons, allow me to indulge it and reveal the power of a Super Saiyan. In that moment, Gohan's energy surged dramatically, a brilliant light emanating from him. He let out a growl as his power soared, escalating in an unimaginable manner. Nanny, what is happening? The expressions of all nearby Saiyans shifted, their faces reflecting disbelief, fear, and astonishment. They were witnessing something beyond their comprehension, a spectacle they had never seen before. Behold, this is the Super Saiyan. Gohan roared, his energy multiplying exponentially. Chapter 35, The Quaking of Souls, The Arrival of the Saiyan King. All Saiyans stood in stunned silence, their shock too profound for words. Gohan bellowed, radiating a golden aura as he transformed. In that instant, his power surged, amplifying by an astounding 50-fold, exuding an unimaginable terror. This. Gabe stared at the transformed Gohan, his expression blank, overwhelmed by disbelief. He had never fathomed that a Saiyan could achieve such a transformation, especially one as powerful as Gohan in this state. This is a Super Saiyan, approximately 50 times stronger in its base form. Gohan declared, his eyes locked onto Gabe. Though your strength is considerable, it would be a formidable task for me to defeat you in your normal state. However, once I become a Super Saiyan, you stand no chance of victory. Transforming into a Super Saiyan is not merely a desire to engage in combat. Rather, it is an opportunity to showcase the formidable power and transformation of a Super Saiyan to those around. Being a Saiyan myself, it stands to reason that the Saiyans of Universe 6 should possess the ability to undergo the same transformation. As Gohan ascends to his Super Saiyan form, a palpable tremor courses through the bodies of all present Saiyans, emanating a force that commands their reverence. The pressure exerted by the Super Saiyan is particularly overwhelming, rendering them incapable of resistance. Is this a Super Saiyan? Although Caulifla's prowess is unmatched, even he finds it arduous to contend with Gohan's Super Saiyan form at this moment. Nonetheless, Caulifla is no ordinary Saiyan. His strength is unparalleled. Thus, even amidst the overwhelming presence of Gohan's transformation, while the other Saiyans tremble in trepidation, Caulifla stands resolute, releasing his energy without hesitation. Despite the vast disparity in power, he feels compelled to engage in battle. He is acutely aware of his slim chances of victory, yet this does not deter his resolve to fight. Boom. A formidable aura erupts from Caulifla's being. His courage is commendable. In the face of such disparity, he does not falter. This alone leaves a profound impression on Gohan. Go for it, Caulifla. Caulifla exclaims, her fists clenched tightly. Although she typically disapproves of Caulifla, in this moment, she must support him. As for Gohan, she remains unconcerned. Whoosh. With all his strength unleashed, Caulifla dashes forward at an astonishing speed, heading straight for Gohan. In an instant, he finds himself before Gohan. With a thunderous roar, Caulifla clenches his fist and strikes down towards Gohan. Too slow. Gohan remarks nonchalantly, shaking his head. Whoosh. Caulifla's punch descends. Yet it fails to inflict any harm upon Gohan, who effortlessly sidesteps the attack. Caulifla, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, you cannot hope to be my opponent, Gohan states. Whether I can defeat you is not a matter of mere words. Since you are confident in your strength, then prepare to receive my attack. Caulifla bellows. In that instant, a tremendous energy radiates from him, coalescing in his hands to form a powerful blast. Gallic gun. Caulifla thrusts his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of energy that hurtles toward Gohan. Impressive, Gohan muses, observing that Caulifla's Gallic gun bears a striking resemblance to Vegeta's Big Bang attack, both in appearance and potency. As the formidable energy wave approached, despite its impressive power, it was merely a standard technique employed by Cap. Thus, it posed no threat to Gohan, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. When the energy wave neared him, Gohan remained composed, slowly raising his right hand. You seem quite confident in the power of your attack. However, allow me to demonstrate that such confidence is utterly futile before me. Gohan's cold voice resonated, causing a shadow to loom over Cab's heart. Gohan's words ignited a fierce anger within Cab, amplifying the energy wave's potency exponentially. Let me show you what true strength is, Gohan declared, his right hand clenched into a fist. In that instant, a terrifying force erupted from his fist, coalescing into an overwhelming power. Though the events unfolded slowly in narration, they transpired in a mere heartbeat. As the energy wave drew near, poised to strike, Gohan calmly raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch towards the incoming attack. The moment their forces collided, a deafening roar echoed forth. The resounding sound reverberated throughout the vast expanse of planet Salad, palpable to all. Despite Cab's formidable energy wave, it was insignificant in comparison to the might of Super Saiyan Gohan. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Consequently, when Gohan's fist met the energy wave, it offered no resistance and was obliterated instantaneously. Gohan's punch, imbued with overwhelming power, continued unabated, crashing down upon Cab with relentless force. Although the impact had lessened somewhat, it was still far beyond Cab's capacity to withstand. The blow landed with a resounding thud, eliciting a cry of agony from Cab. Ye Fei raised his right hand, channeling a surge of energy into Cab's body. In an instant, the pain that had gripped Cab dissipated. This time, Gohan triumphed as a Super Saiyan. Otherwise, victory would have been a formidable challenge, Ye Fei remarked with a slight smile. Suddenly, a flurry of piercing sounds sliced through the air, and figures streaked from the distant sky. Leading them was a middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, crowned regally. His identity was unmistakable. All hail the king, the Saiyans proclaimed in unison, kneeling reverently as fervent expressions illuminated their faces. The king of Salad gazed upon Gohan, who radiated a golden aura, his expression shifting dramatically. My king, what has transpired? And what is this transformation he has undergone? Everyone is a Saiyan, yet why can others transform while we cannot? In fact, we have never even heard of such transformations before. Even Linso, gazing at King Sharada, posed several questions, revealing his own bewilderment. Chapter 36, Distinguished Guests. Golden. Indeed it is golden. King Sharada beheld the golden aura enveloping Gohan, his expression reflecting unimaginable ecstasy. Initially, he believed it to be merely a legend. But witnessing Gohan's transformation, especially as it mirrored the ancient records, filled him with indescribable joy. My king, do you recognize this transformation? Linso inquired, exchanging glances with Gabe and the others. Indeed, I have encountered such a transformation in Saiyan lore. I once thought it was merely a myth, but it appears to be very real. We simply have not discovered the means to achieve it, King Sharada exclaimed excitedly. What are your names? King Sharada directed his gaze toward Ye Fei and Gohan. Ye Fei. Gohan. The two exchanged a glance, but did not conceal their identities, responding truthfully. Ye Fei, Gohan, would you consider remaining here? Should you agree? You would be esteemed guests of planet Sharada, on par with me in status. Whatever you require, I can summon all Saiyans to assist you. What do you think of my proposal? King Sharada looked at Gohan. King Sharada's primary desire was to retain Gohan, showing little concern for Ye Fei. Master, what should we do? Gohan turned to Ye Fei. Since they wish to keep us, it would be ungracious to refuse. We should stay, but... Ye Fei hesitated, casting an unusual glance at King Sharada. Please, speak. We will not refuse anything within reason. King Sharada responded, initially dismissive of Ye Fei. But Gohan's reference to him as master elevated Ye Fei's standing significantly in King Sharada's eyes. Consequently, King Sharada became exceedingly cautious, fearful of saying anything that might provoke their departure, which he would regret. You need not worry. My requests are quite simple, only two, and they are easily accomplished. Depending solely on your willingness, Ye Fei stated calmly, though his words bore considerable weight. Please, do tell, King Sharada urged. I can allow Gohan to remain here and assist you in training, teaching you the method to transform into Super Saiyans. However, I have two conditions. The first condition is that you must grant Gohan sufficient authority here, and you are to publicly announce it. As for the second condition, it entails opening the Saiyan ruins. I wish to enter within. If you can acquiesce to these two conditions, then all shall be well. However, should you refuse, it is of little consequence. Yet I urge you to contemplate the ramifications of such a decision. After all, I would prefer not to be compelled to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. I hope you can make a judicious choice. Ye Fei's voice was calm, yet beneath this tranquility lay an undercurrent of menace. King Salad sensed the threat woven into Ye Fei's words. However, considering Ye Fei's formidable strength, he felt both anger and helplessness, though it appeared he had a choice. In reality, only one path lay before him. It was evident that as long as Ye Fei remained, everything would be at his command, with no dissent permitted. With no other recourse, King Salad reluctantly chose to yield. Living, after all, was far preferable to death, a distinction he could clearly discern. It was not about staying, but rather a temporary sojourn. This is a nuance you must not misconstrue. Ye Fei cast a glance at King Salad. Yes, a brief stay. King Salad responded with utmost respect. Gohan, do you recall what I mentioned before? This place is not conducive to our growth and strength. The Saiyans here possess considerable power. After teaching them to transform into Super Saiyans, they can wage battles in the North Universe. I am uncertain what dangers await me within the Saiyan ruins. It is likely I may not emerge for some time. Thus, during my absence, these Saiyans will be your greatest asset. Only then can you fulfill your ambitions in the North Universe. Ye Fei looked at Son Gohan and spoke. Master, rest assured, I know what to do. Son Gohan nodded, harboring a plan in his heart. I believe you will excel, Ye Fei replied, confident in Gohan's abilities, which allowed him to relax considerably. As for the matter of training, it has been ongoing, but it has focused not merely on strength, but on Son Gohan's character and his adaptability in handling affairs. Linso, Gabe, and the others, though somewhat perplexed by King Salad's actions, dared not voice their objections and followed him deeper into the planet Salad. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a palace. Linso, Gabe, Caulifla, Kale, you accompany Son Gohan to the palace. I must first escort Ye Fei to the Saiyan ruins. King Salad spoke slowly. My king, That place is where countless Saiyan ancestors met their demise, a sacred ground traditionally reserved for the king alone. To bring an outsider there now seems rather inappropriate. Lin Suo could no longer remain silent. He felt compelled to intervene, fearing that grave consequences might ensue otherwise. You need not worry. I am well aware of the rules, so there is no need for you to be concerned. Moreover, Ye Fei and his companions are also Saiyans, although their origins remain unknown. One thing you can be certain of is that they are not Saiyans from our Salada planet. In other words, the customs of Salada have not been breached, and they are not obliged to adhere to our regulations. Such an explanation is undoubtedly inadequate. It is evident that even King Salada finds this reasoning rather flimsy. Do not neglect my esteemed guest. Please escort him inside promptly. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it. It must be said that King Salada commands considerable respect. Following these words, Lien Su fell silent and led Sun Wukong into the Grand Hall. Sun Wukong, how did you attain the transformation into a Super Saiyan goddess? Could you possibly teach me? As soon as they entered the hall, Caulifla approached Sun Wukong and inquired. Indeed, I too am eager to learn the secrets of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gabe chimed in, his curiosity piqued, though he had previously hesitated to voice it. Now, with Caulifla having posed the question, he felt no hesitation in interjecting. At least, that is how Gabe perceived it. Gabe, I am the one asking questions now. Is it appropriate for you to eavesdrop? Caulifla remarked, casting a glance at Gabe. She had always found him irksome and sought an opportunity to put him in his place. However, she was well aware of his formidable strength and that she stood no chance against him alone. Moreover, Gabe spent most of his time in the company of their leader, Lien Su, which made it unwise for Caulifla, as Lien Su's sister, to take action at this moment. But she could not let go of her discontent. Having finally seized an opportunity, she was determined not to let it slip away easily. What do you mean, Caulifla? Gabe replied, casting a glance at her. Chapter 37, Saiyan Relics. The argument among them grew increasingly intense. Even Lien Su found himself taking a few steps back upon hearing their commotion, opting to wait until their tempers cooled before approaching. It was evident that Lien Su had always struggled to manage the quarrels between his sister Caulifla and Gabe, uncertain of how to resolve their disputes. King Salada continued leading Ye Fei deeper into the realm. The number of Saiyans dwindled until, after an unknown distance, they finally halted before an unending expanse of ice mountains. This was indeed the site of the Saiyan relics. Every king would come here to perform rituals, as it was a long-standing tradition. Originally, this was a place off-limits to outsiders. However, as I mentioned, you are not a Saiyan from our Salada planet, thus you need not adhere to such customs. King Sharada regarded Ye Fei with a contemplative gaze. Despite his initial hesitation to unveil the entrance, he encouraged Ye Fei to voice any inquiries he might harbor. Do not conceal your thoughts. Feel free to ask, he urged. Ye Fei, with a subtle smile, discerned the myriad questions swirling in King Sharada's mind. Tempered by his apprehension of Ye Fei's formidable power, I indeed possess several questions, or rather, points of confusion that I wish to clarify, Ye Fei began, prompting King Sharada to listen intently. Firstly, throughout the vast universe, aside from Sharada planet, there exist no other Saiyans. While a few Saiyans have ventured beyond over the years, their movements have been documented. Hence, I am curious about your origins. Where do you hail from? King Sharada expressed his long-standing perplexity regarding this matter. I shall refrain from answering that, Ye Fei replied, and even if you were to learn of my origin, it would bear no advantage to you. Thus, withholding this information is, in fact, beneficial for you. His words rang with sincerity. Revealing his origin from the seventh universe would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for King Sharada. Then, I wish to understand the method of transforming into a golden warrior. Surely, that poses no issue? King Sharada inquired, for Ye Fei was the master of Son Gohan, who had the ability to transform into a golden fighter. It stood to reason that Ye Fei, as the mentor, would possess such knowledge. How would I know? I merely observe the system. Perhaps you should acquire a system of your own, Ye Fei quipped, suppressing the temptation to elaborate further. As for the transformation into a Super Saiyan, Gohan will enlighten you on that matter. However, it is not a trivial endeavor. He spoke with vague ambiguity. King Sharada's final query was about the Saiyan ruins, a relatively obscure entity on Sharada planet. Although you are a Saiyan, your mysterious origins suggest you may have never heard of this place. I am eager to ascertain how you came to know of it, he posited, unveiling his deepest curiosity. This is not a complex matter. When one truly desires something, understanding will naturally follow. I could explain it now, but it would only cloud the issue further, and frankly, I find little inclination to do so, Ye Fei remarked, furrowing his brow. King Sharada's multitude of questions was beginning to wear on his patience. Are there any further inquiries? Ye Fei's gaze settled upon King Sharada, imbued with an unmistakable chill. A shiver coursed through King Sharada's body as he felt an overwhelming force emanating from Ye Fei's penetrating gaze, compelling him to instinctively retreat a few steps. And no, there are no more. He stammered, acutely aware that he had pressed too far. Since there are no further questions, let us proceed to unveil the Saiyan ruins, Ye Fei stated, gradually retracting his icy demeanor. However, be forewarned, the ruins harbor dangers. Your strength, while formidable, will require caution within. King Sharada cautioned Ye Fei. Although such a reminder may have been unnecessary, I understand. Ye Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Approaching a glacial stone, King Sharada placed his right hand gently upon a handprint etched into its surface. A low hum resonated as he did so, and a tremor coursed through his body, unleashing a cascade of crimson light that intertwined with the icy mountain. How intriguing! This spectacle captured even Ye Fei's attention, his gaze sharpening with interest. It must be said that the Saiyans of the sixth universe indeed possess remarkable abilities. Though they share the same heritage, they differ greatly from their counterparts in the seventh universe, a fact Ye Fei could not deny. As the scarlet light continued to radiate, the glacier began to tremble ominously. In an instant, a blood-red doorway materialized before Ye Fei. The Saiyan relic awakens. Following the appearance of the crimson portal, King Sharada's voice emerged, faint yet calm. With a resounding boom, the door shuddered and gradually opened. At that moment, King Sharada felt little, for this was his second visit. Yet, due to his insufficient power, he perceived the Saiyan relic merely as a tomb for ancestors. Although the place exuded an air of enigma and danger, he had never encountered any threats here. Of course, these were merely King Sharada's sentiments. Ye Fei, however, felt an entirely different ambience. The instant the crimson door swung open, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of peril, accompanied by an unfathomable malevolence emanating from within. In that fleeting moment, every cell in his body ignited with exhilaration. Is this the Saiyan relic? Ye Fei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. During my time within, no one shall enter. The consequences shall be yours alone to bear. Once you depart, there is no need for your return. I shall find my own way out. As he prepared to enter the relic, Ye Fei halted and glanced back at King Sharada. Speaking firmly. Understood. King Sharada nodded, not daring to refuse Ye Fei's request, acquiescing with a silent agreement. Go now? Ye Fei waved his hand, and a surge of immense power enveloped King Sharada, instantly transporting him away. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Ye Fei hesitated not a moment longer and stepped boldly through the crimson portal. As his form crossed the threshold, the door twisted and gradually faded from view. Ye Fei vanished, leaving his whereabouts unknown. King Sharada reappeared within the palace. My king, are you unharmed? Lin Suo, Gabe, and others rushed forward. Master. Gohan suddenly gazed into the distance. He had previously sensed Ye Fei's aura, but now it had vanished completely. This turn of events caused Gohan's expression to tighten, perplexed by the sudden change. Your Majesty, where has Master S' aura vanished? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing at King Salad. He had entered the Saiyan ruins, a realm vastly different from Salad's planet, rendering it impossible to sense his presence. Moreover, before departing, he instructed me to convey to you all that no one is permitted to tread there. Those who dare defy this edict shall bear the consequences. King Salad slowly articulated, relaying Ye Fei's words. Lien Su, Jabe, summon all Saiyans. I have an important announcement regarding Sun Wukong. King Salad glanced at Sun Wukong before addressing Lien Su and Jabe. Chapter 38, No Commoners Allowed. Ye Fei surveyed his surroundings, feeling utterly bewildered and perplexed, uncertain of his whereabouts. Could this place be akin to the spirit time room on Earth in the seventh universe? As he looked around, he could only speculate. As he walked, a tombstone abruptly appeared before him, engraved with several ominous characters. Those not of my kind, enter and perish. 8 words, yet each one encapsulated an unimaginable power. When these words were united, they exuded a terrifying aura. Even more striking was the fact that these words were inscribed in blood, heightening the malevolence to an apex. Murmuring the 8 words etched on the tombstone, although they brimmed with a bloody malevolence, Ye Fei remained undeterred. Beyond the tombstone lay the Saiyan ruins. Having arrived here, he would not retreat. Furthermore, this mission was mandated by the system, a choice he had made himself, implying that regardless of the peril, they must advance boldly. Not to mention, even Ye Fei was somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of this matter. After all, in the known anime, he had no knowledge of such circumstances. The Saiyans of the sixth universe had always cherished peace and were not particularly inclined towards combat. This explained their lack of tails, yet they possessed formidable strength. However, it now appeared that the sixth universe held secrets far beyond his understanding. Ye Fei hesitated not, lifting his foot toward the tombstone. Let me uncover the peculiarities that lie within this place. A glimmer of determination shone in Ye Fei's eyes. He sensed an impending crisis lurking here, which took him by surprise. He was acutely aware of his own strength, yet even so, he could feel a threat within the Saiyan ruins, indicating that the secrets here were profound. As he approached the tombstone, a more potent aura of bloodlust enveloped him. Let me discover what secrets this place conceals. Shrouded in such mystery, Ye Fei's gaze hardened, undaunted by the bloodshed that surrounded him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was resolute in unveiling the mysteries held within this realm. Perhaps only then would his strength experience a significant leap. Certainly, all of this remains mere speculation for now. Whether my conjectures hold any truth can only be determined upon verification. Boom. A formidable pressure suddenly descended upon Ye Fei. This pressure was immensely powerful. Even with Ye Fei's strength, he could not help but change his expression, his body coming to a halt. It seems I cannot afford to underestimate this. I must summon my true strength. Otherwise, I will find myself at a loss. Ye Fei spoke slowly, and as his words fell, he clenched his fists. Boom. In that moment, a tremendous force erupted from Ye Fei's being. A golden radiance enveloped him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon achieving this transformation, Ye Fei's power surged to extraordinary heights. The oppressive force lingered, yet it no longer posed any threat to him. He had reached a point where he could disregard it entirely. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Ye Fei stepped forward. Boom. With that single step, he appeared directly before the tombstone. Just as he materialized in front of it, a blood-red light suddenly emerged, enveloping his form. All of this transpired in an instant. Is it to verify my identity, to ascertain whether I am a Saiyan, or perhaps to discern if I am one of the Saiyans from Universe 6? Ye Fei's expression remained impassive, showing no reaction as the crimson light descended upon him, shrouding his body. Though this blood-red light contained formidable pressure, Ye Fei remained indifferent. Standing there with a cold demeanor. You are a descendant of mine, yet not of royal blood. Moments later, the crimson light dissipated, withdrawing from Ye Fei's body. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. At that instant, a repelling force emanated from the tombstone, obstructing Ye Fei's entry. It seemed that only the royal Saiyans were permitted access, while common Saiyans were deemed unworthy. How intriguing. A cold smile crept upon Ye Fei's lips as he regarded the tombstone, his expression remaining aloof. Regardless of the circumstances, I must enter and explore what peculiarities lie within this Saiyan relic. As for the repelling force emanating from the tombstone, Ye Fei paid it no mind. To think such a trivial obstacle could thwart him was naively presumptuous. If they wish to impede my progress, so be it. But such a meager display of pressure is either an overestimation of their capabilities or an underestimation of mine. A glint of coldness sparkled in Ye Fei's eyes as he stepped forward against the repelling force. Boom. As his foot touched the ground, Ye Fei's power erupted with a resounding force. In his current state as a Super Saiyan, his aura was potent enough to shake the heavens. An invisible clash erupted instantaneously. Ye Fei's might collided with the repelling force of the tombstone, and despite its strength, it paled in comparison to Ye Fei's transformed state. In mere moments, the repelling force crumbled under the onslaught. In the moment of its collapse, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ye Fei's eyes as he appeared directly before the gravestone. Intruder shall perish. A faint roar emanated, imbued with an overwhelming fury. The noise was unbearable. Ye Fei raised his right hand and struck down upon the gravestone with a fierce palm. Boom. A tremendous force erupted, surging directly towards the gravestone. Once this palm descended, the gravestone would undoubtedly shatter, without any possibility of exception. However, just as the palm was about to land, a multitude of blood-red light suddenly burst forth from the gravestone. Upon its emergence, the radiant glow collided with Ye Fei's hand. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed, and the blood-red light instantly shattered. Nevertheless, despite this, the power emanating from the crimson glow was formidable. Even Ye Fei, though he had dismantled the light, found himself pushed back several steps by the force it released. I underestimated this gravestone. It possesses such strength. It seems the secrets here are substantial. What mysteries lie within for the Saiyans of the 6th universe? I wonder if these secrets will aid me in becoming even more powerful. A look of intrigue crossed Ye Fei's face. His curiosity about the mysteries here intensified, compelling him to delve deeper. Thus, he resolved to enter today. Just a mere gravestone. Allow me to obliterate you. A cold glint shone in Ye Fei's eyes as he finally decided to take this seriously. Boom. Ye Fei's aura erupted with tremendous force, resonating thunderously. In that instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, an overpowering force, so immense that it threatened to rend the very fabric of space, erupted from his being. Chapter 39, The Nine-Tiered Tower. The mysterious figure. Boom. Transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Ye Fei's strength was indisputable, both formidable and terrifying. Though within the 6th universe, his power now stood at the pinnacle. In fact, after utilizing the tenfold Kaioken without side effects, he was fully capable of contending with Hit. This power granted Ye Fei remarkable agility. Initially, he had thought his journey to Salad Star would be straightforward, yet it now appeared that numerous secrets lurked here. The Saiyan ruins before him filled Ye Fei with questions and bewilderment, but more than anything, a burgeoning curiosity. Yet, despite having entered, he had not yet succeeded. Ye Fei understood well that to enter the Saiyan ruins, to uncover the secrets hidden within, and to ascertain how they might enhance him, he must accomplish one task. Could a mere gravestone truly think it could impede me? Ye Fei's expression remained impassive as he raised his right hand, gathering the power of Super Saiyan 4 at his fingertip. Whoosh! A gust of wind shot forth, racing towards the gravestone with unparalleled speed. Boom. Though calm, this gesture concealed an unimaginable force. A crimson radiance suddenly flared, colliding once more with the gust emanating from Ye Fei's fingertip. However, this time, upon contact, the red glow shattered without any resistance. Following the collapse of the crimson light, the power of Ye Fei's finger descended with a thunderous impact. Boom. A resounding echo reverberated as the protective barrier of the tombstone disintegrated. The gust descended directly, causing the tombstone to tremble violently, fissures appearing as it crumbled into countless fragments that swept outwards. Ye Fei's expression remained indifferent. After the tombstone's destruction, he faintly discerned a roar of fury. Yet he paid it no heed, choosing instead to disregard it entirely. With the collapse of the tombstone, no force stood in his way, and he stepped forward with composure. Advancing down a narrow passage. Is this the Saiyan ruin? Traversing the elongated corridor, Ye Fei reached its end and was met with a scene that filled his eyes with astonishment. Here lay mountains of bones. Despite their long-ago demise, he could still sense that these remains belonged to Saiyans. With so many Saiyan corpses, what could the Saiyans of the sixth universe possibly intend? Gazing upon the scattered bones, Ye Fei's heart swelled with deeper confusion. These Saiyan remains were not merely placed here. They were. Ye Fei's gaze sharpened, astonished realization dawning upon him. Nutrients? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Though reluctant to accept it, the situation seemed to suggest just that. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Regardless of the reasons behind it, the cost of resurrecting anyone under such circumstances was evidently too great. Though these Saiyans had long been dead, they were denied peace in death, reduced to mere sustenance. Such a notion was intolerable to Ye Fei. Raising his right hand, he unleashed a formidable force that transformed into a tempest, spreading relentlessly outward. Boom. As the gust howled past, numerous corpses disintegrated. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Everything returned to its origin. Ye Fei's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he swiftly advanced through the Saiyan ruin. He sensed several powerful auras lurking deep within this ancient site. Let me see who you truly are. With a chilling gaze, Ye Fei accelerated, covering great distances in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the sound of crashing bones echoed as the remains shattered one after another. The deeper he ventured, the more bones he encountered. With such an abundance of Saiyan corpses, it was evident that this place had existed for an extraordinarily long time. Ye Fei furrowed his brow in concern. After an undetermined distance, he arrived at a golden tower. This structure, comprising 9 levels, was the source of the powerful auras he had sensed earlier. You shall pay. As Ye Fei approached the resplendent golden tower, a chilling, emotionless voice emanated from its heights. Damn it! Ye Fei scoffed, raising his right hand into a fierce fist and launching a powerful strike towards the tower. Boom! The overwhelming force erupted forth. This punch harnessed the entirety of Ye Fei's strength as a Super Saiyan 4. Its might unfathomable. Presumptuous, a mere junior daring to strike before me, the cold voice intoned. Boom. A colossal shadow of a fist materialized, hurtling towards the golden tower with unimaginable force. The speed of the fist shadow was astonishing, descending in an instant to collide with the tower. Crash. A deafening roar reverberated as the power of the punch unleashed its full potential. The tower trembled violently, obscured by a dense cloud of smoke. I will let you be arrogant. Ye Fei refrained from acting rashly. He sensed secrets within, particularly the pervasive feeling of danger that compelled him to exercise caution. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Ye Fei's gaze sharpened. How could it be? His powerful punch had failed to shatter the tower, far beyond his expectations. Your strength is commendable, the voice rang out once more. Who are you? Lurking here with such intentions? Or are you simply afraid to reveal yourself? Ye Fei's expression grew grave as he addressed the tower. Who am I? A voice responded from within the tower, accompanied by a blinding golden radiance that burst forth. This dazzling light was striking, yet it also emanated an unfathomable power. I am a Saiyan, grievously wounded in a past battle, healing for countless years. Though I have yet to regain my full strength, I am not someone of your generation who can compare. Given that you have achieved the 4th transformation, begone, the cold voice declared, yet the figure remained concealed. Your power is formidable, yet why do you hesitate to show yourself? Or is it merely a bluff, an attempt to intimidate me despite being at your wit's end? Ye Fei's curiosity was piqued. You seek death. My presence is not something someone of your stature should witness. This is not a place for you. Leave now, and I shall pretend this encounter never occurred. Otherwise, you shall rue the day you made this choice. Is that so? Ye Fei's gaze turned icy, unfazed by the threat. If that is your stance, I find myself exceedingly intrigued. Your strength may be great, but defeating me will not be so simple. If it were, you would not waste time. Moreover, I am curious to know what kind of individual deliberately nourishes themselves with the remains of a Saiyan to regain strength. As he spoke, Ye Fei advanced forward, his resolve unwavering, making his intentions clear. Since you have chosen to court death, I shall oblige. Although my strength has not yet fully recovered, I find no difficulty in confronting you. A cold voice resonated through the air, and simultaneously, a dense golden light coalesced, revealing a figure radiating golden brilliance and possessing formidable power. Is this the Super Saiyan 3? Upon witnessing the figure before him, Ye Fei's gaze sharpened, and a grave expression settled upon his face. Chapter 40. The Ancient Saiyan, Qianlong. Who are you? Ye Fei inquired, scrutinizing the golden apparition, whose visage was utterly unfamiliar to him, having never appeared in Dragon Ball. Yet the overwhelming power emanating from this entity compelled Ye Fei to regard it with trepidation. It was unmistakably a Super Saiyan 3, yet its strength was astonishingly potent, particularly with an aura of malevolence enveloping it. What manner of Saiyan is this? Ye Fei was profoundly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Is it so strange? The golden figure remarked, observing Ye Fei. Your strength is commendable, and your potential is noteworthy. You have even attained the form of Super Saiyan 4. However, under these circumstances, it appears you are not my adversary. I am Ye Fei. And you? Ye Fei replied, studying the entity. Those who know my name are long deceased. Do you still wish to inquire? The golden figure regarded Ye Fei with a hint of mockery. You are quite arrogant, yet I am not easily intimidated. Should you seek to end my life, know that it will not be an effortless task. Perhaps before you succeed, I might just vanquish you first. Ye Fei spoke with a smile, yet his words elicited a hearty laugh from the opponent, as if they were merely a jest. Remember, my name is Qianlong. Qianlong, I wish to uncover the secrets of this place. What purpose do you serve by amassing so many Saiyan corpses? Is it merely to restore your own strength? Ye Fei inquired, fully aware that a fierce battle was inevitable, yet his curiosity compelled him to voice his thoughts. You need not concern yourself with that for now, but should you wish to know, there are ways to discover it, Qianlong replied, clenching his fists as golden energy radiated from him. To defeat you? While I prefer not to engage so swiftly, it seems there is no alternative. Ye Fei shook his head. Oh. In unison, Qianlong and Ye Fei clenched their fists, and in that moment, a tremendous force erupted from both of them. Boom. The overwhelming power enveloped the surroundings, warping the very fabric of space and rendering it unstable. Surprising, your strength is indeed formidable, Qianlong remarked, gazing at Ye Fei. Though he did not regard Ye Fei's Super Saiyan 4 transformation with much concern, he was astounded by the power exhibited after Ye Fei assumed this form. This force surpassed even his own. Although I am uncertain of your true nature, it is evident that this is not your full potential. Nonetheless, today, you shall meet your demise here. Before that, I have a question that I hope you will answer candidly. Ye Fei and Qianlong unleashed their utmost strength. Yet neither engaged in combat. Instead, they locked eyes, each acutely aware of the other's formidable prowess, a battle that could not be easily concluded. Speak freely. I shall not withhold anything from one who stands on the brink of death. Qianlong's gaze flickered as he spoke. I wish to know your identity. Ye Fei regarded Qianlong. My identity? Upon hearing this, Qianlong suddenly burst into laughter. I am an ancient Saiyan. In a great war long ago, nearly all participating Saiyans perished. I survived due to my feeble strength. Even so, I was gravely injured and now cling to life by a thread. Clenching his fists tightly, Qianlong felt an unbearable pain whenever he recalled that memory. Ye Fei, hearing of ancient times for the first time, was compelled to uncover the truths of that era. Enough with the trivialities. If you wish to learn more, you must defeat me. Qianlong's eyes gleamed with battle intent as he regarded Ye Fei. With a thunderous roar, Ye Fei clenched his fists, unleashing a torrent of power from within. In an instant, he dashed toward Qianlong. It has been long since I last fought a Saiyan. Allow me to witness the depths of your strength. The ability to transform into a Super Saiyan 4 reveals your extraordinary potential. I wonder how you measure against the ancient Super Saiyan 4. Qianlong's eyes sparkled with determination as he charged forward. As an ancient Saiyan, despite his unhealed wounds, his power remained formidable. Even in his current form as a Super Saiyan 3, his strength could easily rival Ye Fei's Super Saiyan 4, perhaps even matching it closely. In an instant, they closed the distance, bypassing any further dialogue and plunging directly into combat. The sound of explosive impacts echoed as Ye Fei and Qianlong engaged in a flurry of strikes, their movements so swift that they exchanged hundreds, if not thousands, of blows in mere moments. Their speed rendered each strike a full force output, and with their power levels closely matched, the battle bore no adverse effects on either warrior. Haha, exhilarating. Ye Fei laughed heartily. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, bolstered by the system and his relentless training, he had remained in an invincible state. Though he had faced battles before, they had scarcely piqued his interest. However, this moment was different. Qianlong, being an ancient Saiyan, possessed immense strength, a force that would compel Ye Fei to unleash his most powerful abilities. In the midst of a life and death struggle between himself and Qianlong, Ye Fei found that he could fully unleash his strength without any reservations. Such a battle was exhilarating for him. It was only in moments like these that he realized the irreplaceable joy that combat brought, an experience more intoxicating and maddening than anything else, without exception. I never imagined that among the Saiyans, there would be a being like you. It seems that throughout the countless years, the Saiyans have not waned. Instead, they have consistently maintained formidable power, Qianlong exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Although they were adversaries, destined to separate life from death, they were both Saiyans. Upon witnessing each other's strength, neither Ye Fei nor Qianlong could contain their emotions. While Ye Fei was astonished by the immense power of the ancient Saiyans, Qianlong felt a sense of comfort knowing that the Saiyans had not perished but had continued to exist. This was a source of satisfaction for him, especially upon seeing Ye Fei's incredible strength, having transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 with such formidable prowess. Their battle was merely a clash of differing allegiances. Whoosh, whoosh. After a violent collision, the two separated, and Qianlong raised his right hand, unleashing a powerful aura that erupted from him. Waves of energy surged forth, raining down upon Ye Fei with fervor. In an instant, hundreds of energy blasts surged towards him, overwhelming and cutting off all avenues of escape. With evasion rendered impossible, the only option left was to confront the onslaught head-on. Behold my technique, Qianlong bellowed, his expression wild with excitement. Faced with this relentless barrage of energy, over 1,000 strikes, each possessing overwhelming power, Ye Fei remained calm, unaffected by the impending assault. Do you truly believe such an attack can defeat me? If that is your conviction, then you are sorely naive. Ye Fei replied coldly, clenching his fists as a formidable energy erupted from him. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength, he growled. And with that, he drew upon the full extent of his power, launching a devastating punch towards the multitude of energy blasts. Chapter 41. The Power of the Ancient Saiyans. Super for Qianlong. Boom. Ye Fei's punch contained unimaginable force. It was a full-powered strike from his Super Saiyan 4 state, infused with an astonishing energy that surged within him. As he unleashed his blow, the very fabric of the world seemed to shift. An immense aura coalesced, transforming into a colossal shadow of his fist. The shadow of the fist was immense, and upon its emergence, it unleashed an unparalleled force. Boom. The fist surged forth, colliding directly with all of Qianlong's energy. The sound of thunder resonated. As the two powers clashed, an overwhelming force erupted. Amidst the cacophony of violent roars, Ye Fei's punch met the myriad energies of Qianlong head-on. Boom. Boom boom. This scene was earth-shattering. Beneath the tempest generated by the collision, the skeletal remains of all Saiyans within 100 miles of Ye Fei and Qianlong were obliterated, completely dissipating. For them, this could indeed be seen as a form of liberation. Ye Fei's body trembled as an immense force struck him, causing him to stagger back several steps, his complexion paling. What immense power! Ye Fei's expression reflected astonishment. He was aware of Qianlong's might, yet he had not anticipated such a level of strength. It surpassed Ye Fei's imagination. Clenching his fist, although the previous strike did not injure him, the sheer force was not easy for Ye Fei to endure. You are formidable. I cannot believe you withstood my blow. Qianlong regarded Ye Fei, his expression betraying a hint of gravity. The earlier disdain had vanished, revealing that Ye Fei's strength had indeed imposed pressure upon him. Are all ancient Saiyans as audacious as you? Ye Fei inquired, believing that his own punch was not so easily resisted. Though Qianlong appeared unaffected at present, Ye Fei was confident his strength warranted serious consideration from Qianlong. Only those with true power possess the right to be arrogant. Despite being astonished by Ye Fei's formidable strength, Qianlong's nature was such that he would never show the slightest hint of yielding due to another's power. Then I hope you continue to be arrogant, otherwise, I would truly look down upon you. Ye Fei retorted without a hint of mercy. It seems you remain unaware of ancient Saiyans. If that is the case, today I shall demonstrate just how powerful they truly are, Qianlong stated, fixing his gaze upon Ye Fei. I am quite eager to know, Ye Fei replied, his curiosity piqued. Although you are a Saiyan, you are not of royal lineage. Undeniably, your strength is impressive and your talent remarkable, yet it is not extraordinary. In that era, there existed individuals of exceptional potential. You are merely the favored child of this age. However, I can assure you that while Saiyans value strength, noble bloodlines are of paramount importance as well. A pure Saiyan bloodline can unleash even greater power. The Saiyans of ancient times possessed pure bloodlines, enabling them to manifest the most potent strength. Your transformation, while seemingly commendable now, would have been deemed rudimentary in ancient times. It is not as significant as you might believe, Qianlong observed, his voice steady. Is that so? Ye Fei listened intently. However, I am curious to inquire, given the formidable strength of the ancient Saiyans, why were they nearly annihilated? What secrets lie within this enigma? Ye Fei spoke up immediately. Boom. Although Qianlong was willing to elucidate the might of the ancient Saiyans, he was reluctant to divulge details about the fateful battle of yore or the reasons behind the simultaneous demise of the Saiyans during those ancient times. Ye Fei, I can offer you an opportunity. Defeat me. If you can slay me, I shall bestow upon you a transformation. Qianlong gazed at Ye Fei as he spoke. As his words settled, an unimaginable surge of terrifying power erupted from Qianlong. This force was overwhelmingly potent. Following this eruption, the towering 9-story edifice trembled, radiating a rich golden light. As this golden luminescence emerged, it swiftly integrated into Qianlong's being at an unfathomable speed. The entire sequence transpired in a mere instant, so swift that Ye Fei could not react in time. After absorbing the golden energy from the tower, a low growl emanated from Qianlong simultaneously. His eyes turned a fierce crimson, devoid of any emotion, completely stripped of reason. In that fleeting moment, his muscles expanded. Though he appeared the same, Qianlong now emanated an unfamiliar aura, one that left Ye Fei feeling distinctly uneasy. What is happening? Observing Qianlong's transformation, Ye Fei furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous foreboding. In that instant, a heightened sense of danger enveloped Qianlong. Boom. Qianlong's strength surged frighteningly. The overwhelming power radiated outward, causing Ye Fei's pupils to constrict, and he involuntarily gasped in astonishment. How powerful! And it continues to escalate. Under Ye Fei's astonished gaze, he witnessed Qianlong's form expanding exponentially, reaching a critical threshold in mere moments. The feeling of impending doom intensified immensely. With a roar, Qianlong's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. Ye Fei staggered back, his expression one of shock. His hair turned black, and a profusion of fur erupted across his body, as he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. How could this be? Ye Fei regarded the transformed Qianlong with profound apprehension. Boom. Following his transformation, Qianlong's power did not wane. Rather, it surged with even greater ferocity. Moments later, while he had not yet attained the full energy of Super Saiyan 4, he was perilously close. This is my full strength. Although my injuries have yet to fully mend, I believe this power should suffice to confront you, Qianlong said, his voice calm, yet laced with chilling coldness, as he gazed at Ye Fei. Whoosh. With a sudden flash, Qianlong appeared directly before Ye Fei, his right hand raised, delivering a powerful punch towards Ye Fei. How swift! Ye Fei's expression shifted as he realized that Qianlong's speed surpassed his own. With no time for hesitation, Ye Fei immediately retreated a step, simultaneously raising his right hand to counter with a punch of his own. A thunderous collision echoed as their fists met in a brief, yet intense moment. Though it was merely a simple strike, for both Ye Fei and Qianlong, it represented the full extent of their power. The essence of the Great Path lies in simplicity. Within this seemingly straightforward attack resided an immense force, emblematic of their capabilities. What appeared simple on the surface was anything but ordinary. The ground trembled violently, and the sky fractured with immense rifts. An energy wave erupted from the point of impact between their fists, rapidly expanding and enveloping both Ye Fei and Qianlong. A single punch, deceptively simple, yet the power it contained was unfathomable, reaching a terrifying magnitude. The energy swiftly cloaked both combatants, the colossal force unleashed, spreading outward relentlessly. Despite their considerable strength at that moment, even the mightiest force seemed difficult to withstand, especially since this energy was birthed from the clash of their most formidable blows. The terror of this energy surpassed their wildest imaginations. Chapter 42. Qianlong's power of Super Saiyan 4. Has Ye Fei been defeated? With a resounding crash, both Ye Fei and Qianlong staggered back several paces. A mouthful of blood erupted from Ye Fei, his complexion turning ashen. Qianlong fared slightly better, retreating only 3 steps. His face pale, but without bloodshed. The disparity in their strengths became starkly evident with that single strike. Is your power merely at this level? Qianlong remarked coldly, scrutinizing Ye Fei. TCH. Ye Fei remained silent, fixated on Qianlong. The latter's transformation into Super Saiyan 4 had completely taken him by surprise, far exceeding his expectations. Especially the overwhelming strength that Qianlong exhibited post-transformation left Ye Fei acutely aware that overcoming him was an impossibility in this scenario. Come, allow me to enlighten you on what true power is. Although we are both Saiyans and have transformed into Super Saiyan 4, your strength pales in comparison to mine, and you will be incapable of inflicting any harm upon me, Qianlong confidently asserted. His absolute faith in his power rendered him dismissive of Ye Fei. Underestimating me, are you? Despite feeling a surge of irritation, Ye Fei recognized that Qianlong indeed possessed such qualifications, given the vast gulf in their strengths. Was it truly time to resort to the Kaioken? Ye Fei murmured to himself, contemplating the Kaioken as his ultimate resort, a technique he wished to avoid employing unless absolutely necessary. Show me your true power, he challenged. Weren't you previously so arrogant, threatening to kill me? Now, upon witnessing my genuine strength, do you lack confidence? Qianlong regarded Ye Fei coldly. In response, Ye Fei's aura surged dramatically. It was not yet time to resort to the Kaioken. He was determined to believe he could prevail without it. Moreover, he had yet to unleash his full potential. Clenching his fists, the energy within him erupted like a tempest. Are we finally about to engage in earnest combat? Qianlong observed Ye Fei and recognized the seriousness in his eyes, which only fueled Qianlong's satisfaction. An ancient Saiyan, barely clinging to life, though your power is formidable. This is a new era. You survived then, but today, I shall end you. Ye Fei's expression remained impassive, devoid of emotion, his mind consumed by a singular word, rage. Since entering the Dragon Ball universe, this was the first time Ye Fei had felt such fury. His immense aura exploded forth, transforming into a storm that surged toward the heavens. Remarkably, this outburst even enhanced his strength. Intriguing, Qianlong chuckled, yet remained unconcerned, dismissing Ye Fei entirely. To him, as an ancient Saiyan, he stood far above Ye Fei in status, especially with his overwhelming superiority in power. In this context, Qianlong did not anticipate defeat. He was more inclined to toy with Ye Fei, though that was not his primary motive. For Qianlong, survival was only feasible within the confines of this Saiyan relic space. Stepping beyond its boundaries was beyond his capacity. Nevertheless, he had his own methods. Qianlong. Ye Fei's demeanor darkened as he approached him step by step. Do you truly believe you can defeat me like this? Qianlong scoffed at Ye Fei's approach. With no words exchanged, Ye Fei suddenly vanished, moving with blinding speed and appearing beside Qianlong in an instant. He raised his right hand, fist clenched, and delivered a fierce blow aimed directly at Qianlong. Faced with Ye Fei's onslaught, Qianlong deftly evaded, choosing to dodge instead. Ye Fei's strikes did not cease. If one missed, a second and a third would follow in relentless succession. Your speed is too slow, Qianlong taunted, effortlessly avoiding Ye Fei's attacks, each escape perilously close, which only intensified Ye Fei's fury. With a roar, Ye Fei unleashed another punch. In its wake, a colossal shadow of a fist materialized in the sky, emitting an unimaginable force of destruction. One must not let their guard down. Upon catching a glimpse of the colossal shadow of a fist and sensing its immense power, Qianlong immediately spoke. Saiyan Destruction Sphere. He raised his right hand, and a black energy orb materialized before him. This orb harbored an extraordinary force that even caused Ye Fei's pupils to contract upon witnessing it. Boom. The enormous fist shadow collided directly with the Saiyan Destruction Sphere. Although Ye Fei's fist was formidable, it paled in comparison to the immense power of Qianlong's attack. Upon the collision of these two forces, the massive fist shadow crumbled with little resistance. The Saiyan Destruction Sphere, however, did not dissipate after shattering Ye Fei's attack. Instead, it surged towards Ye Fei with even greater speed. This all transpired in an instant, the velocity too swift to afford any significant reaction time. Break for me. Ye Fei's gaze sharpened, and he promptly raised his right hand, channeling a powerful energy into it. Boom! A compressed energy sphere erupted forth, hurtling towards the Saiyan Destruction Sphere with fervor. A thunderous roar echoed as the two forces collided just a foot before Ye Fei. The clash resonated, unleashing the full extent of their might. Ye Fei's energy sphere shattered, while the Saiyan Destruction Sphere, though diminished, retained a significant portion of its strength. Despite its weakened state, the remaining power still bore a terrifying force, striking Ye Fei and enveloping him in its grasp. Die! Qianlong's eyes gleamed with malice as he clenched his right fist. Boom! With his motion, the Saiyan Destruction Sphere constricted around Ye Fei, intent on annihilating him entirely within the energy blast. This all happened in a heartbeat, leaving little room for contemplation. In the realm of powerful combatants, the line between life and death can be drawn in an instant. Boom! The Saiyan Destruction Sphere erupted, unleashing a terrifying force that swept through the air, stirring clouds of smoke. Despite the might of the Saiyan Destruction Sphere having been weakened twice, its residual power should not be enough to claim a life, Qianlong mused. As the smoke gradually dissipated, his expression shifted slightly upon realizing the truth. He had not sustained any injuries. Qianlong's gaze turned frigid. He had assumed that, while it may not have killed Ye Fei, it would certainly have gravely wounded him. Yet, it appeared that his Saiyan Destruction Sphere had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Ye Fei's countenance was somber. On the surface, he seemed unscathed. Yet he was acutely aware of the injuries he had sustained beneath the onslaught of the Saiyan Destruction Sphere. What? You seem rather dissatisfied that the Saiyan Destruction Sphere failed to eliminate me, Ye Fei remarked coldly, fixing his gaze on Qianlong. Can you withstand it once? But what about a second time? Although Qianlong's expression was somewhat somber, he raised his right hand, summoning a Saiyan Destruction Sphere that was exponentially more powerful than the previous one. This time, I am eager to see if any unforeseen events will transpire. Qianlong gazed at Ye Fei, his demeanor cold and laced with a palpable aura of menace. Ye Fei met his gaze with indifference, tightly clenching his right fist. It seems there is no need for me to conceal my strength any longer. I shall unleash my full power. Ye Fei spoke calmly. What do you mean by that? Qianlong asked, momentarily taken aback and perplexed by Ye Fei's words. Are you truly so oblivious to the implication of my statement? Ye Fei retorted, casting a condescending glance at Qianlong, as if addressing a child in need of guidance. Chapter 43. Ye Fei's counterattack. Regardless of the methods at your disposal, you stand no chance of survival against my Saiyan Destruction Sphere. Accept your fate and perish. Qianlong dismissed further contemplation, unleashing the fully formed Saiyan Destruction Sphere toward Ye Fei with a fierce throw. Boom! The Saiyan Destruction Sphere surged forth, imbued with the power to annihilate everything in its path. Prepare to witness my most formidable strike. Let us see which is mightier, your Saiyan destruction sphere or my ultimate attack. Ye Fei declared, bracing himself for the impending force. Kamehameha. Ye Fei placed his hands together, channeling his energy into them, swiftly transforming it into a concentrated essence. Though it appeared modest in size, the power it contained was terrifying, regardless of the outcome. I must resort to the Kaioken after this strike, even though I am reluctant to do so at this moment. Ye Fei murmured. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, he recognized he had no other choice. The reason he had yet to employ the Kaioken was likely due to the influence of his Saiyan lineage. Yet, none of that mattered now. Ultimately, it was of great significance for Ye Fei to determine the victor through the strength of a Saiyan. Prepare to die? Conlong's expression darkened as the Saiyan destruction sphere approached Ye Fei, now less than a yard away. Wave. At that moment, Ye Fei let out his final utterance. Just as those words echoed, he thrust his hands forward with great force. Boom. The Kamehameha surged forth, unleashed at an unimaginable speed, hurtling toward the Saiyan destruction sphere. How foolish. Do you truly believe such an attack could defeat me? If that is your assumption, you are woefully naive. Qianlong scoffed. Boom. As the Kamehameha launched, its power surged dramatically, rapidly expanding into a colossal energy wave. Boom. Timing was everything. In an instant, the Kamehameha wave erupted forth, colliding directly with the Saiyan destruction sphere. The might of both energies was astonishingly formidable. It was uncertain whether Qianlong was employing his full strength. Yet Ye Fei had already summoned every ounce of his power. The moment the two energies clashed, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the expanse, causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently, as if the force of their confrontation was nearing the limits of spatial endurance. The energies clashed continuously, each striving to obliterate the other. Ye Fei, in this battle, victory ultimately belongs to me, Qianlong proclaimed, his demeanor calm and unperturbed by the fierce struggle. In his eyes, the outcome of this confrontation had been predetermined from the very beginning. With a mighty roar, Qianlong infused even greater power into the Saiyan destruction sphere. As his strength melded with it, the sphere's potency surged exponentially, swiftly surpassing the Kamehameha wave unleashed by Ye Fei. Die! Qianlong bellowed. As the Saiyan destruction sphere surged forth with overwhelming force, intent on annihilating the Kamehameha wave. Tenfold! Ye Fei shouted, immediately unleashing a tenfold Kamehameha wave. The instant those words left his lips, the power of the Kamehameha surged tremendously, repelling the Saiyan destruction sphere, rendering its augmented force incapable of obliterating the Kamehameha wave. Now this is intriguing. Otherwise, simply killing you would be dreadfully mundane. Observing Ye Fei's tenfold Kamehameha, Qianlong exhibited no surprise, instead erupting into laughter, his expression radiating exhilaration. With a resounding roar, Qianlong concentrated all his strength, fervently channeling it into the Saiyan destruction sphere. A thunderous explosion echoed moments later, as Ye Fei's tenfold Kamehameha wave crumbled under the immense might of the Saiyan destruction sphere, which then descended upon him. Even one as powerful as Ye Fei let out a cry of anguish at that moment. The Saiyan destruction sphere detonated, unleashing terrifying energy that engulfed Ye Fei's form. The sensation of impending death surged to its zenith. With a tremendous explosion, the Saiyan destruction sphere erupted, its colossal force enveloping Ye Fei entirely, transforming into an immense mushroom cloud. In the face of life and death, Ye Fei hesitated not for a moment. He clenched his fists, unleashing a powerful aura that erupted forth as he raised his right hand, and, in the very instant the Saiyan destruction sphere detonated, he vanished from sight. Humph. Let's see if you survive this time. Conlong's eyes gleamed with excitement, convinced that before the might of his Saiyan destruction sphere, Ye Fei stood no chance of survival and would surely perish within. A violent cacophony erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a terrifying tempest. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring all vision. Had he perished? As the smoke dissipated, revealing the absence of any trace of Ye Fei, Qianlong erupted into triumphant laughter. Was he reduced to mere dust? Qianlong laughed maniacally, his expression betraying a hint of madness. Could that possibly be the case? Just then, Ye Fei's voice echoed, directly reaching Qianlong's ears. What? Qianlong's smile froze, his hair standing on end, and without a moment's hesitation, he retreated. Bang! Ye Fei raised his right hand, unleashing a punch at Qianlong with astonishing speed. Due to the close proximity and the suddenness of Ye Fei's appearance, Qianlong sensed nothing. The punch landed, releasing a tremendous force. Do you truly believe such power could vanquish me? Though he had endured Ye Fei's blow, Qianlong remained indifferent, his voice cold. How about this? Suddenly, a surge of energy coalesced in Ye Fei's hand. Boom. Qianlong staggered back several steps, his complexion paling. It seems my attack is not without effect. At the very least, it can inflict some injury upon you. Gazing at Qianlong, Ye Fei spoke with a calm demeanor. Humph. Merely a stroke of luck that you managed to land a sneak attack. Do you truly think such a feat can defeat me? Qianlong responded with an icy indifference. Do you believe I am incapable of overcoming you? Ye Fei regarded Qianlong with a mocking gaze. Is that not the case? Or do you possess some power that I am unaware of? Qinlong looked at Ye Fei, his expression icy, showing no concern. Although he had indeed been caught off guard by Ye Fei's attack, it ultimately stemmed from his own carelessness. In terms of true strength, he remained firmly superior to Ye Fei, and thus he dismissed the encounter. I hope you can maintain such confidence for a while longer. A cold smile crept across Ye Fei's lips. Then allow me to demonstrate my true strength. This is the first time I shall wield such power, and I hope you can withstand it. Ye Fei's gaze bore into Qinlong, radiating an icy resolve. Then unleash your strongest power. I am most eager to witness it. Qinlong's eyes narrowed. Though he held skepticism, Ye Fei's serious demeanor instilled a measure of caution within him. Perhaps it is indeed possible that Ye Fei could summon a force that would astonish him. You will be satisfied. As Ye Fei's words fell, he clenched his fists tightly. Boom. A formidable power erupted. While the battle with Qinlong had strengthened Ye Fei to some extent, such growth was insignificant in the context of this confrontation. Chapter 44. The Ultimate Power, Qinlong in Shock. To defeat Qinlong, Ye Fei understood that he must unleash his full potential. Therefore, in this battle, regardless of the circumstances, Ye Fei knew he could not hold back any longer. He must fight with all his might. Moreover, Qinlong had previously exhibited murderous intent towards him. Ye Fei had never considered himself magnanimous. He bore no grudges, for he typically avenged wrongs at the moment they occurred. Oh! A low growl emanated from Ye Fei, a formidable aura radiating from him, reaching its zenith in an instant. I fail to see your true strength. This appears no different from before, Qinlong remarked slowly. Although Ye Fei's power had indeed intensified, to Qinlong, this increment was trivial, negligible enough not to warrant concern. Is this the extent of your might? Qinlong's expression turned cold, his patience had waned, and he sought to conclude this confrontation swiftly. Once he eliminated Ye Fei, he could finally depart, utilizing the preparations he had amassed over the years. Even though his injuries had not fully healed, he believed he could manage his exit with the power he currently possessed. Ye Fei disregarded Qinlong, his countenance darkening. As his strength peaked, he did not halt, but unleashed another thunderous roar. Ah! Accompanied by this cry, Ye Fei's aura surged once more. King of Worlds Fist. With a resounding shout, a crimson glow enveloped Ye Fei's form. What? Qinlong's expression shifted dramatically, retreating several steps, his eyes reflecting disbelief and astonishment. What is happening? How could your power escalate so abruptly? Qinlong struggled to comprehend the situation, as it surpassed all his expectations. He could scarcely fathom that Ye Fei possessed such an ability. At that moment, as Ye Fei executed the King of Worlds Fist, his power surged exponentially. Is it substantial? Ye Fei taunted Qinlong. I vowed to unleash my full strength to defeat you. This is merely a fraction. What you witness now is my true power. Ye Fei's formidable presence was awe-inspiring, yet his words deepened the shadows on Qinlong's face. Tenfold King of Worlds Fist. Ye Fei bellowed, and as the declaration resonated, an even greater force emanated from him, an awe-inspiring power that exceeded Qinlong's wildest imaginings. The sheer intensity of Ye Fei's aura compelled Qinlong's body to involuntarily retreat. Qinlong, this is the sum of my strength. I wonder if such power meets your expectations? After executing the tenfold King of Worlds Fist, Ye Fei fixed Qinlong with a frigid gaze, exuding a sense of ruthlessness. The pressure Ye Fei exerted was immense, particularly from the overwhelming might he commanded. Though Qinlong was reluctant to accept it, he could not deny the truth. Ye Fei's current power surpassed him by a considerable margin, leaving no room for comparison. Qinlong, let us engage in battle once more. This time, I shall show no mercy and will wield my utmost strength. I hope you can summon forth power that satisfies me. Do not succumb so easily, for that would be a profound disappointment. Ye Fei spoke slowly. Damn it. With a brooding expression, Qinlong was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have unleashed his utmost power to eliminate Ye Fei from the very beginning, thus averting the current predicament. Regret consumed him. Yet there was no remedy for his past inaction. All that remained was to confront Ye Fei in battle, regardless of the likelihood of success. Qinlong, come forth. A crimson aura enveloped Ye Fei as he advanced a step forward. Whoosh. This seemingly simple step was instantaneous, placing Ye Fei directly before Qinlong. So swift. Qinlong's pupils constricted, and he instinctively retreated. Too slow. Ye Fei's sudden appearance before Qinlong, accompanied by his frigid gaze, sent a shiver through Qinlong, revealing a profound terror in his eyes. How is this possible? Qinlong was astounded by Ye Fei's speed. Were you not formidable before? As Ye Fei spoke, he raised his right hand and gently pressed it against Qinlong's body. Observe closely, this is my current strength. Although Ye Fei's palm appeared remarkably gentle, almost devoid of force, the moment it made contact, Qinlong's expression shifted dramatically. He was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, staggering several paces while agony etched his features. A mouthful of blood erupting forth. What is happening? Fear flickered in Qinlong's eyes as he realized the peculiarity and sheer dominance of Ye Fei's power. The fusion of these two forces had left him gravely injured. Qinlong, Where is your strength? What of the glory and pride of an ancient Saiyan? Ye Fei refrained from pressing the attack. His King of Worlds technique bore no adverse effects, allowing him to disregard concerns for his own physical state. Thus, in this moment, he had ample time. You seek death. Qianlong's countenance darkened as he acknowledged his failure to seize the optimal moment to vanquish Ye Fei. Yet, as an ancient Saiyan who had survived the legendary Battle of Ur, he possessed his own means. Must I truly resort to that? Qianlong hesitated, acutely aware that he had yet to fully recover and was currently suffering under Ye Fei's onslaught. To recklessly employ that power now would exact a heavy toll. Whoosh. Ye Fei did not afford Qianlong much time for contemplation. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he raised his right hand, gathering energy into a concentrated form. With a flick of his wrist, the energy surged forth from his fingertips, hurtling toward Qianlong at an astonishing speed. Upon its emergence, the energy expanded instantaneously, transforming into a piercing arrow that whistled through the air. So swift, Qianlong's expression shifted as he acted without hesitation. He raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The collision of Qianlong's fist and the energy arrow summoned forth a thunderous resonance. The collision of two formidable forces instantly unleashed an unimaginable terror. Qianlong's body trembled as he staggered back several steps, his right hand tingling. Is this all you are capable of, Qianlong? If so, then you may as well perish, Ye Fei declared, his expression imbued with haughty confidence, embodying an audacity that suggested he could rise above all, surveying the world beneath him. Your power no longer holds any significance for me. Prepare to meet your demise beneath my strongest strike. For you, it may be a release, considering the torment you have endured. Ye Fei's voice was cold and unyielding. Arrogant fool, do you truly believe I cannot contend with you? Qianlong's countenance darkened. He was acutely aware of the grim fate awaiting him. Yet this did not deter him from unleashing his ultimate attack. Even if he were to meet his end today, he would do so without regret, ensuring that Ye Fei would pay a heavy price. Qianlong's expression was grim. He held unwavering confidence in his most potent strike, and, with a stroke of luck, might even vanquish Ye Fei. Boom. A tremendous force erupted from Qianlong's being. Ye Fei, I concede that your strength is formidable, even in ancient times. It would have been considered average. Nevertheless, I will not yield easily today. Let this battle be deemed our fated confrontation. I am eager to discover whether the ancient Saiyans surpass the modern ones in power. I hope for your victory, yet I shall show you no mercy. Nor will I extend any courtesies, Qianlong stated, his gaze fixed on Ye Fei. That mirrors my sentiments precisely, Ye Fei responded calmly, especially regarding this final strike. For it was destined to determine their fates. I have promised that should you defeat me, I would grant you a significant opportunity. Thus, let us cease the idle chatter and resolve this matter of life and death. Qianlong regarded Ye Fei with a cold demeanor. Then let us commence. Ye Fei nodded, eager to avoid prolonging the confrontation. Boom. An immense surge of power erupted from Qianlong. Now, witness my most powerful strike, regardless of the outcome. Today will decide our fate. Determination gleamed in Qianlong's eyes. In recognition of your strength, I shall unleash all of my power. This way, I shall not dishonor you. Ye Fei clenched his fists, all his internal energy erupting at that moment. A fierce battle spirit ignited within Qianlong, as his energy surged wildly, coalescing within him. Boom. As vast amounts of energy gathered, a black sphere of energy materialized before Qianlong. Is this the culmination of your power, transformed into your strongest assault? Ye Fei mused. He sensed an immense force within it. However, to him, despite its overwhelming nature, it posed little threat, especially under the might of his tenfold Kaioken. Kamehameha. Ye Fei's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Although Qianlong's most formidable strike was indeed powerful, at this moment, Ye Fei unhesitatingly unleashed all of his strength. For him, the outcome was already predetermined at this very instant. Chapter 45. The Death of Qianlong, the Aura of the Divine. Qianlong's expression revealed unwavering determination, devoid of any trace of fear or hesitation. All that emanated from him was the spirit of battle. Perhaps this embodies the resolve of the ancient Saiyans. No matter how formidable the foe, a Saiyan cannot exhibit an ounce of retreat, even in the face of death, even at the cost of tremendous sacrifice. This is the essence of the warrior race, the Saiyans. They may perish, but they shall never yield. Ye Fei, behold my ultimate strike. Prepare yourself. Qianlong roared. As the black energy before him pulsated with unimaginable power, the force contained within was so overwhelming that even Ye Fei could not help but focus intently upon it. Truly, as a being of ancient lineage, Qianlong's might was undeniably formidable, and although Ye Fei was uncertain how he had survived until now, he could not deny the devastating potency of this attack. Even in his current state, witnessing such a formidable fist sent a shiver through him. Qianlong bellowed, his expression frenzied, as he leapt into the air, cradling the immense black energy. Super Saiyan Grenade. He roared, simultaneously thrusting both hands towards Ye Fei with tremendous force. Boom. The Super Saiyan grenade surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying power that was almost unfathomable. As the Super Saiyan grenade approached, the sky itself fractured with immense rifts. So powerful. Ye Fei's pupils constricted as he beheld the impending Super Saiyan grenade. Such overwhelming strength. He acknowledged the terror and potency of the Super Saiyan grenade. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Wave. As the Super Saiyan grenade thundered towards Ye Fei, a fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes. As he uttered his final word, he forcefully thrust his hands forward. Boom! A colossal Kamehameha burst forth from Ye Fei's hands, and as it surged outward, its power surged exponentially, transforming into an enormous energy wave. Boom! Boom! The Kamehameha and the Super Saiyan grenade collided, each imbued with enough destructive force to obliterate everything in their path. Time seemed to slow in that moment. Bring me destruction. Qianlong's eyes shone with fierce brilliance. Boom! The tremendous force erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth, as the terrifying power swept through, creating vast ruptures in the space around them. This was merely the initial burst of energy resulting from the collision of the Kamehameha and the Super Saiyan grenade. As the two forces collided with a cataclysmic roar, the formidable energy surged forth. Although the Super Saiyan bomb was Qianlong's most potent strike, it paled in comparison to Ye Fei's might. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous explosions. After merely a brief confrontation, the Super Saiyan bomb began to show signs of collapse under the onslaught of Ye Fei's Kamehameha wave. Qianlong's expression darkened as he felt the power within him frantically merging with the Super Saiyan bomb. The infusion of this new energy instantly fortified the bomb, imbuing it with a sense of strength that seemed to rival the Kamehameha wave. Indeed, it was formidable, yet before my power, all your efforts are rendered futile. I must emerge victorious in this battle. There are no exceptions. Ye Fei's resolve was unwavering. With that declaration, the force within him erupted forth. Tenfold, he bellowed. Though it was but 2 syllables, the moment they escaped his lips, a surge of unprecedented power erupted from within him, causing the potency of the Kamehameha wave to escalate dramatically. Nanny? As the Kamehameha wave reached tenfold strength, Qianlong found himself unable to withstand it, his expression shifting to one of despair. With a deafening crash, the Super Saiyan bomb disintegrated without resistance. As the bomb shattered, the tenfold Kamehameha wave tore through everything with an unimaginable ferocity, hurtling directly toward Qianlong. Is this where I meet my end? Qianlong murmured to himself, acutely aware that he had no chance or strength left to resist the apocalyptic wave bearing down upon him. In that case, I shall face my demise with composure. For a Saiyan, this is the most honorable choice. As Ye Fei remarked, being one who was destined to perish in ancient times, perhaps this was his true torment. Death, then, would offer him liberation. Particularly to fall at the hands of Ye Fei, a fellow Saiyan, would be the most fitting conclusion. With a resounding crash, the tenfold Kamehameha wave descended upon him, crashing into Qianlong's body. The immense force enveloped him, leading to his utter disintegration. You are strong. Before succumbing to death, Qianlong smiled, his expression one of contentment. In Ye Fei, he glimpsed the future of the Saiyans, and he held faith that their destiny would not mirror the bleakness of the ancient past. Ye Fei was destined to guide the Saiyans toward a splendid future. You are the hope of the Saiyan lineage. I believe that in your hands, the Saiyans will once again ascend to new heights. Qianlong spoke slowly, closing his eyes thereafter. I will make it so. I will not let you down. Ye Fei vowed resolutely, for even without Qianlong's words, he was determined to fulfill that promise. With a resounding eruption, the full force of the tenfold Kamehameha wave detonated, and Qianlong, filled with solace, was obliterated, meeting his end completely. After his demise, the formidable power of the tenfold Kamehameha erupted entirely, causing all the bones within the Saiyan relics to crumble at that moment. In this realm, Ye Fei maintained a serene demeanor. Following the fierce battle, the fabric of this space was on the brink of collapse. Yet, Ye Fei did not depart. Instead, he stood quietly, his eyes closed. At the instant of Qianlong's death, he faintly sensed a peculiar force manifesting within the space. In an instant, countless crimson beams of light emerged within the Saiyan relics. These essences, once revealed, seemed to be irresistibly drawn towards a singular direction, the very location of Ye Fei. The blood-red luminescence converged upon him. Ye Fei remained composed, acutely aware of the changes surrounding him. Though his eyes were tightly shut, he could distinctly perceive the myriad crimson lights emanating from the entirety of the Saiyan relics. Within these beams lay a power that sent shivers down his spine. It was the ancient bloodline power of the Saiyans. Simultaneously, a synthetic electronic voice echoed in Ye Fei's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring divine energy. At the moment this proclamation resonated, an enigmatic force surged into his being. Upon the infusion of this power, Ye Fei distinctly sensed a profound transformation occurring within him. Is this divine energy? He pondered, feeling that while his strength had not visibly amplified, the alterations within his body were unmistakable. Divine energy is crucial. Yet I am more intrigued by what Qianlong referred to as creation. Ye Fei murmured, his anticipation palpable. Chapter 46. Fusion with the ancient Saiyan bloodline. Time passed swiftly, and soon crimson light coalesced before Ye Fei. Is this what creation truly is? He mused, his expression remaining tranquil. Waves of crimson light appeared, not merely in numbers, but in an innumerable array. These beams exuded an aura that sent a chill through Ye Fei. It was the essence of the Saiyans, albeit emanating an exceptionally pure energy. Even he could not help but feel a sense of dread upon witnessing it. Without hesitation, these crimson lights surged towards Ye Fei's body. As he observed the crimson radiance approaching him, his countenance darkened. Although he comprehended that this was the creation Qianlong had spoken of, the reality of it evoked a profound resistance within him. Despite the familiarity he felt and the apparent yearning of his body for these crimson lights, Ye Fei remained conflicted. It is difficult to articulate, yet this sensation is strikingly authentic. At the moment when the blood-red radiance descended, Ye Fei raised his right hand in a sweeping motion, unleashing an unimaginable terror from his being. He sought to halt the descent of this crimson light through sheer force. Perhaps this was a commendable choice for him. However, Ye Fei overlooked a crucial fact. This blood-red glow emanated from the ancient Saiyan blood, a force not easily resisted. The answer to this was evidently in the negative. With a thunderous roar, a tempest unleashed its might, yet such power proved inadequate to obstruct the crimson light. As anticipated, when the blood-red radiance met the ferocious storm, it did not falter, it pierced through effortlessly, rendering the tempest powerless against it. In fact, the storm was insufficient to impede the onslaught of the crimson light. This scene far exceeded Ye Fei's expectations. He had not envisioned that such a formidable storm would fail to thwart the blood-red glow. Whoosh! The blood-red radiance, having traversed the storm, descended directly upon Ye Fei's form. Although it was but a single beam, it caused a tremor within him, as if a subtle change began to manifest within his body. So slight, it was nearly imperceptible. Just then, a second, a third, countless beams of blood-red light erupted from every direction, ceaselessly merging into Ye Fei's being. The swiftness of these crimson rays left no room for evasion. Despite Ye Fei's numerous tactics, he found himself utterly powerless against the onslaught of the blood-red light, which continued to infiltrate his body unimpeded. As more and more of the crimson radiance entered his form, Ye Fei's body began to tremble. An intense wave of agony surged through him, leaving his complexion pale. With my blood, I merge with your essence. Upon the complete assimilation of the blood-red light into Ye Fei's body, a chilling voice, imbued with an overwhelming dominance, resonated. The voice was soft yet remarkably clear, transforming into a force that filled Ye Fei entirely. Boom! The blood-red glow erupted from within Ye Fei, expanding outward into a massive crimson sphere. He was engulfed by it, losing consciousness and slipping into a deep haze. Although Ye Fei had succumbed to oblivion, the blood-red light that had fused with his being continued to amalgamate with him. Once this fusion was complete, his power would undergo a profound transformation, and his identity would evolve significantly, marking him as a true Saiyan in the ancestral sense. Meanwhile, outside, Son Gohan enjoyed an exalted status on the planet Salad, revered as a distinguished guest, even receiving utmost respect from King Salad. However, Son Gohan did not linger here for long. After waiting for 2 days and finding that Ye Fei had yet to return, he opted to depart. Yet, Son Gohan did not leave alone. He took with him 100 individuals, all of whom were formidable warriors among the Saiyans. To Son Gohan's request, King Sharada did not hesitate to acquiesce, responding with remarkable enthusiasm. From King Sharada's perspective, as long as he had someone accompanying Son Gohan, it was certain that there would be individuals capable of transforming into Super Saiyans. One must admit that his calculations were astutely devised. Son Gohan was well aware of his intentions, yet he chose not to expose them. Furthermore, in Son Gohan's view, guiding the Saiyans of the 6th universe in achieving their Super Saiyan transformations was a trivial matter, especially since he needed their strength to conquer the North Universe. It was evident that he could not accomplish this endeavor alone. A group departed from Sharada planet, but the distance was vast. Despite utilizing the finest spacecraft available on Sharada, it would still require nearly 2 years to reach the North Universe. Although this delay was somewhat regrettable, it was unavoidable. Time swiftly flowed by. In the 6th universe, everything continued as usual. Though the god of destruction, Kampa, differed from Beerus, he was far from diligent enough to concern himself with the state of the universe. After all, he had not yet cultivated such industriousness. The same could be said for Vados. It was precisely due to their indifference that they failed to notice when Ye Fei and his companions first entered the 6th universe. 2 years may not be long, but it is certainly not short either. Upon entering the North Universe, Son Gohan and his group immediately began to suppress the local forces. Under their overwhelming might, this already weak North Universe was swiftly brought under their dominion. However, the North Universe was still quite expansive, occupying nearly a quarter of the 6th universe. In this context, Achieving complete control over the North Universe would still require some time. As time elapsed, 2 more years passed. Seasons changed, and days and months alternated, unknowingly marking another 2 years. Including the previous duration, it had been 6 years since Son Gohan and his companions departed from Sharada Planet. 6 years can profoundly transform a person. Indeed, Son Gohan himself found his own metamorphosis somewhat astonishing. In the chaotic environment of the North Universe, one must possess cunning and strategy. To maintain his former innocence in such a setting would render survival exceedingly difficult. During these 6 years, within the Saiyan ruins, the crimson orb gradually diminished in size until it resembled that of an adult. Though still shrouded in a red glow, it harbored an immensely powerful and terrifying force within. A crisp sound echoed, for during these 6 years, Ye Fei had neither ventured out nor awakened. He remained in a state of slumber, undisturbed. Chapter 47. The Arbiter of the Northern Universe. At this moment, Ye Fei, despite being imbued with unimaginable power, remained in a state of unconsciousness. Only when the entirety of the blood-red essence fully merged with his being, and he absorbed all of its potent energy, would he awaken. At that juncture, Ye Fei's strength would undergo a monumental transformation, one that would surpass the wildest imaginations of all. However, this process required additional time. Given the current pace, he was drawing near to that critical moment. It had been 6 years since he entered the Saiyan ruins. Could it be that he had truly perished within? King Salad looked upon the location of the Saiyan ruins, a question he pondered almost annually. Though he suspected Ye Fei might have succumbed within the ruins, King Salad dared not confirm such a grim fate. Even after 6 years, the words spoken in the past lingered deeply in his mind. Should Ye Fei have perished, it would merely signify his inadequacy, his lack of formidable power. Yet, if he were to succeed, King Salad shook his head. He did not believe in the possibility of Ye Fei's success, deeming it exceedingly unlikely, almost non-existent. He also wondered about the fate of those who had accompanied Son Gohan to the Northern Universe. Had any among them achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan? King Salad held on to a glimmer of hope, yearning for the return of those Saiyans from the Northern Universe, aspiring to witness among them individuals who could metamorphose into Super Saiyans. While it was unrealistic to expect everyone to achieve such a transformation, a handful succeeding would suffice. In this regard, King Salad was confident that at least some of the Saiyans who had followed Son Gohan to the Northern Universe would be capable of such feats, even though it appeared to be a daunting task. Meanwhile, in the Northern Universe, ever since Son Gohan arrived with 100 Saiyans, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Although the Northern Universe was vast and fully subjugating, it was a formidable challenge. Son Gohan possessed his own methods. On a peak of the highest mountain of a planet in the Northern Universe, Son Gohan stood, his demeanor cold and imbued with a sense of ruthlessness. Despite the fact that he had not trained since arriving in the 6th universe with Ye Fei, given Son Gohan's innate talent and potential, coupled with the extensive battles he had endured, his power had become exceptionally formidable. Nevertheless, he had yet to surpass the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, remaining in that form. However, his strength had significantly increased, far surpassing that of his arrival. All factions within the Northern Universe had submitted, eager to act in accordance with their will. Furthermore, all the nefarious individuals in the Northern Universe had been eradicated, with none surviving. Listening to the report, Son Gohan's expression remained remarkably calm, as if all of this were simply par for the course, hardly worthy of surprise. Was that all there was to report? Gohan gazed into the distance, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him in recent days, as if something momentous were on the verge of occurring. How peculiar, he mused. Why do I persistently feel this disquiet? This sensation had begun to manifest several days prior, yet now the North Universe lay entirely under his dominion. Although various factions still existed, they all fell under Gohan's jurisdiction. From this day forth, all individuals in the North Universe shall cease their private duels, setting aside personal grievances. During this period, intensify your training and remain poised for my command. Furthermore, inform them who truly wields authority in the North Universe, should anyone dare to disobey my orders. I shall not show mercy. Gohan spoke slowly, his gaze unwavering. Yes, echoed 3 Saiyans standing behind him, who were among the most gifted to accompany Gohan on this venture. Under his guidance, they had successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. These 3 had been instrumental in Gohan establishing a firm foothold in the North Universe, managing to bring order to the chaotic realm within a mere few years. While this control was achieved through sheer strength, Gohan and Ye Fei had never intended to linger long in the 6th universe, thus he was not particularly concerned about the method employed. 6 years had passed, and he pondered when his master would return. I wonder, Gohan murmured, as the de facto leader of the North Universe, my words carry absolute authority. Yet, I find myself unconcerned by this power. My heart yearns for the companionship of Ye Fei. I shall not dwell on uncertainties. Even if troubles arise, it matters not. Moreover, after all these years here, I have yet to encounter anyone of formidable strength. Regardless of who may come, or how powerful they may be, I shall relish the opportunity to face them. Clenching his fists, a fierce glimmer ignited in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, a small spacecraft raced towards the North Universe at an astonishing speed. Within it were but two individuals. Lord Hit, that fellow named Gohan, is in the North Universe. At our current pace, we shall arrive there in 2 days, reported one, standing behind Hit. This individual was a remnant of the evil forces Gohan had previously eradicated, having narrowly escaped during the purge. Initially overlooked, it was unforeseen that he would expend a vast fortune to hire the universe's deadliest assassin, Hit. Rot. I have made you a promise, and I shall not betray it. Though I seldom traverse the North Universe, I shall fulfill my word. Regardless of what kind of person Gohan may be, or the extent of his power, I will assist you in eliminating him. Hit spoke with an air of calm. As the foremost assassin of the Sixth Universe and the strongest under the God of Destruction, Hit's prowess was indisputable and immensely formidable. Regarding the nature and strength of the individual he is to eliminate, Hit remains indifferent. Naturally, should the opponent possess formidable abilities, his value would increase post-mission. Such as Hit, the mightiest human of Universe 6. Whoosh! The spacecraft sliced through the vast expanse, racing towards Universe North at an astonishing speed. Son Gohan, your prowess is not particularly impressive. Have you not been rather arrogant in your usual demeanor? Today, I have summoned Lord Hit, and I am quite eager to witness whether you still possess the audacity to be so brazen before him. Roth spoke with an expression as dark as thunderclouds. Though he was no match for Son Gohan, he could afford to hire someone who was. He understood well that problems easily resolved with money are never truly problems at all. Chapter 48. Ye Fei awakens, power surges. Hit cast a cold glance at Roth, fully aware of his intentions. Nevertheless, he did not decline this task. For a killer, the principle is straightforward. One merely performs a service for payment. And given that this is merely a matter of taking a life, Hit is quite accustomed to such dealings and the associated protocols. It is said that one who is paid to take on a burden shall do so without question. The spacecraft traveled at astonishing speed, and with 2 days remaining. Hit regarded this duration as negligible. The time swiftly passed, and on the second day, Hit's vessel finally arrived in the depths of Universe North. This area was not one he frequented. Despite its chaotic nature, the inhabitants typically resolved their own issues, which is why Hit had only visited a handful of times over the years, rendering him somewhat unfamiliar with the locale. Upon entering Universe North, the spacecraft headed directly toward the planet where Son Gohan resided. Even before Hit's spacecraft arrived, it had already been detected. Son Gohan had been experiencing a sense of foreboding for several days and had instructed that any anomalies be reported immediately. Thus, even before the ship touched down, he had received word. On Planet Salad, within the Saiyan ruins. After an extended period, all the crimson light surrounding Ye Fei finally merged with his being. At this moment, he was imbued with an immense power. As the blood-red radiance coalesced with his form, Ye Fei shuddered slightly and gradually opened his eyes. Have I finally succeeded? He surveyed his surroundings, uncertain of how long he had been unconscious. To him, it felt like merely an instant. Unexpectedly, by a stroke of fortune, I have successfully merged with the ancient Saiyan bloodline. This revelation is most astonishing. However, the fusion with the ancient Saiyan lineage has indeed granted me a tremendous boost in strength, particularly in my physical power. Ye Fei clenched his fists, feeling the formidable energy coursing through him. Although he was unaware of when he returned to his normal state, Ye Fei was astonished to discover that his strength had remarkably doubled compared to before. This meant that his current power in a normal state had reached an astonishing 4 billion. Such an enhancement left Ye Fei both surprised and bewildered. Previously, his strength had only been around 1.7 billion, yet he now found himself directly at 4 billion, a transformation attributed to the infusion of ancient Saiyan blood, which had fully realized his potential as an ancient Saiyan. Nevertheless, this enhancement still filled him with profound astonishment. In addition to the increase in power, it appeared that this successful fusion with the ancient Saiyan lineage had significantly altered his transformations as well. Ye Fei murmured to himself as he clenched his fists tightly. Boom! The immense power erupted instantaneously. He wondered just how formidable his strength would be after transforming. With anticipation gleaming in his eyes, he once again clenched his fists. Boom! A golden radiance emanated from his being in that instant. Ye Fei transformed into a Super Saiyan, then into Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and ultimately, Super Saiyan 4. The series of transformations posed no challenge for him. Upon achieving Super Saiyan 4, his power had escalated to a terrifying level of 16 trillion. While this might not have felt overwhelmingly significant, the concept of 160 trillion was an entirely different magnitude. He never anticipated that his strength would be so formidable after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, he sensed that this transformation did not encompass all of his potential. He believed he could become even stronger. Although he currently lacked the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 5, he was convinced that further power was within reach. Ye Fei murmured, though he deemed it unlikely. The sensation was strikingly clear. The feeling of unspent power was profoundly tangible. With determination, Ye Fei clenched his fists and commenced to elevate his ki. Boom. Under his effort, his strength surged once more. While this might not enable him to transform into Super Saiyan 5, it would allow him to push the boundaries of his Super Saiyan 4 form. The overwhelming power erupted. And at that moment, Ye Fei's aura exploded in a manner unimaginable, rapidly intensifying. Mere moments later, this burgeoning power stabilized completely. Is this truly my full strength? Ye Fei murmured, his expression revealing incredulity. He had directly attained the full energy state of Super Saiyan 4. Ye Fei exclaimed in astonishment. His hair subtly tinged with red and a wave of heat emanating from within, a manifestation of the immense ki coursing through him. At that moment, his strength soared from 16 trillion to 20 trillion. Unexpectedly, the transformation into the all-powerful Super Saiyan 4 has significantly amplified my strength, surpassing my wildest imagination. Ye Fei felt a sense of astonishment as the immense power of 20 megajoules surged through his body. He was convinced that this newfound strength could alter the very fabric of existence. Furthermore, this was not even the entirety of Ye Fei's capabilities. He still possessed the Kaioken technique. The implications of unleashing it tenfold. Side effect-free Kaioken, while in the state of Super Saiyan 4, filled him with wonder. Such thoughts were beyond his comprehension. Ye Fei could envision that upon fully unleashing his power, he would have no equals beneath the god of destruction. Even against Jiren, he would possess a formidable fighting capability. In fact, he could contend with some of the less powerful gods of destruction as well. Nevertheless, Ye Fei was self-aware. He understood the magnitude of the god's strength. While he might be able to engage the weakest among them, victory would remain elusive. With all his might, he could manage to escape. But if he truly sought to eliminate a god of destruction, there existed a straightforward method: killing the Supreme Kai. Once the Supreme Kai perished, the god of destruction connected to that divine essence would inevitably follow suit. Ye Fei was acutely aware of this strategy. Yet he also recognized the grave consequences it would entail. Should the other gods of destruction become aware of his actions, the repercussions would be dire. Given Ye Fei's current power level, engaging in such endeavors was decidedly unwise. Moreover, having fused with the bloodline of ancient Saiyans, he had unwittingly inherited some of their traits, namely, a propensity for recklessness. The stronger one became, the more pronounced this trait manifested, a common affliction among Saiyans, and one for which there was no remedy. Ye Fei lamented this fact, yet felt powerless to change it. It was time to depart. Ye Fei raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled as an unimaginable force erupted in an instant, manifesting before him in a manner that defied belief. Chapter 49. The Pressure from Bloodline, the Tremor of King Salad. On Salad Planet, everything appeared unchanged, serene as ever. However, on this particular evening, a tremor coursed through the bodies of every Saiyan still present on the planet, as an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, instilling a deep sense of trepidation. What is happening? What has occurred? In an instant, all Saiyans on Salad Planet, regardless of their strength or status, felt a peculiar sensation resonate within their very souls. Even King Salad, despite his royal status, sensed an aura of bloodline purity exceeding his own. This occurrence rendered King Salad visibly troubled, yet deep within, he was flooded with profound confusion. Who, indeed, possesses the ability to emanate a power that transcends their own bloodline? This perplexity greatly confounded King Sarada. Could it possibly be him? Suddenly, a realization struck Sarada, causing a noticeable change in his demeanor. Ye Fei, too, was taken aback by the immense effect of merely releasing a hint of his bloodline. It far exceeded his expectations and was beyond his comprehension. I must diligently refine my bloodline power, otherwise it will not bode well for my future, Ye Fei murmured to himself. As he observed the Saiyans trembling under the influence of his bloodline power, he shook his head slightly. He did not desire this outcome. But despite having integrated the ancient Saiyan bloodline, he still required time to master it fully. Until then, a formidable pressure would inevitably radiate from him. While outsiders might remain indifferent, Saiyans would be instinctively drawn to the ancient bloodline emanating from Ye Fei, potentially leading them into perilous situations. Moreover, although the ancient Saiyan bloodline was remarkable, it held little significance for those Saiyans who had attained considerable strength. Ye Fei, congratulations on your enhanced power. King Sarada respectfully addressed Ye Fei as he approached. I must thank you for this matter. Ye Fei glanced at Sarada, his expression calm. Where has Gohan gone? After scanning the surroundings and not spotting Sun Wukong, he inquired of Sarada. Ye Fei, it has been over 6 years since you entered the Saiyan ruins. 5 years ago, Gohan departed for the North Universe with 100 Saiyans. After all these years, I remain unaware of their specific circumstances, as it is far too distant. Even if we wished to venture there, it would consume an inordinate amount of time, Sarada explained. Have they already reached the North Universe? Ye Fei nodded, confident that with Gohan's strength, complemented by 100 Saiyans, they would be more than capable of conquering the North Universe. Furthermore, there was an essential consideration. using the North Universe as a springboard for survival in the Sixth Universe, a notion Ye Fei had previously contemplated. However, with his power now elevated, that idea was not as pressing. Ye Fei did not intend to depart for the North Universe immediately. He needed to thoroughly master his bloodline before leaving this place. This process would not take long, at most, just a few days. Without lingering, Ye Fei vanished and reappeared in a distant open area. Raising his right hand, he waved it, unleashing a terrifying force that instantly radiated from him. This power was immensely potent, swiftly transforming into a storm that enveloped Ye Fei's form, obscuring everything around him. To fully control the bloodline power and make it his own is a straightforward endeavor. After just a few days of cultivation, success would be within his grasp. Moreover, this recent fusion of bloodlines has granted me mastery over numerous ancient Saiyan techniques, which I consider my greatest achievement, Ye Fei murmured. My previous shortcomings lay in my lack of techniques. I had only the Kamehameha and instant transmission at my disposal, and even those were self-invented. However, from this day forth, this deficiency shall cease to exist, significantly enhancing my overall power. Although we are both Saiyans, we stand on entirely different levels, rendering any comparison moot. What is his true identity? He is not one of us. Could it be? As Sharada King pondered this, his expression shifted, prompting him to halt his thoughts. In the North Universe, Sun Wukong gazed skyward. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, hinting at impending rain. Suddenly, a spaceship emerged on the planet, landing near a mountain not far from Sun Wukong. What is happening? Numerous Saiyans on this planet, upon hearing the commotion, rushed forth. The inevitable has arrived. Sun Wukong observed the descending ship with a grim expression. Everyone, do not engage. This enemy possesses formidable strength. Rushing in would be tantamount to courting death. Sun Wukong instructed the group behind him. Originally, there had been 100 Saiyans accompanying him from Sharada Planet, but now only 70 remained. Despite their lack of complaints, he wished to spare them from unnecessary sacrifice. We fear not death. An enemy approaches. If we retreat now, can we still call ourselves Saiyans? They declared in unison. We shall fight to the bitter end. Their resolve echoed through the air. Though they feared death, they did not shy away from it, especially in battle, which they regarded as an honorable fate. Unbeknownst to these Saiyans of the Sixth Universe, their character had subtly transformed over time. Whether from the Sixth or Seventh Universe, Saiyans were inherently the same. Yet, the Saiyans of the Sixth Universe lacked the strength and warrior spirit that defined their race, and even bore no signature tails. Such phenomena were perplexing. Could a Saiyan born without a tail truly be considered a standard Saiyan? Their absence of malevolence and combativeness stemmed from centuries of being drained by Saiyan relics. With the demise of the ancient Saiyan Kanklong within these relics, the absorption of negative energy ceased. While immediate changes may not be evident in the Sixth Universe Saiyans, given time, they will evolve to mirror their Seventh Universe counterparts, embracing the love of battle and regaining their tails. However, these matters belong to the future. However, even now, the personalities of these Saiyans have somewhat reverted to the innate combativeness that is characteristic of their kind, a transformation catalyzed by the death of Kakarot. Chapter 50. The Arrival of Hit, Gohan's Gravitas. Boom. Under the gaze of the crowd, the spaceship descended gently to the ground, stirring a whirlwind of dust as its doors opened, revealing two figures. It was that rogue, Rod, whom I had previously allowed to escape, yet here he was, audaciously returning with a companion. Upon recognizing the two emerging from the spacecraft, a murmur rippled through the crowd. One figure was unmistakably Rod. The other was none other than the infamous assassin, Hit. What? Hit, the legendary assassin known for never having failed a mission? As the identity of Hit became apparent, the expressions of the Saiyans behind Gohan shifted dramatically, prompting them to take a step back. The name Hit carried an overwhelming weight. Lord Hit, this is Gohan. Rod quickly pointed out to Hit. Gohan. Hit's gaze fell upon Gohan, while he could discern the young warrior's formidable strength. It was not enough to raise any alarm for him. Rod, I let you go before, but I never anticipated your return today, especially with an apparent powerhouse in tow. Despite the grave situation, Gohan maintained his composure. Gohan, there is no need for idle chatter. My purpose in bringing Lord Hit here is to eliminate you. Although your abilities are impressive, before Lord Hit, you stand no chance, Rod declared with a darkened expression. To secure Hit's assistance, he had undoubtedly expended an immense fortune. Lord Hit, I implore you to end his life. Rod beseeched respectfully. Rod. A sudden roar erupted, and in that instant, a figure surged forth from behind Gohan. Whoosh. The figure moved with astonishing speed, reaching Rod in the blink of an eye. Die! A thunderous cry echoed, as a powerful fist descended toward Rod. Hit, save me! Rod shouted in desperation. Yet, Hit paid no heed to his pleas. Boom. A punch landed, unleashing immense force that crashed into Rod's body. No. This is impossible. Rod's face contorted in despair, bewildered as to why Hit did not intervene, despite having invested considerable resources. Step back. Gohan addressed the Saiyan who had struck. He was acutely aware of Hit's overwhelming prowess, an aura emanating from him that sent chills down Gohan's spine. Hit, this matter concerns only us. Since you are an assassin, I trust your target is singularly focused on me and will not implicate others, Gohan stated, locking eyes with Hit. That is indeed the case. I was contracted to eliminate you, not anyone else, Hit replied with a calm demeanor. Everyone else, step aside. This battle is mine to face alone. Perhaps I may face defeat, yet regardless of the outcome, I shall summon forth my utmost strength. The disparity between you and him is exceedingly vast, and here, assistance is futile. Son Gohan addressed the assembly, his gaze sweeping over them. Whoosh. With his words still lingering in the air, Son Gohan swiftly departed into the distance. His speed so remarkable that he vanished in an instant. Shall we relocate? Hit cast a glance before following suit. What should we do now? After Son Gohan and Hit left, the remaining Saiyans spoke up, their options dwindling. If the adversary were someone else, they might muster the courage to fight, but facing Hit, it would merely be a march to their demise. Moreover, should they provoke Hit's wrath, the entire planet of Salad would likely pay the price. Never mind. Their conflict is beyond our intervention. Even if we rushed to their aid, it would alter nothing. One of the Saiyans spoke, not out of cowardice, but a recognition of reality. This indeed aligns with Son Gohan's intentions. He does not wish for those who have followed him to perish for his sake. Amidst an unbroken expanse of mountains, Son Gohan and Hit hovered in the air. Your strength is formidable. I seldom encounter someone of your caliber. Thus I shall grant you an opportunity to resist, Hit proclaimed, regarding Son Gohan. An opportunity to resist? Son Gohan glanced at Hit. With his fists clenched. An overwhelming aura emanated from Son Gohan, as he unleashed his most potent power in that moment. Your strength is impressive. In that case, I shall not hold back and will confront you with all my might. As Son Gohan spoke, golden radiance radiated from him, and at that instant, his power surged in an unimaginable manner. Boom. His strength increased 100-fold. Is this the transformation of your Saiyan kind? Hit observed Son Gohan. Having heard whispers of the Saiyans morphing into golden warriors prior to their encounter, it appeared to be true, particularly after Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. His power escalated significantly, suddenly igniting Hit's profound interest in the Saiyan race. Boom. After unleashing his full power, Son Gohan's expression turned cold, his eyes betraying a ruthless glint. Is this all the power you possess? Hit queried, though he found Son Gohan's transformation intriguing. The latter's strength did not overly concern him. Indeed, this is all my might. A glint of cold light flashed in Son Gohan's eyes, and without delay, he surged forward. Whoosh. Now wielding his complete power, Son Gohan had become incredibly formidable, his strength reaching terrifying heights. In a single bound, he closed the distance to Hit, raising his right hand to deliver a fierce punch. Let me witness the true extent of the strength you claim to possess. After all these years, there has never been anyone who could capture my attention like you do. You are the first. As Son Gohan approached, Hit remained unfazed, his eyes glinting with coldness as he stepped forward, adopting a combat stance with arms outstretched. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, Son Gohan and Ye Fei collided, a cacophony of explosive sounds echoing around them. Each time their fists and feet clashed, terrifying shockwaves radiated outward. Though their attacks were merely ordinary, the power behind each strike was formidable. Tat tat tat. Son Gohan unleashed a flurry of punches, roaring as he plunged into a frenzy of combat. How intriguing. In the face of Son Gohan's relentless assault, Hit maintained his composure, seemingly unimpressed. Kamehameha. As the two fighters momentarily distanced themselves after an exchange, Son Gohan cupped his hands together, energy gathering between them. Wave. With a mighty shout, Son Gohan thrust his hands forward with great force. Boom. Following this motion, a massive Kamehameha wave erupted from his palms, hurtling towards Hit with unimaginable power, imbued with the capacity to obliterate everything in its path. Chapter 51. Gohan severely injured. Presumptuous, do you truly believe such power could defeat me? Observing the approaching Kamehameha wave, Hit shook his head, paying it no heed, dismissing the formidable energy that surged forth. Son Gohan bellowed, the Kamehameha wave surging towards Hit with all its might. The immense force emanated forth, carving a deep chasm into the ground. The power of this Kamehameha wave was undeniably potent, containing an overwhelming strength capable of annihilating all. However, to Hit, this degree of power posed no threat whatsoever. As the Kamehameha wave approached, a cold glint flickered in Hit's eyes. He raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch towards the incoming wave. Boom! The overwhelming force of his punch collided with Son Gohan's Kamehameha wave. The thunderous roar reverberated. In that fleeting moment, the immense powers clashed. While Son Gohan's Kamehameha wave was indeed powerful, Hit's strength surpassed it, placing them on entirely different tiers. Under the weight of Hit's punch, the Kamehameha wave shattered. Black smoke enveloped the area, shrouding dozens of yards around them. Hit refrained from further assault, observing the haze. He was uncertain whether his previous punch had dealt a fatal blow to Son Gohan. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Son Gohan's figure emerged. Though he had survived the earlier attack, Hit's power was overwhelming. Even though his opponent had merely employed a punch, it was far beyond what Gohan could withstand. Unbeknownst to me, you possess a remarkable prowess. Although I did not exert my full strength in my previous strike, your ability to withstand it suggests you possess some merit. Hit gazed intently at Gohan. Oh. Gohan's expression darkened as he let out a tremendous roar. Boom. At the sound of this cry, Gohan's power surged dramatically, transforming into a formidable energy that shot skyward. What? Hit's gaze sharpened. While Gohan's strength was not enough to concern him, the intensity of the energy erupting from Gohan at this moment astonished Hit. It seems you have even greater power. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Hit's eyes. Hit. Gohan halted his low growl, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze upon Hit. Whoosh. In an instant, Gohan lunged forward, appearing directly before Hit. What? Hit's expression shifted slightly, just as Gohan's fist came hurtling toward him. How could his speed have increased so dramatically in an instant? Hit was utterly astonished. Gohan's fist approached with astonishing swiftness, poised to land a blow. Yet, at that very moment, Hit's figure vanished, reappearing to his right hand raised, delivering a fierce punch toward Gohan. Bang! The punch landed, and Gohan was struck by an immense force, causing him to involuntarily stagger back several steps. What just happened? Gohan was taken aback, as Hit's earlier attack had far exceeded his expectations, leaving him bewildered as to how Hit had accomplished it. Adada. Without pausing, Gohan's figure flickered as he charged at Hit once more. As he closed in, Gohan unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks. In mere moments, he had launched hundreds of punches. The speed of such an assault was indeed remarkable. However, despite the ferocity and rapidity of Gohan's attacks, he could not land a single blow on Hit. Is this all the speed you possess? Hit effortlessly evaded Gohan's relentless onslaught, calmly speaking as he observed Gohan. Infuriated, Gohan shouted, instantly reappearing before Hit, raising both hands as his entire being radiated power, expanding outward. Naive. Upon witnessing Gohan's actions, Hit curled his lips into a cold smirk, dismissing Gohan's efforts. Their battle had begun from an exceedingly uneven standpoint. In such circumstances, no matter how hard Gohan tried, he could never hope to match Hit. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Meanwhile, on the planet Salad, after a period of intense training, Ye Fei had finally achieved complete integration of the ancient Saiyan bloodline with his body. At last success, Ye Fei murmured, raising his right hand and waving it, causing the surrounding smoke to dissipate. It was only at this moment that Ye Fei truly completed the genuine fusion of the ancient Saiyan bloodline. And now, if Ye Fei wishes, not a single Saiyan can perceive the ancient bloodline coursing through their veins. However, the very existence of this bloodline enables Ye Fei to exert dominance over the Saiyans. Yet, he refrains from doing so, for it bears no significance. Unbeknownst to him, many years have elapsed, and the dominion of the Northern Universe has diminished in importance. In light of this, he ought to seize the time to accomplish what must be done, to engage in battle briefly before departing. Given his current strength, departing from the Sixth Universe should pose little difficulty, and he is confident in his ability to achieve this. Before that, however, he ardently desires to confront the god of destruction of the Sixth Universe, the weakest of the gods of destruction. Such an opponent is one he does not wish to overlook. He wonders how Gohan is faring now. Yet, considering his prowess, especially with 100 Saiyans at his command, ruling the Northern Universe should pose no challenge. So much time has passed. Ye Fei murmurs to himself as he closes his eyes. With his previous strength, he could not perform long-distance instant teleportation. However, the situation is now different. Not only has his strength significantly increased, but he also possesses divine energy. In other words, in terms of aura, he has ascended to the realm of the divine, a Saiyan god, distinct from the Super Saiyan gods that Goku and Vegeta transform into. In this moment, Ye Fei embodies the true essence of a Saiyan god. As his eyes close, Ye Fei's consciousness immediately expands. In an instant, it merges with the cosmos and swiftly envelopes the planets. How is Gohan faring? Ye Fei's will rapidly spreads, surging forth across vast distances, swiftly permeating a significant portion of the universe. During this expansion of his consciousness, he perceives many things. But soon his attention is drawn to a battle occurring on a planet in the Northern Universe. Upon witnessing this confrontation, Ye Fei abruptly opens his eyes, his expression darkening. Hit. The name escapes his lips as he raises his right hand and, in an instant, vanishes. Chapter 52. My disciple is not one you can harm. Northern Universe. Hit's power is overwhelmingly formidable. Despite Gohan's remarkable strength and prodigious talent in combat, he finds himself entirely on the defensive against Hit. No matter how he attacks, it proves futile, and he is completely suppressed. Hit maintains an air of disdain, which particularly unsettles Gohan. Boom. Gohan's fury ignites, and he charges at Hit with all his might. Too weak. Hit raises his right hand and takes a step forward. Death slash. At that moment, Gohan places his right hand against his forehead, concentrating all his energy into his fingertips. Nanny? As Hit's expression subtly shifted. Even he could not help but feel a palpable force emanating from the Kamehameha, a power that, while not lethal to him, was undeniably formidable. With a swift motion, Gohan extended his right hand, unleashing a beam of energy that hurtled directly towards Hit. This was one of Piccolo's signature moves, the Kamehameha, known for its immense strength. Though this technique was intriguing, it held no significance for me. Hit charged forward, opting not to retreat in the face of the Kamehameha. Instead, he moved closer, raising his right hand into a fist. With a thunderous impact, Hit's fist collided with the Kamehameha. The sound reverberated through the air, shaking the very earth and causing the surrounding mountains to crumble. The terrifying shockwaves spread outward, engulfing everything in its path. To Gohan's astonishment, Hit's punch shattered the Kamehameha with brute force, revealing the stark disparity in their strengths. Gohan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hit's powerful blow, combined with the preceding onslaught, had left him gravely injured. Such overwhelming strength was beyond Gohan's comprehension, yet he had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. It seems you have exhausted your power. Let us bring this to a close. Hit spoke slowly, recognizing that Gohan had reached his limit and could summon no greater strength. While Gohan's performance had surprised Hit, it was still insufficient to satisfy him. Is it over? Gohan's expression darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. With a swift motion, a gust of energy erupted from Hit's fingers, imbued with a potent force that raced towards Gohan at breakneck speed. You intend to kill me? Gohan roared, his eyes reflecting madness as a powerful aura erupted from him. Despite Hit's formidable strength, Gohan was resolute that it would not be so easy to take his life. A tremendous force surged forth as Gohan channeled his energy into his hands. Kamehameha. Gohan's gaze was unwavering, determination shining in his eyes. As Hit's energy approached, he immediately unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Though Gohan was aware that this attack might have little effect on Hit, it was a declaration of his unwavering spirit. He would not yield and would fight to the bitter end. The destructive force of Hit's attack surged towards Gohan, who dismissed it entirely. Huh! Gohan shouted, thrusting his hands forward with great vigor. The Kamehameha erupted forth, rapidly expanding until it reached an impressive size. The terrifying energy contained within unleashed a power beyond imagination. Two formidable forces surged forth almost simultaneously, charging towards each other with fervent intent to annihilate. Hit remained composed. He acknowledged Gohan's strength, but deemed it insufficient to warrant significant concern. Huh! Gohan roared, channeling every ounce of his power into his hands, thus elevating the might of the Kamehameha wave to its zenith. Boom! The Kamehameha collided with Hit's finger attack in an explosive encounter. The resounding roar echoed. As the sheer force of the clash resonated between them, both Gohan and Hit equally matched in their intensity. The fierce cacophony reverberated as the two forces met head-on. In that instant, a terrifying power erupted, generating shockwaves that swept outward. Mountains crumbled amidst the tumult, and the earth fractured with immense crevices, spewing forth molten magma from the fiery depths. It seemed as though the very planet was rendered fragile in the wake of their battle, teetering on the brink of obliteration. With a deafening roar, the Kamehameha shattered, and simultaneously, Hit's finger attack dissipated. Though this sequence of events unfolded slowly in narration, it transpired in an instant, offering no respite for hesitation. Gohan's body jolted as the overwhelming backlash struck him, forcing him to stagger several steps back, blood gushing from his mouth. His complexion turning ghostly pale. Quite intriguing, Hit remarked, observing Gohan with surprise at his ability to wield such formidable strength at this juncture, exceeding his expectations. I have stated it before, killing me will not be an easy feat. Despite his pallor, Gohan's expression bore no trace of fear. Given your current state, do you truly believe you can survive at my hands? Hit shook his head. Unexpected occurrences may transpire, but they cannot persist indefinitely. My demise matters little. Yet should I perish here today, you shall accompany me to the grave. Gohan's tone was chilling. Navi. Hit dismissed Gohan's words with skepticism. I concede your strength is notable, but there are always those stronger beyond the horizon. While I may not escape death today, my master shall not let you go unpunished. Gohan fixed his gaze upon Hit. Your master? If he is indeed as formidable as you claim, why has he yet to make an appearance? Hit inquired, intrigued. After a moment, he decided against further trivial discourse, raising his right hand with lethal intent glimmering in his eyes. Gohan, did you not assert that your master is powerful and will avenge you? I shall end your life now, and I am eager to see if your so-called master can arrive in time. With a flash of malice in his eyes, Hit lunged directly at Gohan. Die! With a low growl, Hit clenched his right fist and struck down fiercely towards Son Gohan. Boom! At that moment, an overwhelming and ferocious force suddenly manifested, accompanied by a chilling voice that resonated through the air. My disciple is not someone you can harm. Chapter 53, The Ultimate Assassin, Nothing More. Hit's gaze sharpened, causing him to instinctively retreat, creating distance between himself and Son Gohan. Just as he moved away, a figure appeared before Son Gohan. Master. Son Gohan, who had braced himself for death, was instantly filled with elation upon seeing Ye Fei's unexpected arrival. You have done well, exceedingly so. Had I not encountered unforeseen circumstances on the Salad Planet, you would not have found yourself in such a predicament. Ye Fei remarked with a faint smile directed at Son Gohan. As for Hit, Ye Fei chose to disregard him entirely, showing no concern for his presence. Master. His strength is formidable. He is the strongest assassin of the 6th universe. Hit, Son Gohan spoke, aware of Hit's immense power from their previous battle. Do not worry. I will handle the rest. You need not concern yourself with anything further, Ye Fei reassured, gently patting Son Gohan, causing a powerful energy to flow into him. In an instant, Son Gohan's severely injured body began to heal, and his strength surged beyond its previous limits. Take your time to recover. As for the North Universe, we have no further need for it. Let the Saiyans of the 6th universe return. You will take care of these matters without any worry. Ye Fei added with a gentle smile. Understood. Son Gohan nodded, his confidence in Ye Fei overshadowing his apprehension about Hit's prowess. Knowing Ye Fei was present, he felt assured that all challenges would be surmountable. Whoosh! In a flash, Son Gohan darted away, his speed propelling him into the distance in an instant. Once Gohan had departed, Ye Fei turned to face Hit, his calm demeanor shifting to a stern countenance. The number 1 assassin, let me witness the extent of your power. You have harmed my disciple, and as his master, I cannot let this affront go unpunished. Ye Fei's voice was icy. Despite standing before the mightiest warrior under the god of destruction of the 6th universe, he displayed no sign of trepidation. Had he just arrived in the 6th universe, Ye Fei might have regarded Hit with apprehension, for at that time, his strength had not yet reached its zenith, particularly against someone like Hit. However, the present circumstances were entirely different. To Ye Fei now, Hit no longer posed a concern, especially given his current state. Your strength is impressive. It is no wonder Son Gohan believes you can avenge him. Hit did not act immediately. He could sense that Ye Fei's power far exceeded that of Sun Wukong. Such strength even gave Hit a sense of unease. Who could have known? Ye Fei clenched his fists fiercely, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. Was he transforming into a Super Saiyan again? Hit furrowed his brow but chose not to intervene, instead observing calmly. Boom. Suddenly, a formidable energy was unleashed. A terrifying force sweeping directly towards Hit. After merging with the bloodline of the ancient Saiyans, Ye Fei had succumbed to some of their ferocity upon transforming. Though he did not wish for this. Nevertheless, considering the transformations of Saiyans, he was indifferent to it. At least from Sun Wukong's perspective, this was not a significant issue. One that could be resolved easily. A low growl escaped Ye Fei's lips. Instead of transforming into a Super Saiyan, he ascended directly to Super Saiyan 4. Hit's gaze sharpened. This transformation appeared distinct from Sun Wukong's, exuding even greater power. Hit's expression grew serious, revealing a trace of wariness. He had not anticipated Ye Fei's transformation. Are you not the strongest below the god of destruction of Universe 6? If that is the case, I believe it would not be unreasonable for me to wield even greater power. Moreover, you have harmed my disciple. Do you still expect me to engage in amicable discourse? Ye Fei's icy gaze locked on a Hit after his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Very well, that suits me perfectly. A fierce resolve ignited in Hit's eyes. Whoosh. Ye Fei took a step forward, his figure vanishing in an instant, reappearing directly before Hit. Such astonishing speed. Hit's expression shifted. Ye Fei's velocity exceeded his expectations, leaving him no time to react. Bang! Ye Fei unleashed a powerful punch, the immense force reverberating through the air. Ye Fei's strike was far too swift, surpassing Hit's imagination. At such a speed, Hit could not evade. He was struck by Ye Fei's fist, stumbling back several steps. How could this be? Hit's face reflected shock. He had not anticipated Ye Fei's power to be this formidable. Whoosh! Ye Fei did not pause. In the instant he had driven Hit back, he closed the distance once more. Bang! 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 Ye Fei's speed was astonishing. Under his relentless assault, Hit found himself utterly defenseless. Boom! Ye Fei launched another punch. But this time, it missed entirely, failing to connect with Hit. You managed to dodge that. Quite impressive. Ye Fei halted, turning to regard Hit. I must concede. Your strength is indeed formidable. With my current power, dealing with you poses quite a challenge, Hit admitted reluctantly. Assassin Hit, are you not the strong one? You took advantage of my disciple with ease. Yet now, what has become of you? Unleash your power and fight me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the legend of the assassin from the 6th universe will not meet its end. Ye Fei gazed coldly at Hit. I have survived for a millennium, and my strength has stagnated for centuries. Although my power is formidable, I yearn for greater strength. However, having been invincible for so long has been a rather unsatisfactory experience. I long to find a worthy opponent, for only such a challenge can awaken my dormant powers and elevate them once more. Yet, for many years, I have encountered no one of such caliber. Until today, it seems I have found that individual. Hit regarded Ye Fei, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Do you wish to use me as a sharpening stone? Ye Fei furrowed his brow. Come then, let us engage in true combat. I hope to rediscover a long-lost sensation through you. Hit's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Boom. An overwhelming force erupted from Hit's being. Boom. Though Ye Fei felt a tinge of displeasure, he nonetheless charged forward, fists clenched. Whoosh. Whoosh. Ye Fei and Hit raced toward one another, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. Both preparing to unleash their tremendous power. In the moment they drew near, they simultaneously struck out with their fists. Chapter 54. Who is the Sharpening Stone? This battle represents the mightiest clash under the god of destruction of the 6th and 7th universes. Ye Fei and Hit. One embodying the ultimate combat prowess of the 7th universe, the other representing the pinnacle of strength from the 6th universe. Such a confrontation was destined to be magnificent. Boom. As Ye Fei and Hit's fists drew near, even before they made contact, the power contained within them surged forth. Whoosh. Just as their fists were about to collide, both figures vanished simultaneously. Bang. 3 meters away, Ye Fei's fist met Hit's with a resounding impact. The roar echoed, and the pressure from their clash radiated outward, sweeping across the surroundings. How is this possible? Hit's expression revealed disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Ye Fei had seen through his instant transmission technique. A thunderous punch erupted, unleashing an immense force that caused Hit to stagger back, spitting a mouthful of blood. Whoosh. Whoosh. In that moment, both Ye Fei and Hit unleashed their formidable powers, the storm of their clash reaching its zenith. In mere instants, they had exchanged blows hundreds, if not thousands, of times. In this fierce exchange, Hit finally experienced the exhilarating sensation of truly unrestrained combat. The emotions of rediscovering such a feeling after centuries were beyond the grasp of mere words. As for what Hit felt, Ye Fei had no inclination to consider, nor did he possess the mood for such reflections. He had once believed that achieving a regular power level of 4 billion, following the fusion of his ancient Saiyan bloodline, was indeed extraordinary. However, in this moment, as the battle with Hit unfolded, Ye Fei realized that his own power was surging in a remarkably terrifying manner, a phenomenon he had not anticipated. He never imagined that his confrontation with Hit would lead to such an extraordinary enhancement of his strength. The bloodline of the ancient Saiyans possessed such attributes that it reminded him of someone. Ye Fei murmured to himself, finding it incredible, yet the resemblance to Broly was unmistakable. Could it be that Broly embodies the bloodline of the ancient Saiyans? This thought inevitably crossed Ye Fei's mind. It was precisely due to this revelation that he refrained from unleashing his full strength to defeat Hit. While Hit sought to elevate his own power, Ye Fei harbored the same desire, albeit with even greater urgency. Both men, each with their own ulterior motives and diverse thoughts, found the battle, which could have ended swiftly, ensnared in a stalemate. Boom, boom. A series of violent roars echoed as both Ye Fei and Hit summoned formidable strength, yet neither was willing to conclude the fight. After attending to his own affairs, son Gohan arrived, observing the clash between Ye Fei and Hit. With his power, he could not discern the intricacies of their battle, yet he was thoroughly captivated by the intensity of their confrontation. Bang! Ye Fei and Hit's fists collided once more, causing both to stagger back slightly. Your power is merely average. I never expected to catch up to you in such a short span of time, Hit remarked, astonished by his own rapid advancement. Do you truly believe you have matched my pace? Ye Fei replied, a smile gracing his lips. Is that not the case? Hit regarded Ye Fei with a calm demeanor. Compared to earlier, when I could not withstand your attacks, at least now your strikes no longer inflict significant damage upon me. While I am aware that this is not your full strength, I too have not revealed all of mine, Hit stated, observing Ye Fei intently. You are correct. In this battle, your power has indeed increased considerably, but that is only from your perspective. The primary reason you have been able to fight me for so long is that I have no desire to conclude this battle swiftly, Ye Fei responded calmly. What do you mean? Hit was taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he caught the underlying meaning in Ye Fei's words. Is my implication not clear enough for you to comprehend? Ye Fei retorted with a cold smile. Hit fixed his gaze on Ye Fei, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. Do you think it possible that the true reason I have not ended this battle lies in the fact that my growth surpasses yours? Ye Fei taunted. I know you may not believe me, and I have no obligation to convince you. Suffice it to say, I will not let you escape today. Ye Fei spoke coldly, and after finishing his words, he raised his right hand with a swift motion, unleashing a tremendous force. The tentative skirmish had come to a close. It was time to reveal his true strength. With unwavering determination in his gaze and a serious demeanor, Ye Fei was resolute in his belief that it was indeed time to conclude this encounter. Hit observed Ye Fei, acutely aware that the ensuing battle would be markedly different from the previous tests. It was destined to be fierce. In this imminent clash, their fates would be decided, and the stakes of life and death would be laid bare. The ultimate confrontation? Son Gohan immediately focused his attention, knowing that the forthcoming struggle would undoubtedly be spectacular. With a thunderous roar, Ye Fei erupted with formidable power, merely a fraction of his true capabilities. If that is the case, then I shall hold nothing back and unleash my full strength in battle. Hit's expression turned grave. He hesitated no longer and similarly called forth his complete power. Ye Fei felt a twinge of apprehension towards Hit, for he was, after all, an assassin. Despite Hit's somewhat subdued performance in Dragon Ball Super, it is essential to recognize that the series forbids acts of murder. This rule applied equally to the competitions between Universe 6 and Universe 7, as well as the tournaments organized by the Grand Zeno. Consequently, Hit's abilities had never truly been unleashed, particularly his lethal techniques. Let me experience your might, Ye Fei mused. Intrigued to discover the extent of his own power in this battle, he hoped to elevate himself to a level where he could contend with a god of destruction. Deep within, he reflected on his strength. While formidable, he acknowledged that he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the realm of the gods. Initially, he had believed that his power at 4 billion in its base form was sufficient, but upon further contemplation, Ye Fei realized how naive that assumption had been. Chapter 55. Ye Fei's full power, Hit's shock. With a resounding boom, both Ye Fei and Hit unleashed their most potent energies simultaneously. The sheer magnitude of their power was astonishing, causing the very planet to tremble under the strain. This was still within Ye Fei's control. Had he unleashed his full wrath, the planet would have crumbled instantly. Although Hit did not compel Ye Fei to reveal his true power, he was eager to understand how this battle could facilitate his own growth. Both warriors shared the desire to harness each other's strength to enhance their own abilities. However, the primary objective at hand was not merely self-improvement, but rather to vanquish the opponent while simultaneously elevating their own prowess. This was the crux of their conflict. With a swift rush, Ye Fei and Hit charged towards one another at breakneck speed. Their velocities were astonishing, and in an instant, they were upon each other. This spectacle promised to be even more exhilarating. Son Gohan concentrated intently, striving to catch every fleeting moment of the clash. Despite his own limitations in comprehending the intensity of such a battle, bang, 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 Ye Fei and Hit moved with astonishing speed, engaging in a fierce battle that unfolded in mere moments, with dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of exchanges. Each strike was executed with utmost vigor, the force behind them not to be underestimated. At that instant, their combat reached a zenith, accompanied by thunderous roars as their powers surged to their peak. Yet, despite the intensity of this confrontation surpassing previous encounters, it was evident that neither had exerted their full potential. In a flash, Hit materialized before Ye Fei, his right hand raised, delivering a powerful punch. At the moment of impact, an immense force coalesced within Hit's fist, amplified by a torrent of energy, rendering his strike formidable. Naive. Observing Hit's actions, Ye Fei's eyes gleamed with cold light. He remained unfazed, raising his right hand and extending his index finger forward. Boom. The moment Hit's punch collided with Ye Fei's finger, a resounding explosion echoed, unleashing a terrifying force that radiated outward. In an instant, both Ye Fei and Hit vanished from sight, recommencing their intense skirmish. The air was filled with the cacophony of their fierce exchanges, each clash more exhilarating than the last. Particularly during this bout, Hit's power escalated, and his use of the flash step became increasingly adept. Conversely, Ye Fei, as the battle wore on, experienced a terrifying surge in strength, an escalation beyond his wildest imaginings. In such a brief span, Ye Fei's power had multiplied more than tenfold. Is this the extent to which your strength can elevate me? Though reluctant, it appeared he had reached his limits. To achieve further growth, he would need to engage with an even more formidable opponent. Sensing a notable deceleration in his power increase, Ye Fei resolved to cease holding back. Hit. After such an extended confrontation, it's time for you to witness my true strength. As they distanced themselves following a powerful exchange, Ye Fei's calm voice echoed. What do you mean? Hit paused, gazing at Ye Fei with suspicion. Are you suggesting that you weren't using your full strength before? Hit's disbelief was palpable. Do you doubt me? Ye Fei replied calmly. I understand your skepticism, yet now I shall demonstrate. Clenching his fists, a surge of even greater power erupted from Ye Fei. An overwhelming force that shook the very planet beneath them, fissures tearing through the ground. Mountains crumbled under the onslaught, and flames erupted skyward from the earth. The apocalypse. This is the apocalypse. How could it be? Such immense power. He possesses such overwhelming strength. Hit's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an irresistible force emanating from Ye Fei, one that surpassed his own capabilities to an unimaginable degree. Such strength. Son Gohan gazed at Ye Fei, fully aware of his master's formidable prowess. Yet the magnitude of this power was beyond his wildest imaginings. What could have transpired on Salad Planet to instigate such a monumental transformation in his strength? Furthermore, there seemed to be a disconcerting energy radiating from Ye Fei. What could this signify? It had been over 6 years since Son Gohan last saw Ye Fei, and his sudden appearance filled him with immense perplexity, primarily stemming from his lack of understanding regarding the drastic changes Ye Fei had undergone during their separation. Boom. Ye Fei unleashed his complete power without reservation, showcasing an overwhelming strength. How could this be possible? In the face of Ye Fei's formidable aura, Hit, despite having lived for a millennium and witnessed countless events, found himself stirred by an unprecedented turmoil within. He could scarcely fathom that an individual's power could reach such extraordinary heights. Hit, this is my strength, my full strength. After revealing his complete might, Ye Fei's gaze turned frigid. Locking on a Hit, Hit's countenance darkened, yet he felt no fear. He understood that today's conflict would not be easily resolved. A confrontation between him and Ye Fei would inevitably determine their fates. The idea of retreating never crossed Hit's mind, though he was an assassin and possessed certain skills. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, he knew escape was futile. Thus, it seemed more prudent to engage in a decisive battle. Even if he were to perish here today, it would be of little consequence. In the sixth universe, in the realm of the destroyers, Kampa idly stared at the sky. Beerus, do you know of any interesting activities? This is dreadfully dull, Kampa remarked, directing his gaze toward Beerus. Interesting activities? Beerus glanced at Kampa, contemplating briefly. Lord Kampa, I do have something intriguing in mind, but I wonder if you would be interested? A slight smile graced Beerus's lips. What is it? Kampa looked on with anticipation. We could engage in a spar, or I could train you. Wouldn't that be rather enjoyable? Beerus suggested, still smiling. Kampa was momentarily rendered speechless. Boom. At that moment, a powerful energy surged forth. What was happening? Kampa's gaze sharpened as he turned to investigate. Chapter 56. Ye Fei's confidence. Uncertain. Yet the ability to transmit power to this place indicates that the opponent possesses considerable strength. Beerus shook her head, admitting her own lack of understanding in this matter. As for Kampa, despite being the god of destruction of Universe 6, he generally remained indifferent to the affairs here and was not particularly knowledgeable about the formidable beings of his universe. The emergence of such a powerful entity from Universe 6 truly took me by surprise. Kampa immediately became intrigued. Although he held little interest in human combat, the existence of such a formidable human piqued his curiosity. Ye Fei, why can I not find any record of his past activities? Beerus suddenly inquired. Is it possible he is not from our Universe 6? Kampa's gaze sharpened as he looked up. I do not know. The only trace I can find dates back 6 years, and nothing prior to that exists, Beerus replied with a slight smile. While she found it somewhat odd, it almost confirmed that Ye Fei was certainly not from Universe 7. Additionally, being a Saiyan who had stealthily arrived in Universe 6 without her notice further suggested that Ye Fei's identity was no mere secret. Could he be from Universe 7? Kampa's voice carried a hint of coldness. It appears so, Beerus nodded. She was aware that Ye Fei indeed hailed from Universe 7. Yet the mystery of how he arrived here unnoticed was perplexing. Simultaneously, she felt a flicker of curiosity towards Ye Fei. It was unprecedented for a human to evoke such feelings in her. Beerus, let us go and investigate. I did not permit anyone from Universe 7 to enter our Universe 6, Kampa stated slowly. For him, the god of destruction of Universe 7 was the most detestable, and naturally, he loathed everything pertaining to that universe. It's quite a distance. It will take approximately 12 minutes to reach there, Beerus commented, gazing at Kampa. Let us depart. Kampa replied, furrowing his brow but not refusing. Beerus nodded, lightly tapping the ground with her angel staff. With this simple motion, she instantly propelled herself and Kampa out of the god of destruction realm, racing at the universe's swiftest speed towards the location of the battle between Ye Fei and Hit. Hit, I hope you can endure under the weight of my utmost power, Ye Fei declared, having summoned all his strength. His voice was calm, yet beneath these words, Hit's expression darkened further. I am eager to test myself. Hit's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. There was no trace of fear in his gaze as he regarded Ye Fei. Regardless of the eventual outcome, he resolved to fight to the very end without a hint of retreat. Gohan, he was originally your opponent. What do you think should be done? Ye Fei suddenly turned to son Gohan and spoke. Master, I may have lost this time, but I still wish to defeat him myself. Son Wufan did not provide a direct response, yet his answer was sufficiently indicative of his stance. Such a response also granted Ye Fei considerable face. Since you think that way, I shall refrain from taking his life today. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Fei spoke. As if you could defeat me at any moment, Hit retorted, discomfort evident in his tone. The audacity of such a question posed before him was clearly a slight to his stature, something Hit found intolerable. Your current power holds no significance for me. You lack even the qualifications to be my adversary, Ye Fei remarked coldly, raising his right hand in a dismissive gesture. In an instant, an overwhelming force emanated from him, its sheer aura capable of shaking the very heavens. Allow me to test this. Hit immediately activated his time skip technique, his most formidable ability. Initially, he could only leap through time for 0.1 seconds, but after this brief skirmish with Ye Fei, Hit's development extended beyond mere strength. His time skip had also evolved, increasing from 0.1 seconds to 0.3 seconds. While this may appear trivial, it is essential to acknowledge that their combat time was short. And achieving such growth within this time frame was no small feat. Hit understood that this was merely the beginning, yet the current circumstances did not favor his continued advancement. Despite the bitterness that filled his heart, he felt powerless. Boom. An orb of energy suddenly materialized at Ye Fei's fingertip. At first glance, this energy seemed rather unremarkable, devoid of any menacing force, presenting itself as an ordinary attack without any extraordinary qualities. However, Hit's expression grew grave upon witnessing it. He recognized that an attack launched by Ye Fei, given his prowess, was far from simplistic. He could not afford to underestimate it, for the consequences of such negligence would be dire. Hit was acutely aware of this reality. Boom! With a gentle flick of his fingertip, Ye Fei released the energy, which, upon detaching, surged exponentially in an unimaginable manner. In mere moments, it transformed into a colossal energy sphere, radiating a terrifying force that could shake the world. Is this it? Hit thought. His gaze sharpened as the massive energy rushed toward him. Rather than retreating, he charged directly at Ye Fei. Boom! As the immense power erupted, it engulfed Hit completely. In this dire situation, Hit's own strength was formidable, not to be underestimated. Whoosh! Boom! Hit closed the distance in an instant. His right fist clenched tightly as he hurled a powerful punch toward the incoming energy at Ye Fei's fingertip. As their attacks collided, a resounding roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, echoing in all directions. The sheer magnitude of their forces unleashed a cataclysmic power that was beyond imagination. With a thunderous boom, Chapter 57, Hit injured, the overwhelming shockwave was instantaneously released, wildly spreading in every direction. The skies trembled, contorted by the might of their struggle. What extraordinary power! Is this truly the extent of their strength? Gohan observed the fierce battle between Ye Fei and Hit, a clash so formidable that he found himself unable to participate. Yet, witnessing such a confrontation up close was a rare privilege for him. However, even as a mere observer, Gohan needed to muster all his strength, for otherwise, he would be unable to perceive the spectacle or withstand the tempest surrounding him. The deafening force erupted, causing the sky to fracture with immense fissures that intertwined with one another. At that moment, peculiar black lightning flickered across the heavens. Both fighters wielded tremendous power, imbued with unfathomable might. Although Hit exerted his full strength, a significant disparity remained between him and Ye Fei, a chasm that was insurmountable. Boom! A sound that resonated across the entire planet erupted as Hit's attack shattered. Simultaneously, Ye Fei's energy surged from his fingertips, striking Hit directly. Even Hit released a cry of anguish as excruciating pain enveloped him, causing him to spit forth a copious amount of blood and stagger backward. How could this be? Hit gazed at Ye Fei in disbelief. Today, I shall not slay you, for battling you has been immensely beneficial for my growth, Ye Fei stated, returning to his usual demeanor. I shall forever remember the agony you have inflicted upon me. One day, I shall repay it in kind. With that, Hit, recognizing Ye Fei's formidable prowess, vanished in an instant. His strength was formidable, and he would undoubtedly grow even stronger in the future. Defeating him would require even greater effort. Ye Fei turned to Gohan. I understand. Gohan nodded, fully aware of the challenges ahead. Strengthening himself was no simple task, especially after years of diligent training. Initially, the purpose of this journey was to enhance his abilities. But the incident on Sarada planet had consumed much of their time, an unforeseen complication even he had not anticipated. However, you need not worry. The time has come for you to fully unleash your power, Ye Fei assured Gohan, knowing it was time for him to return after such an extended period away. Over the years, despite not having trained Gohan, his strength has undeniably increased through countless battles. Particularly amidst this relentless conflict, Gohan has undergone significant transformation, especially in his character. We have been here for several years, far longer than I had anticipated. After so many years away from home, do you long to return? Ye Fei inquired, gazing at Gohan. Return? Gohan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had unknowingly spent so many years here, naturally yearning to return to Earth. It had been a long time since he last visited, and he missed home dearly, wondering how everyone was faring. As he looked at Ye Fei, he felt a sense of unease about returning after such a long absence, especially considering he hadn't spoken to his mother before leaving. Now, after all these years, he pondered what might transpire upon his return. Gohan, your potential is immense. I believe you have come to understand this after the Cell Games. Although the battles of recent years may not have visibly enhanced your strength, they have preserved your potential at its utmost. However, I cannot awaken this potential on my own. Yet, I possess a method to help you reach your strongest form, Ye Fei spoke slowly. After finishing his words, he raised his right hand and gently placed it upon Gohan's forehead. In that instant, Gohan's entire being trembled as he felt a strange power surge from Ye Fei's fingertips, instantly melding into his body. This occurrence happened in a mere heartbeat. In truth, Ye Fei had not performed any grand feat. He simply infused a trace of ancient Saiyan bloodline into Gohan's being. Although this was an incredibly precious gift, Ye Fei hesitated not for a moment. After all, Gohan was his first disciple. What harm could it do to bestow upon him a fragment of ancient Saiyan heritage? Boom. Gohan's body quaked, and at that moment, he experienced an inexplicable sensation, one he found difficult to articulate. This was the ancient Saiyan bloodline, acquired from the Saiyan ruins on planet Salad. Once merged, it would enhance your power, and more importantly, you are a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling. While your innate talent is remarkable, the Saiyan genes within you are not particularly pronounced. With this bloodline integrated, you will become more attuned to your Saiyan identity. This is of great significance. A pure Saiyan infused with Earthling blood has never existed. I eagerly anticipate the unique developments that may unfold within you, Ye Fei remarked, observing Gohan. In truth, Ye Fei was uncertain about this outcome, yet he felt a tinge of disappointment for not being able to grant Gohan a miracle. Boom. At that moment, Gohan's aura erupted, the power he had already achieved as a Super Saiyan 2 surging even further. As time gradually flowed by, Ye Fei remained unhurried, quietly awaiting the transformation of Son Gohan. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Son Gohan, intensifying without him transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Instead, he was continuously elevating his strength while in the form of Super Saiyan 2. Remarkably, he had not transitioned into Super Saiyan 3. Ye Fei glanced over, inquiring about his feelings. Very strong, Son Gohan replied, clenching his fist. However, after merging with the ancient Saiyan bloodline, my lineage has become even more refined, and I have entirely transformed into a true, pure-blood Saiyan. Indeed, but following this bloodline fusion, your potential has reached its utmost extent, Ye Fei remarked. Gohan, your talent is exceptionally unique among the Saiyans, and I hope you can forge a path that is distinct from the others. Ye Fei gazed at Son Gohan, expressing his thoughts. In comparison to Son Gohan's Super Saiyan form, Ye Fei anticipated his God Gohan state even more, particularly the transformation that followed the God Gohan state. For that would signify Son Gohan's true strength. Chapter 58, The Arrival of the God of Destruction. Are we returning now? Son Gohan asked Ye Fei, his heart filled with anticipation, yet still harboring some doubts. After all, while they had arrived in the 6th universe, they had not accomplished much. The situation on planet Salad had been entirely unexpected. Let us head back. Matters here have nearly concluded. Staying longer would not yield significant outcomes. Ye Fei affirmed with a nod. But how shall we leave? Should we seek the Kaishin of the 6th universe? Son Gohan questioned, perplexed. I believe with our current strength, we can breach the cosmic barrier, Ye Fei replied, his voice calm, yet imbued with absolute confidence. Is that so? Then it will be much simpler. Son Gohan nodded, aware that this method was indeed the most straightforward, though the power required to achieve it was unfathomable. Not to mention, during their arrival from the 7th universe, Ye Fei's former strength had been insufficient for such feats. Otherwise, they would not have needed to take such a convoluted route through the Kaishin realm. Let us give it a try. How else would we know unless we attempt it? Ye Fei smiled slightly, raising his right hand to initiate instant transmission with Son Gohan. However, just then, Ye Fei's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening in shock. What's wrong? Son Gohan inquired, puzzled. It seems that departing is not as simple as we hoped. I didn't anticipate his arrival. It appears a fierce battle is inevitable, Ye Fei murmured. Who has come? Son Gohan asked, looking at Ye Fei. The strongest warrior of the 6th universe. I never expected he would show up. But now I am genuinely eager for a confrontation with him. Ye Fei's eyes sparkled with intensity, his expression radiating a fierce combat spirit. His strength is formidable. With my current abilities, I may not stand a chance against him. I must employ certain tactics. Otherwise, it is highly likely that I will not be able to leave today. Ye Fei raised his right hand and waved it, immediately emanating a surge of tremendous power that coalesced into a figure. Gently tapping the doppelganger with his right hand, a consciousness seamlessly merged with it. The doppelganger's eyes opened wide, and it stepped forward, vanishing in an instant. Where has he gone? Sun Wukong inquired, bewildered. The approaching individual possesses immense strength. Even with my current power, I have no hope of victory, so preparations must be made. In this manner, even in defeat, I could easily depart from here. After all, the forthcoming battle is of great significance to me, and I firmly believe that this time I can fully awaken the ancient bloodline of the Saiyans. At that moment, my true strength will be revealed. I can only wonder how powerful it will be. A fierce battle intent gleamed in Ye Fei's eyes. Bardos, how much longer until we arrive? Xiangpa asked Bardos, his impatience evident. 10 seconds. Bardos's voice rang out, her figure streaking through the cosmos, heading straight for a planet in the North Universe, the very planet where Ye Fei and Sun Wukong currently resided. Whoosh! Bardos moved with astonishing speed, covering vast distances in an instant. They're here. Ye Fei looked up at the sky, acutely sensing that power drawing ever closer. Whoosh! Just as Ye Fei finished speaking, a brilliant light appeared from the distance. The speed of this light was so swift that it materialized almost instantaneously. By the time Ye Fei realized what was happening, the light had already arrived before him and Sun Wukong. Is it them? Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, his tension palpable. The battle concluded so quickly. It seems we arrived a bit late. As the light dissipated, two figures emerged from within, none other than Xiangpa and Bardos. Xiangpa's icy gaze fixed upon Ye Fei, revealing a glint of hostility. Ye Fei, you, a being from Universe 7, have come to my Universe 6 without my permission. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? God of Destruction from Universe 6, Xiangpa. Ye Fei replied, looking directly at Xiangpa. You know of me? That is somewhat unexpected. However, this does not pertain to my inquiry. Who sent you to my Universe 6, and what is your purpose in coming here? Xiangpa's expression darkened. My arrival in Universe 6 is not something I can disclose with ease, but I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. On the contrary, I have performed some good deeds, Ye Fei said with a slight smile, exhibiting a calm demeanor in the face of Xiangpa's oppressive presence. His expression remained serene, betraying no fear. Such composure is not something just anyone can possess. To evade my perception and arrive here, you are clearly no ordinary individual. Bardos remarked with a subtle smile. Ye Fei's gaze fell upon Beerus, who was indeed captivating. However, the hue of her skin struck Ye Fei as peculiar, entirely outside his aesthetic preferences. Even without words, it was evident that she was indeed a counterpart to that lazy Beerus. Do not presume that his support grants you unfettered freedom. This is Universe 6, not your Universe 7. Thus, here, Beerus cannot shield you. This is my domain, which implies that no one can serve as your crutch here. Xiangpa regarded Ye Fei and spoke. Oh, Ye Fei smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed by Xiangpa's remarks, maintaining a calm demeanor as he observed the other. You appear to be unsurprised by my arrival. Could it be that you anticipated my presence? Xiangpa interjected. Not at all. I sensed a faint aura earlier, while I could not ascertain its source. It was reasonable to deduce that it belonged to the God of Destruction of Universe 6. After all, I have heard that among all the universes, the most formidable God of Destruction is indeed you, Xiangpa. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's eyes sparkled, regardless of the truth behind Ye Fei's words. They were undeniably pleasing to his ears. You speak wisely. Although you hail from that loathsome universe of Beerus, you exhibit a semblance of honesty. Lord Xiangpa, your image. Unable to contain herself at Xiangpa's delight, Beerus interjected. Ahem. Xiangpa cleared his throat and turned his attention back to Ye Fei. Ye Fei, while you may be honest, it is a grave offense for a human to intrude upon another universe at will. I possess the authority to eradicate any threats I perceive within my domain. Thus, whatever you say today is of no consequence. Chapter 59, Tensions Rise. In truth, if you are amenable, this need not pose a significant issue. As long as Lord Xiangpa chooses to overlook it, no one will pursue the matter. Beerus remarked with a gentle smile. How could that be? If I were to do so, I would lose face. Moreover, such conduct must be curtailed. We cannot allow this improper trend to persist, Xiangpa stated resolutely. His insistence stemmed from the fact that Ye Fei was from Universe 7, home to the very Beerus he despised. It would suffice if Ye Fei displayed no extraordinary abilities, yet the power he currently exhibited was astonishing. An indication that he could not be allowed to leave unscathed. Then, what is Lord Xiangpa's plan? Ye Fei asked, his eyes flashing as he calmly regarded Xiangpa. Ye Fei, your strength is commendable. I present you with two options. I trust you are astute enough to make the wisest choice, Xiangpa declared. Pray tell, what are these options? Ye Fei inquired with a slight smile. First, remain in my Universe 6, wherein I shall overlook this incident and even offer you assistance. Second, you refuse, and in that case, I shall obliterate you. I acknowledge your capabilities are commendable. However, before me, you stand no chance. And it is impossible for you to be my adversary. Xiangpa cast a glance at Ye Fei and presented two choices, which was indeed a rare opportunity. As for how Ye Fei would decide, Xiangpa had faith that he would comprehend the implications. Master Xiangpa, I choose the second option. Ye Fei declared without a moment's hesitation, his voice resolute. What? Xiangpa was taken aback, and his gaze towards Ye Fei instantly turned cold. Is this truly your choice? Although somewhat unexpected, it was not entirely surprising. Xiangpa scrutinized Ye Fei. Master Xiangpa, while I have heard tales of your supremacy as the most powerful God of destruction, the veracity of that claim remains debatable, does it not? Ye Fei spoke slowly, the meaning of his words unmistakable, causing a shadow to descend upon Xiangpa's eyes. Are you implying that you wish to spar with me? Xiangpa's eyes flickered, coldly fixed on Ye Fei. If possible. Ye Fei clenched his fist, a surge of battle intent blossoming within him. I have no interest in sparring with you. However, I do harbor a significant interest in eliminating you, came Xiangpa's indifferent response. Killing me is one thing, but I shall not surrender without a fight. I have never battled a God of destruction, and I have long been eager to comprehend the extent of their power. I wonder how my current strength compares to that of a God of destruction, Ye Fei stated calmly. Arrogant. Xiangpa scoffed. I have never encountered someone so audacious. He gazed at Ye Fei. Today, you have indeed met such a person, Ye Fei replied, undeterred by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Xiangpa. It was evident that, at present, Xiangpa's imposing aura was insufficient to shake Ye Fei's resolve. Since you are so brazen, then show me what allows you to possess such audacity. Xiangpa commanded, raising his right hand. Instantly, a terrifying power radiated from him, transforming into a ferocious storm that surged outward. Most of this tempest bore down upon Ye Fei, with only a few tendrils diverging in other directions. Impressive, Sun Wukong remarked, his expression shifting as he immediately retreated. Although only a fraction of the pressure had settled upon him, it contained an essence that made him tremble. I did not anticipate such seriousness from the onset, Batos observed. She lifted her angelic staff and waved it, conjuring a beam of light that enveloped Sun Wukong in an instant. Now, on this planet, apart from Xiangpa, Batos, Sun Wukong, and Ye Fei, there was no one else present. The Saiyans from the 6th universe had all departed earlier. I am uncertain of his true capabilities. While he may not match Master Xiangpa, he certainly appears to be formidable in his own right. Batos regarded Ye Fei, having encountered countless individuals from various races. Yet she found it inexplicable that Ye Fei possessed an enigmatic quality that eluded her understanding. This inscrutable nature only deepened Bardos's curiosity towards Ye Fei. Truly, he is a god of destruction. Although he ranks among the weakest in terms of power, his presence is nonetheless astonishing. Ye Fei, taken aback, found that under the oppressive aura of Kampa, his Saiyan bloodline surged within him. If that is the case, then I shall hold nothing back and unleash the strength I have calculated. Only then can I engage you in a contest of might. With unwavering determination, Ye Fei fixed his gaze upon Kampa, raised his right hand, and with a swift motion, an overwhelming force emanated from his being. Boom. The storm collapsed instantaneously as Ye Fei's aura erupted with an unimaginable velocity. Interesting. Kampa glanced at him, showing no sign of concern. As a god of destruction, Ye Fei's power was hardly worthy of his attention. Roar. Ye Fei let out a tremendous bellow. What is happening? Is this not a transformation? Son Gohan, also a Saiyan, was well versed in the transformations of his kind. Although he could currently only attain Super Saiyan 2, it was evident to him that Ye Fei's state was not a transformation at all. The roar persisted. In the previous battle, Ye Fei had experienced a tremendous enhancement in his power. Although he had gained mastery over this newfound strength, he had yet to fully digest it. Growl. With each low growl, Ye Fei underwent subtle changes. His muscles expanded, and an even more potent force radiated from within him. Yet, he was not transforming. He was simply in a heightened state. Boom. A terrifying tempest erupted from Ye Fei, his gaze icy, as his power reached its zenith. Is this the might of the ancient Saiyan bloodline? To achieve the form of Super Saiyan 4 as my baseline. Such a notion had previously been beyond my wildest dreams. Ye Fei murmured, unable to believe the reality of his situation, especially with the surging strength coursing through him. Previously, while he had fused with the ancient Saiyan bloodline, his base power had risen to 4 billion. Yet, as the battle with Hit continued, his strength soared even further. Remarkably, he had attained the form of Super Saiyan 4 without any transformation. Ding. The system detected Kampa's arrival. The host is presented with the following choices. Choice 1. Admit defeat and join Universe 6, rewarding the host with the Magic Cannon and Magic Flash. Choice 2. Engage in battle with Kampa, rewarding the host with the tenfold Dragon Fist, Ultimate Kamehameha, and Ultimate Sky Cannon. Choice 3. Flee, rewarding the host with an instantaneous speed boost of 100 times. At that moment, an electronic synthesized voice resonated in Ye Fei's mind. He had come to understand his system. It only manifested in the presence of those stronger than himself, for otherwise, even death might not invoke its appearance. Chapter 60. The Ascendance of the Super Saiyan 4 as the New Norm. The three options presented were indeed commendable, had it been before the surge in his own power. He might have entertained inquiries regarding the first and third choices. However, at this moment, Ye Fei knew that he possessed but a singular choice, option 2. Without a trace of hesitation, he swiftly made his selection, fully aware that it was the correct path. Moreover, he now wielded the strength to pursue it. Host selection successful. Rewards will be dispensed upon task completion, echoed the electronic synthesis in Ye Fei's ears. The system's offerings had become mere supplementary rewards, long ago. Ye Fei had resolved to cultivate his growth independently, eschewing reliance on the system. After all, should the system ever falter or vanish, he would be left to his own devices. Although such an eventuality was unlikely, there was merit in fostering one's own strength. One must possess the heart of a warrior. Otherwise, no matter how formidable his abilities became with the system's assistance, they would remain hollow. Ye Fei understood this principle profoundly. Hence, from the very first reward bestowed by the system, he chose to rely less on it and more on his innate power. Furthermore, having inherited the bloodline of the ancient Saiyans, he could attain formidable strength even without the system's aid. Is this the extent of your power now? Xiangpa inquired. Observing Ye Fei, though Ye Fei's physique had undergone some transformation, it was not exceedingly pronounced. Ye Fei remained silent, uncertain whether, upon fully awakening the ancient Saiyan bloodline and becoming an ancient Saiyan, he could still access transformations such as Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2, or even Super Saiyan 4. This ambiguity left him pondering. Who knows? Ye Fei mused with a slight smile. Boom. Ye Fei clenched his fists, and an overwhelming force erupted, manifesting as an immense aura. Following the activation of his ancient Saiyan bloodline and the infusion of divine energy, his aura transformed into a vibrant crimson hue. Ah! Ye Fei roared, his fists clenched. A powerful presence radiating outward, shaking the very earth. Can you grow even stronger? Xiang Pa calmly remarked, confident that his own power far surpassed Ye Fei's. Even if Ye Fei could transform, could he truly surpass him? What a preposterous notion. Such an event was simply unfathomable. Boom. A fierce storm erupted, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars, as Ye Fei's hair darkened to a deep red. His body sprouted tufts of fur, and in that moment, he transformed. However, he found himself unable to achieve the Super Saiyan form. He could only revert to his ancient state. What kind of transformation is this? Sun gazed solemnly at Ye Fei, having never encountered such an individual before. However, reflecting on the extraordinary feats of his master, this revelation did not seem entirely implausible. With a thunderous roar, Ye Fei completed his transformation, his gaze now icy, causing the very planet to shatter in response. It was astonishing that you harbored such power, merely through transformation. You rendered the planet unendurable. Clearly, my prior understanding of you was woefully inadequate. Xiang Pa observed Ye Fei, his indifference tempered by a flicker of surprise at the display of power before him. Apologies, this is my first transformation, and I have not yet mastered the control of my strength. Inadvertently releasing some energy with unforeseen consequences, Ye Fei spoke calmly. Just a minor release of power? Xiang Pa regarded Ye Fei, now intrigued. You certainly possess audacity to speak so boldly in my presence. Do you believe my patience is infinite? Xiang Pa's eyes glimmered. The aura emanating from Ye Fei had grown immensely powerful. Though Xiang Pa feigned indifference, he recognized that vanquishing Ye Fei was not an insurmountable task. Nonetheless, as a god of destruction, he questioned whether it was truly necessary to exert his full might against a mere human. Such a thought was unpalatable to him, especially if others were to discover it. Bardos, may I request a favor? Ye Fei addressed Bardos. Speak freely, what is it? Bardos replied, her gaze fixed on him. Please watch over Gohan. I wish to shield him from the impending battle's fallout. Ye Fei smiled gently, his demeanor calm as he regarded Bardos. Certainly. I assure you he will remain unharmed until your conflict concludes. Bardos nodded, finding no difficulty in complying with his request. Thank you, Ye Fei acknowledged. Then turned to Xiang Pa, an astonishing battle fervor igniting in his eyes. With a resounding boom, a formidable aura erupted forth. Lord Xiang Pa, let us commence. Ye Fei declared, his entire being radiating power. The intensity of his energy was remarkable. He had now stabilized his Super Saiyan transformation into a permanent state and adopted a crimson-haired form. Although this red-haired state was not that of a Super Saiyan god, its strength and amplification surpassed that of the latter. In sheer power, the Super Saiyan god could not hope to match Ye Fei in this moment. Even the Super Saiyan Blue stood no chance against him, a fact Ye Fei was acutely aware of. Moreover, this was not the pinnacle of his potential. The true terror lay in the knowledge that this was merely the initial state he had achieved, with the capacity for even greater strength still within his grasp. Not to mention, he wielded the divine energy, and the fusion of this energy with his current power represented Ye Fei's ultimate capabilities. Although there remains a considerable distance between him and the god of destruction, Ye Fei is certainly capable of contending with a typical candidate for this role. If one were to draw a comparison using the powers of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it would be akin to the strength exhibited by Deep Blue Vegeta and Super Blue Sun Wukong after the Kaioken technique during the Tournament of Power. Boom. Kampa clenched his fists, and immediately, a radiant purple light emanated from him. I shall demonstrate the might of a god of destruction. Your meager power is no match for it, Kampa declared coldly. Chapter 61, Ye Fei vs. Kampa. Boom. In that instant, both Ye Fei and Kampa unleashed an overwhelming aura. This energy was astonishing, and as it spread through the cosmos, it transformed into a terrifying storm that surged wildly in all directions. Though this sequence of events may seem prolonged in narration, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Nearby celestial bodies, including planets and meteors, were obliterated in that moment. The sheer force of their colliding auras was already formidable. One can only imagine the true extent of the power possessed by Ye Fei and Kampa. Behold, such a battle is a rare spectacle indeed. While I do not believe Ye Fei possesses the capability to emerge victorious, his strength is certainly sufficient to engage Lord Kampa in a worthy contest, whispered Beerus. He recognized Ye Fei's impressive abilities, yet acknowledged that even the weakest god of destruction wields terrifying combat prowess. Not necessarily. Their battle has yet to commence. Though the god of destruction is powerful, I have faith that my master's strength will surpass his, Gohan asserted resolutely. He held unwavering belief in Ye Fei. though he remained unsure of the strategy that had been prepared. However, given his understanding of Ye Fei, he knew he would not undertake futile actions. I too wish for his victory. Yet, is he truly capable? Beerus smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Whoosh, whoosh. As their auras reached a critical threshold, Ye Fei and Kampa surged forward simultaneously. Their speeds were astonishing, and they collided almost instantaneously. Bang! The moment their fists met, an immense force erupted, creating a shockwave that swept through the area. Ye Fei felt a tingling in his right arm and staggered back several steps. I was wondering how strong you were. It seems this is your limit, Kampa remarked, his expression tinged with arrogance. This is merely the beginning. Though you are formidable, I shall not concede easily. Ye Fei replied with a smile. Through their brief exchange of blows, he had discerned the vast strength of Kampa, which far surpassed his own. Nevertheless, this realization did not deter him. Rather, it ignited a thrill within him. As one's adversary grows in strength, it naturally serves to awaken one's own latent potential. Thus, such circumstances elicit a profound sense of joy. Let us embark on this endeavor. Undoubtedly, even without uttering a word, I shall not waver in my resolve, Ye Fei declared with unwavering determination. Boom! Clenching his fists, an immense force erupted, enveloping him in a crimson aura that imbued him with an extraordinary presence in that moment. A mighty roar escaped his lips, and the air around him resonated with a thundering intensity that reverberated through the starry expanse. Cracks began to manifest in the surrounding space. Yet for Ye Fei and his companions, these disturbances held little significance. This is intriguing, Kampa observed, remaining calm and patient. In contrast to Beerus, Kampa possessed certain advantages in this regard. I hope he can provide me with a unique experience. After all, I have languished in boredom for far too long, and it is a rare opportunity to encounter someone who can offer me amusement. Such a chance must not be squandered, Kampa mused, adopting a cat-and-mouse mentality, with himself as the feline and Ye Fei as the unsuspecting rodent. Whoosh! Ye Fei's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared before Kampa, without the slightest hesitation. He raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! This strike harnessed all of Ye Fei's might, its force beyond imagination. Now this has become interesting. Kampa's form shifted slightly, easily evading Ye Fei's oncoming blow. However, in that fleeting moment of evasion, Kampa raised his right hand and pointed decisively at Ye Fei. Is this all the strength you possess? Though commendable for a human, I suspect this cannot be your full potential. After all, apart from this so-called transformation, you also harbor divine energy within you. If this is truly your limit, it would be rather disappointing, Kampa's icy voice echoed as his finger descended. Whoosh! The wind from his fingertip howled, infused with astonishing power. Ye Fei's expression shifted as he felt the proximity of the impending force, just as it was about to strike. He vanished, reappearing directly above Kampa. Huh! With a resounding shout, an energy surge materialized and charged towards Kampa. Kampa paused momentarily, lifting his gaze just as the energy Ye Fei had concentrated descended upon him. Boom! The overwhelming energy crashed down, erupting in a cacophony of sound. In that instant of explosion, black smoke enveloped the surroundings, shrouding them in darkness. After landing a successful strike, Ye Fei refrained from acting recklessly, instead casting a cold gaze forward. He understood well that, despite his successful hit, it was unlikely to inflict significant harm upon Kampa. Ah, Lord Kampa, how truly playful you are. Yet, this is hardly surprising, after enduring such profound monotony. It is only natural to find solace in the presence of someone who can provide a brief respite. Vegito shook her head, aware that Kampa was merely toying with Ye Fei, or perhaps testing the limits of his power. Although the situation left her somewhat speechless, she quickly dismissed it, considering that her usual life was exceedingly mundane, rendering this incident trivial. To her surprise, you possess a modicum of skill, managing to achieve such a feat. However, to think that this meager strength could defeat me is rather naive. If you squander the opportunity presented to you, do not blame me for the outcome. A cold voice emerged slowly from the swirling black smoke. Simultaneously, a powerful tempest erupted instantaneously. Boom! The storm collapsed, revealing Xiangpa, who at that moment bore no injuries. Although Ye Fei's previous strike had been unexpected, leaving Xiangpa no chance to evade or react, it did not imply that Ye Fei's attack could inflict harm upon him. Did I not mention that we are merely in the exploratory phase? We have yet to engage in earnest combat. Thus, you might interpret my previous attack as not utilizing my true strength, which certainly means you could not defeat me. If you ponder this, it must weigh heavily on your heart, you arrogant fool. Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback. Ye Fei's words irked him greatly, yet in that fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, for it indeed seemed to be the case. Chapter 62. The greater the pressure, the faster the growth. My Lord Xiangpa, the probing has concluded. It is time for us to engage in genuine battle, Ye Fei declared, his gaze fixed upon Xiangpa, his desire for power and strength palpable. There are myriad ways to grow stronger, yet for Ye Fei, the simplest method was through combat, the fastest and most straightforward means of enhancement, particularly fitting for him. If you wish for me to fight seriously, your current strength appears insufficient to warrant such an effort. After all, I am a god of destruction. While you possess divine energy, you are not a true deity, still within the realm of humanity. To unleash my full power against a mere human would be quite humiliating. However, should your strength prove satisfactory or reach a certain level, I may contemplate harnessing my full might. Xiangpa spoke slowly. Then let it be so. Ye Fei's eyes gleamed as he raised his hands, summoning a vast amount of crimson energy that coalesced within his grasp, transforming into a concentrated sphere of power. Though modest in size, akin to a fist, it contained an immense force. Boom. Even before its deployment, the power it harbored was astonishing. Saiyan Destruction Sphere. Ye Fei bellowed. And in an instant, the destructive energy surged forth, rapidly expanding to a size of several meters, radiating a terrifying strength capable of annihilating all. It appears you are beginning to resemble a worthy opponent. In that case, allow me to grant you a glimpse of my power. Xiangpa's calm voice echoed as he observed the Saiyan Destruction Sphere. At the very least, Ye Fei had instilled a flicker of anticipation within Xiangpa. Or perhaps it can be said that his prowess garnered a modicum of recognition from him. Boom. The Saiyan Destruction Sphere surged forth in an instant. Amidst the cacophony, the stars crumbled in its wake, unable to withstand the formidable might of the Saiyan Destruction Sphere. The identical technique wielded by Ye Fei bore a potency utterly distinct from that of Qianlong. Although this was the ancient Saiyan's ultimate move, Qianlong's strength in the past had been significantly diminished, thus limiting its effectiveness. However, Ye Fei was different. His power was immensely robust, having surpassed Qianlong even during their time in the Saiyan ruins. Especially now, with Ye Fei's strength having escalated to unfathomable heights. The potency of the Saiyan Destruction Sphere he unleashed had reached a truly terrifying magnitude. Even in the era of ancient Saiyans, while Ye Fei's strength may not have been considered superior, it certainly remained at a commendable level. Boom. The Saiyan Destruction Sphere erupted forth, drawing near to Xiangpa, emanating a terrifying force that reverberated through the cosmos. In the face of such a formidable assault, Xiangpa remained unfazed, his expression placid and devoid of concern. A tranquil demeanor enveloping him. Just as the Saiyan Destruction Sphere was on the cusp of descending upon him, Xiangpa slowly raised his right hand. The force of this strike was commendable, yet it was far from formidable enough to warrant his concern. As the words left his lips, the Saiyan Destruction Sphere approached, colliding directly with the palm of Xiangpa. Boom. The roar echoed. An unimaginable force erupted from the clash. Xiangpa's countenance remained indifferent. Despite the overwhelming power of the Saiyan Destruction Sphere, he paid it no heed. With a mere squeeze of his right hand, the colossal Saiyan Destruction Sphere, spanning several meters, disintegrated in that very moment, transforming into a myriad of crimson energy that frantically dispersed in all directions. This transpired in an instant. The swiftness of the event was astonishing. Indeed, I anticipated as much. Such an attack holds no effect on you. Ye Fei's expression was calm. Everything unfolded according to his expectations. Thus he experienced no surprise. Now I have resolved to obliterate you. If left unchecked, you will inevitably pose a threat to our sixth universe. Therefore, it is prudent to eliminate you promptly. This is the optimal choice, at least in my eyes. Xiangpa spoke coldly, somewhat taken aback by Ye Fei's formidable strength. A being of such caliber, should he refuse to join his universe, would not be granted the opportunity to leave alive. Annihilation was imperative, while the desire to nurture talent is universal. A talent that cannot be harnessed for one's own purposes is utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, slaying a genius would undoubtedly be an exhilarating endeavor for oneself. Then let us see if you can bring about my demise. Ye Fei surged forth with vigor. Whoosh, whoosh. Both Ye Fei and Xiangpa charged simultaneously, their speeds remarkable. In a mere instant, they collided. Bang! Their fists met with an explosive force, unleashing a tremendous power. The roar reverberated through the air. After a single punch, Ye Fei and Xiangpa appeared instantaneously in the distance, their figures flashing as they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows once more. Bang! 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 Their speed was astonishing, and their strikes were executed with such ferocity that their power was beyond imagination. Notably, despite being at a disadvantage in this combat, Ye Fei's strength grew increasingly formidable, and the gap between them diminished at an alarming rate. Haha, splendid. A mere human can actually contend with me to such an extent. This is indeed a rarity, Xiangpa laughed heartily, reveling in the thrill of battle that he had not experienced in ages. Although his opponent was a human, it mattered little to him. The enjoyment derived from combat was what truly counted. Whether his adversary was human or divine was inconsequential. As long as he ultimately dispatched Ye Fei, no one would be the wiser. Thus, the paramount objective was to savor the exhilaration of the fight. Ye Fei's expression remained impassive as they drew near once more. With a fierce grip, he clenched his right fist, unleashing a thunderous surge of power from within, directing a devastating punch towards Xiangpa. This blow encapsulated Ye Fei's immense strength, amplified by his experiences in battle against Xiangpa. With a resounding crash, the punch descended, unleashing a terrifying force. Xiangpa maintained his composure, raising his own fist to meet the attack with equal intensity. Bang! Their fists collided instantaneously, and in that moment of impact, an overwhelming force erupted, cascading outward with terrifying might. Lord Xiangpa, I truly did not anticipate that our battle would yield such significant enhancement for me. It seems to hold true that greater pressure leads to greater growth, Ye Fei expressed, his excitement evident. What do you mean? Xiangpa inquired, regarding Ye Fei with curiosity. Chapter 63, The Power That Astonished Xiangpa. My meaning is quite straightforward, Ye Fei replied, his gaze icy as he clenched his fists. A terrifying aura emanated from him. Everything prior could be deemed child's play. Ye Fei had yet to unleash his true power. However, he was now prepared to engage fully, relishing the thrill of battling a god of destruction. Are you ready to reveal your true strength? A glimmer of cold light appeared in Xiangpa's eyes. He was uncertain of the hidden cards Ye Fei possessed, yet he understood that he must now take the matter seriously. Lord Xiangpa, what follows is the real battle. Though I may not be your match, today, right here, I shall summon all my strength to fight you. If you wish to kill me, you might need to be a bit more earnest. Otherwise, you may not succeed, Ye Fei declared, his fists clenched as an overwhelming force erupted within him. Ye Fei himself was unaware of the extent of his power. The specific measurements had become irrelevant. One thing was certain, though, his current baseline strength far surpassed his previous maximum output, and it was exponentially greater. Boom. Ye Fei unleashed his full power, a manifestation of his utmost strength. A terrifying force erupting wildly and reverberating through the starry expanse. It must be said that Ye Fei's full strength was indeed formidable. Even Xiangpa, upon witnessing Ye Fei's might, was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by Ye Fei's prowess. You possess such strength? Is this truly all you can muster? Xiangpa gazed at Ye Fei, his surprise evident. It was exceedingly rare for a mere human to attain such power. Full power? Ye Fei nodded, yet continued. I can only assert that this is my current full strength, but it does not signify that this is the extent of my capabilities in combat against you. Perhaps you may not grasp the essence of my words, but soon, you shall comprehend their meaning. Having spoken, Ye Fei ceased his banter and surged forth, charging directly at Xiangpa. I am increasingly intrigued, Xiangpa smirked, propelling himself forward as well, and in an instant, the two clashed violently. Bang, bang, bang. Their fierce confrontation erupted instantaneously, fists and feet colliding, with Ye Fei unleashing his mightiest force. The terrifying energy unleashed from their battle surged wildly, expanding outward, even reaching the farthest corners of the northern universe, which now teetered on the brink of annihilation. This cannot continue. Bados raised her delicate hand, and a radiant light emanated, enveloping the northern universe. Under such circumstances, no matter how intense Ye Fei and Xiangpa's battle became, it could not obliterate the northern universe unless their powers surpassed that of Bados. However, judging by the current clash between Xiangpa and Ye Fei, it was evident that they were still far from surpassing her. As Ye Fei and Xiangpa drew near once more, they unleashed their most formidable strength with a thunderous roar. Their fists collided with a resounding boom. Ye Fei staggered back several steps, his complexion pale, yet filled with exhilaration. What a thrill. Xiangpa too took a step back, having not experienced such a satisfying battle in quite some time. Boom. Ye Fei's aura surged, and as he raised his right hand, a substantial mass of crimson energy swiftly coalesced, transforming into a massive sphere of terrifying energy several meters in diameter. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, this colossal crimson energy sphere erupted, unleashing countless tendrils of energy that rushed towards Xiangpa with reckless abandon. This energy was not singular nor merely a few, but an innumerable multitude, a veritable deluge converging upon Xiangpa. Each strand of energy contained a horrifying force. This technique was a result of Ye Fei's fusion with the ancient Saiyan bloodline, and while its potency could be debated, the sheer artistry of such a princely combat style was undeniably impressive, brimming with momentum. Such a trivial skill, daring to flaunt before me, truly a display of arrogance. With a cold snort, Xiangpa dismissed the attack as ineffective. It held no power over him and could not inflict any harm. He did not evade or retaliate, instead standing resolutely as he gazed with icy eyes at the multitude of scarlet energy descending upon him. Boom, boom. The overwhelming surge of scarlet energy rained down upon Xiangpa in an instant, crashing violently against him. The air reverberated with a deafening roar, thick smoke billowing around. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the scarlet energy did not actually strike Xiangpa. As it neared him, a wave of purple energy emanated from his being, absorbing the onslaught of scarlet force. The cacophony of explosions persisted, and as the last remnants of the scarlet energy fell, Xiangpa was shrouded in smoke, obscured from view. Would it prove effective? Son Gohan watched with anticipation, aware that the intensity of this battle was beyond his capacity to engage, placing his hopes on Ye Fei's assault. Bardos observed the smoke with a slight smile. Lord Xiangpa is a god of destruction. Regardless of his precise strength among the gods, such an attack cannot possibly harm him. Should he unleash greater power, there might be a semblance of effect. Bardos understood her own formidable strength, granting her a clearer perspective on the situation. Ye Fei also grasped this truth, his gaze icy as he watched. As the smoke dissipated, Xiangpa's figure emerged, clear and unmistakable. That was a commendable strike. If its potency were to be amplified, it might have posed a genuine threat, but it appears this is the extent of your power. You cannot summon any greater force. Even my defenses remain unbroken. I truly wonder what confidence you possess. Xiangpa regarded Ye Fei, a chilling demeanor etched across his face. Boom. With a clenched fist, Xiangpa summoned a torrent of purple energy, coalescing into a sphere the size of his fist. Though small, it radiated an unimaginable strength. The potency of this energy caused Ye Fei to narrow his eyes, acutely aware of the force contained within that diminutive sphere. Chapter 64. Xiangpa's seriousness, Ye Fei's defeat. Your power is commendable, yet ultimately, you are but a human, and your limits are here. Though this is not a special technique nor destruction, merely a manifestation of ordinary strength, it is divine power, far surpassing that of mere ki and embodying the essence of annihilation. To perish beneath my energy would be a fitting choice for you. As the purple energy coalesced, Xiangpa's voice echoed coldly. I am eager to witness your resolve. Ye Fei's eyes ignited with the spirit of battle. Whoosh! With a gentle flick of his wrist, Xiangpa released a fist-sized orb of purple energy, which surged toward Ye Fei at an astonishing speed. The velocity of this violet energy was remarkable. It closed the distance to Ye Fei in an instant. The Kamehameha wave. As the purple energy departed from Xiangpa's palm, Ye Fei immediately summoned a formidable force, manifesting a wave of energy in his hands. With the final syllable lingering in the air, he thrust his hands forward with great force. Boom! The Kamehameha wave shot forth at an incredible speed, absorbing the surrounding energies in a frenzied manner, enhancing its potency exponentially. In a heartbeat, the two energies collided, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the heavens, causing the starry sky to fracture with immense rifts. The clash of these mighty powers continued as both forces sought to annihilate one another, yet neither could prevail. How formidable! Son Gohan observed, his throat dry as he absorbed the spectacle. Within him coursed the blood of ancient Saiyans, albeit in limited measure. Nevertheless, the emotions and spirit inherent to his Saiyan lineage surged forth, igniting a profound excitement within him, a fervent desire to engage in battle. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations and refrained from intervening. Moreover, the inability to survive in the cosmos was a significant drawback for Saiyans. The overwhelming energy unleashed in the confrontation between Ye Fei and Xiangpa was immense, culminating in an explosive display of strength. Ye Fei roared, channeling his internal energy into the Kamehameha wave, maximizing its destructive potential. However, even with this effort, he found himself straining against Xiangpa's purple energy. Break for me! Ye Fei shouted, pouring every ounce of his strength into the Kamehameha wave. In that moment, its power surged exponentially, radiating a fierce crimson aura. How is this possible? Xiangpa's expression shifted as he realized that his purple energy was beginning to falter under Ye Fei's assault. This revelation shocked him profoundly, a turn of events he had not anticipated. I see hope. Ye Fei, emboldened, unleashed all his power, shattering the purple energy in an instant. Impossible! Xiangpa exclaimed in disbelief as Ye Fei's Kamehameha wave closed in, crashing against him. Yet, at that moment, a shimmering violet light enveloped Xiangpa. This was his defense, the protective barrier of a god of destruction. Boom! The Kamehameha wave passed through Xiangpa without inflicting any harm. Is this what it means to be a Saiyan? To my astonishment, your strength has reached such a formidable level, capable of shattering my own power, an occurrence I deemed impossible. Xiangpa gazed at Ye Fei, acknowledging that he had underestimated him, never anticipating that Ye Fei could unleash such might. Master Xiangpa, the potential of humanity is indeed vast, particularly in perilous situations where it can be ignited, something you cannot comprehend, Ye Fei remarked. Though he too felt discomfort, the effectiveness of his attack brought him satisfaction. Even so, what of it? I may have been careless this time, but there shall not be a second. Xiangpa's gaze turned icy, harboring a murderous intent towards Ye Fei. I neglected to inform you that I too shall summon my utmost strength, for with my current abilities, I cannot inflict harm upon you, Ye Fei declared, his eyes steely as he clenched his fists tightly. With a thunderous roar, a far more potent force erupted from Ye Fei's being, transforming into a tempest that reverberated through the starry expanse. Could it be that a human could achieve such power? Xiangpa's expression remained composed, yet the shock within him was unfathomable. The notion that a human's strength could reach such heights was difficult for him to fathom, particularly the extent of the full power Ye Fei had alluded to. From your tone, it seems your full strength is sufficient to contend with me. Have you truly attained such power? Xiangpa inquired, observing Ye Fei. Though reluctant to accept it, Ye Fei's demeanor suggested that he genuinely possessed such strength. At the very least, he did not appear to be feigning. Shall we find out? Ye Fei replied coldly. As his momentum intensified, the power emanating from him reached its zenith. His strength had indeed escalated to this level, which left Bardos astounded. Ye Fei's might surpassed her expectations. As an angel, few things could evoke her astonishment. Yet the magnitude of Ye Fei's power filled her with incredulity. Master Xiangpa, behold, this is my true strength. Ye Fei bellowed, his body suddenly erupting with a more intense crimson aura. Two shades of red energy surged forth, one a deep scarlet, the other a vibrant crimson. What is this? Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing Ye Fei's current state. Others may not recognize this red energy, but Gohan was acutely aware of its significance. He recalled that it was this very power his father had employed to vanquish Vegeta when he first arrived on Earth. It is. Son Gohan's pupils constricted. Kaioken! Ye Fei shouted, and the aura surrounding him surged dramatically. Boom! The terrifying force erupted into a storm, and Ye Fei's gaze locked onto Xiangpa. Is this your ultimate strength? Xiangpa clenched his fist, realizing in that moment that Ye Fei was no longer an ordinary individual. The strongest power? Ye Fei smiled faintly. I never claimed that this is my ultimate strength. Chapter 65. The Tenfold King's Fist, Xiangpa's astonishment. What does this mean? Xiangpa gazed at Ye Fei, sensing that he was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Despite being merely a frail human, Ye Fei had repeatedly astonished him with unexpected feats. Especially now, the power Ye Fei displayed once again exceeded his imagination. Tenfold King's Fist. Ye Fei bellowed, and instantly, a crimson aura erupted forth, his momentum surging dramatically, escalating tenfold. Previously, even after showcasing his strongest abilities, Ye Fei had merely astonished Xiangpa. At that time, he posed no significant threat. He could not even harm Xiangpa, as the god of destruction's protective form was sufficient to withstand Ye Fei's full-force strike. Although Ye Fei's strength had continuously grown throughout the battle, it had not been enough to warrant Xiangpa's concern. However, the situation had now changed. After unleashing the Tenfold King's Fist, Ye Fei's power had become formidable enough to pose a genuine threat to the god of destruction. In this context, Xiangpa understood that he could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, he might easily find himself in dire straits. Lord Xiangpa, this is my full strength. Previously, I may not have been your match, but now the circumstances are different. You must be cautious. Ye Fei spoke slowly, and with a flash, he charged towards Xiangpa. In an instant, Ye Fei appeared right before Xiangpa, moving with an unimaginable speed. Even Xiangpa's eyes widened in shock. Ye Fei's velocity took him aback. What incredible speed! Xiangpa thought, astonished to see how much Ye Fei's speed had increased under the Tenfold King's Fist. Bang! Before Xiangpa could react, Ye Fei unleashed a punch without hesitation, striking Xiangpa directly. A tremendous force emanated from the blow, but just as Ye Fei's fist was about to land, a sudden flash of purple light appeared. The protective barrier of the god of destruction re-emerged, intercepting Ye Fei's strike. Futile, Ye Fei scoffed, exerting his right hand with force. Under Xiangpa's astonished and dazed gaze, Ye Fei's fist shattered the purple energy barrier. No, it's impossible, Xiangpa exclaimed, losing his composure. Boom! The purple energy barrier collapsed, and Ye Fei's fist landed squarely on Xiangpa's body. Despite Xiangpa's formidable strength, his expression changed, though he suffered no injury. He was forced back 3 steps. The power of Ye Fei's punch had been significantly diminished by the shattered purple energy barrier, yet even so, the residual force compelled Xiangpa to retreat. Had it not been for the absence of purple energy, Ye Fei's punch would have posed considerable difficulty, even for Kampa. It must be said that after unleashing the Tenfold Kaioken, Ye Fei's strength had reached an extraordinary level, rivaling that of a god of destruction. While he may not have been quite enough to contend with a powerful god of destruction, Kampa's power was relatively weaker among them. Thus, after transforming his Super Saiyan force strength into a more stable form and becoming a true ancient Saiyan, Ye Fei, upon executing the Tenfold Kaioken again, found his power finally approaching that of a god of destruction, making him at least capable of engaging Kampa in battle. I underestimated you before, he declared. But now I tell you, I will unleash my true power in this fight. Your strength warrants such a response. And you shall be the first human to witness my real capabilities. Kampa spoke coldly. I await this eagerly, Ye Fei replied with a slight smile. Confident in his ability to confront Kampa directly, dismissing any need for courtesy, even in the presence of a god of destruction. Boom! Kampa raised his right hand, pointing towards the starry sky, and instantly, a rich purple radiance erupted. The cosmos trembled as countless streams of purple energy surged forth, each emanating a formidable power, surpassing even the previous concentrations of energy Kampa had summoned, growing even more potent. Faced with such an overwhelming display of purple energy, Ye Fei's gaze sharpened. I know that. If this were all, it might not pose a significant threat to you. However, I believe the situation may soon change. With a sudden clenching of his fist, Kampa commanded the energy. Boom. All the purple energy quaked and coalesced instantaneously into a massive orb of purple energy, an amalgamation of countless forces, its power beyond imagination. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, Kampa unleashed the colossal purple energy, imbued with the force to obliterate everything in its path, barreling towards Ye Fei. The very fabric of the cosmos crumbled in its wake. Tenfold. In the face of Kampa's devastating assault, Ye Fei exhibited no hesitation, raising both hands. Kamehameha, he declared gravely, as the immense purple energy approached, thrusting his hands forward and uttering the final word. Wave. Boom. The tenfold Kamehameha surged forth, colliding with Kampa's purple energy in a resounding clash. The reverberations echoed through the cosmos, as the northern universe witnessed a cataclysmic upheaval. However, due to the protective measures previously established by Beerus, this force did not propagate throughout the entire universe. Even the planets of the northern universe were shielded, resulting in the collision of such formidable attacks between Ye Fei and Kampa being powerful, yet not excessively damaging to the northern universe. Boom. The tenfold Kamehameha and the astonishing purple energy continued to clash, each striving to annihilate the other. The two forces remained in a fierce stalemate, and mere moments later, a more intense sound resonated through the void. The tenfold Kamehameha and the purple energy erupted simultaneously, transforming into a terrifying force that swept across the battlefield. In that instant, Kampa's body trembled, and as he staggered back several steps, he unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. This marked the first time Kampa had been injured in this battle. Wounded by a mere human, which ignited the flames of his fury to an unprecedented level. Ye Fei fared little better. The overwhelming force sent him hurtling backward, causing him to cough up blood, his complexion pale and devoid of any color. Truly, he was a god of destruction. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ye Fei fixed his gaze on Kampa. You dare to harm me, human, Kampa seethed, his fists clenched tightly, eyes glinting with a fierce murderous intent as he coldly addressed Ye Fei. Chapter 66. Destruction, the uncontrollable power. Kampa was consumed by rage, having been injured by a human, especially under the circumstances where he had already exerted much of his power. Such an affront was unacceptable to any god of destruction. The fact that Ye Fei was a human from the seventh universe made it even more intolerable for Kampa. With a roar, Kampa unleashed a wave of destructive energy, his fury now fully ignited. This development was surprisingly intriguing. Who would have thought that Ye Fei could inflict injury upon Lord Kampa? Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Moreover, it was exceedingly rare for a god of destruction to be harmed by a human. Given Lord Kampa's temperament, the consequences of this incident were all too predictable. Beerus smiled faintly. He pondered whether Ye Fei had any means to withstand the impending wrath of Lord Kampa. This piqued his curiosity. Beerus observed Ye Fei, growing increasingly intrigued by him. I am confident Master will be fine, Gohan expressed, glancing at Beerus. He believed in Ye Fei. Although Kampa might strike without mercy, it would certainly not be an easy task to kill Ye Fei. Is that so? Let us await the outcome. Perhaps he will indeed achieve something extraordinary, Beerus mused. Of course, if he fails, then he shall not leave this place today. Beerus was acutely aware of the stakes. Boom. Kampa's aura erupted violently, transforming into a raging storm that swept through the surroundings. An unimaginable force landed squarely upon Ye Fei. How powerful! Even Kampa, feeling this wave of energy, could not help but experience a contraction of his pupils, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Truly, as a god of destruction, his strength was formidable. A gleam of determination shone in Kampa's eyes. Ye Fei clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a terrifying power that surged from within him at that moment. However, despite the immense strength he possessed, it paled in comparison to the might of Kampa at this juncture. Tenfold. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Fei raised his hands, a chilling voice resonating from his lips. Regardless of the circumstances, one must earnestly endeavor to try, though Ye Fei himself harbored uncertainties about the outcome. The Kamehameha wave. Just as the aura surrounding Xiang Pa reached a certain intensity, a cold voice emanated from Ye Fei's lips. Simultaneously, an energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his hand, exuding an overwhelming force. Wave. The final syllable escaped Ye Fei's mouth as he forcefully thrust his hands forward. Boom. The tenfold Kamehameha wave surged forth, propelled by the entirety of Ye Fei's strength, racing towards Xiang Pa. The reverberations echoed. In that moment, as the tenfold Kamehameha wave, infused with unimaginable power, sped towards Xiang Pa, the very cosmos trembled, releasing a terrifying force. Overconfidence. Xiang Pa let out a scoff. Despite the formidable might of Ye Fei's tenfold Kamehameha, it was of no concern to him. At this moment, his singular desire was to eliminate Ye Fei, a necessity to alleviate the humiliation of being injured by a mere human. Previously, he could jest with Ye Fei, but such levity was utterly impossible now. As the tenfold Kamehameha wave thundered forth, it swiftly approached Xiang Pa. The horrific strength emanating from it caused the starry sky to shudder, seemingly unable to withstand such power. This was the full extent of Ye Fei's current strength. Arrogance. Xiangpa paid no heed to the potency of the tenfold Kamehameha wave. As it materialized before him, he raised his right hand, poised to intercept it. Destruction. A mere 2 words. Yet, as those words fell, the tenfold Kamehameha wave disintegrated instantly. It was an abrupt collapse, as if an inconceivable force had obliterated the wave without warning. Was this the exclusive power of a god of destruction? Ye Fei's gaze sharpened. Although he had mentally prepared for this, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly speechless with shock. Before my destruction, your power is utterly futile. You are doomed without question. Today, you shall not leave alive. Even if Beerus were to arrive, he could not save you. Xiangpa's voice was resolute, and he indeed possessed the confidence to utter such words. Ye Fei's expression darkened as he regarded him. I acknowledge your destruction is immensely powerful. With my current strength, resistance is impossible. Unless I advance further or achieve a new transformation, I am no match for your destruction. Ye Fei spoke calmly, a truth he could not deny. As long as you understand. Xiangpa's tone was cold. He raised his right hand, ready to obliterate Ye Fei, but suddenly his gaze sharpened. Instantaneous movement. Do you truly believe such tactics will be effective against me? Or do you think you can escape simply by teleporting? Xiangpa furrowed his brow and turned to face Ye Fei, who stood a short distance behind him. I am aware that the starry sky here has been sealed off by Bardos, rendering any attempt to leave futile. Although no one in this northern universe can hinder my instantaneous movement, angels possess their own methods, thus making it apparent that escaping in such a manner is not feasible. This I comprehend quite well. Ye Fei spoke slowly, his understanding of the situation remarkably profound. He had no inclination to pursue the impossible. Furthermore, having made ample preparations, he had never contemplated fleeing through instantaneous movement from the very beginning. If such a thought had crossed his mind, he would have acted before Xiangpa's arrival. While I acknowledge that I am not your match and that you would not let me escape easily, it is not so simple to take my life. Do you truly believe that I have made no preparations before your arrival? Ye Fei smiled faintly as he spoke. What do you mean? Xiangpa's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition creeping in, though he could not articulate it at that moment. Very well, allow me to show you something. I believe that after witnessing it, you will comprehend. Ye Fei murmured, raising his right hand with a flourish, and instantly a vision materialized. Upon seeing the image, Xiangpa's expression shifted palpably, and he involuntarily took a step back, his countenance fluctuating between uncertainty and alarm as he regarded Ye Fei. Chapter 68. The Old Kaishin's Dismay. Have you become a god? Regardless, even though I am unaware of what transpired between the two in the sixth universe, they both returned with immense enhancements. Was contemplated for a moment before deciding to disregard Ye Fei for now. However, he made a mental note of him, particularly the divine aura that left him astonished. In the seventh universe, the Kaishin realm, ever since the old Kaishin was freed, he began to indulge in life, simultaneously imparting some of the Kaishin's abilities and legacies to Kaishin Sin. He was deeply concerned about how to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Kaishin Sin was exceedingly worried, especially since Ye Fei had promised to return, yet 6 years had passed without a word. The Kaishin could not help but feel deceived, tricked by Ye Fei. How could you, a Kaishin, a deity of creation, possess such timid resolve? In my prime, I was bold and brimming with confidence. There was no one I feared to confront or reprimand. Why has your generation grown increasingly timid? It truly disappoints me. The old Kaishin approached from a distance and addressed the Kaishin. However, Majin Buu's power is formidable. It is beyond our capacity to contend with. If he were to be revived, the entire Earth, perhaps even the whole universe, would descend into endless calamity. Kaishin Sin remarked, gazing at the old Kaishin. Fear not. Ye Fei's strength is exceedingly potent, and eliminating Majin Buu would be a simple task. Moreover, the malevolent Majin Buu has yet to awaken. In light of this, eliminating Babidi should be a straightforward endeavor. Present on Earth are Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, all of whom possess considerable strength and are entirely capable of accomplishing this task. The elder Kaishin, filled with frustration, spoke up. Jebet, let us depart at once. The Kaishin's eyes lit up with determination as he promptly left the Kaishin realm alongside Jebet, heading towards Earth. Being a wise individual, the elder Kaishin had already devised a plan that would pose no complications. Long time no see, elder Kaishin. Just as the Kaishin was about to utilize his unique abilities to survey the planet's inhabitants, an unexpected voice suddenly interrupted. The abruptness of the voice startled the elder Kaishin. Who goes there? He exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, struggling to sense the presence of Ye Fei. It is I. Ye Fei's voice resonated once more, and alongside him, Son Gohan materialized before the elder Kaishin. You too? The elder Kaishin blinked in surprise upon seeing Ye Fei and Son Gohan, momentarily stunned before he regained his composure. It has been a while. You both look well. Moderately so. What brings you back? The elder Kaishin inquired, directing his gaze towards Ye Fei. The affairs of the sixth universe have concluded, thus we have returned. Elder Kaioshin, I wonder if you recall your promise to assist in unlocking potential, Ye Fei replied, meeting the Elder Kaioshin's gaze. To help him unlock his potential? The Elder Kaioshin clearly remembered this promise, and upon seeing both Ye Fei and Son Gohan, he had already begun to surmise their intentions. Indeed, we have come for this very purpose, Ye Fei affirmed, regarding Son Gohan. You have matured significantly, and your potential is remarkable. Gohan, you now face a choice, to unlock your full potential or to forego this opportunity and continue down the path of the Super Saiyan. The Elder Kaioshin proposed, his eyes fixed on Son Gohan. Master, I. Son Gohan hesitated, his expression one of bewilderment as he looked towards Ye Fei. Faced with these two options, he was uncertain of which path to take. Perhaps in his heart, he still wished to maintain the route of the Super Saiyan. However, observing Ye Fei's demeanor, he could discern his mentor's expectations. Gohan, your talent is extraordinary, surpassing even mine. Thus, I hope you can forge a path entirely distinct from that of the Super Saiyan. During my time in the sixth universe, I infused a trace of ancient Saiyan blood into your being, Ye Fei gradually explained. He did not articulate the final part of his statement, yet it was clear to any intelligent listener what it entailed. Son Gohan undoubtedly understood. I choose to unlock my potential and embark on a path that is entirely my own, Son Gohan declared resolutely. Ye Fei, in light of Son Gohan's choice, I am even more curious about you, the Elder Kaioshin remarked. What transpired in the sixth universe that allowed you to ascend to divinity? Moreover, your godhood is self-cultivated rather than conferred. How did this come to pass? The old Supreme Kai gazed at Ye Fei and finally posed the question he had long pondered. It is widely understood that divinity is merely a designation bestowed upon individuals. Yet, through diligent cultivation, humans can attain remarkable levels, with becoming a deity not being an insurmountable challenge. This principle, I trust, requires no extensive elaboration from me. Ye Fei responded to the old Supreme Kai, revealing that his divine essence was a gift from the system, leaving him uncertain about how one might cultivate such divine energy. Nevertheless, his words were cryptic enough to elicit no doubts from the old Supreme Kai. He believed that Ye Fei must have undergone rigorous training and faced countless crises in the sixth universe, ultimately acquiring divine energy through serendipitous trials. He could never fathom that Ye Fei's method of obtaining divine energy was far simpler than he imagined. It was merely a reward for completing a task. You are indeed a remarkable anomaly. I am not unfamiliar with Saiyans, and yet this transformation you possess seems more of a burden than the full realization of one's potential. However, in your case, it appears my theory may require re-evaluation, the old Supreme Kai murmured. Ye Fei chuckled softly and proceeded to guide Son Gohan in unlocking his latent potential. He was curious about how powerful Gohan would become once his potential was fully unleashed. After enduring extensive battles in the sixth universe, combined with the trace of ancient Saiyan blood coursing through him, perhaps an astonishing result awaited them. Ye Fei mused, harboring a sense of anticipation. On Earth, the Supreme Kai Shin and Kibito arrived, not seeking out Son Goku or Vegeta, but heading directly to the Supreme Kai's temple. Supreme Kai, what brings us here? Kibito inquired, expecting they would go directly to find Goku or Vegeta to enlist their aid in vanquishing Babidi. The nature of Saiyans is often inscrutable. Approaching them directly may not be prudent, the Supreme Kai murmured. After interacting with Ye Fei and Son Gohan, he had begun to harbor doubts regarding the reliability of the Saiyans. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Fei had already returned, leading him to feel somewhat abandoned and fostering a sense of mistrust towards the Saiyans. Chapter 69. News of Majin Buu. Who are you? Piccolo emerged from the Supreme Kai's temple and stepped into the plaza, scrutinizing the unfamiliar faces of the Supreme Kai and Kibito. Although Piccolo possessed considerable strength, he felt a twinge of apprehension upon encountering a stranger of formidable power. Piccolo, this is Kibito, and I am the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai introduced himself. Ever since learning of Babidi's presence on Earth, the Supreme Kai had meticulously analyzed the personalities of the inhabitants of Earth, especially regarding the nature of the warrior. It is precisely for this reason that the Supreme Kai sought out Piccolo directly. Supreme Kai? Piccolo exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Indeed. I have come with a matter for which I hope you can assist me. The Supreme Kai nodded and glanced at Piccolo before speaking. What is it, Supreme Kai? Please command me. I shall not refuse, provided it is within my means, Piccolo replied with utmost respect. Ever since his fusion with the god, Piccolo's demeanor had transformed entirely, instilling in him a profound reverence for deities, particularly the Supreme Kai, the god of creation, to whom he felt an even greater sense of respect. I wish for you to help me contact Goku and Vegeta. There exists a crisis that threatens not only the Earth but the entire universe, and I require your strength. The Supreme Kai stated, his expression complex. With the assistance of the old Kai, they had located Babidi's hideout. With sufficient power, they could prevent the awakening of Majin Buu. Which was the optimal solution? A crisis that threatens the Earth and the entire universe? Piccolo paused. Though he did not fully grasp the situation, he understood its grave significance. Follow me. Without hesitation, Piccolo led the Supreme Kai and Jebet, darting towards West City. West City, Bulma's residence. It had been nearly 7 years since Gohan's departure, and Goku pondered how he was faring. Since Gohan left with Ye Fei, there had been no news. Throughout these 7 years, Goku had endured relentless reproaches from Chi-Chi. Fortunately, the birth of Goten had diverted Chi-Chi's attention somewhat. Kakarot, no matter where Ye Fei and Gohan have gone, I will not be outdone by you, Vegeta remarked. Having trained tirelessly over these years, now nearly matching Goku in strength. In Vegeta's eyes, while he may not be able to defeat Goku, the gap between them was negligible, placing them as equals. Someone is approaching. At that moment, both Goku and Vegeta lifted their gazes toward the horizon. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air resonated, as 3 figures swiftly approached, arriving before them in an instant. Piccolo, who are these 2? Goku inquired, puzzled by the unfamiliar faces accompanying Piccolo. Goku, Vegeta, please come here. These gentlemen seek your assistance. Piccolo gestured, noticing the considerable number of onlookers present. Speak, what is the matter? In a secluded area, Goku addressed Piccolo. This is the Supreme Kai. I am uncertain of the specifics regarding their reason for visiting, but they seem quite urgent. And it concerns a crisis that threatens the Earth and the entire universe, Piccolo explained, though he was still unaware of the exact details. Supreme Kai? Goku and Vegeta were taken aback, their understanding of the title lacking. Are you familiar with Majin Buu? I have ascertained that Majin Buu currently lies dormant on Earth. However, once he awakens, both the planet and the entire universe will plunge into calamity. There was an individual who promised to return, yet I have received no word from him. To avert any unforeseen disasters, I implore you to assist me in eliminating Babidi, thus preventing the resurrection of Majin Buu. As long as Majin Buu remains absent, the impending disaster shall be averted. The Supreme Kai spoke with a grave expression. Majin Buu, what manner of being is that? Vegeta inquired, perplexed, having never heard of such a creature. Moreover, he harbored doubts regarding the Supreme Kai's words. Majin Buu is immensely powerful, unmatched by any adversary. Although some have claimed that you can defeat him, I find that notion utterly implausible. The Supreme Kai recalled the words spoken by Ye Fei upon his departure. Yet he remained skeptical. Is this Majin Buu truly formidable? Goku, intrigued, interjected. He had been engaged in battle with Vegeta and, to be frank, was somewhat fatigued. The prospect of facing a new adversary invigorated him. He is exceedingly strong, to the extent that no one can vanquish him. Therefore, we must prevent his resurrection. Our only recourse lies in your strength, the Supreme Kai asserted solemnly. I am aware of your past exploits, defeating Frieza and Cell. However, I must convey this. The foes you have previously encountered possess powers that pale in comparison to those of Majin Buu, as they do not even belong to the same echelon, the Supreme Kai remarked, gazing at Goku. Our current strength has significantly advanced beyond what it once was. And do not underestimate the Saiyans, Vegeta replied, his gaze fixed on the Supreme Kai. Let us not linger in discussion. We must promptly address the situation concerning Majin Buu. Regardless of the circumstances, preventing his emergence will spare Earth from the brink of annihilation, Piccolo suggested. Though he relished battle, he preferred to resolve crises before they erupted. Vegeta scoffed, unconvinced that anyone could surpass a Saiyan. As for Majin Buu, he had never heard of him. Follow me. I have located Babidi's lair. However, we must remain vigilant. We cannot afford to be careless, for Babidi wields magic and is quite formidable, the Supreme Kai cautioned. Is that so? Lead the way. Goku and Vegeta responded in unison. Follow me, the Supreme Kai said, as he and Kibito soared into the sky, heading towards the distance. Let us also depart. Goku said softly, and upon finishing his words, he immediately took flight, trailing behind the Supreme Kai. The 5 of them transformed into a streak of light, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 70. The King of the Demon World, Dabura. In a desolate mountain range on Earth, nestled within one of its valleys, there lies a door, remarkably inconspicuous. It would be nearly impossible to detect if one did not observe closely. Ordinarily, this secluded locale would attract no visitors. After all, it is far too remote for anyone to have the inclination to wander here. However, today, several figures are hurtling through the sky from a distance. Upon spotting the unremarkable door, the Supreme Kai's eyes gleam with recognition, and he promptly descends from the heavens. Is this the place? Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo also descend from the air, converging with the Supreme Kai on a nearby hillside. There is an absence of any discernible energy in the vicinity. Are you certain this is the correct location? Vegeta inquires, surveying the surroundings. Although he finds the area somewhat peculiar, it fails to provoke his concern, as there is nothing that conveys a formidable presence. It must be here. I am certain of it, the Supreme Kai asserts resolutely. Babidi wields dark magic. The energy here has undoubtedly been concealed by his sorcery. The Supreme Kai, having devoted considerable time to his studies, is convinced that Babidi is hiding in this very spot. Now that we have established the location, let us proceed. Vegeta raises his right hand, and a surge of energy begins to coalesce within it. Allow me to shatter this door. Just as he prepares to obliterate it, Sun Wukong unexpectedly seizes Vegeta's hand. Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta frowns, glancing at Sun Wukong. Vegeta, something feels amiss. Just wait a moment. Sun Wukong responds, sensing an unusual aura emanating from the door. Vegeta pauses, the energy in his hand dissipating without being unleashed. Suddenly, the distant stone door swings open, and 3 figures emerge from within. What is this? Upon recognizing one of the figures, the Supreme Kai's gaze sharpens. Who is he? He appears quite formidable, Sun Wukong remarks, observing one of the 3. I can't believe even the Demon Realm King Dabura has fallen under Babbidi's control. This is rather concerning, he muses. Although he has never heard of the Demon Realm King, he surmises that he must possess considerable strength. Be cautious. Dabura is the Demon Realm King, and his power is formidable. But how did he end up here? Could it be that he too has been ensnared by Babbidi? The Supreme Kai expresses disbelief, finding it hard to fathom. In a flash, Dabura materializes before Sun Wukong and his companions, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. The Supreme Kai and Jebbit are momentarily taken aback, while Sun Wukong reacts more swiftly. Yet he realizes that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he is no match for Dabura's might. Boom. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, and instantly, golden energy radiated from him. Kakarot, he is mine. At that moment, Vegeta let out a fierce roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Can you transform? Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Dabura cast a glance, but remained indifferent. Bang! Almost simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Vegeta both ascended to Super Saiyan form and charged towards Dabura. Faced with the 2 of them, even Dabura did not dare to underestimate their power. He swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. Although Babbidi had not appeared, since you are here, I shall deal with you first, thought Sun Wukong as he addressed Dabura. Piccolo, you and the Supreme Kai should focus on dealing with Babbidi. As for Dabura, leave him to me and Vegeta, Sun Wukong said, turning to Piccolo. I understand, Piccolo nodded, comprehending Sun Wukong's intentions. Moreover, Piccolo's strength was formidable. Stopping Babbidi would not pose a challenge. Be careful, Dabura's strength is considerable, the Supreme Kai warned. You just take care of yourself, Vegeta retorted coldly, and after finishing his words, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged directly at Dabura. Whoosh! Vegeta's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he stood before Dabura, raising his right hand to deliver a powerful punch. Such speed! Dabura's expression shifted as he immediately engaged in battle with Vegeta. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Kai realm, through the crystal ball of the old Kai, Ye Fei and Son Gohan witnessed everything transpiring on Earth. You need not worry. As long as you return, and I assist Son Gohan in unlocking his potential, Majin Buu will not pose a significant threat, the old Kai spoke slowly. Let us commence. Though Majin Buu is powerful, as the old Kai mentioned, he will not amount to much, Ye Fei calmly stated, curious to gauge the extent of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's growth during his absence. Time flowed slowly. With no immediate danger, Son Gohan felt less anxious. Let us begin, Ye Fei said, glancing at the old Kai. No problem, but his potential is remarkable. Fully developing it will take some time. And it will not be brief, perhaps even half a day, the old Kai noted, observing Son Gohan. You needn't fret too much. The longer the process takes, the stronger you will become. This principle should be clear to you, he added. I understand, Son Gohan nodded, finding a clear area to sit. The old Kai immediately began his peculiar movements. Although Ye Fei was familiar with these actions, witnessing them in person still caused him to furrow his brow. There exists an undeniable absurdity in the situation, yet one cannot help but acknowledge his remarkable abilities. Ye Fei shook his head, feeling an unsettling strangeness. His attention turned towards the crystal ball, as he pondered the events transpiring on Earth, curious if they diverged from his understanding. A thought that intrigued him far more than Son Gohan's potential. Bang, bang, bang. Dabura and Vegeta clashed in an instant, unleashing a cacophony of power. Chapter 71. Vegeta is also under control. Truly, as the king of the demon realm, Dabura's prowess is extraordinary. However, it is unfortunate that you have encountered me today. Had it been someone else, perhaps you might have had a chance at victory, but before me, you stand no chance, Vegeta stated coldly. Through this brief skirmish, he had come to comprehend the formidable strength of Dabura, comparable even to that of Cell. Yet, the current Vegeta possessed power that far exceeded Cell's, rendering any possibility of Dabura's triumph utterly hopeless. Though it may be unseemly to express, the truth remains unalterable. Arrogant fool, Dabura's expression darkened, and he spat, launching a stream of saliva at Vegeta with remarkable speed. Whoosh! Vegeta instantly appeared before Dabura, raising his right hand to deliver a crushing blow. The resounding impact echoed as Vegeta's fist struck Dabura squarely. A mouthful of blood erupted from Dabura, his complexion paling as he staggered back. How is this possible? Dabura's eyes widened in disbelief. Bang! Vegeta reappeared above Depura, executing a sweeping kick that landed forcefully upon him. Another spurt of blood escaped Depura as he was sent crashing to the ground. Final flash. Vegeta roared, conjuring a massive surge of energy that surged toward Depura. No. Despair flickered in Depura's eyes. To be so thoroughly defeated by Vegeta, the king of the demon realm, found it intolerable. Yet, the dire circumstances dictated that Vegeta's power vastly eclipsed Depura's, resulting in an overwhelming display of dominance. Boom. The final flash drew near, and before Depura could evade, it struck him with devastating force. A cry of despair echoed as Depura's form disintegrated beneath Vegeta's assault. It is rather amusing that he was so easily vanquished. Perhaps I underestimated him. In the deepest recesses of the base, Babidi coldly observed the unfolding events. Although Depura's demise exceeded his expectations, he felt no sorrow. His gaze remained fixated upon Vegeta. His power is distinct, and he possesses energy that I can control. If I can secure his allegiance and engage in battle with Sun Wukong, the energy generated from their clash should awaken Majin Buu at the fastest pace. A peculiar glint appeared in Babidi's eyes. Without hesitation, he began to chant incantations, seeking to exert remote control over Vegeta. Vegeta, I had anticipated a fierce struggle from you. Yet I did not foresee such ease in achieving success, Sun Wukong remarked, observing Vegeta. Kakarot, what do you mean by that? Vegeta furrowed his brow, a tremor coursing through his body involuntarily. Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta. Kakarot, since Namek, I have not truly battled you. Allow me to witness the extent of our powers after all these years. Vegeta regarded Sun Wukong intently. Vegeta, now hardly seems the time for such talk, Sun Wukong interjected. Casting a glance at Vegeta, I will defeat him. If you refuse my request, do you doubt that I would obliterate the earth? Vegeta slowly turned, a symbol manifesting on his forehead. Vegeta, what is happening to you? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed by Vegeta's transformation. Kakarot, do you still not comprehend? Vegeta's voice was cold, radiating the arrogance he displayed upon his first arrival on Earth, a prideful Saiyan prince who disregards all. Even you have been ensnared? I never imagined Babidi could exert control over you. Sun Wukong regarded Vegeta with astonishment. No one can control me. I have chosen this path to fight you with my full might, Vegeta declared. Since my arrival on Earth and the birth of Trunks, my demeanor has shifted. Although I recognize this transformation as what I desired, it has rendered me indecisive, imbuing me with a hint of humanity. Vegeta continued to address Sun Wukong. His submission to control was entirely voluntary. Otherwise, with Vegeta's prowess and his immeasurable pride, no one could dominate him. His motivation stemmed solely from a desire to confront Sun Wukong. So, in your quest for an unencumbered battle against me, you have allowed yourself to be controlled by Babidi to enhance your strength and fight me at your fullest? Sun Wukong observed Vegeta. Such sentiments may elude others. Yet as a fellow Saiyan, Sun Wukong understood Vegeta's reasoning. You speak the truth. This shall be my final genuine challenge to you, Vegeta affirmed resolutely. For this battle, I am willing to pay any price, even if Majin Buu gathers enough energy to awaken, as long as I can defeat you. I care not if the earth is destroyed, Vegeta declared, fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong. Then let it commence. In the eyes of Sun Wukong, a fierce battle intent radiated as well. Vegeta, I have fulfilled your wish and granted you this opportunity. Furthermore, your current strength surpasses that of any previous moment. Defeat him. Eliminate him. And only then can you prove your worth. Suddenly, Babidi's voice echoed. Babidi, I have no desire to fight here. Let us change the venue. Sun Wukong declared loudly. Very well, came Babidi's response, as Sun Wukong and Vegeta were transported to a remote mountainous region, devoid of any disturbances. Kakarot, unleash your full power. Vegeta bellowed, channeling the entirety of his Super Saiyan 2 might, unleashing a terrifying force that shook the heavens. I shall show no mercy. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a powerful energy surging forth from within him. Now this is more like it. As Sun Wukong revealed his full strength, excitement gleamed in Vegeta's eyes. He had awaited this day for an eternity, finally able to engage in a fierce battle with Sun Wukong. This confrontation required no consideration of consequences. He merely needed to unleash his full power, and everything else was of no concern to him. Boom. Vegeta erupted with energy and charged directly at Sun Wukong. Come on. Sun Wukong also unleashed his full might, unhesitatingly rushing to meet Vegeta's approach. Chapter 72, The Fateful Battle, Vegeta versus Sun Wukong. With astonishing speed, Sun Wukong and Vegeta collided in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The two warriors, now in close proximity, began their fierce combat. However, due to Vegeta's control by Babidi, the energy generated from their fight was siphoned away by Babidi through a special channel, intended to stimulate Majin Buu and facilitate his awakening. Vegeta, the power generated from your battle could very well awaken Majin Buu. At that point, I shall see who can stop me, Babidi laughed. As a massive egg pulsated beside him, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged blows with rapid precision, showing no signs of hesitation, fully unleashing their powers. The peak force of Super Saiyan 2 erupted, resonating with thunderous roars, the aftershocks shaking the earth. Haha, exhilarating, Vegeta shouted, swiftly closing the distance. His right fist launched toward Sun Wukong. Bang! Sun Wukong reciprocated with a punch of his own, and as their tremendous powers collided, an intense blast echoed, causing both warriors to stagger back. Yet, at that moment, Vegeta suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Sun Wukong with blinding speed. So fast, Sun Wukong's expression changed. He turned to react, but Vegeta deprived him of that opportunity. Bang! As Vegeta's fist descended, an energy sphere materialized in his hand, and without any forewarning, he hurled it towards Goku. The attack was so abrupt that even Goku could not react in time, resulting in a tremendous force crashing into him, eliciting a pained scream. Kakarot, your strength should not merely lie at this level. Unleash your true power, Vegeta declared, gazing intently at Goku. Goku responded, if it is a fierce battle you desire, I shall oblige. Ever since I trained under Lord Kai, it seems we have yet to engage in a true fight. Despite the looming threat of Majin Buu, Goku dismissed it, as his foremost concern was to engage in an exhilarating battle with Vegeta. Other matters were of no consequence to him, and he was unperturbed by the potential consequences. Even if Majin Buu were to appear and proved as formidable as Lord Kai suggested, Goku believed in his ability to triumph. Moreover, Lord Kai had mentioned that the one capable of defeating Majin Buu might very well be Ye Fei. With this in mind, the appearance of Majin Buu became a trivial detail. A mighty roar erupted from Goku. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous aura burst forth from him, its sheer power causing the surrounding mountains to crumble and fissures to tear through the earth. Are you finally prepared to unleash your full strength? This is how it should be. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with fervor, his desire for an exhilarating battle overshadowing any other thoughts. Swish, swish. In unison, Goku and Vegeta dashed towards each other at blinding speed. With both of them unleashing their utmost power, the true battle commenced. Bang, bang, bang. Under the weight of their full might, the two warriors immediately engaged in a fierce confrontation. Their speed was extraordinary. In mere moments, they had clashed dozens of times, each encounter a testament to their lethal intent rather than any semblance of sparring. Vegeta let out a fierce cry, momentarily pushed back by Goku's onslaught, and ascended into the air, raising his hands as a torrent of energy gathered within them. Swish, swish. Waves of energy cascaded down upon Goku like torrential rain. The sheer volume of this assault was overwhelming. This is futile against me, Goku remarked, furrowing his brow as he swiftly propelled himself forward. Although Vegeta possesses an abundance of energy, Goku navigates through it with remarkable composure, deftly avoiding any contact with Vegeta's formidable power. Observing Goku maneuver effortlessly beneath his energy and instantaneously appearing before him, Vegeta's expression remains tranquil, devoid of any sign of panic. Galactic Gun. Vegeta bellows, unleashing a colossal surge of energy, just as Goku closes the distance to a mere yard. Not good. Goku's expression shifts, and without a moment's hesitation, he raises his hands. Kamehameha. As Vegeta executes his galactic gun at close range, Goku surges forward. In the moment they collide, Goku thrusts his hands forward, unleashing the Kamehameha wave, which collides with Vegeta's attack. Boom. The two forces erupt simultaneously, and at such proximity, evasion proves futile. The explosion sends shockwaves through the air, forcing both Goku and Vegeta to stagger backward. With a spurt of blood, Goku's complexion turns pale. At that moment, Vegeta appears right before him, raising his right hand. All of his power converges in an instant, and without a shred of hesitation, he delivers a punch squarely to Goku's abdomen. Kakarot, you have lost. As Vegeta's fist connects, an immense force erupts, causing Goku to cough up blood and revert from his Super Saiyan 2 form back to his regular state. In this moment, Babidi-S countenance displays sheer elation. He had not anticipated that the energy generated from the clash between Vegeta and Goku would suffice to fully charge Majin Buu's power. At last success, Babidi gazes at the colossal egg, muttering incantations in a language only he comprehends. Moments later, he raises a finger, and cracks begin to form on the surface of the giant egg. As the fissures multiply, they gradually spread across the entire structure. Crack! The egg shatters, releasing an immensely malevolent aura. Chapter 73, Majin Buu, that seemingly innocuous visage. Boom! A powerful presence emanates, and pink smoke billows forth, floating ominously above. Is this truly Majin Buu? Babidi inquires, perplexed by the pink haze, for he knows not what Majin Buu truly entails, as no one has ever informed him. This presence. This is Majin Buu. Upon sensing the emergence of Majin Buu's essence, both King Kai and Piccolo, still aboard the ship, are struck with alarm, acutely aware of an overwhelming sense of peril. Especially King Kai, who, upon feeling the force invade his mind, trembles with trepidation. The shadow cast by Majin Buu looms too large in his memory, rendering it unforgettable. Let us go. As Piccolo sensed the formidable aura of Majin Buu, he acted without hesitation, swiftly grasping the Supreme Kai and preparing to depart at an astonishing speed. Has Majin Buu made his appearance? Inquired Ye Fei. Gazing intently at the crystal ball, his curiosity piqued. Master, should we not address Majin Buu first? Son Gohan interjected, a hint of concern in his voice. There's no need. Ye Fei replied calmly. Goku and Vegeta have yet to engage. We can afford to wait. Besides, even Majin Buu does not warrant our intervention at this moment, for he lacks the power to compel us. Ye Fei's countenance remained serene. His interest in Majin Buu was unmistakable, particularly due to the extraordinary regenerative and absorption abilities that were far from ordinary. In this moment, Ye Fei also entertained another thought. Heroes tend to reveal themselves at the critical juncture. Thus, we need not rush into action just yet. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted, capturing Vegeta's attention. Kakarot. This situation is my responsibility, and I shall handle it myself. With a swift glance at the distance, Vegeta propelled himself forward at breakneck speed. In an instant, he vanished into thin air. The pink mist lingered as Babidi stared in bewilderment, still awaiting Majin Buu's emergence amidst the swirling clouds. Confusion washed over him as he questioned the whereabouts of Majin Buu. Buu! Babidi shouted in desperation. Boom! At that moment, the pink mist began to coalesce. And to Babidi's astonishment, it formed into a plump figure. Appearing somewhat endearing rather than fearsome, there was an undeniable charm about him. Could this possibly be Majin Buu? Babidi pondered, perplexed by the unremarkable visage before him, uncertain if this was indeed the legendary Majin Buu. Had he perhaps mispronounced his incantation? Fortunately, as Babidi had released Majin Buu, a connection existed between them. Through this faint bond, Babidi confirmed that the rotund figure indeed represented Majin Buu. Buu, there is a Supreme Kai outside. Eliminate him, Babidi commanded. Understood, Lord Babidi, Majin Buu responded, squinting at Babidi before barreling forth into the outside world. Upon arriving at the surface, the Supreme Kai and Piccolo immediately spotted Majin Buu. Piccolo's expression turned grave, while the Supreme Kai felt his legs weaken beneath him. What shall we do? Now that Majin Buu has been resurrected, the entire universe is poised to descend into chaos. The Supreme Kai murmured, his helplessness evident. Supreme Kai? What should we do? Jebet suddenly appeared, his arrival shrouded in mystery as no one knew where he had come from. Supreme Kai, you cannot perish here. You must leave at once. Although I may not be his match, I can certainly delay him for a moment. Piccolo spoke gravely. And us? Son Goten and Trunks had also flown in from afar, appearing beside Piccolo. Buu, annihilate them all. At that moment, Babidi's voice echoed. Roar. Majin Buu joyfully leaped into the air. Goten, Trunks, let us strike together. Piccolo glanced at Trunks and Son Goten, and after speaking, he surged forward, charging directly at Majin Buu. Lord Kaioshin, we should retreat, Jebet suggested, looking at the Kaioshin. No, I cannot leave at this moment, the Kaioshin replied resolutely. Get back here. You useless fool, incapable of accomplishing anything. Suddenly, the voice of the elder Kaioshin rang out, reaching the ears of both the Kaioshin and Jebet. But Majin Buu has awakened. How can I, the Kaioshin, abandon my post now? The Kaioshin was unwavering, a rare occurrence for him. Swish, swish, bang, bang. Piccolo, Trunks, and Son Gohan had all grown formidable, yet even their combined strength, while capable of inflicting damage upon Majin Buu, yielded little effect. Haha, Majin Buu laughed heartily, regarding Piccolo and the others as if they were fools. Buu, finish the fight quickly. We have no time to squander here, Babidi urged, his brow furrowed. Majin Buu glanced at Babidi, feeling immense reluctance, yet aware that defying Babidi's command could lead to his own resealing. The thought of being sealed away was a torment for Majin Buu. Understood. Majin Buu ascended into the air, addressing Piccolo and the others. Your strength is commendable, but my power surpasses yours. As Majin Buu spoke, an energy began to coalesce in his hands. Be careful, Piccolo shouted, immediately raising his right hand to his forehead. Special beam cannon. Sky blast. Kamehameha. Piccolo, Trunks, and Son Goten unleashed their utmost powers, all directed at Majin Buu. Boom. The sound of a violent explosion reverberated. In the face of the trio's assault, Majin Buu's energy crumbled. As the energy shattered, the three attacks surged forth, striking Majin Buu's body. A cry of agony erupted as Majin Buu's form disintegrated under the force of the blow. Is he dead? Trunks and Son Goten were momentarily stunned. It can't be. Piccolo was equally bewildered. Buu. Babidi stood dumbfounded, unable to believe that after expending so much effort to break Majin Buu's seal, he could be so easily vanquished. Chapter 74, Vegeta's Self-Destruction, the Pride of the Saiyan Prince. As everyone stood in stunned silence, they witnessed the pink fragments of flesh not dissipating. Instead, each piece wriggled and transformed into diminutive forms of Majin Buu. The sight sent shockwaves through Piccolo and his companions. Haha, Majin Buu guffawed, finding amusement in toying with them. Babidi exhaled in relief, having feared for Buu's demise, only to realize his concerns were unwarranted. "Bu, cease your games and swiftly eliminate them. We have other matters to attend to," Babidi commanded with a smile. Knowing that the more powerful Majin Buu became, the greater his own chances of conquering the universe. "Though I have yet to fully enjoy myself, it appears I have no choice but to kill you all," Majin Buu bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming force that morphed into a terrifying tempest, sweeping across the surroundings. Impressive. Piccolo and his companions paled, retreating several steps in response to Buu's formidable aura. A thunderous roar erupted, an astonishing power radiated outward, sending Piccolo, the Supreme Kai, and Jebet flying. "Bu, I commanded you to slay them. What is the meaning of this? Do you wish for me to seal you away?" Babidi chastised. The mention of sealing rendered Majin Buu obedient, silencing his rebellious spirit. Yet, this very circumstance ignited a desire to eliminate Babidi. He merely awaited the opportune moment. Suddenly, a streak of light pierced the sky, approaching with incredible speed. "Vegeta." Piccolo's gaze sharpened as he recognized the newcomer. Vegeta materialized. Casting a glance at Majin Buu that furrowed his brow in surprise, he had not anticipated Buu's current state. "Vegeta, how does it feel to have defeated Goku?" "Surely, my servant has not treated you unfairly," Babidi remarked, issuing a command. Vegeta remained silent, his icy glare fixed on Babidi. "I'm afraid you are mistaken. While I did indeed utilize your power to vanquish Kakarot, it does not render me your servant." "No one can command me," Vegeta asserted, striding towards Majin Buu. "What did you say?" Babidi's brow furrowed as he began to chant an incantation. Boom. Vegeta halted, a dark light emanating from his forehead. "You have become my servant. Do you truly believe you still possess freedom?" Babidi's voice was cold and unyielding. "I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I ever be subjected to your commands?" Despite enduring immense agony from the encroaching dark power threatening to annihilate him, Vegeta, the proud warrior, refused to submit. Especially to someone as weak as Babidi. Never. Vegeta's defiance caused a change in Babidi's expression. He was taken aback to discover that someone could resist his slave seal. A notion he had never anticipated. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from Vegeta, transforming into a terrifying storm that wildly spread in all directions. The seal upon his forehead shattered in that instant, directly obliterated by Vegeta's will. With a deep breath, Vegeta endured the pain. Yet he had successfully liberated himself from Babidi's control. "Are you all right?" Piccolo inquired, a rare note of concern in his voice. "You too must leave with them. I am uncertain if I can halt him, but this is a task I must undertake," Vegeta declared resolutely. "Have you truly decided on this course of action? Do you believe it has come to this?" Piccolo glanced at Vegeta, unsure of his intentions, though he could venture a guess. "The emergence of Majin Buu is due to my actions. Thus, it is my responsibility to rectify it. Should I falter, I shall leave it to others. However, I have faith that I can annihilate Majin Buu here," Vegeta stated with unwavering determination. "Father," Trunks called out, gazing at Vegeta. "Trunks, take care of Bulma," Vegeta instructed. And without delay, he struck Trunks and Goten unconscious. "May you stay safe," Piccolo, a rational being, uttered before departing without hesitation. "Bu, intercept them," Babidi commanded immediately. Boom. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Vegeta, directly blocking Buu's path. "Majin Buu, I shall surely bring about your demise," Vegeta declared coldly, raising his hands as an immense power surged forth. An energy sphere was unleashed, racing toward Majin Buu at an incredible speed, piercing through him and leaving a gaping hole. Yet, such harm was inconsequential to Majin Buu and would scarcely affect him, just as I had surmised. In truth, Vegeta had anticipated this from the moment of confrontation. His actions were merely to validate his suspicions. Buu's injuries healed instantly, and he regarded Vegeta with a taunting expression. "Aside from Kakarot, you are the second person I find so detestable," Vegeta replied coldly, aware that against an adversary with such formidable regenerative abilities, there was only one path to destruction. It appears that this is the only option remaining. Vegeta understood that he faced but a singular choice. Bulma, Trunks. He murmured the names of the two most significant individuals in his life. Whether for the sake of Earth, for the two he cherished most, or to seek redemption for himself, he found himself at this juncture, driven to the point of having no alternative. Boom. Vegeta's power surged to unprecedented heights. What was his intent? Babidi observed Vegeta intently. In an instant, Vegeta materialized before Majin Buu, arms outstretched as all the energy within him erupted, surpassing even his peak. Bulma. In his final moments, Vegeta uttered her name with fervor. Boom. Vegeta's body detonated, unleashing a terrifying force that engulfed Majin Buu. At that moment, Vegeta was resolute in his determination to perish alongside Majin Buu at the cost of his own life. Chapter 75. Goku arrives, unveiling the power of Super Saiyan 3. Boom. A tempest of destruction surged forth, radiating outward in all directions. At the heart of this maelstrom stood Vegeta and Majin Buu. No. Babidi could scarcely fathom that Vegeta would resort to self-destruction, This notion eclipsed his expectations. The sheer magnitude of that self-explosion left Babidi utterly astounded. Boom. With such proximity, Vegeta's ultimate power detonated, achieving a level of devastation that was simply unfathomable. Even Majin Buu, in that fleeting moment, exhibited a visage of terror, his expression betraying helplessness. A colossal sphere of light emerged, spreading across hundreds of meters. The dreadfully potent energy surged forth. As the storm gradually subsided, the remains of Vegeta and Majin Buu had vanished without a trace. Dead, Babidi stood in shock, unable to comprehend that Majin Buu, who had just been unleashed, was obliterated by Vegeta in this manner. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, and Majin Buu reappeared. Buu. Upon witnessing this resurgence, Babidi exclaimed with exhilaration. Such formidable power. And yet Vegeta's aura had dissipated. What could this mean? Goku awakened, glancing into the distance. Could it be that even Vegeta had fallen to Majin Buu? Although he deemed it unlikely, he could indeed no longer sense Vegeta's presence. To defeat Vegeta, how strong could you possibly be? Goku, despite his tattered clothing, possessed a gaze as sharp as lightning. He raised his right hand, placing 2 fingers on his forehead, and immediately sensed an overwhelming energy. Let me see for myself. With those words, Goku's figure vanished. Buu, after destroying the Earth, we shall venture to another planet, Babidi commanded Majin Buu. Whoosh. Majin Buu soared through the sky at incredible speed. Yet, at that moment, he seemed to sense something, abruptly slowing his pace. Goku materialized, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Majin Buu. However, upon recognizing Buu, Goku froze momentarily, bewilderment washing over him. You are Son Goku, Babidi quickly identified him. And you are Majin Buu? It appears deceptively harmless, yet it possesses considerable strength, capable of vanquishing Vegeta. This revelation takes me by surprise. Observing Majin Buu, Son Goku slowly begins to speak, struggling to fathom how this doll-like entity could have slain Vegeta. However, upon sensing the immense power radiating from within Majin Buu, Goku realizes that some matters cannot be judged solely by appearances. At this moment, it is evident that although he may seem weak, he is, in fact, extraordinarily formidable. Buu, eliminate him as well, Babidi commands, gazing at Majin Buu. Boom. Instantly, a powerful aura emanates from Majin Buu, and under its force, Babidi is violently propelled away. Although Babidi is somewhat flustered, he is not injured. He perceives this merely as Majin Buu's seriousness in the face of a formidable adversary, without suspecting any other motives. As an impartial observer, Goku sees clearly. Though it appears unintentional, there is more beneath the surface. I am eager to experience the extent of your power, having defeated Vegeta. Goku exclaims, clenching his fists tightly, unleashing a fierce roar. Accompanied by his cries of fury, Goku's aura surges dramatically. He seems quite powerful indeed. Majin Buu does not seize this opportunity to strike. Instead, he watches Goku with anticipation. Having just awakened, he yearns for a worthy opponent. Vegeta was merely a taste. Now, this Son Goku appears to be equally formidable, if not more so. Boom. Goku's aura escalates wildly, golden energy radiating as he transforms into Super Saiyan 2. The storm rages, and Goku's cold, indifferent gaze fixes upon Majin Buu. Like the previous adversary, he seems devoid of anything extraordinary. Since I was able to defeat that previous individual, it should not pose much difficulty to eliminate you as well, Goku declares. Majin Buu, somewhat disappointed by Goku's apparent lack of prowess, had anticipated a more challenging rival. It appears this Son Goku's strength is merely average. I understand you were capable of defeating Vegeta, who possessed such power. If this is all you can muster, I shall undoubtedly prevail over you. Goku speaks slowly. What do you mean? Majin Buu, not foolish, discerns that Goku's words are unfinished and laden with implication. Do you possess an even greater strength? If so, unveil it quickly. Perhaps then you may stand as my worthy opponent. Otherwise, at this level, I could easily eliminate you. Majin Buu gazes at Goku with excitement. This marks the first time I have unleashed this power since my training, and my control over it is somewhat lacking. So you must be cautious. Son Wukong clenched his fists, preparing to utilize the mightiest transformation he had mastered under the guidance of the King Kai. He was acutely aware of the true magnitude of this power. A thunderous roar erupted, radiating an overwhelming aura that enveloped the entire Earth, and subsequently expanded outward, ultimately resonating throughout the cosmos. Such an immense force. As this pressure surged, Son Wukong's hair lengthened, his eyebrows vanished, and his gaze became piercing, coldly fixed on Majin Buu. Boom. The powerful aura surged forth, and Son Wukong's icy stare fell upon Majin Buu. Majin Buu, this is the entirety of my strength. Although you may have slain Vegeta, I wonder if you possess the confidence to triumph over me now. Son Wukong regarded Majin Buu intently. Buu, eliminate him. Babidi commanded loudly. Whoosh. Majin Buu charged forward at an astonishing speed, heading straight for Son Wukong. Haha. A battle fervor ignited in Son Wukong's eyes as he too surged forth, his velocity reaching its zenith. Whoosh. The two warriors closed the distance in an instant, each delivering a fierce punch towards the other. Chapter 76. Has Buu been defeated? Bang! Sun Wukong and Majin Buu collided, unleashing their most potent powers without hesitation. The sound of the impact reverberated. Though it was merely a single punch, the force contained within was extraordinary, especially for Sun Wukong, whose strength had amplified tremendously in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Faced with Majin Buu, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Haha, you're quite formidable, Majin Buu remarked amidst the battle. Although Sun Wukong's strength surpassed his own, this ordinary assault failed to inflict significant damage on Majin Buu. Super Saiyan 3, who would have imagined that Sun Wukong had achieved such a transformation? Furthermore, he was operating at an exceptionally high level of Super Saiyan 3. In this scenario, not only was this puppet no match for him, but even the great Buu would struggle against his might. In the King Kai's realm, Ye Fei observed Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 form and nodded in approval. Son Gohan also watched the crystal ball, his expression serene. The old Kai was indifferent. Feeling assured with Ye Fei and Son Gohan present, and seeing Sun Wukong's formidable strength, with these three in play, Majin Buu posed no threat whatsoever. Bang! 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 Majin Buu and Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong clashed, unable to gain the upper hand, and instead being thoroughly overwhelmed. Despite Majin Buu's astonishing regeneration abilities, under such one-sided combat, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Boom! An energy blast erupted, propelling Majin Buu back several dozen steps, while Sun Wukong hovered in the air, coldly observing him. Though this is my first transformation into Super Saiyan 3, and the toll it takes on my stamina is considerable, my base power has significantly increased. Under such circumstances, even with the substantial energy drain of Super Saiyan 3, I can endure for a considerable duration. Goku murmured to himself, acutely aware of his own condition, fully cognizant of his limits. In his battle with Majin Buu, while Goku acknowledged the formidable strength of Buu, the disparity when compared to his Super Saiyan 3 form was starkly evident. Majin Buu, too, recognized this fact. He was taken aback by Goku's unexpected strength, which far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he believed he could swiftly eliminate Goku, but it now appeared that defeating him would be no easy feat with a thunderous roar. Majin Buu unleashed a surge of formidable power. His body trembled involuntarily, and in that moment, a powerful aura enveloped him. Boom! The overwhelming force radiated from him, causing Goku to narrow his eyes in astonishment. I didn't anticipate you possessed such formidable strength. I must admit, you've impressed me. Nevertheless, I am unfazed. It will not be so simple to defeat me. Goku clenched his fists. The greater Majin Buu's power grew, the more exhilarated he became. After all, finding an equally matched opponent was a rare occurrence for him. It was evident that Majin Buu could indeed serve as a worthy rival, a fact Goku had no doubts about. Boom! Goku, too, erupted with astonishing energy. Whoosh! Majin Buu raised his right hand, extending it rapidly toward Goku with remarkable speed. This resembles Piccolo's techniques, Goku thought, his brow furrowing at the similarity. As Buu's hands approached, Goku leaped into the air, his hands raised, energy manifesting instantly. With a mighty shout, an impressive energy sphere surged forth, hurtling toward Majin Buu at remarkable velocity. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Goku's energy struck Buu with tremendous force, creating a terrifying storm that sent thick smoke billowing outward. Majin Buu's body bore several wounds, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. However, he inhaled deeply, and all his injuries rapidly healed. Indeed, such attacks have no effect on you. It appears that to vanquish you, I must harness even greater power, Goku remarked, observing Buu. This is unacceptable. I never imagined Goku could be this powerful, rendering even Buu incapable of matching him. I must devise a plan, Babidi commented, astonished by Goku's overwhelming strength, which surpassed his wildest imagination. After all, being a sorcerer, Babidi immediately began to chant quietly. Moments later, he raised his right hand and pointed, unleashing a surge of dark energy that struck directly upon the formidable Majin Buu. Boom! As his finger descended, Majin Buu shuddered violently, and the malevolent energy within him was thoroughly awakened by Babidi. Such an overwhelming aura of evil. Son Goku's expression shifted. If the previous Majin Buu was merely strong, his malevolent essence was not particularly intense. However, the current Majin Buu radiated an exceptionally potent aura of evil. It seemed imperative to resolve this matter swiftly, lest unexpected complications arise. Understanding this, Son Goku gazed at Majin Buu and spoke. Boom! The sinister energy erupted wildly, intensifying as Majin Buu let out a low growl. What is happening? Son Goku furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing grave as he observed Majin Buu. Though he was uncertain of the unfolding events, an unsettling feeling gripped him. Rather than act immediately, Son Goku chose to observe in silence. Black light emanated from Majin Buu, and to his astonishment, two forms of Buu materialized. One was the plump Majin Buu, indistinguishable from before, while the other was emaciated and skeletal, with dark skin, yet radiated a terrifying aura of malevolence. 2 boosts. Son Goku was momentarily stunned, at a loss for what to do. How could this be? Not only was Son Goku taken aback, but Babidi was equally bewildered. He stared at the 2 boosts, unsure of how to proceed. Whoosh. The 2 Majin Buus clashed with one another instantly. Both were formidable. Yet it was evident that the plump Buu was significantly weaker. While the cause of this phenomenon remained a mystery, it seemed there was no immediate danger. Son Goku furrowed his brow, contemplating before speaking. Chapter 77. The emergence of Fat Buu and Son Goku's anxiety. How long until Gohan's potential can be fully unleashed? Ye Fei glanced at the old Kaioshin and inquired. Approximately 6 more hours, the old Kaioshin replied slowly. 6 hours? Ye Fei nodded, and then gradually rose to his feet. Goku, what is happening? The Kaioshin and Kibito approached Son Goku. Although they had previously departed, they had not returned to the Kaioshin realm, opting instead to remain on Earth. According to the Kaioshin, he would not leave Earth unless death compelled him to. He was evidently prepared to coexist with Earth, though he pondered how the higher power would react if such a sentiment were to be discovered. Thankfully, that entity was still in slumber, otherwise, he would surely arrive wielding a colossal 40-meter blade. I'm not entirely sure what transpired. It all began after Babidi chanted something. Son Goku shook his head, feeling quite unfamiliar with the situation. Babidi. The Supreme Kai immediately spotted Babidi. Although he could not defeat Majin Buu, dealing with Babidi was within his capabilities. With the 2 Majin Buus engaged in battle, Babidi was left unattended, presenting the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. The Supreme Kai spoke up, recognizing that such an opportunity must not be squandered, lest he be consumed by regret. In an instant, he surged forward at an astonishing speed, directing his course towards Babidi. However, just as he lunged, Babidi swiftly retreated, having been on high alert since the Supreme Kai's approach. Buu, both of you, cease this at once and eliminate the enemy. Babidi bellowed, causing both Buus to pause momentarily. Yet, at that very moment, the slender Buu seized the opportunity and absorbed the fat Buu. The slender Buu's speed was remarkable, fueled by a pure malevolence that drove him to relentless ambition. The fat Buu, caught off guard, had no time to react as he was consumed entirely. A powerful aura erupted following the absorption, accompanied by arcs of electricity. The slender Buu underwent a transformation, his body turning entirely pink and becoming more robust, exuding an overwhelming presence. The Supreme Kai halted in his tracks, turning sharply to gaze at Buu, his eyes filled with dread and terror. In a flash, Buu materialized beside the Supreme Kai, lifting his right leg for a sweeping strike that landed squarely upon him before he could react. The tremendous force reverberated, sending the Supreme Kai staggering back several yards, blood spewing from his mouth. Supreme Kai? Goku and Jebit rushed to his side. Although the Supreme Kai had endured a blow from Majin Buu, he remained alive, albeit gravely injured. You must find a safe place for the Supreme Kai to hide. His power has increased beyond what it was before. Even I may not stand a chance against him now, Goku said, a serious expression crossing his face as he regarded Majin Buu. Can you truly handle this? The Supreme Kai inquired, looking at Goku. I don't know, but I will do my best, Goku replied, shaking his head. Uncertain of his own strength against Buu, he recognized the necessity of facing the challenge head-on, regardless of the difficulty ahead. With determination, Goku charged towards Majin Buu, his speed accelerating rapidly. Just then, a figure appeared suddenly on Earth, Ye Fei. His arrival was unexpected, yet it immediately captured everyone's attention. Ye Fei. The Supreme Kai and Jebit were momentarily taken aback, astonished that he had returned at such a crucial moment. You truly have returned, the Supreme Kai exclaimed with excitement, though he was unsure of when Ye Fei had come back. However, he was acutely aware that with Ye Fei's return, the menace of Majin Buu would undoubtedly be trivialized. Though he remained uncertain about the extent of Ye Fei's current strength, he had comprehended years ago that with Ye Fei's prowess, vanquishing Majin Buu would be a mere formality. Ye Fei, you have returned, Sun Wukong remarked, momentarily taken aback. After years apart, his sudden reappearance left him somewhat disoriented. Did Gohan not accompany you back? Sun Wukong inquired, noticing that only Ye Fei had returned. He is elsewhere. My purpose in returning is to escort you all to a different location. This is Earth, and I wish to prevent any fierce battles that might lead to its destruction. Ye Fei spoke with tranquility. Regardless of who you are, it seems you are allied with them. In that case, let us eliminate Majin Buu together, Babidi declared. Though he was unfamiliar with Ye Fei and paid him little heed, to him, it was merely the opportunity to eliminate one more adversary. Ye Fei cast a cold glance at Babidi. With such feeble strength, you dare to act so arrogantly before me? Do you truly believe that having Majin Buu at your side grants you impunity? Ye Fei's voice was devoid of warmth. Enough of your prattle. Soon you shall witness the true might of Majin Buu, Babidi retorted, yet he was unmoved by the numbers opposing him, perceiving Majin Buu as the ultimate force. Buu, this place is unsuitable for combat, and I wish to avoid any skirmishes here. Come with me to another location where you may fight freely, Ye Fei proposed to Bu. Should you agree, I can assist you in eliminating Babidi. What say you? Ye Fei's proposition was met with surprise from Babidi, who instinctively recoiled a few steps. Bu. Swiftly eliminate him. Otherwise, I shall seal you away once more, Babidi shouted, genuinely fearing a betrayal from Bu, for such a turn of events would spell disaster for him. In an instant, Ye Fei vanished and reappeared behind Babidi, raising a finger to touch him. Boom. Babidi's body trembled and disintegrated. How does it feel? I have already rid you of him. Do you now accept my proposal? Ye Fei inquired with an expression of calm. Chapter 78. Divine Gohan, the mightiest warrior. Impressive. After years apart, I hadn't anticipated your strength to have grown so formidable, Sun Wukong observed, astonished by the power Ye Fei had demonstrated. He had initially believed his own progress was swift, yet in comparison to Ye Fei, the gap had not diminished. Rather, it had only widened. Especially now. Witnessing Ye Fei in his base form, Sun Wukong was left in awe of his overwhelming strength. Sun Wukong remained unaware that Ye Fei's current demeanor was far from ordinary. It was infused with the formidable essence of Super Saiyan 4. As long as there was an adversary willing to engage, he cared not for the location. Bu slowly spoke, acknowledging that despite being an embodiment of evil, Ye Fei had rendered him significant assistance. Though he harbored intentions to eliminate Babidi himself, the opportunity had yet to present itself. With Ye Fei's intervention, everything would indeed become considerably easier. Especially now that he had attained freedom, no one could dictate his actions. He was liberated to pursue his desires. Then follow me, Ye Fei commanded, raising his right hand and effortlessly transporting everyone from that place. In the Kaishin realm, the elder Kaishin was aiding son Gohan in unlocking his potential. Upon witnessing Ye Fei bring others into the realm, he furrowed his brow. Although he understood that Ye Fei's presence ensured no issues would arise, the arrival of Majin Buu was a matter he found difficult to accept. Despite his displeasure, the elder Kaishin felt powerless to intervene. Gohan, Dad. Sun Wukong gazed around in confusion, only to be met with the sight of son Gohan. The father and son had been apart for 6 years, and this was their first reunion. Gohan, you've grown, Sun Wukong remarked, observing Gohan, who had matured into a young man. Yet, in his father's eyes, he would forever remain a child. Nevertheless, the latent power emanating from Gohan was undeniably potent, causing Sun Wukong to regard him with a serious expression. After years apart, your strength has blossomed to an extraordinary level. I fear that I may not even be your equal now, Sun Wukong declared sincerely, not out of modesty, but in earnest truth. He was preparing to unleash his full potential, but until then, he would remain uninvolved in their conflict. As for you, I shall not intervene this time. If you can triumph without my assistance, true freedom shall be yours. However, should you fail, I will eradicate your malevolence, and you will follow in my wake. Ye Fei addressed Majin Buu, revealing an immense power that astonished even the villain himself. Bu was acutely aware of Ye Fei's capacity to obliterate him. Defeating me will not be so simple, Bu retorted ominously. Since Gohan required a bit more time, Bu suggested, before that, let me entertain myself with you. I may not be your equal, but I believe I can manage to engage in a battle. Sun Wukong regarded Majin Buu, having previously refrained from combat due to apprehensions. However, it appeared that the circumstances had now reached a resolution. In light of this, Sun Wukong felt emboldened to fight without fear of the consequences, a desire he had long yearned to fulfill. Then let us begin. Although Majin Buu embodies malevolence, he possesses a certain politeness that sets him apart, particularly when compared to the likes of Frieza and Cell. This may indeed be one of the charming aspects of Majin Buu. With a swift motion, Goku and Majin Buu propelled themselves into the distance, their speeds astonishing as they vanished from sight in an instant. Let us observe, Lin Fei remarked, promptly dashing towards the horizon. Do not rush. Allow them to warm up first. You will undoubtedly be needed later. Rest assured, once I unlock your full potential, your strength will surpass all of theirs. Of course, this does not include Ye Fei, whose growth has far exceeded my expectations, the old Kai reflected, gazing at Gohan. Who knows? Gohan replied, shaking his head. In truth, he was uncertain of how powerful he would become once his potential was unleashed, and a subtle sense of disappointment lingered in his heart. Yet, he understood that his master's encouragement to fully awaken his potential was indeed the key to a dramatic surge in power within a short time. Additionally, possessing a trace of the ancient Saiyan bloodline, albeit a mere fragment, would allow him to maintain his Super Saiyan transformation after fully unleashing his potential. These were merely Gohan's musings. He held no great confidence in their success. The wait was agonizing. As time passed slowly, the distant battlefield erupted with thunderous roars. Kamehameha! Goku shouted, appearing somewhat disheveled, his attire in tatters and numerous wounds adorning his body. The magnitude of Buu's strength surpassed Goku's expectations. Although Goku's own power was formidable and should not be underestimated. Even now, facing Goku's full might, Bu wore a grave expression. However, his extraordinary recovery rate meant he suffered little lasting damage. A closer inspection revealed that Majin Buu's aura had diminished significantly, no longer as formidable as it once was. With a resounding crash, Majin Buu conjured an astonishing energy sphere, unleashing a terrifying force. Kamehameha! Goku bellowed, thrusting his hands forward with great intensity. Majin Buu countered with his utmost strength. The two energies collided, resulting in a cacophony of sound, as devastating shockwaves swept across the landscape, causing mountains to crumble. Despite the potency of Buu's energy, it shattered under Goku's full-force assault. However, in the aftermath of dissipating Buu's energy, Goku found himself drained, unable to sustain his Super Saiyan 3 form, reverting instead to his normal state. You are truly formidable, Goku acknowledged, gazing at Majin Buu. You are quite strong as well. But alas, the victor shall still be me. Majin Buu menacingly opened his mouth, and after speaking, he surged towards Son Goku, raising his right hand to deliver a devastating punch aimed at obliterating him. Just then, a sudden sound of slicing air pierced through the tension, as an astonishing figure approached with unimaginable speed. At the very moment Majin Buu's fist was about to strike Son Goku, it was abruptly seized by another hand. Buu, your opponent is me. A cold voice resonated, echoing in Majin Buu's ears. Chapter 79, The Power of Gohan. Buu abruptly turned, only to find Son Gohan, who had appeared beside him unbeknownst to him, gripping his arm with a fierce hold. Gohan had now successfully unlocked his full potential. The extent of his strength was unknown to him, yet he could sense that he had grown immensely powerful enough to alter the course of everything. Your opponent is me, Gohan declared, his voice devoid of warmth. His demeanor was icy, stripped of the innocence he once possessed. After enduring the trials and growth in the sixth universe, Gohan had transformed completely, exuding an aura of coldness. With a sudden, forceful tug, he unleashed a torrent of strength that yanked Majin Buu towards him. How is this possible? Buu's expression shifted, and before he could react, Gohan's fist shot forth with blinding speed, striking him squarely. Bang! As the punch landed, Buu's face contorted in agony, and he coughed up a copious amount of blood. Gohan! Son Goku exclaimed in shock, gazing at Gohan. Years had passed, and he never imagined Gohan's power had ascended to such heights. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Goku could only match Buu, eventually succumbing to defeat. Yet, he was astonished that Gohan, in his base form, could repel Majin Buu, far exceeding Goku's expectations. He had anticipated that Gohan's training with Ye Fei would bolster his strength, but the magnitude of his improvement was simply unfathomable. Now, it is up to him, Goku thought. Gohan had worked diligently during these years. Though Buu was formidable, Gohan's strength would surely suffice. Ye Fei smiled faintly, expressing his satisfaction with Gohan. He believed that his first disciple's future was boundless, and he held no doubts about it. Gohan had already proven to be immensely powerful, even before transforming into a Super Saiyan. Goku nodded, realizing that the most prudent decision he had made was allowing Gohan to train with Ye Fei. Without that, Gohan would not have attained his current power. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was merely a misguided path. What I possess is far superior. 100-fold stronger than your so-called Super Saiyan transformations, the old Kaioshin remarked, gazing at Son Goku. It turns out you are the strongest. Majin Buu gazed at Gohan, a grave expression adorning his features. He was astonished by the formidable strength displayed by Gohan, particularly the punch he had just unleashed. Though seemingly ordinary, the power within it was astonishing. However, despite your might, it is utterly impossible for you to defeat me. Majin Buu spoke, fully aware that while his strength might lag behind Gohan's, he possessed an almost immortal resilience. To vanquish him, one would need an overwhelming force far surpassing their own capabilities. Buu understood this truth all too well. Do you believe I cannot kill you? Gohan retorted, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Did you think that the strength I exhibited earlier was my utmost? His tone dripped with derision. What do you mean? Buu felt an unsettling premonition, realizing that his previous assumptions may have been misguided. I am uncertain about the full extent of my power. However, since you are so curious and believe my strength insufficient to eliminate you, allow me to demonstrate my true capabilities. Indeed, I share your curiosity regarding this matter. Upon concluding his statement, Gohan clenched his fists with fervor. A resounding explosion of energy erupted from within him. This marked the first time Gohan unleashed his full potential since it had been awakened by the Elder Kai. He did not require a transformation. His power surged without it. The intensity of his aura escalated, reaching terrifying heights. A tempest roared forth, radiating from Gohan's body and spreading wildly in all directions. In mere moments, this potent force enveloped the entirety of the Supreme Kai's realm, though it did not extend beyond, as it was halted by Ye Fei. Buu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Gohan's power to be so formidable. As Gohan's strength amplified, Majin Buu's demeanor grew increasingly somber. He comprehended that Gohan now wielded the capability to end his existence, a realization he did not contest. Is this the extent of Gohan's power? Goku watched in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. Although this spectacle unfolded right before him, he struggled to grasp the reality of it all. This is merely a fraction of my strength, Ye Fei remarked, casting a glance at Gohan. With a low growl, Gohan's hair underwent a transformation, resembling its state during the Super Saiyan 2 form, yet remaining black. This is my full power. After unleashing his complete might, Gohan's icy gaze fixed upon Majin Buu. Buu, his expression dark and silent, stared unblinkingly at Gohan. Now that I have revealed my full strength, it is your turn to do the same. Otherwise, your current abilities will hardly suffice to satisfy me, Gohan declared with unwavering confidence. He never anticipated that his potential, once unleashed by the old Kai, would reach such extraordinary heights. Previously, even when he fully transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, he did not possess the power he now wielded, leaving him utterly astonished. Whoosh! Son Gohan stepped forward. Though seemingly casual, the moment his foot touched the ground, his figure instantaneously appeared before Buu. So swift. Buu's expression shifted as he found himself unable to react to Gohan's speed. Bang! Upon his arrival, Son Gohan unleashed a punch with such velocity that Buu was caught completely off guard. Spurt! A mouthful of blood erupted from Buu. His face contorted in agony as Gohan's blow penetrated through him, leaving a gaping hole. Is this the extent of your current power? Truly an effortless defeat. Observing Buu retreating to a safe distance, Gohan's expression remained icy. Chapter 80, Buu's Tactics. Such formidable strength. Buu gazed at Son Gohan, his expression dark and brooding. Buu, summon forth your strength. Only then can you hope to battle me. Otherwise, today shall be your demise. I assure you, no one can save you. Son Gohan's voice was devoid of warmth. Damn it, Buu roared in frustration. While he may not match Son Gohan's power, he was still Majin Buu. Strength was merely one facet of his abilities. Since you are so formidable, I shall absorb your power for myself. Majin Buu murmured to himself as he charged forward at an incredible speed towards Son Gohan. Overconfident. As Majin Buu approached, a cold smile crept across Gohan's lips. He raised his right hand and struck out with a punch. Boom. A tremendous force erupted forth, coalescing into a shadow of a fist. Upon its emergence, an overwhelming power radiated from it, embodying unfathomable strength. No. As the fist shadow surged forward with colossal force towards Buu, he quickly conjured a purple energy in a desperate attempt to shatter Gohan's attack. Yet Buu was naively overestimating his own capabilities. Despite his formidable strength, his resistance against Gohan, who surpassed him immensely, was rendered almost meaningless and utterly ineffective. This was a truth Gohan was acutely aware of. Futile. With those words, the fist shadow collided with the purple energy. A thunderous roar reverberated through the Kaioshin realm as Buu's purple energy was obliterated without any resistance by Gohan's fist shadow. As the purple energy shattered, Buu's expression turned to one of despair as the fist shadow struck him mercilessly. Spurt. A torrent of blood gushed forth as Buu's body disintegrated under the impact, flesh scattering in all directions. I am aware that this level of harm cannot truly damage you. Son Gohan spoke coldly. All the fragments of flesh once again coalesced, transforming into Buu. Though his exterior appeared unscathed, and he seemed devoid of any injuries, the strength of Son Gohan was overwhelmingly superior, far surpassing Buu. Perhaps it could be said that their powers resided on entirely different planes. With a darkened expression, Buu charged toward Gohan, fully aware of his impending defeat. His strength was formidable. However, in comparison, Gohan's prowess rendered him insignificant. As Buu's speed gradually diminished, he even began to leave afterimages. A mere trick, Gohan mused, furrowing his brow. Initially, he had expected some measure of capability from the demon, yet it appeared he was mistaken. Buu was hardly worth his time. Suddenly, an explosive surge of energy erupted from Son Goku, radiating outward with the sharpness of a blade. As Gohan's aura flared, Buu's expression shifted, and he retreated several paces, sustaining numerous wounds, even losing part of his antenna. I acknowledge that your strength is considerable. But even if you are more powerful than I, it matters not. You cannot kill me. I am curious to see how long you can sustain such power. For when you falter, I shall easily bring about your demise. Buu regained his composure and, with a smile, addressed Gohan. Is that your line of thought? How naive. Gohan shook his head. In the face of his absolute power, Buu's thoughts were rendered futile. Power dictates everything. Gohan held this belief firmly. Whether it was the North Universe of the Sixth Universe, the assassin Hit, or the god of destruction Beerus, without the formidable strength of his master, Ye Fei, neither could return to the Seventh Universe. Gohan understood this all too well. It was precisely because he understood that he recognized the significance of strength. Only power was fundamental, the essence of all things, while everything else was inconsequential. I never anticipated Gohan's strength would be so formidable, Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Although Gohan had only made a few moves, barely scratching the surface of his true power, it was sufficient to leave Buu without any chance of victory. He could not fathom how powerful Gohan would become if he unleashed his full strength. I shall not allow a repeat of the situation with Cell. Moreover, your power is limited to this. In light of that, I shall bring your end. A murderous intent gleamed in Gohan's eyes. As his words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from within him. Boom. This overwhelming presence was astonishing. All present, save for Ye Fei, felt a jolt of fear. In that moment, they sensed that their very lives rested in Gohan's hands. Damn it. Buu's expression darkened, for at that moment, he too felt an intense threat to his existence. The sensation of death permeated his mind, an inescapable reality. Even in this moment, Buu found himself devoid of any rebellious thoughts, merely trembling instead. Nevertheless, having existed for countless years, Buu possessed a commendable degree of composure. Majin Buu, your very existence is the gravest of errors. However, you need not dwell on it for long, for I shall soon bring about your demise. For you, this could be considered an inevitable consequence. Raising his hands, Son Gohan was infused with an overwhelming energy, his gaze icy as he positioned his hands to the right. Kamehameha, he articulated with precision, each syllable resonating clearly. As he spoke, a formidable energy instantaneously coalesced within his palms. Although he had yet to unleash it, the terrifying power it exuded was unrestrained. With a mighty push of his hands forward, boom, the Kamehameha wave surged forth, propelled by a velocity capable of annihilating all in its path, racing towards Buu. The speed of this Kamehameha was astonishing. It reached Buu in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the overwhelming force caused Buu's pupils to constrict, revealing an abyss of terror and dread. Die, Majin Buu! Gohan roared, the Kamehameha wave thundering forth, closing in rapidly. Yet, just then, an unexpected pink mass materialized, enveloping Son Gohan at an inconceivable speed. What is happening? Chapter 81. The Strongest Warrior, Vegito. What is this? How can this be? It's impossible. As this scene unfolded, everyone, save for Ye Fei, was momentarily stunned, gazing on in confusion. The Supreme Kai trembled. He was all too familiar with this tableau. After all this time, he had forgotten. But upon witnessing it now, memories flooded back. Son Gohan's strength was indeed formidable, yet he was momentarily caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. He had not prepared any defenses and was directly absorbed by Buu, becoming one with him. With Gohan assimilated, Buu let out a triumphant roar, his form immediately transforming, clothing materializing upon him, and his antennae elongating significantly. To the observer, Buu now bore a striking resemblance to Son Gohan. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from within Buu, manifesting as a tempest that wildly spread in all directions. Such power is now mine. Buu laughed heartily, initially anticipating some difficulty. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the ease of his victory. Having absorbed Son Gohan, especially at his full strength in the mystic state, was the epitome of perfection. This is dire. Son Goku's brow furrowed. Whoosh! At that moment, a brilliant streak suddenly surged from the distance, emanating an aura that felt eerily familiar to Son Goku. The streak pierced the heavens, revealing Vegeta, adorned with a crown, arriving at the Supreme Kai's realm. Vegeta, you are not. As the sudden appearance of Vegeta astonished Goku, he found himself perplexed by how the self-destructed Vegeta could materialize here. Kakarot, you scoundrel. Vegeta cast a glance at Buu before addressing Goku. Goku was taken aback, bewildered by Vegeta's sudden rebuke. What is the matter with Super Saiyan 3? Why did you not unleash it during our previous battle? Vegeta was deeply troubled by this issue. Had it not been for the immense threat posed by Buu, he would have relished the opportunity to teach Goku a severe lesson. Actually, I too can transform into Super Saiyan 3, Goku began to explain, but Vegeta, unwilling to listen, instead focused intently on Buu, his expression grave. Vegeta, we can discuss Super Saiyan 3 later. Our primary concern now is to defeat him. He was already formidable, and now he has absorbed the even more powerful Gohan. With my own strength, there is no way I can overcome him. The only method to triumph is fusion. This is our sole chance. Goku stated, gazing at Vegeta. I shall grant you time. Please commence your performance now, though do not take too long. As my patience is limited, Buu remarked, lounging with a glass of juice in hand. It was unclear whether this was Buu's inherent demeanor or if he had adopted it after absorbing Gohan's essence. Regardless, his current demeanor incited tremendous fury, making one yearn to strike him down, provided they possessed sufficient strength. How infuriating! Vegeta seethed, unable to tolerate being underestimated. He had endured much suffering due to this in the past, and despite his newfound power, the disdain from Buu was intolerable, particularly of such a condescending nature. Boom! Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing a tremendous force that erupted from within him. This power was formidable, swiftly transforming into a tempest. Under the golden radiance, Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2, summoning his utmost strength. Vegeta, witnessing his impulsiveness, Goku swiftly appeared before him to obstruct his advance. Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury. Your current strength pales in comparison to Buu's. Not to mention, with Buu having absorbed Gohan, even if you both strike with all your might, you would still be no match for him. Fusion is your only hope. Came a voice from Ye Fei. I would rather die than fuse with Kakarot. Vegeta's pride was unyielding. He would never entertain the notion of fusion. But Vegeta, you are already dead. Goku's words struck hard, resonating deeply. Vegeta froze, finally recalling his own demise. You two must wear these earrings, placing one on each of your respective ears. Once adorned, the two of you shall merge to become the mightiest of warriors. Remember, the mightiest. The Elder Kai spoke, after which he removed the earrings and cast one each to Vegeta and Goku. Understood. Goku promptly caught his and donned it without hesitation. Vegeta's expression revealed a flicker of doubt. He was reluctant to merge, yet he recognized this as the sole means to vanquish Buu. Moreover, the Elder Kai's words regarding the mightiest warrior echoed incessantly in his mind, impossible to disregard. Kakarot, this is the first time, but assuredly the last. Vegeta declared with conviction. After uttering this, he too adorned the earring. One rested on his left ear, the other on his right. Once they were in place, Vegeta and Goku's bodies uncontrollably surged toward one another. This transpired in an instant. Boom. As their forms collided, an overwhelming aura emanated forth. Boom. A tremendous force radiated outwards. Gohan Buu's expression shifted. Ah, a brand new figure materialized. Who are you? Gohan Buu inquired. I am neither Goku nor Vegeta. Since this is a fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, I shall be called Vegito. Chapter 82. Toying with Buu, Vegito soars beyond. Remarkable. Gohan Buu regarded the successfully fused Vegito with a serious countenance. He had initially believed that after absorbing Gohan, no one could match him. Yet, he had not anticipated the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. The power that emerged from this fusion was evidently far beyond his own. Buu, I thought you were quite formidable. Now that we have successfully merged, unleash your power. Let us engage in a fair contest. Vegito, arms crossed, addressed Gohan Buu with confidence. Even if you have fused, I still doubt you can maintain this transformation indefinitely. Gohan Buu's demeanor darkened, yet he understood that such fusions were not meant to endure for long. They were bound by time constraints. If he could only endure until their separation, victory would be his. It seems this battle will not require my intervention. Ye Fei observed that Vegito had emerged, and he believed all would be well. Apologies, but I must interject. At that moment, the Elder Kai cleared his throat and spoke. They are utilizing the Patera fusion, meaning that once merged, they cannot separate and will remain as such. The Elder Kai elaborated. The Kaioshin, lacking understanding, assumed the Elder Kai's explanation was indeed accurate. Hey, weren't you supposed to be strong? What is the hold up? Hurry up and make your move. Or I might just doze off. Vegito taunted Gohan Buu. Gohan Buu huffed, realizing that this stalemate served no purpose. Thus, he knew he must take the initiative. Moreover, he discerned that Vegeta maintained an air of superiority. For Gohan Buu, this was utterly intolerable. Whoosh. Gohan Buu surged forward, instantly appearing before Vegeta. Die. As he approached, Gohan Buu raised his right hand, conjuring an energy sphere. Boom. The speed of Buu was astonishing, particularly as he struck, while Vegeta seemed momentarily unguarded. However, Vegeta, being who he was, though appearing to be dozing, regarded this merely as a tactic for his amusement. Is that all you've got? Facing Gohan Buu's energy sphere, Vegeta remained unfazed. As the energy sphere hurtled toward him, merely a millimeter away, Vegeta suddenly raised his right hand with remarkable swiftness. Bang! With a firm grip, Vegeta crushed Gohan Buu's energy sphere. How is this possible? Gohan Buu exclaimed in astonishment. Whoosh! At that moment, Gohan Buu opened his mouth wide, and the energy sphere erupted forth. Simultaneously, Gohan Buu's arms elongated, ensnaring Vegeta's body with unyielding force. Haha, this time you can't escape. Gohan Buu laughed heartily. Though this sequence of events seemed prolonged, it transpired in the blink of an eye. In response to Gohan Buu's actions, Vegeta remained indifferent, a mocking smile lingering at the corner of his lips. Boom. The energy sphere crashed down violently upon Vegeta. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the scene. Observing his attack land, Gohan Buu swiftly retreated. A cloud of smoke. I thought you were stronger than this. Do you overestimate yourself or underestimate me? This feeble attack cannot even tickle me, let alone defeat me. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Vegeta's taunting voice emerged from within. Chapter 83. The Clash of Wills. Buu bellowed. The magnitude of Vegeta's power far surpassed his expectations. In the face of Vegeta, Majin Buu could hardly conceive a means to overcome him. Perhaps the only solution was to absorb him as well. Buu murmured, contemplating that this was indeed the sole approach, as he could think of nothing else. You are too weak. Vegeta did not strike immediately. For him, the need to toy with his opponent was paramount. Killing Majin Buu so easily would be far too unsatisfying. Moreover, he had plans. Eliminating Majin Buu was not a challenge Vegeta could not easily accomplish. However, if he were to kill Majin Buu, Gohan would inevitably perish as well. This was clearly not the outcome Vegeta desired. Gohan. At that moment, a voice rang out. Ye Fei's voice. A simple pair of words, yet they resonated with an extraordinary power, infiltrating Buu's mind and reaching Gohan's consciousness. At this moment, Son Gohan found himself enveloped by the formidable power of Majin Buu. Unless someone intervened from within, there appeared to be no means of escape. However, just after Ye Fei's voice echoed, Son Gohan, still in a state of unconsciousness, stirred slightly, his eyelids fluttering. Master? A peculiar force surged into Son Gohan's mind. Under the influence of this extraordinary energy, he was jolted awake. In an instant, Vegeta dashed forth, racing towards Majin Buu with astonishing speed. Yet, just as he was about to close the distance, a surge of energy materialized, halting Vegeta in his tracks. Ye Fei, what do you mean by this? Vegeta furrowed his brow and glanced back at Ye Fei. It is as it appears, Ye Fei replied calmly. Despite Vegeta's immense power, he felt no concern for it. What is this nonsense? Majin Buu's expression shifted, realizing Vegeta's strength was far beyond his expectations, instilling a sense of despair within him, an overwhelming feeling of defeat that left him with no apparent way to triumph. Yet, in contrast to Vegeta, who was visibly perturbed, Ye Fei remained composed and indifferent, exerting even greater pressure on Majin Buu. Though I am reluctant to inquire, I am nonetheless curious about your intentions. Vegeta hesitated but ultimately refrained from rejecting Ye Fei, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. Damn it! Majin Buu roared, acutely aware of his precarious situation. However, with his options limited, he resolved to fight with all his might, seeking an opportunity to absorb Vegeta. Only in doing so could he hope to gain greater power and resolve the crisis he faced. His reasoning was not without merit. Yet Majin Buu overlooked a crucial factor, Vegeta himself. Setting aside the monumental challenge of absorbing Vegeta, the question of whether he could ultimately defeat Ye Fei loomed large. In a flash, Majin Buu surged forward. Just as he was on the brink of reaching Vegeta, his body abruptly halted. My power will never be yours. Son Gohan's voice resonated from within Majin Buu. Simultaneously, Son Gohan's aura rapidly enveloped Majin Buu. What is happening? The Kaioshin and Jebit exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by the unfolding events. How can this be? Vegeta's gaze sharpened, reflecting his confusion. This being is far from ordinary. The old Kaioshin was the only one who understood the true nature of the situation, regarding Ye Fei with newfound respect. Impossible? Majin Buu's countenance changed dramatically, his shock palpable as he grappled with the unprecedented occurrence. With a thunderous roar, Son Gohan unleashed his full power, contending against Majin Buu's might from within. A cataclysmic storm erupted from Majin Buu, spiraling outward with ferocious intensity. The earth trembled, and the sky darkened. This was a clash of wills between Son Gohan's consciousness and that of Majin Buu. Once this confrontation is won, one can seize everything from the opponent. It is a more direct acquisition than mere absorption. Moreover, should one lose in the realm of consciousness, they will utterly dissipate, neither entering the cycle of reincarnation nor descending into hell, leaving nothing of that person behind. Chapter 84, the Grand Finale. This is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Even the Dragon Balls may lack the means to resurrect someone who has vanished completely. It can be said that Son Gohan's actions are a desperate gamble, akin to burning one's boats. Gohan finds himself in a predicament. If he had remained dormant, it would have sufficed, but having awakened, forcefully summoned by Ye Fei, he cannot remain passive. Furthermore, Ye Fei merely awakened him without direct confrontation, which indirectly reveals much. Although Gohan has chosen not to pursue the path of a scholar this time, he remains exceptionally astute. While he may not grasp Ye Fei's thoughts entirely, he can certainly infer a considerable amount. Having accompanied Ye Fei to Universe 6 and faced numerous challenges, he has gleaned insights into Ye Fei's intentions. I am Son Gohan. His will emanates from within Majin Buu, continuously resisting Buu's own consciousness. How could this be? Majin Buu is taken aback. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. Yet, he understands that if he cannot eliminate Gohan from within, he too will face obliteration. What astonishes Majin Buu further is that Gohan is not battling him through brute force. In his own domain, Buu would be indifferent to a contest of strength, for he possesses an undeniable home field advantage. However, Gohan confronts him with sheer will, precisely targeting Buu's vulnerability. As the struggle endures, Gohan's resolve intensifies, gradually overpowering Majin Buu. A surge of terrifying power erupts, altering the very fabric of reality. I have succeeded. Majin Buu's form transforms entirely into that of Son Gohan. I have now converted Majin Buu's power into my own. I never anticipated it would be this potent. Gohan clenches his fist, feeling the formidable and terrifying strength coursing through him. Gohan, have you truly transformed Majin Buu's power into your own? Witnessing this scene, Goku and Vegeta stand in stunned silence. They had never conceived of such a method, let alone believed Gohan would achieve it. Their astonishment is palpable. Of course, I did not anticipate it would be this powerful. Gohan nods in acknowledgement. This is your own creation. Ye Fei observes Gohan, and to be frank, he too is somewhat taken aback by this revelation. The future of Earth now rests upon your shoulders. Ye Fei gazes at Gohan, confident that with the combined strength of Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta, they can undoubtedly safeguard the planet. As for the god of destruction, it will be several years before their emergence. Ye Fei did not contemplate hastening the arrival of the god of destruction, for his current strength was insufficient to triumph over such a formidable opponent. However, time was on his side, and he firmly believed that when Beerus eventually appeared, he would be capable of engaging in a thrilling battle. Yet, prior to that moment, he needed to devote himself to rigorous training and preparation for the inevitable confrontation with the god of destruction in the years to come. After articulating his thoughts, Ye Fei raised his right hand and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. The end of the tale.